on my neck. Claire smiled and waves at Tess. Pleasure, she responded, her expression fierce. After she walked past us, she secretly snuck in a pinch to my side, jolting me up. I wonder if she's in a bad mood today, Claire pondered. It's because of you. As Claire removed her arm from my neck, I turned to see someone behind us in the back of the group. As soon as I recognized who it was, my face started burning in anger while my clenched fists turned white. It was Lucas Wykes. My body couldn't help but tremble in suppressed anger at the thought of being in the same class as that brat Lucas, and of all classes, a team-fighting class. The sick irony of having that traitor in a class focused on learning team cohesion in battles almost made me want to laugh. Our eyes met, but he looked at me apathetically, like I was an insect on the ground. Good, everyone's here. A loud voice suddenly booms over the field. As all of the students started turning their heads to locate where the voice had come from, I looked straight up to see a massive hawk-like mana beast hovering over the field. This beast was at least 4 meters long, and its wingspan was well over 8 meters. With its sharp talons tucked underneath it, the beast slowly made its descent, revealing a well-toned woman with a giant sword strapped to her back, standing up on the back of the hawk. Welcome. My name is Professor Glory, and I will be the one teaching all of you brats. This flare hawk is Torch, my precious bond. The first thing I did was measure the stage our professor's monocore was at, but upon trying to inspect her level, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my head as Professor Glory whipped her gaze at me. Giving me a confident smile, she gazed down in my direction. Hopping off of her flare hawk, she made her way around the group of students in her class. Studying each of the students she passed, she took a closer look at some of them before making her way towards me. It wasn't unusual for mages to build defenses around their core stages, especially the higher-level ones. It was also a lot more difficult to hide which element they used, since the mana particles of their element naturally surrounded them. Most don't find the need to hide their elemental attribute, so it wasn't a big deal even if they couldn't, but needless to say, it was surprising to see how strong Professor Glory's defenses were. I couldn't tell what her core stage was, or even her elemental attribute. While I got the hang of masking my core stage level, I needed to use seals in order to completely hide my elemental attributes. I wasn't sure whether she used seals like I did, but one thing was for sure, she knew I was the one inspecting her. I have to say, you guys have set the bar pretty high for all of the other classes, she announced after inspecting Lucas. She took quite a bit longer to inspect the disciplinary committee and the student council members, nodding every once in a while. Well, if it isn't my newest colleague, Arthur Lewin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Glory gave me a playful grin, as if she was itching to tease me. The students started murmuring amongst the group in confusion. One of the male upperclassmen raised his hand. Professor Glory, what do you mean by colleague? Ah, most of you probably saw him at the commencement this morning, but this boy is a freshman disciplinary committee officer. A real prodigy if I do say so myself. He's also a newly appointed professor for the practical mana manipulation class that you guys all took during your underclassmen years. She gave me a firm pat on the back. What? You can't be serious, Professor. If that brat is a professor, then I'm the king of this continent. What has this academy turned into, to accept a freshman as a professor? How is that even possible? Even the best upperclassmen these days don't get picked to be professors, but that first year did. The various noises of protests made me sigh. They were bound to find out eventually, but it would have taken the upperclassmen a bit longer to find out this news, considering they didn't really get much information about the lower division classes. Grrrr Sylvie's fur stood on end as she growled warningly at the group of students. Papa is stronger than all of you combined. Everyone had seen Sylvie by now, whether it was from passing through the academy or at the commencement ceremony earlier today, so no one really cared much about the tiny mana beast on my head that could turn big enough to swallow them whole. Now, before we jump straight into complaints, we should have more faith in the director's decision. He is qualified to some degree by beating the professor that taught the class previously. She shot me a wink, but Professor Glory. The underclassmen professors aren't all that great anyway. I bet some of the upperclassmen students here could beat most of them. Another round of complaints issued on, making me grow sleepy. Must have been the food coma setting in from lunch. Haha, to be honest, I'm itching to test how strong you really are, boy. Unfortunately, Director Goodsky made it clear for us to not do that, so these students here will test you in my place. She put her hands on her hip, grinning in anticipation. By now, I noticed a sudden raging fire burning in some of the male students' eyes as they looked at me. I could almost see the words they were thinking etched into their face. I'm going to kill this bastard. Who does this brat think he is? Murder, 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 murder. I'm jealous. Why is he good-looking too? He needs to die. The female students, on the other hand, have a look in their eyes that scared me even more. Their stares remind me of hyenas looking at fresh meat as they almost drooled over the goods that I suddenly became to them. Taking a glance at Tess, I noticed that she has a surprised look on her face, her lips curling slightly in pride, but when she noticed that I was looking at her and quickly glanced away, her ears a little red. Sigh, you know, it's not weird for you to talk to me. Clive, on the other hand, scowled in contempt while Lucas looked at me with his brow raised in renewed interest, as if I had got promoted from an insect to a mammal. Director Goodsky told me to take it easy on my upper division classes until I adjusted to school. This is my first day. After all, I tried to ease my way out of this. Fighting against these hormonal teenagers wasn't going to end well. Oh, come on, that's no fun now, is it? In order to get proper respect, a certain amount of skill needs to be shown, you know. It's just to prove to us that you are actually capable of being in this upper division class. Isn't that right, class? She shouted. Yeah, was this a military boot camp or something? Why was there always a reason to prove myself in whatever situation came up? Sigh. What did you have in mind, Professor Glory? I said in defeat. This wasn't going to end, and I didn't want to waste my breath in arguing with people who didn't want to hear logic. Fear not, I am a just and fair woman, she harumphed. Just and fair, my ass. I felt as if she had just read my mind because she wrapped her well-built arm around my neck and squeezed. Unlike the twin horns Angela's chest, hers was muscular and hard, not much different from a man's. We will start off this semester by playing a little game. Aren't I so nice? By the look on her face, she was the most excited about this. Continuing on, she said, so, what kind of game should we play? A mock team battle. War. How about having the 3 disciplinary committee officers on the same team, Professor? I feel like that could be a good way to let us work on teamwork as well. Curtis raised his hand as Claire nodded in agreement next to him. Not a bad idea, she responded while rubbing her chin. But Professor, both Curtis and Claire are top students in this academy. It wouldn't be fair to have both of them on the same team as him, a tall, black-haired teen argued. That's true. Aha, I got it. For the DC team, we will have Arthur play the role of king, the match resulting in an immediate loss if he gets put out of battle. I think that should be fair. Now, what about the other team? As if she was talking to herself, she started muttering off possible candidates when a hand raised. Professor. How about having the student council president and I as their opponent? Clive suggested. What? Tess turns her head to Clive in surprise. But before she had the chance to object, Professor Glory clasped her hands. OHH, now things are getting interesting. But it would be unfair to have only the 2 of you against the 3 of them. She looked around the group of students. I think the president and I will suffice if the immediate loss rule affecting Arthur Lewin is implemented, he said seriously. I'll volunteer to be on the student council team, Lucas Wykes said calmly while leaning on his staff. Mr. Wykes, our other genius freshman. Very well. It would be a good chance to see your abilities in action as well. I could tell she had a twinge of doubt. Maybe she'd heard some rumors about him. Some of the other students groaned in disappointment that they didn't get the chance to beat me up and be on the same team as the student council president, but everyone was clearly excited to see the match. The match will have a time limit of 30 minutes where we will have a short discussion and a breakdown of it afterwards. Please gear up. With that, a pile of what looked like exercise gear dropped to the ground out of Professor Glory's dimension ring. Turning serious, she began explaining. This is special equipment designed by artificers to measure the amount of damage that is dealt. This equipment will activate, releasing a shrill noise, if the damage it takes passes the threshold that's encrypted into it. If anyone chooses to ignore this warning and continues to fight or cast spells, it will lead to immediate expulsion from my class and other possible consequences regarding your stay here as a student. This rule goes for any upper division fighting class in this academy, so engrave it into your guys' brains. All of you are at the level where protecting yourselves with mana shouldn't be a problem. Let me reiterate this, but this equipment won't protect you, so don't rely on it as a source of protection, she announced to everyone else in the class as well. Clearing her throat, Professor Glory shouted, Do I make myself clear? Yes, good. Now the 6 of you gear up. She got back on her bond while the rest of the students headed towards the viewing platform. Curtis came up to me and patted my back before picking up his gear. Well, it seems like we're going to have an early practice session. Let's do our best, Arthur. I still remember you wanting a sword back then. Let's see how good you are. We can't embarrass the DC name now, can we? I'll make practice extra hard for anyone who doesn't meet standards. Claire grinned evilly while grabbing her gear. Clive and Lucas walked past me, ignoring me as I went after them to pick up my gear. The gear consisted of a tight jacket and a series of straps that I wrapped around my legs and arms. I was having trouble putting on the arm wraps when Tess silently came up and helped me bind the straps around my right arm. Is it okay for Princess Tesha to be helping me like this? I smirked while letting her help me. Shooting me a glare, she tightened the straps, jerking my arm towards her. Can it, Mr. Genius? They're over there anyways, sigh. I can't stand acting like I don't know you. Her gaze softened. You know they're going to find out eventually. Why try so hard hiding it? I shrugged. You mean, you don't care. Grandma Cynthia mentioned to me about you wanting to keep a low profile, so I thought. Her face lost composure as she started stuttering. PFF. Well, I haven't been doing a very good job of that now, have I? I couldn't help but snicker, confusing Tess even more. It's okay, there are just a few things I mainly wanted to hide. As long as those remain a secret, the rest doesn't really matter. For one, do you notice anything? I stuck out my chest to let her analyze me. I don't get what. I can't sense Yormf. She was getting too loud, so I had to cover her mouth. Leaning closer to her face, I whispered, yup, that, and Sylvie's true identity as well. I'm keeping most of my abilities a secret for now, so you have to do your part as well. Maybe keeping the fact that I visited your kingdom a secret might be a good idea, but you don't have to ignore me, Tess. I let go of her mouth and patted her head, making her flush and push me away from her. Why, you're too close, Tess muttered under her breath as she's tilted her head down. Are you guys done flirting over there? Professor Glory's voice from above surprised the both of us as I quickly finish adjusting the straps. Ah, Arthur. I suggest you leave your Bond in a safer place if she's not capable of assisting you during the battle like Curtis Bond. She pointed towards the viewing platform. Caillou, Sylvie cried in protest. I think it'll be better for you to sit this one out, Sylve, I said while patting her small head. Oh, okay. She jumped off my head before scurrying off out of the field. Tess just finished putting on her gear as I went up to her. Let's both do our best. I want to see how much you improved. Giving me a confident smile, she said back, you better watch out then. Before running off to the other side of the field where Clive and Lucas were, I headed towards Curtis and Claire. Claire was stretching while Curtis mounted on top of his world lion, Grotter. Even with Grotter, we're still at a disadvantage because they have 2 conjurers, and Clive is a long-range augmenter. The fact that it's an instant loss for us if your gear activates gives us a seriously limited set of options. Claire leaned on her unsheathed sword while stretching her leg back. You're right, Claire and I don't really know anything about your fighting style, so we'll match your pace. We'll take priority in protecting you while we get in range to do some damage. Curtis responded while petting Grotter. I looked for Tess, Clive, and Lucas and spotted them a few dozen meters away. Seemed like we were going to be target practice for them until we got in range. This would be fun. I couldn't help but grin as my blood boiled. It would feel good giving Lucas a few good blows during the match, although I could only imagine that both Lucas and Clive were thinking the same thing. I took out Dawn's ballad, making sure to not take out its sheath, as both Curtis and Claire readied their weapons as well. That's a beautiful sword you have there, Arthur, Claire whistled as she stared at my blade. Then she released a fierce battle aura as she infused both wind and fire attribute mana into her body. I had to admit that Curtis also looked pretty damn impressive wielding his dual double-edged swords while mounting his Bond. I turned forward as well, imbuing wind and earth mana into my body and sword. My hair and clothes fluttered as the ground beneath me pulsed to my command. Professor Glory's powerful voice echoed through the battlefield, signaling us to begin. Let the match commence. On Professor Glory's signal, the 3 of us dashed forward. Curtis, who was mounted on top of Grotter, was to my left and Claire was to my right, both a bit ahead of me. Tess, Clive, and Lucas all split up as soon as we charged. Tess circled around the left side as she prepared to take on Curtis, while Clive dashed around the right side to confront Claire before she reached him. Straight ahead, I saw Lucas calmly waiting for me, his face twisted into a haughty sneer that seemed to say, I don't need to get ready for you. Whether it was at the Dire Tombs or even now, Lucas' arrogance had no limit. I still remembered when he betrayed us by using us as live bait so he could escape. Even then, he had the same sneer he had now. Tess was probably going to beat Curtis, and I wasn't sure who was stronger between Claire and Clive, but I'd worry about that later. Wind and earth bent to my will as I infused more mana, activating mana rotation as well. Lucas wasn't weak. His mana pool was bigger than mine, but that didn't mean he was stronger than me. Will you be all right by yourself against Lucas? I heard Curtis shout as he dashed towards Tess. Claire looked back at me in slight worry as well until I gave them a silent nod. She nodded back and focused on the student vice president. Lucas sensed a bit of the killing intent I purposely let out to shock him out of his pedestal as he began quietly chanting a spell while dashing backwards to get more distance between us. Soaring up ahead, I felt Professor Glory's keen eyes studying me as I closed the gap between us. I took a deep breath and blocked out everything else. As far as I was concerned, this was a fight between Lucas and me. Narrowing my eyes in utmost concentration, each powerful step I took created small craters in the ground as the wind whistled around me. Lucas let out a chortle before he released his spell. Inferno's Cage. The spell reminded me of the Ember Wisp spell that both Lucas and ex-Professor Geist had used, but it was a lot bigger. The orbs scattered and floated in place around the both of us, creating a dome made of fire. Don't tell me. With a confident smirk, he snapped his finger and uttered, "Activate." The orbs glowed in response before spewing out bullets of fire. If it was a spell on the level of Ember Wisp, I would be able to close the gap while dodging the fireballs, but this was insane. Dozens of fire blasts were locked in on my position and fired at a constant rate, coming from all directions. If I hadn't trained my body in fighting techniques during my time as an adventurer, I doubted that, no matter how fast I was, I would be able to dodge everything. Without even giving me a chance to take a step closer to my target, I was forced to dodge and block every incoming missile constantly bombarding me. Inferno's cage. Whoever came up with this spell deserved a sword up the ass to feel what a pain it was to deal with. On top of the constant fireballs and streams of flames that locked in on me, the heat inside this dome was wearing me down. Without my fire attribute mana or water attribute mana, there was no direct way to counter the heat inside. Using fire attribute mana to make my body more immune to fire, or even using water attribute mana to directly cool my body were both out of the question. Keep running around, monkey. Do you think it's even possible for the peasants of the mages to actually have a chance against someone like me? I can't wait to step on you to crush whatever speck of confidence you had just because you became a DC member and a professor. I thought this class would be a waste of time, but now I know why I was brought here. It was to crush you. His little pretty boy face was wrenched in an ugly expression as he sneered. Are you okay, Papa? Sylvie's concerned voice echoed into my head after feeling how frustrated I was at the moment. Yeah, I'm fine, Sylv. Don't worry about me. How's everyone else doing? I send back. Mama is winning against Curtis and Claire is winning against that serious-looking guy, she responded. Okay, just tell me if something unusual happens. I turned my focus back to the fight. Dodging the flame bullets and the occasional streams of fire was easy, but I couldn't get closer to Lucas. I would release a wind blade and some spikes of earth at Lucas, but either the orbs that made up the dome destroyed it or Lucas just blocked the spell with one of his. What is with this kid's mana pool? Does he not have a limit to how long he can keep this spell up? No, calm down, Arthur. You don't want to be impatient. Think, how can I use wind? Wind, what is wind? It's the movement of air, right? What is air? Oxygen, nitrogen. So am I able to control oxygen and nitrogen as well? If so, how? I was growing frustrated at my lack of comprehension in my wind and earth elements. Now was as good a time as any to try and comprehend. It wasn't just enough to shoot wind bullets or wind blades, because Lucas had already prepared several levels of fire shields around himself. I wasn't thinking outside of the box when I used wind. Even with mana rotation, I didn't have the necessary mana to form a tornado big enough to swallow the fire shooting at me, and even if I didn't think I'd be able to last longer than Lucas. What was I missing? Keep squirming. I'm sure I can get away with it if a couple of fireballs land on you, even after your gear activates. You know, since I can't cancel the blasts from the orbs once they've been released, he shrugged nonchalantly as the shields around him block any spells I fired at him. Think, Arthur, let's focus on fire. What does fire need for it keep burning? It needs oxygen. Could I get rid of the oxygen around me so that the fire couldn't reach me? Then what would happen to me? Would I be able to breathe? Professor Glory's POV, Lucas, he's better than I've heard. Inferno's cage was a pretty tough spell to master, yet he was able to cast it while running backwards. Seriously, he was barely 13 and he could already use a domain-type spell. The world sure was coming to a change, with a half-elf like him using fire attribute magic, and even Princess Testhi were all monsters. I got shivers down my back imagining how strong they'd become by the time they graduated from here. As soon as he flashed through the field to confront Lucas, I felt cold sweat. The way both the wind and earth naturally gravitated and danced around him wasn't controlling the elements to his commands like typical mages did. No, he was in perfect harmony with the mana surrounding him, as if the elements were mere extensions of his limbs. Seemed like that brat Lucas was taking Arthur seriously. Good thing too, or he probably would have lost instantly. Currently, the spell Inferno's cage encompassed both Arthur and Lucas in a large dome of fire. I could tell Lucas was a bit worn out after using it, but this was a continuous spell that he could leave activated until he ran out of mana, which I didn't feel would happen anytime soon. The dome, made up of tiny orbs of fire, was like a death trap used by conjurers to gain the advantage against augmenters or agile mana beasts. The tiny orbs could shoot out beams and bullets of fire anywhere inside the dome, leaving the augmenter occupied enough so that the conjurer could cast more spells, uninterrupted. I focused my gaze over to Curtis Glader and Tesha Iralith. As expected, Curtis was having a hard time. I had the chance to observe the elf princess practicing with our director once, and I had to say, the way she battled was exquisite. She was a conjurer, but her staff was actually a sharp blade made of a special wood that was lighter but harder than most metals. Casting buffs on herself, and using spells in sync with her movement, she danced around the vines she conjured with a speed faster than even some trained augmenters from the wind, aiding each motion and action. She fought in a mixed style of both conjuring spells and using close combat, so she had no notable weakness. Compared to my masculine way of fighting, I could only admire how graceful and beautiful her style was. Claire Bladeheart, on the other hand, was gaining the advantage on our student vice president. Clive was a rare long-range augmenter that wielded a short bow capable of firing arrows at an almost unbelievably fast pace. Usually, he would be at an advantage against most augmenters, but Claire was a bad matchup for him. Miss Bladeheart's style mimicked that stick Caspian. With her dual elements, she created spears of wind and fire from her rapier. She had yet to reach his level, but with constant training, I was confident she could surpass her uncle. I turned my attention back to the most intense battle, which was definitely Arthur and Luca's. I noticed that most of the students were watching their fight as well, in awe from both of their abilities. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what was happening. That was strange. Arthur was getting hit by the fireballs now. At this rate, even with protection from mana, his gear was going to activate. He had dodged them so effortlessly just a minute ago, too. I focused more mana into my eyes to get a better look. The dome of fire surrounding them blocked a lot of the view, but I could still sort of make out the fight. It seemed like Arthur was trying to do something. Was he holding his breath? What was he trying to do in this situation? Torch, fly down a bit lower. My bond descended as he angled his massive wings to keep himself level. As we slowly circled around the huge fire dome that surrounded a third of the field, I began noticing some changes. Around him, for every 3 or 4 fire blasts that scraped or hit him, one would completely extinguish before it reached him. No, a smile crept up on my face as I continued observing him. Don't tell me he's actually trying to learn how to manipulate air in this situation right now. I covered my mouth as I continued to smile in wonder. That little monster. He has guts, I'll give him that. Air manipulation was a variation of wind magic, albeit a much harder one. Breaking down the components of any element and trying to directly manipulate it is something only the most keen and sensitive mages can do, and that's while meditating in a perfectly calm and peaceful environment. After years of practice through meditation, the mage might begin experimenting in real-life situations, like incorporating it into spells. The blue fire technique was a perfect example of that. It took years of meditation to reach the stage of stably summoning blue flames, and even longer to do it fast enough for it to be of use in actual battles. This little beast was skipping a few steps and trying to incorporate a completely new technique in the middle of a battle. My hands trembled in excitement at the thought of being able to witness the development of a mage that can perhaps become the pinnacle of power in this school, no, maybe even this continent. Grrrr. Turning my attention at the sound, it seemed like Princess Tesha and Prince Glader's battle was reaching its climax. Curtis Glader's uniform was full of small gashes and nicks. I must admit that Curtis had done fairly well against the only disciple of our director Goodsky, although it was most likely because of his bond that he was able to last this long. You forced me to do this, Princess Iralith. Please be careful. Phase 1, King's Wrath. I heard Prince Glader roar as his body glowed. Oh, he activated the acquire phase of his beast's will. Curtis rarely chose to use his beast's ability because he didn't really consider it his own power. I had to hand it to him for having the right mentality. It was said that some beast tamers chose to only use their unique powers instead of honing their own. Because of that, while still strong, they never really improved themselves in the long run. In order to utilize the most of the beast will, the user himself needed to strengthen his own power. As he activated his beast will's first phase, a noticeable transformation occurred in him. While the amount of visible change differed by the person, Prince Glader's change was visibly apparent. Both his deep red spiky hair and eyebrows became longer and messier, while the straps that wrapped around his arms tightened from his muscles expanding. His extended canines became visible as he roared. I whistled. This sight never failed to impress me. When I shifted my gaze to Princess Tesha, though, who was standing on top of a series of vines, her face looked unnaturally pale. That's odd, it didn't look like she took any damage. I was quite a bit away from Tesha and Curtis' battle since I was encircling Luca's and Arthur's, but with mana-infused eyes, I could make out even the beads of sweat rolling down the princess' face. This is my most powerful attack. If you can take this on, I'll admit my defeat. Please prepare yourself. Prince Glader's voice became a lot louder and huskier after activating his beast's will. He was a ferocious sight to behold on top of his bond, Grotter. World Howl. A serious amount of mana gathered in front of the mouth of Prince Glader as he invoked his breath attack. The World Lion had a powerful move that they used as a last resort against enemies more powerful than them. It was a beam of condensed earth attribute mana that could shred anything in its way if not blocked properly. A little worried, I looked at Tesha again, and I could see her mumble an incantation when the worst-case scenario happened. Arthur Leywans POV, god damn it, this is frustrating as hell. I could only grimace and try harder as I continued to try and manipulate the air molecules surrounding me. I had little success so far, but I felt like I was onto something here. Lucas, noticing this, clicked his tongue and started chanting spells again. Flame Guardians, he shouted. I let out a small grin as I realized he was reaching his limit. Then again, so was Ire, more accurately, so was my combat equipment. I wasn't sure when this thing would start screaming its alarm, so I had to finish this fast. As the flame soldiers gained on me, Sylvie's worried voice boomed in my head. Papa, something's wrong with Mama. She's going to get hit by a powerful attack and she's not doing anything. This is really bad. Should I go help Papa? Damn it, no, you can't do anything while you're in that form, I shouted back in my head. I could sense the feeling of desperation from Sylvie, making me all the more anxious. NOO, I took a quick glance up to where I heard Professor Glory scream and noticed she'd gone full speed to where Tess and Curtis was. Papa, she's not going to make it in time, Sylvie echoed back, sounding even more worried than before. Damn it, Dragon's Will, Phase 1, Static Void. My knees almost gave upon activation of the first phase of Sylvia's beast, while as the color of everything became inverted. This ability to shift myself outside of the world's time and space came with a limit. I couldn't affect anything outside of myself unless I chose to bring it in here with me. I don't have time, I said to myself. As I dashed through the gap between the orbs that made up the dome created by Inferno's cage, I passed by the frozen professor on top of her mount, Torch. Quite a bit ahead I saw Tess, already fainted and falling from the conjured vine she was standing on, clutching her abdomen as a massive breath attack released by Glader was almost upon her. Sylvie was right. If I had left it to Professor Glory, she wouldn't have made it in time. I could only purse my lips in dread as I imagined my precious friend dying. I sped up, my vision growing blurry as I ran out of energy. I was almost at my limit. Fuck, hold on, Arthur, you can do this. I made my final dash towards the area where Curtis and Tess were fighting, and as I jumped off a crumbled vine, I wrapped my body around Tess and created a barrier around the both of us with the little mana I had left. Ha, this is going to hurt. I released my first phase, and as the world reverted back into its original color, I felt a tremendous searing pain on my back. But before I could even scream, my vision faded, and the last thing I heard before passing out was the shrill sound of my gear activating. Professor Glory's POV, I'm too late. Damn it, what happened to her? Why did she suddenly collapse? Is something wrong with her mana core? Why now? I could only watch in horror as Prince Curtis' breath attack made its way towards Princess Tesha. With absolute no defenses around her, would she live? If so, would she even be able to continue being a mage? Forget Magish might have to live crippled for the rest of her life. I could feel tears well up in my eyes as I desperately made my way towards them, but I knew I wasn't going to make it. What would the consequences be? I would be happy if it just ended with me getting fired. I was more concerned that this would start a civil war. During this important time in the continent, was I going to be the cause of the split between the three races? As Curtis' world howl engulfed the princess, I screamed in dread. A look of shock crossed Prince Glader's face as he realized after releasing his attack that Tesha was already unconscious. There was no way, though. There was no way to stop the attack. After what seemed like hours, the beam slowly dissipated, and what I saw shocked me even more than the worst possible scenario I imagined. In utter incredulity, I just stammered. Arthur Lewin, how the hell did he get there? Just moments ago, he was occupied with Lucas inside Inferno's cage. Instant teleportation. Was that even possible? No, that wasn't possible. The rest of the students all rushed out of the viewing platform and made their way here. Fortunately, the princess was okay, but Arthur needed immediate attention. But as soon as I got close enough to try and help them, Arthur's little bond stopped me in my tracks. GRRR. Normally, I'd find the small white fox that rode on top of Arthur's head cute, but right now, the killing intent it was giving off was anything but. The amount of pure menace radiating from that little fox was no joke. It seemed to be protecting its master and Princess Tesha. It's okay, little buddy, I'm only trying to help. I tried to slowly ease my way closer, but its growl only got louder. Torch, who was normally unafraid even in the chaos of battle, held me back with her beak clutching the back of my shirt. Professor, I didn't mean to. I didn't think Princess Tesha would suddenly faint. Curtis ran to me, his face pale in fright. It's all right, I know. I don't know how, but Arthur managed to protect the princess. His bond won't let me get close to them, though. I clenched my fists in frustration. Arthur needed immediate attention. Why was his bond risking his master's life by doing this? What was it trying to protect? Curtis tried to get to Arthur and Tesha but failed as well, so we all just stood around the two of them. Every attempt at getting even a step closer to Arthur and Tesha resulted in the bond lashing out at us. Someone get Director Goodsky, I barked out. Some of the students regained their senses, but when they were about to leave, a loud screech filled the air. From above, a green owl soared down and landed in front of Arthur's bond. Caillou. Caillou. Who are they communicating? Prince Glader couldn't help but stammer out in confusion. I think so. I scratched my head at this. Could mana beasts of different species communicate with each other? As we all stood there watching a white fox and a green owl talk, a couple of minutes later, Director Goodsky arrived looking quite flustered. Oh my, she kneeled in front of the two of them, but this time, Arthur's bond didn't do anything to stop her. Director Goodsky. Before I had the chance to tell her what happened, she stopped me. Please, I'll hear what happened later. Taking these two to the infirmary is top priority. I will take them myself. Go contact Guildhall and have them send over their top healers, she said while levitating Arthur and the princess. I gave her a nod before getting on top of Torch. Arthur Leywns cough, cough. Oh, I woke up to a jolt of searing pain throughout my side, causing me to erupt in a fit of coughs. My whole body felt immersed in a concoction of different kinds of pain, from the stabbing pain to the burning pain to the throbbing pain, with the occasional tearing pain radiating over my entire body. Without the strength to even scream, I was left gritting my teeth as I clenched the side of the bed I was lying on. They really needed to hurry up and invent anesthesia. A few minutes later, as I got a little more used to the agony my body was in, I feebly turned my head to see Sylvie sleeping next to me. "How are you feeling, Arthur?" Director Goodsky's familiar voice came from the other side of the bed. Without the strength to turn my head again, I whimpered, "Never better." "Why do you ask? If you have the will to answer sarcastically, I'm sure you'll be okay," she chuckled. If I had the strength to roll my eyes at her, I would have. "How's Tesha?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Well, good news is, Tesha is in a much better state than you," she let out a sigh. "Her body can't handle her beast will, right? How did you know?" Director Goodsky came around so she could face me completely, because I was the one that gave the beast will to her. I tried to sit up, but the pain from my body made me stop almost immediately. Continuing what I was saying, I gritted my teeth to bear the pain. "Make sure no one knows that Tesha has a beast will, at least for now. I'd help Tesha with the assimilation myself if I was able to, but I'll leave her to you." I could tell she wanted to ask more questions, but she held back for my sake. I gave her a weak smile as I slumped back to sleep. The next time I stirred awake was from Sylvie licking my cheek. "Papa, are you feeling better now? I must have been having a nightmare because I was drenched in sweat." "Honey, Art is awake." I heard my mother's voice to my left. Turning my head was a lot easier if I ignored the pain. "Hey Mom, when'd you guys get here?" I gave her the best smile I could muster up. "Are you okay?" Director Goodsky didn't really tell us what happened yet. "How did you get hurt so badly on the first day of school?" I could tell she wanted to hug me, but she held herself back after realizing I probably wasn't in the best state for that. My sister rushed to the other side of the bed and leaned forward. "Brother, are you okay now? Does it hurt?" My eyes widened in horror as I noticed that she was about to place her hand on my body to probe me, but before she was able to, Mother stopped her. "You're already getting into fights, son," my father smirked. "You should see how the other guy looks." I grinned back, making him laugh. My mother just gasped at this and started actually imagining what the other person must look like. "He's only joking, Mrs. Leywin." Coming in through the door was Director Goodsky with the whole Uralith family, including Tess, who was looking a lot better. This. My father took a step back in surprise as my mother gasped, covering her mouth. "Pleased to finally make your acquaintance. Mr. and Mrs. Leywin, Aldwin Uralith, Tesha's father and the former king of Elenwar," grabbed my stunned father's hand and shook it. "We have always wanted to meet the parents of Arthur. It is such a pleasure to meet you in person." Muriel, the former queen of Elenwar and Tesha's mother. Muriel Uralith hugged my mother, who still had her hands over her mouth in disbelief. Muriel then went to Ellie and patted her head gently. "You must be Arthur's little sister. You're so adorable. I saw you guys at the announcement a couple of months back." My father's speaking skills seemed to drastically decline in front of them, which I found surprising since they didn't react this much even towards the king and queen of Sapin. "Greetings. I go by Virion Uralith, and I am your son's former teacher." He shot me a cheeky grin as he grasped my father's hand. Without the energy to even retort, I just smiled helplessly back as my father and mother's gazes switched back and forth between the Uralith family and me. Hello, my name is Tesha Uralith. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me. I'm Arthur's childhood FF friend, and I'm not sure if he talked about me with you, but I really am." Tesha bowed so her body was at a full 90-degree angle, her voice a mixture of respect and panic. She quickly got back up with her hair draping over most of her face, and as she tried to fix her hair, I could see her face becoming more and more red. At this, my parents became a bit more surprised, but my mother looked at me with a coy smile that suggested she was onto something and kneeled in front of Tess. "I see. Well, aren't you the prettiest girl I've ever seen? Please take good care of my son. As you may know, he's the type to get into trouble a lot, so it'll really help me if I know he has someone like you next to him, now and in the future." My mother shot her a wink as she stroked Tess' hair. I wasn't really sure what Tess really heard, but she was definitely overthinking everything. Eyes widening as her already red face turned a shade brighter, she responded in a voice that was an octave higher than usual. "Yes." She beamed while nodding vigorously. My father was still clueless as to what was going on, but I could only internally groan. Leave it to my mother to instill misleading thoughts like this in a 13-year-old girl. After getting back up, both my mother and Muriel broke out into a fit of giggles while my sister began pouting, presumably because our mother said that Tess was the prettiest girl she'd ever seen. "How are you feeling, brat?" Virion took a seat on the edge of the bed as he gave a pat to Sylvie, who went back to sleep. Tess, regaining her senses, walked up to me too with a worried expression. I can beat you in a fight right now, Gramps." I tried to hold in the coughs that were about to come out, but I couldn't. "I'm so sorry, Art. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been." I stopped her mid-sentence and poked her gently between her eyebrows with my finger. Don't furrow your brows, Tess. Your face will turn ugly. As the strength in my arm gave out, I slumped back down and took a deep breath. Gramps, did you take a look at Tess Monocore? How's everything looking? I couldn't help but be worried since I knew exactly what she was going through. He gave me a soft smile. Luckily, her body seems to be a lot more compatible with the beast core than your body was when you first integrated. By the way, how the hell did you manage to pick up an Elderwood Guardian's beast core? He leaned in forward and spoke in a hushed voice. By killing one, of course. I gave him a weak smirk. You're joking. No, you're joking, right? You're telling me that you killed an S-class Mana beast. Grandpa's usually stern face was round in astonishment as he got even closer, our faces almost touching. You're too close, Gramps. I can smell what you had for your last meal. Wait, how long have I been out for? I couldn't get a grasp on how much time had passed. From what Cynthia told me, it's been a bit more than a day since you passed out. You missed your second day of class. He let out a sigh. Oh no. I guess I can forget about shooting for perfect attendance. I gave a weak elbow to his arm, making him chuckle. Tesha giggled as well as she took a seat on the bed too. I'm telling you, I'm Arthur Lewin's best friend. We're like brothers. If I can't visit him, then who can? I'm telling you, it's true. I heard a familiar voice echo in the distance and I couldn't help but chortle at my friend. Director Goodsky, hearing this as well, signaled to the security to let him through. Arthur, you okay, man? He rushed towards me, totally oblivious to the other people in the room. You're late, and you didn't even bring any food with you. Letting out an exaggerated sigh, I just slightly shook my head. Heya, I guess you're fine if you can talk like that. Elijah let out a sigh as relief washed over his face. I started smiling as his head came back up and recognized who the other people in the room were. My friend's face contorted from relief to terror as he realized that, besides my family, the director of the academy and the whole royal family of the Kingdom of Elenwar were also in the room. Oh my. His slack jaw failed to form words. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha. My stomach felt like it was being wrangled as I couldn't stop laughing. Gramps, Mr. and Mrs. Eralith, I'd like you to meet my closest friend Elijah. Pleased to meet you. Sorry for being so rude just now. Elijah immediately bowed, almost dropping his glasses. After everyone got acquainted with each other, my parents continued to chat with Tess' parents at the other side of the room. Gramps finally left me alone and started catching up with Director Goodsky after ringing me of all the details and telling me to make time for him once I'm better to further discuss everything else. Brother, who's prettier, me or her? Ellie pointed at Tess and gave me a serious look. You guys are both pretty ugly to me. I just shrugged helplessly, but I regretted it as soon as the words left my mouth. OWW, that seriously hurts right now. I groaned as the both of them pinched and twisted the skin on my arm. Tess, like I said, Elijah is a close friend of mine. You guys should get along. I said through gritted teeth, my arm still throbbing, more so from the state of my body than the power of my sister and Tess pinches. Sorry, I never formally introduced myself to you. I'm Tesha Eralith, Arthur's closest friend. She stuck out her hand, and as Elijah accepted her handshake, he responded, I'm Elijah, Arthur's best friend. Nice to meet you. Sparks flew between them as they glared at each other in competition. I just rolled my eyes as my sister giggled. I was getting tired from being awake for even this long, my eyelids beginning to weigh down heavily. Director Goodsky, noticing this, announced to everyone now, I think we should give Arthur some more time to rest. His life isn't in danger, but he should be very tired right now. Son, come visit home after you're all healed up, okay? My father grasped my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze before herding my family out. Get plenty of rest. Okay, dear, my mother said as she headed out. Tess' parents said their brief goodbyes while patting me softly on the arm before following out after my parents. We'll catch up soon, brat. Virion ruffled my hair, making me wince, and towed Tess and Elijah out with him. I looked at Sylvie, who was still fast asleep. As I was about to close my eyes, the door squeaked open once more. Did you leave something, Tess? Spotting from the corner of my eyes, I didn't bother turning my head. Hey, Arthur. She arrived next to me and glanced back at the door. You said you couldn't really move your body, right? I could see in my peripheral view that she was fidgeting a little. I can probably only turn my head and lift my arm for a little bit. Why? As I turned my head towards her, my eyes widened in surprise as I realized that Tess' face was just inches away from mine. Her eyes gazed at me with an expression I'd never seen in her ever and before long. I felt her lips as she closed her eyes. The soft, warm sensation of her lips on top of mine caught me by surprise, but my body didn't let me react. Instead, I spotted a small mole in the outer corner of her left eye that I'd never noticed before. As she pulled away, her eyes locked onto mine. Then she quickly turned her head and ran out of the room, leaving me more dazed than when I had first woken up. TESSAERALITHPOV, I kissed him. I kissed him. As I ran out of the room, I could feel the temperature in my face rising rapidly. That was my first K-kiss. I wonder if he liked it. Did I do it right? My face didn't look weird as I kissed him right. I stopped in the hall and looked at my reflection in the window. I stood right in front of it and pretended to kiss Art again to see how I'd looked. Eek, NOOO. Banging my head on the window in embarrassment, I could only groan at the thought of how weird I must have looked to him. As I looked outside through the window with my forehead still glued against it, I touched my lips with my fingers. His lips sure were soft. They were a bit chapped since he was so hurt, but it felt nice. Hee hee. I noticed that my face in the reflection showed a perverted grin. Oh God, I'm turning into a pervert. I wonder if I came on too strong. What if he didn't like it? What if he thinks I'm some sort of pervert now? UGHHH, I slumped down to my knees as my forehead slid down the window. Wait, how was I supposed to face him now? Things were just getting better too. Did I just ruin everything? What if he ignored me now when he saw me? A throbbing ache thumped in my chest as tears started welling up in the corners of my eyes. I wouldn't be able to bear it if Art ignored me like that. Should I go back to his room and pretend it was all a joke? I imagined myself bursting in the room, laughing and pointing at him. Got you, ha ha ha, you really fell for it. Am I stupid? I groaned again at the stupidity of it all. No, you did the right thing, Tess. Things would never progress if I left it up to Art. He still treats me like a child every time we're together. It was for the best. Yeah, I fist-pumped the air to encourage myself, but I still let out a big sigh at the thought of him not liking me. Who cares? If that stupid Art chooses to ignore me, I can just find someone better than him. He wasn't that great anyway. He's just a teeny bit better looking than average. He's only slightly better than mediocre in magic, right? Sigh. Who was I kidding? I couldn't imagine myself with anyone else but Arthur. Sure, over the years, there were nobles that tried to impress me and tried to get close, but they didn't come close to Arthur. That stupid Art. He's such a player. Don't furrow your brows, Tess. Your face will turn ugly, I said in a mocking tone, imitating him, making my heart skip a beat for no reason. That stupid player. Gah, who cares if he doesn't like you, Tess? It's his loss. What don't you have? You're a talented mage. You're also pretty smart and popular too, right? Not to sound conceited, but you're not a bad-looking girl either, right? Arthur is the one that's missing out if he doesn't snatch you up. I pointed at my reflection as if she's a different person. I wondered what kind of excuses I could make to talk to Arthur. There were plenty of excuses. His mother personally asked me to watch over him, yeah. And also the Beast Core assimilation. I could just ask him to help me with it since he was the one that gave me the Beast Core. It was only right that he took the responsibility, right? Sigh. I took one last look back at where Arthur's room was before I slumped back to my dorm. Arthur Leywin's POV. I kissed Tess. I kissed Tesha Iralith, a 13-year-old girl. Wasn't this a crime? Was I a criminal? No, I had to calm down. I was in the body of a 12-year-old boy. Why did I feel so guilty then? I shouldn't write. She was the one that kissed me after all. I was the victim here, making a move on me while I was in this vulnerable state. He sure was smart, that Tess. As I stared blankly at the door she'd left through, my shaking hand finally reached my lips and I just lay there, dumbfounded, touching my mouth as my mind couldn't help but recall the soft, moist touch of her lips. This was wrong. Yes, I was technically only 12 years old, but with the mental age from my previous life and this life combined, I was almost 50. Even assuming that I had kids late, Tess would still be around the age of a daughter if I'd had one. God admit. All of this was because of this accursed body, these raging hormones in my body right now. The reason I was feeling so guilty was because I actually enjoyed it. It felt nice when Tess kissed me. It shouldn't feel nice, and I shouldn't enjoy a kiss from a little girl, but I did. I groaned, half from pain and the other half from thinking about what was going to happen between Tess and I knowing her. She was probably overthinking a lot of things right now, and she was going to be really uncomfortable around me. I almost laughed at the thought of what people might think of Tess when she was with me. If someone didn't know any better, they might even assume that she hated me since she was the type to act cold when she didn't know what to do. Something told me that if I didn't clear things up with her, there would only be more misunderstandings. How should I clear things up, though? It's not like she confessed or anything. Should we date? No, no, no. Did kids our age even know what dating was? I looked back and thought of the time when I was 12 in my past life. When I was 12, my life was filled with only training. Being raised in an orphanage and getting sent to an institute solely dedicated to raising duelists, I couldn't say that I really had any experience dating. We were too young anyhow, right? I was technically only 12 in this body. Was this body even capable of reproducing yet? Oh God, now you're overthinking this, Arthur. It wasn't like I hated Tess. I was actually quite fond of her. She was still immature in some senses, but I shouldn't let that be an excuse, right? What do you think, Sylv? I poked my sleeping bond as her body slowly heaved up and down with her breaths. I was surprised she hadn't woken up when Tess kissed me. As I played with my bond's ears and paws, my breaths began to synchronize with hers, and I soon fell asleep. Over the past couple of days, quite a few people came to visit me while my body was recovering. Curtis came by and asked if I was okay. I only shot him a grin and said that his move was pretty damn strong, making him laugh. Claire Bladeheart also stopped by to check on me and kept me up to date committee meetings so I wouldn't be totally lost when I went back. To my surprise, Kathleen came by herself instead of with her brother. She asked if I was okay and I swore. She had a worried expression on her face. I was more surprised by that than anything else. I could tell everyone had a lot of questions. Curtis looked like he wanted to ask me something a few times, but he held back because of my condition. Even Professor Glory came to visit with basket of fruits in hand. I'll tell you now, Lucas has been pretty heated up in class. I can't blame him, though. To him, it must have felt like he was beating you in every sense, but you suddenly disappeared and appeared a few hundred meters away instantly. She paused before continuing. How did you do it anyways? I've never seen anything like that. You should know that even Director Goodsky isn't capable of what you just did. Instant teleportation was always thought of to be a myth, yet here you are, a 12-year-old. By this time, I was able to sit up without it hurting that much, so I lifted myself up just enough to be at eye level with the seated Professor Glory. Growth isn't stopped by a lack of talent or a series of unfortunate luck. Growth is stopped once the person limits his own ability to grow. With that said, I believe everyone has a secret or two they wish to keep to themselves. I sunk back down in my bed, leaving Professor Glory confused and without a means to respond. Director Goodsky visited once. I asked what was happening to the class I was supposed to be teaching, and they said that, for now, Professor Glory volunteered to take on the extra class as a substitute until I was better. She didn't stay for long and came mainly to update me on how Tess was doing. As her assimilation continues, she's becoming more and more stable. These past couple of days, she has only had one more fit, she stated. Don't thank me, Arthur. She is my precious disciple, after all. That reminds me. I will be out of the academy for a couple days on some business. Since Virion has gone back, I need you to help Tesha with her assimilation until I am back. Can you do that for me? She said, not waiting for an answer before leaving through the door, as if the question was a mere formality. Sure, I can do that. I shook my head helplessly at this. I wasn't sure if Director Goodsky really has errands to run, but she was definitely giving me an excuse to meet Tess. Hearing a strong knock on the door, I called, "Come in." I turned my head as Sylvie hopped off the bed and padded towards the door. "I came to visit you." My father had a wide grin on his face as soon as he noticed how much better I looked than before. "Hey, Dad." I smiled back as Sylvie, Caius, in greeting before hopping back up next to me. Taking a seat, my father caught me up on everything going on at home. We talked for quite a bit of time, and I realized how comfortable it was to talk to my father. Family sure was different than anyone else. The fact that he didn't have any ulterior motives, no plan, no secrets, was comforting. He just wanted what was best for me. After a brief period of silence, I asked him something that had been bothering me. "Hey, Dad, how come Mom never really uses her magic?" I mean, she healed small wounds for me when I was little and stuff, but that was about it. I remember you telling me how great of an emitter she was. Looking at my father, I was surprised that his usual bright face turned a little sullen. "Your mother, she carries a lot of weight in her heart." Letting out a deep sigh, he continued, "I know you're mature enough to know this, but I want you to be patient. She'll tell you when she feels ready, so I want you to wait for her to tell you directly." He ruffled before we changed topics. "How's everyone doing at home anyway?" It hadn't been that long, but it still felt like it had been a while since I'd spent some time with my family. "Oh, your mother is busy mingling with her friends. Your sister, though, she's becoming quite a handful." He chuckles to himself. "Maybe we had it too easy raising you, but I sometimes just don't know what to do with Ellie." Scratching his head, I noticed some wrinkles that hadn't been there before. "Just give her some space. She'll come around." Patting my father's arm weakly, I repositioned myself as I felt my body cramping up. "I should let you rest, son." He pinched my nose softly and quietly left through the door, leaving me wondering what could possibly have happened with Mother that she became too traumatized to use her powers. "Caillou," Sylvie asked me what I was thinking of, and I just shook my head. "It's nothing, Sylv, I hope." "Easy, take it slow. There you go." Elijah supported me back up. It had been exactly 1 week since I had gotten injured, and also since the last time I'd walked. Even with mana circulating throughout my body, strengthening my limbs, I still felt rather sluggish. "Caillou," Sylvie looked at me with as close of a concerned face she could have for a fox-like mana beast. She was walking beside me instead of curling up on top of my head, afraid that I wouldn't be able to hold her up. Elijah came over to my hospital room as soon as his first period was over. I would be starting off my day as a professor for the practical mana manipulation class, and I wasn't so eager in my current state. With my legs giving out every couple of steps and my back and sides burning, I barely had the strength to get to the class, let alone teach it. "Are you going to be okay by yourself? Maybe I should at least help you out in between classes today." Elijah's face wrinkled in concern as he stuck close by me, ready to catch me if I stumbled. "I'll be okay." I didn't have the confidence to say that I wouldn't fall, but I didn't want to keep Elijah constantly by my side. As we arrived in front of the classroom, Elijah's brows were still furrowed underneath his glasses, and I knew he was hesitant to let me go by myself. "Arthur, let me help you. I heard our new professor is finally coming today." "Oh, really? I like Professor Glory, though." "Anyone should be better than Professor Geist, right? You never know, we might get an even more dangerous weirdo this time." Hey, isn't that the disciplinary committee officer that beat Geist? Why is he limping? The various discussions the students were having all changed to murmurs about me as soon as I walked in. You need help up the stairs. Her expressionless face didn't match the concern in her voice. I just shook my head and motioned for her to go first. Sylvie followed close behind as I walked to the middle of the room, taking small hops towards the movable podium that was placed in the center of the small stadium. Phew, I let out a deep breath in relief as I put all of my weight on the podium that stood a bit too tall for my height. Looking up, I spotted Ferrith in one of the desks with a curious expression on his face. As soon as Kathleen reached her desk, I spotted her looking back, trying to find me. She also gave me a confused look when she realized that I'd never gone up the stairs behind her and instead moved to the middle of the room. By this time, the conversations amongst the classmates centered around me diminished as more and more of the young mages began wondering what I was doing leaning against the professor's podium. I'm not sure how many of you know my name, but I believe that most of you at least know who I am. My name is Arthur Lewin, a disciplinary committee member, the only son of two wonderful mages, a doting brother, and your new professor. Let's get along. I counted down in my head, predicting when the class would erupt. Almost exactly in sync, the entitled students that filled the classroom stood up in disbelief and some in anger as they shouted to stop kidding around and get back to my seat. You expect us to believe that a brat like you is our new professor, one of the second years exclaimed. Stop messing around and get back up here. Who do you think you are? One short first year barked. I let out a pained breath as I relished the thought of being able to teach this class while lying down. This would be a lot easier if Professor Glory or Director Goodsky let the class know that I would be teaching beforehand. She should have at least given me an official document to prove that I was the new professor, but knowing her, I couldn't help but wonder if Director Goodsky did this on purpose. It at least seemed like something she would do. Would you guys believe me if I said that Director Goodsky appointed me to be the professor for this class for the remainder of the semester? Get real. Stop joking. Shut up. Another round of protests resounded within the room as the students grew rowdier. Looking to my fellow committee members, I could see Ferrith's sharp face, filled with a mixture of incredulity and doubt, while Kathleen wore a perplexed expression. Don't get so cocky just because you beat the old professor. Do you think you could have won if Princess Kathleen and Ferrith didn't tire him out? A different second year jumped down and landed on the stage with a loud thud. The student had a pretty big build, and judging from the poor circulation of mana in his body, he was probably at the level of being able to augment only some of his body. He took long strides towards me, preparing to carry me off the stage. Ferrith stood up, ready to jump on the stage as well to stop the big guy, but I just shook my head at him. Misunderstanding my gesture as a taunt, he roared, "You shaking your head at me now? Who do you think you are?" Half of the students were a bit nervous, not wanting to get caught up in another drama during class, while the other half was cheering Mr. Brood on. Shifting my gaze back down at the boy approaching me, I uttered a single word: sit. Suddenly bombarded with a large influx of mana, the large student crumpled to his bottom with enough force to slightly shake the stage we were on. The room grew deathly quiet as I hobbled over to the confused and embarrassed student sitting upright on his behind. Standing over him, I remained silent, giving him a moment to let it sink into the oaf what sort of position he was in. Director Goodsky didn't bother giving me any official documents proving my claim, but like it or not, I will be teaching this class. I stepped over the student and made my way to the other side of the silent room. If any of you has a problem with this, you can take it up with this cute little fox here, though I guarantee that she will easily wipe the floor with any of you. I scooped up Sylvie below her armpits and showed the entire class. The students looked at one another, unsure of what to do, so I continued speaking. For those who want to leave, I won't stop you. In fact, I'll even allow you to be put into another class of your choice. However, if any of you here are even a tiny bit curious as to what this little boy here with a limp can teach you, feel free to stay. I pointed at the door and waited a few seconds, but whether it was because of my little demonstration with the second year or because they were afraid, none of the students actually left. Now, if you'll please go back to your seat, student, I'll begin my lesson. I peered at the second year that had jumped down to eagerly show off his limited ability. His face turning beet red, the student quickly got up and scrambled back up to his seat. As he did so, I took my time slowly limping back to the center of the stage and leaned on the podium that Sylvie had jumped up on. Since this is a practical mana manipulation class, I'll ask a practical question. What is the best way to utilize mana in the surrounding atmosphere? I scanned through the seats filled with students when almost instantly, a beak-nosed human student with a ponytail shot her hand up. Mana is best utilized by absorbing the mana naturally formed in the atmosphere into the mana core, where it can be condensed and purified for use when spells or techniques are cast. She gave me a smug look, obviously proud of her answer. Good. Now, as you all know, the difference between augmenters and conjurers lie in the fact that augmenters mostly use the mana in their cores via their mana channels, while conjurers directly absorb mana from the surrounding atmosphere via their mana veins. So, why do both types of mages have to meditate and absorb mana if only the augmenters actually utilize the mana they absorb into their core? I quizzed, not looking at anyone in particular. The same girl's confident hand shrank down as she pondered over the answer. While augmenters incorporate mana into physical attacks, thus reducing the amount of mana used, conjurers manipulate the space that the spell is casted in directly, consuming more mana. Because of that, conjurers use the purified mana in their mana core as a reserve to avoid backlash. Kathleen answered, her face relaxed as she remained seated. Correct. Then the last question of the day, is the color of a conjurer's, or even an augmenter's mana core a truly accurate way of measuring the level of the mage's power? I leaned forward, shifting my weight from my left leg to my right. I hold in my chuckle as Kathleen's usually composed face scrunched in deep thought. That'll be your homework for today. Everyone, come down to the stage and line up. I want the conjurers to my left and augmenters to my right. After a few grumbles of complaints, eventually everyone made their way to one side of the stadium, all lined up side by side, facing me. For this exercise, I want everyone to initiate the most basic spell of your affinity. Conjurers, no wand, I stated. For augmenters, the most basic spells taught all came in a very similar form. For fire affinity augmenters, it would be Fire Fist, which was igniting a small ember covering their fist. For wind, it would be Whirlwind Fist. For water, it would be Aqua Fist, and for earth, Boulder Fist. After mages were able to manifest their elements, the augmenters' first step was learning to integrate their element into their hands, the limbs they were most accustomed to using. As for the conjurers, the most basic spell involved gathering a specific elemental mana into a sphere and shooting it. For fire specialists, that would be in the form of the spell Fireball. For wind, it would be Wind Bullet. For water, Water Bullet, and for earth, Stone Bullet. Conjurers had it easier since they didn't have to directly form the element in their bodies, but absorb the specific mana particles around them and use that to invoke the spell. Why conjurers had specializations in different elements had to do with how well they were able to sense the specific elemental mana particles around them and utilize it. I leaned my head on my palms as I watched both types of mages prepare their spell. The augmenters in the class all began concentrating with their dominant hands clenched into fists. A few long seconds later, their spells became visible as their respective elements enveloped their fists. The time it took for the augmenters varied, but not by much. The conjurers in the class all began softly chanting as the space in front of their palms began glowing different colors, depending on their elemental affinities. Unsurprisingly, the time it took Ferrith and Kathleen to form the spell in front of their hands was much faster than everyone else. The only difference between the augmenters and conjurers in their spells was that the augmenters' elements surrounded their fists while the conjurers' elements gathered in front of their palms. Now, augmenters, I want you to try and launch your spell in front of you. Conjurers, I want you to try and absorb the spell you conjured into your hand. I gave them an innocent smile as they stared at me blankly. After a few seconds, they realized I wasn't joking, so, one by one, they began their attempts at a concept very foreign to their nature. I watched as the augmenters all failed in their attempts. Some roared as they flailed their arms while others tried to chant to no avail. It got to the point where it became almost comical as one student thought roaring out, "Fire," would do the trick. The conjurers weren't any better as all of them ended up getting cut, burned, wet, or bruised. After about 10 minutes of struggling, most gave up and looked at me accusingly. Even Ferrith and Kathleen had expressions of doubt. This is stupid. We all know that only high-level augmenters can cast long-distance spells. One of the augmenter students cried. Yeah, and what's the point in absorbing back a spell we prepared and conjured anyway? An elven student whined as she cradled her hand. Leaving Sylvie on top of the podium, I hobbled to the opposite side of the stage, away from the students. Taking a brief moment to concentrate, I aimed at an open space between the conjurers and augmenters. A gust of wind formed around my hand before shooting out past the students. By the time it reached the metal wall behind them, the bullet of air dissipated harmlessly. One of the students retorted, "Big deal, but most augmenters can do that once they reach orange stage." True, it's not hard to do that, but I raised my other arm and shot a stream of compressed air directly out of my palm. The attack whistled as it hit the wall behind the students once more, but this time the wall caved in at the pressure, forming a small crater. Have you seen any augmenters do that at the orange stage? The students, startled by the impact of the supposedly same spell, whipped their heads back and forth between me and the wall. I can't accurately demonstrate what would happen when conjurers are able to absorb the spells that they invoke, but trust me, it'll only help you. I staggered back to the podium and grabbed my bond. That's it for today. Try and come up with the answer to the question and practice what I just told you to do. See you tomorrow. I gave them one last wave as I left the room. Once outside, I could hear the students inside erupt in excitement. "How'd I do, Sylv?" I asked, letting go of my bond. "Not bad, but I could do better," she replied brightly, walking by my side. I took a deep breath as I sat outside on a nearby bench. Realizing that I ended class a bit too early, I noticed the campus was fairly peaceful with most students still in their classrooms. It had been a while since I'd felt this week, but getting up and walking around definitely helped. I sat idly, watching Sylvie chase after a butterfly through the lawn in front of me when I heard footsteps approaching from the right. "Is this seat taken?" I turned my head to see Princess Kathleen leaning forward so her face was level with mine. "No, go ahead," I said as I slowly scooched a bit to my left to make room for her. She carefully placed her handkerchief over the bench and took a seat on top of it, straightening out her rumpled skirt. We sat there silently, as both of us just watched Sylvie finally capture the agile butterfly that was now struggling in her paws. "I heard about what happened from my brother. I'm sorry." Her voice grew quiet at the end of her sentence. I kept my eyes focused on Sylvie but responded with a soft chuckle. "Why are you saying sorry as well? Even if it was your brother's fault, which it isn't, he already apologized. It's just, I feel like my family owes you many apologies. For what happened with Sebastian and my father as well. That time at the auction house. He's not usually like that, but he was shocked as well at the turn of events and he needed to keep his image in." For the first time, I witnessed Kathleen getting flustered as her usual composed face became flushed. Her expression panicked as she tried to make me understand. "I think this is the first time I've seen an actual difference in your expression, Princess. It's a nice change." I snickered as she blushed even brighter, turning her body away from me. "Please don't mock me, Arthur. I didn't expect you to be this type of person," she said with her head still turned. "Oh, what kind of person did you expect me to be?" I tilted my head in curiosity. "Well, when I first met you at the auction event, I noticed you held yourself with much maturity," she murmured, not turning back around. "You noticed how people hold themselves when you were barely 8 years old." Reading the posture of a person was something keen adults barely learned how to do later on with years of meeting many different kinds of people. Yes, being the only princess of a kingdom, you end up acquiring that skill fairly quickly. Also, with both my father and brother being quite the characters, I felt like my mother and I were the only normal ones at times. By this time, Princess Kathleen turned back to face me. "Oh, I didn't really find anything unusual about your brother. He seemed quite charismatic. I remembered meeting Curtis for the first time at the auction house. Compared to then, he'd matured quite a bit. Yes, he's gotten a lot better, seeing as he's able to apologize to you. That would have been very hard for him a while back because of his pride." She let out a sigh as the both of us spectated Sylvie's little battle with another bug. "When I first saw you, I noticed right away that you were very different from everyone else. How should I say this? I was very intrigued." Her head lowered a bit as she continued speaking. "Haha, is that right? I thought the opposite since your face had no reaction or change the whole time." I let out a soft laugh in reminiscence, remembering the event that happened 4 years prior. "I apologize. I am not the most proficient in using my facial muscles effectively." I found it cute as she pushed her cheeks up and down with her fingers in an attempt to forcefully make different expressions. "Tell me about it." "I was beginning to think you were wearing a mask by how stiff your face was." I felt her gaze on my face when I smiled, making me feel a little awkward. "I will practice." Princess Kathleen suddenly nodded to herself as I noticed her expression looked slightly more determined than usual. "I'm not sure if this is something you can practice. Just don't force your emotions down and let your face move the way it wants to according to how you feel. When you feel sad, your face will naturally want to frown. When you're happy, your face will naturally want to smile. Like this." I over-exaggerated the expressions on my face as I switched from an ugly frown to a bright smile, causing her to suddenly turn away from me. "Oops, did I overdo it?" Kathylnglaydrs POV, I couldn't show any weakness. As the only girl in the royal family besides my mother, I had a duty to uphold. When males came to visit me, hoping to gain my favor, I wouldn't show any weakness they could use against me. That was my fight. I couldn't read minds, but it wasn't hard to see that all of the males that came to me, both my age and ones a lot older, had ulterior motives. Royal lineage, superior ability, and physical appearance. The things that all people believed would make their lives easier were shackles that robbed me of the freedom I wished to have. Yet here I was with a boy my age that was so much more talented and sought after, yet still so bright. He shined with a brilliance that made me want to be like him. What made him so different from me? How was he still able to express his emotions freely without being afraid of how others would view him? I couldn't control myself from letting out a laugh as Arthur contorted his face like that. He looked so silly. I immediately covered my mouth after giggling, trying to hide my smile. "See, that wasn't so hard." His exaggerated smile turned gentle, comforting me. I should teach stuff like this instead of mana manipulation, right? He let out a pained laugh as he leaned down to pet his bond that was sitting between his legs. "That reminds me. The wind bullet spell that you used to demonstrate seemed almost like a conjurer's spell compared to the second one you used. How exactly did you do it? I am also curious as to why you made the conjurers try and absorb the spell back into their bodies. I have never heard of conjurers doing that. I went on like an excited child about the questions that filled my mind, making me embarrassed. Whoa, is that why you came up to me? Is this what you were after? He leaned away from me, shocked. And no, of course not. That was never my intention. Oh no, I wasn't like the men that came after me with some motive. I just saw him sitting there and wanted to. Why did I ask to sit next to him? I realized my hand was slightly touching his arm, so I pulled it back quickly. Heh, I was obviously joking, princess. I'm not sure if I should tell you, though. It wouldn't be very fair of me to give you the advantage like that, right? He gave me a little wink that made my chest feel heavy all of a sudden. What was that? I guess you are right. It would be unfair to give me answers to the homework you assigned, I responded quietly. Well, I guess I can give a little pointer for a fellow disciplinary committee member. Watch now. I look up to see him concentrate as he lifted both his hands, palms up. His left hand began to glow as soft winds swirled, surrounding his hand. As for his right hand, only a small portion in the center of his palm glowed. The wind that gathered towards this hand didn't surround his entire hand, but instead swirled into a sphere just above his palm. With a brief flick of his wrists, he shot out the small gusts of wind in both hands forward. The wind that surrounded his left hand dissipated after a few meters, but the spherical wind that he conjured with his right hand shot out several times farther before dissipating with a soft "pa." There is your hint for the augmenter's homework. As for what I assigned the conjurers, think backwards. He got up as I contemplated what he'd just done. I should get going now. Let me know if you need more lessons on facial expressions. He gave me an exaggerated scowl, then a perverted smile, making me almost laugh again. Oh, you didn't laugh this time. Too bad. He slowly walked off with his bond scampering next to him. I couldn't help but feel a bit empty as I sat alone on the bench that now seemed too big for just me to sit on. Arthur Leywanspov. Psst, I heard you got hurt on the first day of class. Are you okay? Emily's thick glasses shifted down as she leaned forward next to me, whispering in the middle of class. We were learning about the basic components that made up different types of artifacts. All of a sudden, a piece of chalk flew straight at Emily, disappearing somewhere into her curly hair. Gideon gave a light cough, his hand still stretched out after throwing the chalk at her. Miss Watson, please enlighten the class on the various components in a basic light-producing artifact. The basic light-producing artifact is made up of the basic foundation crystal, fluorite, found abundantly near the outskirts of Sapin and also in the kingdom of Darv. After fluorite is refined, it will constantly let out a dim light so in order to control the output of the ore. Okay, that's enough. Sheesh, I just asked for the material. Gideon grumbled something under his breath as he cut Emily mid-explanation. Giving a light shrug, she took out some paper to write on while she made futile attempts to scavenge the piece of chalk buried somewhere deep in her hair. We exchanged notes for a bit, writing to each other about what happened. I tried skimming over the details, but that didn't really seem to work with her. Eventually, because of the lack of details from my side, she wasn't really able to piece anything together, leaving her frustrated and curious. Something seems off. She eyed me as we left class after packing up our things. For homework, we were already assigned some sort of mini-project where we had to assemble a light-producing artifact, or LPA for short. You're overthinking things, Emily. I'm more worried about the project that Gideon already assigned us. I'm so lost after missing the first week. This was actually true. My critical thinking abilities and vague knowledge of technology from my past allowed me to make connections and understand more than most first years, but everyone was grumbling about how this class was one of their hardest. Leave it to that eccentric Gideon to teach a basic class as if it were several levels higher. Meh, I already have a couple LPAs I made lying around in my dorm anyway. Might as well put them to use. She adjusted her oversized backpack, and we headed over to grab lunch. Wow, you could probably ace this class in your sleep. I shook my head as I picked up a tray and grabbed some food. Caillou, get more meat, Papa. Sylvie hopped on top of my head in protest when I picked up some vegetables. Okay. I went back and picked up a few more pieces of meat when Emily looked at me with a weird expression on her face. Can you understand what your bond is saying? She lifted her glasses up in place as she looked up at Sylvie. Can't all bonds? I asked. No, not at all, actually. They can understand their emotions to a certain extent, but not verbal cues. Her eyes squinted as she took a closer look at Sylvie. Pushing her head back with my finger on her forehead, I responded, that's what I meant. I only felt my bond complaining, and I just inferred that it was because I picked up vegetables. You're overthinking things again, Emily. Yeah, I guess you're right. She's cute, though. She just shrugged and picked up more food for herself. There you are, Art, Director Goodsky wants. Oh, hello. Elijah stopped in his tracks as he realized I was with a friend. Hey, Elijah, this is Emily. Emily, Elijah, I said with my mouth half full with a piece of stewed beef. Nice to meet you. Emily smiled and stuck out the hand that wasn't carrying her food tray. A pleasure to meet you, Elijah responded as he shook her hand, a look of curiosity on his face. Anyways, Art, you need to, head over to your training room. Director Goodsky, remember. He gave me a look, signaling that it was urgent. Oh, wait now. I looked at my food. Yes, now. He gently pushed me towards the door while I tried to scarf down as much food as I could. Sylvie swept a big portion of the meat with her tongue as we placed the tray next to the trash bin. You two get acquainted. I'll be leaving first. I waved at my friends as they waved back. I remembered Director Goodsky telling me where my private training room would be while I was in the hospital room. Supposedly, the mana density was supposed to be a lot higher there, making it easier to train. I wonder what Director Goodsky wants. I should give her a mouthful about class today. I said to no one in particular as Sylvie, and I made our way towards the room. All of the rooms were underneath the library, where a staff member had to lead you. Usually, upperclassmen were allowed to borrow a room for a couple of hours to train, but I was lucky to have a private one all to myself. There were two entrances in the library building, one to the actual library, the other to a sort of waiting room for all of the training facilities. Opening the entrance to the waiting room, I walked slowly past some upperclassmen before arriving at the front desk. Hi, my name is Arthur Lewin. I didn't exactly know what Director Goodsky wanted, so I hoped that the lady at the front desk would know what to do once I told her my name. Ah, yes, today is your first time visiting the room, correct? The lady had a very refined suit, reminding me of a concierge at some fancy hotel. Yes, I nodded in response as she bent down and opened a drawer. Please place both your palms on this stone. Make sure all of the tips of your fingers are flat. In both hands, she held out a flat tablet with various inscriptions etched onto it. Doing as told, I felt a brief numbing sensation spread over my hands as she activated the tablet. The room that the scarred man guarded was actually some sort of elevator put together by various gears, which I assumed were powered by either mana cores or some other mana-producing ore. Wow, this is my first time riding in something like this, I said in awe, reminiscing the last time I rode in an elevator. Fufu, yes, not many of these exist yet. The genius artificer Gideon, who is currently a professor here, built this device. I'm sure you've heard of him. She said, admiring the elevator herself. More than heard of him. He's actually one of my professors. With the way he teaches his class, I wish he wasn't such a genius. I gave her a wink, making her giggle. Here we are. Make sure to remember how to get to your room. Since I've registered you to your room, you are allowed to come in anytime you wish, she said while guiding me through the halls. That scary scarred man won't stop me, I asked, pointing up with my sheathed sword. Ho ho no, he won't stop you. We've arrived. We reached the end of the hall, where there was a large set of double doors without any handles. This door seems different from all of the other ones. I turned my head back to compare. Yes, Director Goodsky seems to place quite a bit of precedence in your training. She gave me a charming smile, yet she doesn't even bother to tell my class who their new professor is, I muttered under my breath. Excuse me, the lady tilted her head in confusion. It's nothing. So how do I open this? I responded while Sylvie jumped off my head and excitedly hopped in place in front of the double doors. If you place either of your palms against the door, it will open automatically. If you need any further assistance, there is a communication device inside where you can contact me. If you are hungry, I can also send someone over to bring you some food. She bowed, waiting for me to open the door. Please call me Chloe. I wish you a fruitful training session, she said, her head still down. I turned my head back, but Chloe was already gone. Sylvie ran off before I could even take a step forward, and as I looked inside the room, the sudden brightness compared to the dim hall made me squint. My vision soon adjusted, and as I lowered my hand, my eyes spotted a familiar figure, fidgeting in place as Sylvie scurried up her leg. I didn't know if it was from the sparkling brightness inside the room or the fact that this room looked more like a huge natural wonder rather than a training facility, but my childhood friend looked stunning. Tess, who was cuddling her cheek against Sylvie on her shoulder, stood before me, wearing a very loose white training robe. Hi, Tess said with her head lowered and eyes looking up at me. I stepped forward as the door closed behind me. The floor underneath me was grass, and there was a rather big pond with a waterfall as well. Huge boulders and trees surrounded us, making me feel as if this was a dream. Snapping out of my momentary daze, I scratched my head with the hand that wasn't holding Dawn's ballad. Hey, Tess, I gave her an awkward smile. Should we get started? Tess put Sylvie down on the ground before she shyly started removing her robe. Wait, what? Get started with what? I almost tripped backwards as I saw her bare shoulders. The assimilation. Grandpa told me that it worked better if you helped me through bare skin. Her face was bright red as I realized she had her breasts covered in some gauze. All right, the assimilation. Wait, what? Freaking Gramps, what are you making your granddaughter do? Gramps told you that. Why you don't need to take off your clothes for the assimilation, stupid. He was messing with you. I covered my eyes with my hand. Calm down, Arthur. She's just a 13-year-old. Looking at her like this is a crime. Shut up. How was I supposed to? Tess fell to her knees before she was able to lift her robe again. I ran as fast as my injured body would let me as I put Dawn's ballad back into my dimension ring. Kneeling down next to her, I placed my palm on her warm, pale back. Her robe was down, revealing everything from the waist up with the exception of her breasts and a portion of her back, which were covered by the gauze. As I felt her body tremble in pain, I couldn't help but notice how frail she looked. I guess it was because I knew how strong of a maid she was. I'd forgotten that she was still just a young girl physically, at least. Taking off the seal on my wrist, I willed mana into my childhood friend. Using all 4 elements, I controlled the mana to spread throughout her body, counteracting the mana coming from the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. What Gramps did while I was assimilating was just easing my pain, but by using a balanced mixture of mana from all 4 elements, I was able to essentially help her body fight against the beast will. I never tested this, but it was based on the same principles I used to help awaken Lilia and my sister. Her ragged breathing soon calmed down, her trembling gone as she began panting from the relief. As I gently lifted her robe over her frail body, I walked over to the pond and splashed my face with its cold water. I needed to calm myself down. After a few moments, I felt my heartbeat slowing down but reacted again when I heard Tess making her way to me, Sylvie trotting behind her. Sitting down on her legs next to me, she stared at me, her flushed, tired face still sparkling, as if she wanted to say something. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke to me in a firm voice. "Art, can we talk?" "Art, can we talk?" As she resolved herself, the slight trembling in her voice disappeared. "Sure, it seems that there's a third party at work here trying to make us talk anyways." I sat back, leaning on my arms, my face dripping with the fresh water. "About the K-Kisser, you mad?" Tess's face was bright red, revealing how nervous she felt compared to her terse expression. "I'm not mad. I was surprised, but I'm not mad." I would be lying if I said I hadn't noticed Tess showing feelings for me since all the way back when I lived with her in Elenoir. There was brief silence where I could tell Tess was waiting for me to say something, except I didn't know what to say at this moment. If it was as simple as choosing between liking or disliking Tess, of course it leaned heavily toward the former, but this situation wasn't as black and white as that. While I knew it wasn't unnatural for children, especially of royalty, to get married at the age of 13 or 14, there was another factor that came into play here. I could only see this girl in front of me as a child. I held back the urge to let out a deep breath. I began to question the use of being so experienced in fighting and politics when I didn't even know where to start when it came to something as basic as love or whatever this was. "Arthur, what are you thinking about?" She leaned closer as her brows furrowed more deeply. The intensity in which she was staring at me made me uncomfortable, but this issue wasn't something I could keep pushing aside. "Tess, we've known each other since we were 4. The first time I saw you, you were getting kidnapped after you had a fight with your parents. The first thing you did when I saved you was cry your heart out. After we made our way back to your kingdom, I was fortunate enough to be able to stay in your castle, where your grandpa and eventually even your parents warmed up to me. Even now, your family and mine get along to the point of it being weird." I took a deep breath before I tried to continue. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." Tess had an impatient look on her face. "Tess, we're still so young. I mean, I'm only 12 and you've barely turned 13 as well. I know that it's not weird for a girl your age to get married since you're royalty, but I mean, I don't have that background." I realized I was stuttering a bit. "Art, I know you well enough and right now you're just making excuses. You and I both know that what I meant wasn't to get married right away. I just want things to progress. Even back in Elenoir, you just treated me like I was a kid. It's been almost 8 years since then, Art. I have a lot to learn, but I don't consider myself such a child anymore." Her stern gaze turned soft as she desperately tried to reason with me. "It's because I've known you since we were both children that it's harder for me to see you as anything more, at least right now, Tess. It hasn't even been that long since we met after such long time as well." I could feel my argument coming out more and more as petty excuses, but I stood my ground. Tess's bangs covered her face as her head turned to the ground. She suddenly sprung to her feet, her face red and tense as if on the verge of tears. "So you're telling me that all this time you haven't once thought of me as anything more than a childhood friend?" she asked through pursed lips. I averted my gaze, unable to keep staring at her. I didn't know how to respond. Of course, there were times when I had to ask myself if I was supposed to reciprocate the feelings Tess had of me back then, but my conscience firmly stopped me. While I had spent 12 years in this body, acting for the most part me age, I still had memories of the near 40 years I had spent in my previous life. With memories of the children at the orphanage I had grown up in calling me uncle whenever I visited, I couldn't help but picture Tess as one of those kids. "I see," she whispered, taking my silence as the answer. Tess whipped around and stomped off towards the door of the training facility. As she opened the door, she said without turning around, "You know, Arthur, you're so confident in so many things. Magic, fighting, using your brain. You're so confident in everything you do because you're good at them. But you know what? There are things you're not good at. You're not good at confronting your feelings. You always put on a mask and pretend you're happy or apathetic when you can't handle a certain situation. I think in that sense, you're a lot less mature than even the so-called children you see in this academy. You're just using your confidence and your strengths to mask the insecurities you have in things you know you're not good at." As the door closed behind her, I was left with an eerie silence that not even the sound of the waterfall could cover. Papa's a dummy. Sylvie curled up a couple of meters away, turning away from me. I sat in front of the pond, stunned by her last words. I had to admit that in some ways, maybe Tess was more mature than I was. Even in my past life, aside from being a great fighter, I wasn't that impressive of a man. I had the charisma and character to appeal to the masses, but when it came to interpersonal relationships, I considered myself mediocre on a good day. I grew up avoiding long-lasting relationships, seeing them as nothing more than a burden that would eventually be used against me. In order to be the best, I had to have no weaknesses, and having a lover would have eventually led to my demise. I'd come to realize this even more since coming into this world. Having family that I would happily die for reminded me of how truly weak I was. If someone were to kidnap any one of my family members, no matter how strong I personally was, I would be at their beck and call. The thought of having a lover, someone I could call my other half, was a wonderful thing, but it was also something that truly scared me. After clipping back the bracelet that sealed my fire and water elemental attributes, I made my way back to the surface and headed towards my next class. How was I supposed to face Tess in my team fighting mechanics class? Even Sylvie was pouting on top of my head because I'd made Tess angry. "Good to have you back, Art." Claire ran to me, giving me a firm slap on the back. "Are you feeling a bit better?" Curtis also caught up to us, Grodder following behind him. "I'll probably have to sit out for a few more classes, but I'm okay," I replied, giving him a weak smile as we arrived at the field. "Good to see you walking, Mr. Lewin." Professor Glory beamed as she spotted the three of us arrive, but when she was about to walk over to us, a rather malicious intent radiated from beside her. Lucas had a harsh look on his face as he took big, confident strides towards us. I matched my gaze to his, neither of us looking away as he approached me. Gripping my shirt up by the collar, he pulled me close to his face. "I think we need a rematch." His effeminate face was a sight to behold as he scowled, my nose only a few inches away from his. Gripping his wrist, I replied, my face stone cold and eyes deadlocked to his. "This is a pretty rude way to ask for something." I gripped hard enough to make his hand lose strength, but I didn't stop there. I surged a blast of mana at the boy, making his knees give out. Grimacing in pain, Lucas mumbled inaudibly and soon had orange flames conjured in his free palm, ready to fire at me. "That's enough," Professor Glory roared as she shoved her sheathed sword between us. "Arthur, go rest in the viewing platform. You're not to take part in any activities in this class until you're fully healed Director Goodsky's orders. As for you, Lucas, you need to calm down. Whether you want to settle your petty grudge with a fight or with a hug, do it after Arthur is fully healed. Now is not the time." She let out a sigh as she nudged me towards the viewing platform. After walking for half a day, I didn't need my sword to lean on, but I couldn't walk at a normal pace either. Heading back, my eyes unconsciously searched for Tess, but she was nowhere to be found. "Professor Glory, where's Princess Tesha?" "She stopped by not too long before you came saying she wasn't feeling well. She said she would make up class somehow, but she seemed off, so Clive took her back to her dorm." "Why, do you know anything?" Professor Glory asked. I lied, shaking my head. "You can get up to the viewing platform without starting another fight, right? Just rest up for a couple more days." She placed a gentle hand on my shoulder before running back off towards the rest of the class. I watched the class split up into different teams and get in various formations for different circumstances. In scenarios like sieging, conjurers played a crucial role, so augmenters got into a much more defensive position, focusing solely on protecting the long-range caster. In scenarios where guerrilla fights were necessary, only one or two augmenters remained close to the conjurer, as the rest went off on their own. The class was only a weekend, so it was very basic, but it was obvious that Professor Glory knew what she was doing. The class grasped the lessons well while even having fun. It was a nice sight to see, but my mind strayed off to earlier today. I didn't regret the things I said, but I had to question whether I had actually said it well. My next class was the class I was actually looking forward to the most, Deviant Magic Theory. Unfortunately, our professor, Professor Drywell, placed utmost importance on covering the basics first, so even after a week had passed, she was barely covering the foundation of deviant magic. Whenever deviant magic is involved, there is a much bigger stress on the price of your magic. Why do you think that is? It's because deviant magic, like its name, is deviant from the natural elemental mana pool that is evident in our world. The mana that surrounds us is made up of only fire, wind, earth, and water mana. Deviant magic that comes from the higher form of these four elements have a much greater cost, as I would like to say, compared to the four original elements, because there is no such thing as lightning, plant, gravity, metal, magma, sound, or ice mana surrounding us in the atmosphere. In order to produce these phenomena in our spells, the mage must be able to directly alter their parent element and manipulate it into its deviant form. Professor Drywell chattered on. She was a very aged lady, and although she had the image of a nice quiet grandmother, she never stopped talking. "Professor, but gravity, lightning, metal, magma, sound, and ice all exist naturally in our world as well. Why doesn't our world produce these types of mana then? An older girl asked. Good question, young one. Honestly, no one knows for sure why that is. Many mana theorists believe that because a certain set of conditions must be met for those deviant elements to occur, mana directly correlated to them does not exist. Then there are always exceptions such as fire, where it certainly does not just spontaneously manifest without cause. Perhaps that is why most mages believe fire to be the highest form of normal magic, because it is so close to being deviant magic itself, Professor Drywell explained as she paced around the lecture hall. Deviant magic that strays even further from the four main elemental mana in our world comes at even a greater cost. All of you know what emitters are. They are healers, essentially. The mana that they utilize does not fall under the category of water, earth, fire, or wind. Instead, I would dare say that there exists a holy element, or light element, to be more accurate. Emitters gain little benefit from absorbing mana from the atmosphere because there is no light elemental mana within our world. Instead, they work to condense and purify the mana that forms in their mana core so that even when less mana is used, there is still a substantial effect in their spells. I could tell Professor Drywell was running out of steam because her voice was getting breathier. After she finished the day's lesson, we had a short Q&A session, but no one really had any questions to ask out of fear that class would never finish. Eventually, Professor Drywell released us, and I trudged on to my last class, Spell Formations. Most of the students in this class were conjurers, but some of the smarter augmenters knew that they could gain benefits to their skills by taking this class. Our teacher, Professor Maynor, was a scholarly-looking man with a monocle and his hair parted down the middle. His mustache was well trimmed, and over his suit he wore a white gown. Welcome, students. I was notified by Director Goodsky that a student named Arthur Lewin will begin joining us for class. Am I correct? He looked around, his monocle catching the glare from the light in the classroom. Yes, I'm Arthur Lewin. Please guide me well. I gave a small bow as he nodded in approval. Very well. You did not miss anything too important, Mr. Lewin. We were going over the different types of spell formations, from individual spell incantations to group spell formations. Care to tell us what you know about spell formations? He adjusted his monocle as he approached me, his back straight. To my knowledge, spell formations are the conjoining and/or altering of basic spells and skills in order to produce a different phenomenon, whether that be to the user himself or the specific point in space the spell was invoked, I answered. A most solid answer indeed, Mr. Lewin. Very good. He clapped his hands once before he went back to the front of the class where he began the lesson. I would first like you all to imagine a scenario. Imagine a world where everyone could read everyone's mind. The fleeting thoughts that can make even the purest man seem perverse or the nicest woman seem cruel are all laid out in the open for others to read. I believe that that world would house the best mages ever known. The class waited confused for the professor to make his point, but he moved on. I'll come back to this later, but for now, why do conjurers and even augmenters chant spells? It is not the words that invoke the spell or technique. Instead, the words influence the caster's consciousness, filling his mind with the correct suggestion, if you will, that molds the mana into the desired spell. The sound of everyone furiously scribbling in their notebooks filled the room. Professor Maynor was a great speaker, and he kept the class engaged with the material he was teaching. To give a rather humorous example, if I were to say to a girl that liked me, "I have always loved you," you can bet that there will be some sort of reaction from the girl I say this. The incantation, which was, "I have always loved you," triggers the response, or the spell from her, whether that is blushing, crying, a smile, etc. The class roared with laughter at the metaphor, but I couldn't help but wince. All in all, if the caster can control his consciousness to mold the mana into his desired spell, then incantations can be greatly shortened, or they might not even need them at all. The reason augmenters don't need to focus so much on chanting is because the spells they use almost always directly involves them using their own body. Conjurers, on the other hand, have to cast much more precise and complicated spells, which require these incantations so that their spells don't become totally different with a switch of a thought. That is why I said that if there was a world where everyone could read each other's minds, that world would also have the greatest of magicians. Why? Because they would have absolute control over their thoughts. The class went on, and while the professor was a great lecturer, I wasn't able to focus as my mind kept shifting back to Tess and her piercing words as she left. Hiding my insecurities with my confidence. Was that what I was doing? Was I using the fact that I was a lot better at magic than everyone else as an excuse to avoid confronting what I was actually bad at? Perhaps I was being a hypocrite. I was going on about how I couldn't see Tess as anything more than a child, but I was actually the one that needed to grow up, at least in a certain sense. Getting stronger in my strengths didn't exactly fill in my weak points, it just made them that much more apparent in comparison. Tess was young. She was also innocent, but that didn't mean she was ignorant. Maybe I was the ignorant one. Class is over. Have a great night, students. I shall see you all tomorrow. Even as I was walking back to my dorm, my mind was all over the place, almost tripping over myself various times. Damn it. I changed directions to where the student council dorms were. Running as fast as my body would let me, I arrived at the building that was much fancier than my dorm hall. I'm here. How do I meet Tess? It's not like I can just shout out and call for her. Papa, Mama is over there. Sylvie pointed east with her paw, and without questioning, I ran in that direction. Telling you I'm okay. Please just let this go, Clive. I heard Tess's voice in the courtyard near the fountain. No, how dare that brat make you cry? I knew he would only cause trouble. His poor upbringing is definitely the cause. I can't imagine why Director Goodsky even allowed that peasant in this prestigious academy, and as a disciplinary committee member, no less. I could vaguely make out Clive's thin frame as he held Tess by her wrist. Clive noticed me approaching, and his face contorted into a scowl. What the hell do you think you're doing here? You dare try and meet Princess Tesha after you've made her this unwell? If it were up to me, I'd kill you right now. Ignoring the thin, stern-looking vice president, I looked at Tess, who turned away. Tess, can I have some of your time? You're ignoring me. Clive roared as he grabbed my shoulder. As if a fly was constantly buzzing around my ear, I lost my patience. Piss off, I growled, bombarding him with mana the same way I had done with Lucas. Releasing a bit too much, Clive was pushed back, stopping only after tumbling into a nearby tree. Why you, what? Too flustered, Clive was unable to produce anything more coherent as my gaze never left him. Stop, it's not worth causing a scene over. Tess got in between Clive and I and took my hand, leading me out of the courtyard. As I tried to keep up with her quick steps, I nearly tripped, my injured body still unable to do anything more than walk. Hold on, Tess, we're going too fast. I'm still hurt, I managed to say in between breaths. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tess glanced back, her stern expression softening for just a second before hardening again. We were in an alley between the director's office and the student council's dorm when we stopped. After Tess let go of my hand, she took a step back and waited for me to catch my breath. Well, what do you want? Tess asked, her gaze fierce. Tess. There were a lot of truths in what you said to me earlier. To a certain extent, I think I did know how you felt about me, but I was always afraid to face it. Magic and fighting are so much simpler. The more you train, the better you get and the better outcome you see. Emotions like this don't work that way, especially for me. I looked at Tess, but her expression didn't change. Maybe you think I was making excuses when I said we were too young, but that's really how I feel. Maybe you think you're ready and maybe you are, but I know I'm not. I understand that we're close in age, but everyone matures at a different pace. My mind worked furiously, trying to come up with the right words to say without telling Tess that I didn't feel right going out with her when I had a mental age over 30. I care about you, and I missed you when I came back home. I should have said this earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't, but I hope you don't hate me for this. You're beating around the bush, Tess responded, her expression softening. I can't have a relationship with you right now, I said firmly. Tess raised a brow. Right now, maybe when we're older, I said, making my statement sound more like a question. My childhood friend clicked her tongue, crossing her arms. You say that like I'm obviously going to wait for you. Anyway, I bet you're just saying that to make time to find some other girl. My mind immediately pictured a 13-year-old me locking arms with a woman the same age as my mother, and I immediately shook my head. I won't be dating anyone anytime soon, I reassured. How do you know? How am I supposed to trust that you're not going to go and fall for someone else even if I do wait for you? I'm not sure you've noticed, but I can be really selfish. If you say all of this now and then go out and frolic with some other girl. Tess's voice trailed off as she began to tremble. I'd rather you just say you don't see me as anything other than a friend then. For 1 second, I shut off my conscience and managed a light peck on her lips. I suppressed the inner voice that screamed in disapproval and backed away from Tess, my face burning, truly feeling like a 12-year-old boy in this moment. I hope this will buy me some time because that's about the limit of what I can do, I said as I quickly wiped my mouth with my sleeve, unable to look Tess in the eye. There was no sound, so I took a peek up only to see Tess in a daze. Her eyes glossed over as her middle and index fingers touched her lips. Tess, I whispered. My childhood friend blinked and quickly removed her fingers from her lips. Fine, but you better watch out, though I'm pretty popular. If you make me wait too long, someone else is going to take me. Deal. I smiled in relief from finally sorting things out with Tess when she suddenly went up on her toes and kissed me on the cheek. I immediately retracted, surprised. Tess, I thought I said. Sylvie, who had witnessed everything from atop my head, snickered. Zip it, Sylv. Letting out a deep breath, I walked back to my dorm. I wondered if my childhood friend was willing to wait a few years, or even a decade, but I chose not to think about it any longer. Tomorrow's problems will be solved by tomorrow's me. TESSAERALITHPOV. Arriving at my room, I jumped into bed, my hands covering my burning face. I couldn't help but let out soft shrieks of delight as I rolled back and forth across my sheets. Hey, oh no, I was laughing like a pervert, but Art finally kissed me. He kissed me, hee. Not being able to calm down, I wrapped myself in my blanket as I rolled around. The image of him leaning forward to kiss me filled my head, forcing my lips to curve up. It felt different from when I'd kissed him. I couldn't quite explain it, but it was definitely a better feeling. I could get used to this. I accidentally muttered aloud as I softly rubbed my lips. I rolled across my bed again in embarrassment as I recalled the event again. I began to imagine what our marriage would be like. I wanted it to be super pretty. I wondered how our kids would look. Arthur was good looking and I wasn't ugly either. It should be fine, right? But in order to get kids, we needed to. I could almost feel steam coming out my ears as I imagined it. I mean, I learned about how babies were born from my home tutor, but no, it's too early. And besides, Arthur wanted me to give him some time. I wondered what he meant by that. Did he mean we were going to act like tonight never happened? I didn't want that. But was I allowed to get mad at him for that? Was I being too hard on him? I knew he had my best interest at heart, but I couldn't be so wishy-washy about this, right? What if another girl really did end up liking him too and he chose her? I was just a violent, spoiled girl after all. Why would he choose me? The more I thought about it, the more disheartened I became. It's okay, Tess. We're both still really young. Even if it does take time, I'm sure it'll work out eventually, right? Gah, stop discouraging yourself and let's just sleep, Tess. Arthur Leywyn's POV. I'd been getting used to having Sylvie wake me up. Usually a loud mental shout was enough to wake me up, but today I was woken up by a sharp bite on my nose. Caillou, I groaned as I woke up, rubbing my throbbing nose as Sylvie went back to sleep after doing her job. Sylvie seemed to be a lot more active at night as she took frequent naps throughout the day. After washing up, I watched Elijah, still breathing loudly in his sleep while I had to wake up this early. We couldn't have that now, could we? Good morning. I slapped my sleeping roommate on his behind. What's going on? Apparently the sudden impact made him panic because he got into a defensive position with his right hand straight out, ready to fire at his attacker. Nothing, just saying good morning. I shrugged, strapping on the knife to my disciplinary committee uniform. I have another 2 hours before class starts. You woke me up just to say good morning. Elijah groaned as he wrapped himself with his blanket into a makeshift cocoon. Yup, I'm off to my first disciplinary committee meeting. I took one last look to make sure I wasn't forgetting anything when Elijah popped his head out from underneath his blanket. Did something good happen? You're a little bit too happy. It's unsettling. Whether it was because he was studying me or just trying to focus his vision on me since he wasn't wearing his glasses, Elijah squinted his slightly puffy eyes. You're just imagining things, Elijah, I said with a light chuckle, quickly lacing my boots before heading towards the door. Suspicious, he mumbled before succumbing to his body's demands to go back to sleep. Making sure no one was around, I jumped off the building and used wind augmentation to cushion my landing. Sylvie just floated down, which looked really silly to me with her oversized ears flopping against the wind. Landing on top of my head with a soft plop, I took some time to test my body out with some stretches. I couldn't say I was in great condition, but the improvement since yesterday made me nod in satisfaction. It was times like these that I really felt the effects of going through the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will, which reminded me I'd have to help Tess with her assimilation. How was I supposed to act around her anyways? I couldn't believe I kissed her yesterday. Thinking back, I realized that even in my past life, I'd never gone past the point of kissing, and it was always the other party that initiated. I'd never had an interest in falling in love. Rather, I feared love. I even avoided the aspect of unattached sexual relationships because I feared that the start of a physical relationship could lead to emotional attachments. I secluded myself in training aside from public appearances and fights, making sure I didn't have anyone I held in importance, anyone that could be used as a tool against me. What I'd learned most from this world wasn't the magic or the fighting. No, what I'd realized was that this life has forced me to open up my calloused heart and allow people to hold significance to me. What this also meant was that I had to be stronger than my past self since I had people to protect this time. Lost in my thoughts, I almost passed by the disciplinary committee room. The DC had access to one of the bigger rooms in the academy so that it could double as a training room as well. I was a bit late since I woke up a little later than expected, but it wasn't too loud, so I hoped I wasn't the last one there. As I opened the door, Curtis flew and crashed into the wall next to me with a thud, still too weak. I saw Theodore Maxwell's disappointed face, his right fist raised. Arthur. You're here? Claire Bladeheart, who was spectating the duel from the side, waved her hands. I can't believe I still can't land even a single hit on you, Theodore. Oh, hey, Arthur. Curtis turned his head towards me while rubbing his back. Do you need help? I put my hand out while Sylvie wagged her tail, but Curtis just shook his head. No, I'm okay. Besides, the duel isn't over yet. Curtis grimaced as he got back to his feet and picked up his sword. Taking a seat next Claire on one of the couches, I watched as the duel between Curtis and Theodore resumed. Curtis charged forward after augmenting his sword in a blazing fire, but just as he was about to get into Theodore's range, Curtis sidestepped instantly, leaving a charred footstep behind before appearing to Theodore's right. Theodore's reaction was almost immediate as he lifted his brawny right arm at an uncanny speed. Fall. Curtis' assault failed as he crumbled to his knees, his sword landing heavily on the ground in front of Theodore. Theodore had a smirk on his face, but it soon turned serious as he realized Curtis' plan. Explode, Curtis shouted in a strained voice. The sword that wasn't burning but glowing a dim red shined brighter until flames exploded in all directions. Claire focused on the smoke, assuming both the sword and Theodore was covered inside, but I tapped her shoulder and gestured for her to look up. Theodore was in the air with his arms a bit burned and steaming, but otherwise unharmed. Using gravity magic on himself, Theodore slowly floated down as he concentrated on his next spell. Curtis was back to his feet with his sword in hand, already preparing another spell. I noticed Grodder restlessly swinging his tail from the other side of the room. All right, I think it's time to stop. Claire stood up and clapped her hand, but it didn't seem like either one of them heard her even speak. She sighed exasperatedly. Kai, care to help me? Claire glanced back at the narrow-eyed, smiling man. Got it, boss. Kai's sleeves covered his arms so I didn't know what he had hidden, but with a swing of his arms, thin metal strings shot out towards Theodore and Curtis, forming a makeshift metal fence between them. Even after augmenting my eyes, I couldn't make out any specific elemental attribute in his skill, making me wonder exactly what he could do. Both Curtis and Theodore stopped their spells and turned their heads towards Kai in confusion. Boss orders. Let's stop the duel now, shall we, gentlemen? Kai's smiling face remained unchanged as he retracted the numerous strings back into his sleeves. What did Kai do just there? I asked Claire, who was shaking her head at Curtis and Theodore. No one really knows. He keeps it a secret, and from what I can tell, there isn't any specific elemental attribute in his mana whenever he uses his skills, she responded while shrugging. Have you taken an interest in me, Arthur? Kai came behind me, leaning his head forward past my shoulder so his smiling face was right next to mine. Hardly, just a bit curious as to what you just did there. Didn't seem like you were manipulating metal, or using sound to control the metal strings, I responded while pushing his face away from mine. So cold. I'd tell you, but unfortunately, if I did, I'd have to kill you, he replied nonchalantly, making me lift a brow. Oh, is that a threat? I challenged. Noticing that the conversation was taking a turn for the worse, Claire butted in. Looks like we're still missing quite a few people. Ferrith, Cathiln, and Doradria still aren't here. There they are, she said as she pushed the both of us towards the door. Ferrith was having a little quarrel with Doradria about something while Cathiln came in behind them. I raised my hand to wave at Cathiln, but as soon as our eyes made contact, she immediately turned her head away before walking off in another direction. Ah, Arthur, my rival, have you healed? I believe we still need to duel, but I think it would be better to hold that off until after I finish working on a spell I've been practicing. It's not because I'm scared to lose to you or anything, just giving you more time to recover. Ferrith came up beside me, putting his arm on my shoulder as he let out a hearty laugh. Now that everyone is here, I'd like you all to come sit down so we can start the meeting. Claire ushered us towards the round table on the second floor. The room consisted of 2 levels. The lower level was just a wide area with all sorts of equipment and also an arena for practice matches. To the side next to the equipment, a flight of stairs led to a second-floor balcony that overlooked the lower level. The second floor was furnished with a chalkboard, some cabinets, and a big, oval table with exactly 8 seats. Claire sat at the very end of the table with the chalkboard behind her while Kai and Theodore sat to her right and left. I didn't really know if there was an assigned seating arrangement, so I remained standing, waiting for everyone else to sit down first. On Kai's side sat Curtis and Ferrith, while on Theodore's side sat Doradria and Cathiln. The only seat available was directly opposite of Claire's seat, so I just settled there and waited for the meeting to commence, my drowsiness from being up so early slowly overtaking my body. I glanced over at Sylvie, who hopped off my head and began playing with Grodder until our leader began talking. This is the first meeting with everyone present, as well as the first day we will actively start duty, Claire announced in a serious voice. Although this is the first year this committee has existed, I've been working with Director Goodsky and our student council president on how we should efficiently structure and run the disciplinary committee in order to create an environment that will not tolerate bullying, dissented duels, as well as intruders. For that, we decided to split the disciplinary committee into 2 teams. These 2 teams are separated by underclassmen and upperclassmen. The upperclassmen Theodore, Curtis, Kai, and myself will split into pairs and watch over the campus in the morning since we don't have classes. The underclassmen Cathiln, Ferrith, Doradria, and Arthur will also split into 2 teams and go around campus in the afternoon while the upperclassmen have classes. Claire began writing all of our names on the board, divided into the teams she had already decided on. Before I had the chance to raise my hand, Claire already knew what I was about to say and interjected. Since Arthur is taking both upper division and lower division classes, he will be waived from that duty. However, he is to be on standby at all times in case backup is needed. Also, I've got permission from Director Goodsky to allow you to be 10 minutes late to classes, so just take your time between classes and be on the lookout for any trouble. She smiled in satisfaction as I put my arm back down. That being said, I've already discussed the matter of who will be scouting the campus alone between the underclassmen, and Kathleen has volunteered to take on this task. Kathleen, remember that even though the upperclassmen are in class, we will still help you. You are a part of the disciplinary committee, so if you're caught in a situation where you're not confident in being able to handle it yourself, call for help. She turned her gaze to Kathleen while saying this. The princess simply nodded while Curtis wore a slight look of concern on his face. Ferrith raised his hand. How are we going to communicate with each other? Ferrith raised his hand. We haven't told you guys yet, but if you imagine any of the members in the disciplinary committee while placing your hand on the insignia on the sheath of your knife, the recipient's knife will emit a bright light and a soft shock, notifying them who is in trouble. Each of the members' knives has a distinct color, so remember them well. While Claire announced this, she began writing the different colors our DC knives would glow. Claire pink, Kai silver, Theodore yellow, Ferrith green, Doradria dark red, Curtis red, Kathleen blue, Arthur black. I wondered how a black light would look. Everyone else's colors were pretty self-explanatory and corresponded with their elements for the most part. It seemed like Ferrith got the green color because he was an elf. The last matter of business is surveillance at night. I know that this might be a bit too much for one person, so we'll be taking turns in pairs with this task. Our leader looked around in case there were any disagreements. Can I volunteer to take over my sister's shift as well? Call me overprotective, but I'm not comfortable knowing Kathleen might be in danger while I'm fast asleep. Curtis spoke up while scratching his head but looked at me specifically. Are you sure you can handle that, Curtis? It's going to be tough doing two people's shifts at night, Claire asked. I looked over at Kathleen, noticing that she wanted to interject, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Kathleen is my partner for night duties, right? I can do it by myself, I spoke up, knowing the real reason Curtis wanted to take over his shift. I could sort of understand from his perspective, being an older brother myself. You don't have to. Kathleen spoke as she stood up, but I could tell she was conflicted and couldn't find the words to say after. Well, since Kathleen is scouting by herself during the afternoon, I think this would be fair. Okay, I'll allow it, but Arthur, Kathleen, I can already tell you two are the type to try and handle things on your own. However, I'm ordering you both as the leader to call for help immediately as soon as you think you need it. She leaned forward on the table, stating her conditions in a firm voice. Got it, I promised as Kathleen nodded. Okay, since all of the technical matters are settled, you guys are free to leave or stay here and practice until classes start. The room will always be open for DC members, so think of this as a second house. I've already camped here for a couple of nights, haha. Claire scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. I let out a deep breath in relief. Looks like I could have a little less than an hour of sleep before my first class started. There were a couple of couches that looked perfect for a power nap on the lower floor. Curtis gave me a meaningful pat on my back before he headed down, but as I followed behind him, I felt a tugging on the waist of my pants from behind. Let's spar for a bit, pretty boy. I've sparred with everyone else here but you. Doradria shot me an excited grin as she dragged me from behind onto the designated sparring arena. I'm still not fully healed, Doradria. I don't think this is the best idea, I groaned as I was dragged helplessly. Stop being a baby. The best way to get rid of that soreness is to move around, don't you know? She let me go and walked over to the other side of the arena. Claire walked towards us, giving me an apologetic look. She was about to stop the spar when Theodore walked past her and approached Doradria as she was stretching. Move it, he growled. Aw, no fair. Doradria grumbled as she slumped her shoulders, disappointed. Great. A muscular male replaces my muscular female opponent. Claire just sighed in defeat. All right, but Arthur is injured, so this will only go on for a minute. Let me activate the barrier this time so we don't have any more cracked walls. Sylvie, who was riding on top of Grotter, asked if I'd be okay, so I just nodded in response. I may be injured, but I was excited since I'd wanted to duel against Theodore as well. I figured fighting against deviants might help me learn a thing or two from them. Anything you want to say before we start? Theodore asked while he cracked his neck. Sure, can I call you Theo if I win? It's only fair for me to give you a nickname since you already gave me one, right? I shot him a smirk while I stretched my still aching body. I could literally see veins popping on his head as everyone's face twisted into a horrified expression. You sure are full of yourself, twerp. Fine, but if I win, you're going to be my little minion for the rest of your school life. He had a confident smile on his face as the rest of the DC members all got situated around the arena. Remember, this duel will last 1 minute or until someone lands the first hit. That's final. Claire barked as she unsheathed her sword and stabbed it in the ground. The both of us nodded in consent before Claire signaled for the duel to begin. Theodore immediately took off, charging at me like a frenzied bull. I augmented my body using wind attribute mana to skirt around the arena, keeping my distance. Theodore's gravity magic wasn't something to take lightly since his powers had simultaneous offensive and defensive powers. While it usually took a bit longer to use earth magic while using wind magic, I was able to muster up shards of earth the size of my leg in time to kick them at Theodore. I shot out the shards of earth at different lengths to gauge how far he was able to use his gravity manipulation. Theodore didn't really get what I was doing as he kept charging at me, growing more and more frustrated from me running away and kicking rocks at him. "Do you think I'll let you keep running around?" he roared as the rocks that I kicked towards him all started floating. Theodore thrust himself toward me during the short span that he decreased the gravity around him, increasing his speed tremendously. Holding in a smile, I put my plan into play. Manipulating the earth around me one last time, I launched a boulder the size of my body as I jumped away from my opponent. With the area of decreased gravity surrounding him, Theodore was able to easily smack the boulder over him, but during the brief moment where his vision was blocked by the rock, I dashed toward him. Enveloping wind to condense below my feet, I shot toward him at a speed that caught Theodore by surprise. Draft step. Using the technique that I had thought up by drawing inspiration from the flicker step technique, I accelerated toward him with the help of the strong gale behind me. Theodore's initial expression of surprise turned into a cocky grin as he clenched his fist. "Fall," he snarled. The sudden change in gravity knocked the wind out of me as I had to fight to keep my body from slamming into the ground. With a victorious grin on his wild, unshaven face, he took one last step to get in range for the final blow when I shot him a smirk and pointed upwards with my finger in response. The boulder that Theodore knocked up fell directly on top of him from the abrupt change in gravity. The weight of the rock from the increased gravity flattened Theodore flat on his stomach in an almost comical position. "Stop." Claire got in between the two of us as she made sure Theodore, who already regained consciousness, was okay. By that time, Theodore had already shoved the rock off of him as he silently dusted his uniform. He would probably get a nasty bruise on his back, but his mana-enhanced body allowed him to avoid any serious injury. The rock wasn't too big after all. "Good duel, Theo." I walked up to him and patted my opponent on the shoulder before bouncing out of the room with Sylvie trotting behind me. "Let's go find a bench to take a nap on," I sent to Sylvie. "Did you guys do your homework?" I sat down on top of the podium so I could get a better view of the class while I fixed my hair. I'd slept through most of my fundamentals of mana manipulation class, so I felt a lot better. Looking around from the center of the stage, I saw my students glance desperately at each other in hopes that one of them had the answers to the questions I asked them yesterday. "Looks like there's no choice but for me to answer the question," Farith finally sighed before standing up. The mana core is an excellent way to easily and accurately measure the level of the mage's power, because it is correlated with how much effort and time that mage has spent on condensing and refining mana from their surroundings into their core. He finished off with a swish of his hair while sitting down. "No." I hopped off the stage and walked toward the shocked Farith. "It certainly is an easy way to gauge the mage's power, but it's far from accurate. Princess Cathilne, if you see an ordinary fighter that stood at 2 meters and weighed almost 300 pounds full of muscle, what is your assessment on that fighter?" I turned my gaze toward the princess that was sitting next to the embarrassed elf. "I can expect the fighter to have robust strength," she finally said after pondering the simple question. "Correct. All we can tell is that the oaf is probably freakishly strong." "Does that say anything else about his combat ability?" "Yes, he's strong, but in order to be a great combatant, there are other factors such as agility, technique, mental fortitude, experience, etc. The stage a mage's mana core is only determines how much muscle he or she has, but it doesn't explain much else in regards to the other factors. Refining your mana core to higher stages is still important, of course, but if that's the only factor you use in gauging your opponent's level, you're setting yourself up for defeat. I saw some students start jotting down notes, so I caught my breath. The pretentious student with glasses raised her hand after she finished writing down her notes. "Question," she declared. "Yes, Miss Myrtle." I found it amusing how much her name suited her character. If trying to sense the opponent's mana core isn't an accurate way of gauging his or her level, what do we do? She asked with an expression that made it seem as if she was testing me. "You don't. Just assume that the opponent is stronger than you. Gauging the mana core stage of anyone should just be used to satiate your curiosity, but nothing beyond that. Even if sensing the mana core level could accurately gauge the fighting strength of your opponent, what are you going to do if your opponent's fighting strength is lower than yours? Go easy on him. Pick on him because you know you'll win. What do you do if his fighting strength is higher than yours? Run away. Chances are, if you're in a situation where both of you are actively sensing each other's mana core, then running away won't be an option." I paused for a minute. Being overconfident because you found out that your mana core is higher than your opponent's can make you careless, and getting scared if your opponent's mana core is higher than yours can make you feel hopeless. Bottom line is, life isn't so simple that you can accurately know whether or not you can beat someone based on the color of their mana core. There are cases of fighters beating careless mages because the mages got sloppy from being too arrogant. Always assume the opponent is stronger than you and try your best. If that opponent is weaker than you, then you put an end to the fight quickly to save him the humiliation. If that opponent is stronger, congratulations, you've overcome the mental limit you guys have been holding onto all your lives. I felt like some inspirational speaker rather than a lecturer. I walked back to the podium where Sylvie was now taking a nap and continued speaking. Now, for the next piece of homework. Any of you figure out what I did last class with the 2 wind spells? I asked, leaning back against the podium. A hollow silence filled the room. I let out a sigh. I guess being spoon-fed answers all their lives really took a toll on their critical thinking skills. I'll do a little demonstration for the augmenter's answer first. Rolling Sylvie to the side, I took out 2 pieces of paper from underneath her. I crumpled one of the papers into a small ball and showed it to the class. Watch. I put the ball on my right palm and inhaled deeply, building the suspense. F-woo. Utilizing all of the air in my lungs, I managed to blow the crumpled ball of paper about a meter away from me. The students stared at me with blank faces from the anticlimactic outcome. Holding my fingers up to silence any students about to argue what the point of that was, I rolled the other paper I had into a makeshift tube. Packing the ball tightly into the back end of the tube, I inhaled deeply one more time. Letting out another deep breath, the crumpled ball of paper shot out more than 15 feet in front of me before bouncing on the ground. The faces of some of the students lit up in understanding, while others voiced their surprise. I couldn't help but grin as the students all brightened up and took notes. Princess Kathleen furiously scribbled in her notebook, while Ferrith stared blankly at the ball of paper on the ground. Since many of you seem to understand what I just did, can someone please enlighten the rest of the class? I asked as I picked up the pieces of paper I had littered. It has to do with concentrating mana into a small point, then compressing it and shooting it out, right, Professor? A timid girl with a huge spear next to her responded in a hushed tone. Correct. Augmenters are raised to utilize the plethora of mana channels they have, so we unconsciously use a lot of our mana channels for many of our spells, diluting it. It doesn't matter so much when you use it on your body, but the spell is weakened greatly when attempting to cast a long-range spell. I demonstrated by widening the paper tube I rolled up. Blowing through one end, the ball I put inside loosely just dropped down in front of me. It'll be hard to get used to at first, but being able to better control your mana channels will help you greatly. Now, the conjurer's turn. I picked up the crumpled piece of paper I shot out again. Since conjurers naturally have much fewer mana channels compared to mana veins, they naturally shoot their spells in a compressed form, whether it's out of their body directly, or by affecting an area to have the mana alter it into the form of their desired spell. What conjurers need to do is utilize the raw amount of mana they can absorb to compensate for their lack of mana channels. Close your eyes and try to imagine this. The students looked at one another, confused, but they lowered their gaze nonetheless, waiting for my next instructions. Imagine both conjurers' and augmenters' bodies to be pools of water. We'll say that leaves are particles of mana. For an augmenter's body, picture small bundles of leaves being dropped in various locations over the pool. While these bundles may be small, because there are so many, they begin to spread and join the other leaves that spread from other directions until the surface of the water is covered in leaves. That is the essence of body enhancement. Now, for conjurers, imagine just one gigantic ball of leaves drop into the pool of water. Because it comes from a single location, it may take longer for it to spread, but in the end, the leaves will still be able to cover the surface of the pool. That is how body enhancement should work for conjurers. The class remained silent as they opened their eyes and pondered over what I had just said. The reason why all of you conjurers injured yourselves while trying to absorb the spell you conjured is because you didn't use the mana from your core. The only mana that you're completely immune to is the mana refined in your mana core. Even that, after your mana influences the environment into a spell, can hurt you. Therefore, conjurers will need to utilize both mana from the atmosphere and mana from their mana core for a spell and integrate it into their body, or drop the big pile of leaves to make it spread over the pool of water. As I finished explaining, I motioned for the class to come down onto the stage and start practicing. For the rest of the class, I went around helping them while giving them little tips on how to better visualize what they needed to do. After the giant bell rang, Sylvie stirred awake and hopped on top of my head as I dismissed class. I was surprised when I overheard some students grumbling to their peers that the class was too short. I took the long route to my next class to take up more time while I did a broad surveillance. I messed around with sending very faint pulses of wind to try and use it as a sort of three-dimensional radar, but it proved to not be as useful as I thought it would be. Earth pulse was also of little use since I could only detect the very basics, like how many people were in the area, not if they were actually in combat or not. Even worse, the buildings and trees diluted the accuracy. I arrived at Gideon's class late, but he just motioned for me to hurry onto my seat before he resumed talking. "Hey, why are you so late?" Emily whispered to me. "Disciplinary committee duties." "I have to go around school until 10 minutes after class starts," I responded, lowering my voice so Gideon wouldn't hear. All right, let's get in pairs and work on our project. The materials are in the back, but don't all of you go at once. He took a seat and began reading over something while the class got up to collect the materials needed for the light-producing artifact. I was about to walk over as well when Emily stopped me. I already have all of the materials we need for an LPA. Let's just get started. She rummaged through her oversized bag, finding the various necessary components. After laying out all the things we needed, she looked at me and motioned for us to start. Building the LPA wasn't easy, but Emily seemed fairly impressed by how fast I had caught on. Even if she was only a 12-year-old, her being a genius and all made me a bit happy. The rest of class was spent tinkering around with some of the various parts of artifacts that Emily had brought with her until Gideon dismissed us. As I was about to leave, he grabbed me by the back of my shirt and pulled me toward him. "Brat, let's catch up sometime. We have a lot to talk about." He gave me a devious grin but otherwise just patted me on the back. "MHMM. We should grab some tea, Professor." I waved back before leaving the room with Emily. Papa Avier told me to head over to the training room again. Sylvie thumped my nose with her paw to grab my attention. "Is Avier Director Goodsky's green owl? How can you talk with it?" I asked my bond, but she didn't really know why either. "Hey, Emily, I have to head over to the library, so I'll be skipping lunch. Go ahead without me." I waved at my friend. "Do you want me to go with you?" She looked at me, but I just shook my head. "It's fine. Go find Elijah for me. He'll be lonely if I'm not there." I shot her a smile before running off in the direction of the library training rooms. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lewin." Chloe greeted me with a professional smile and a bow before motioning me to the back door. "Nice to see you again, Chloe." I smiled back, following behind her with Sylvie wagging her tail on top of my head. After passing by the scary man, I made my way downstairs without the help of Chloe this time. Hopefully Elijah won't be too bored hanging out with Emily, right, Sylv? Caillou, he'll be okay. My bond reassured me. Reaching my room, I placed my right palm against the cold, giant doors and a bright light once again greeted me. "Boo," Tesha jumped from the side of the door with her hands out wide. "Hey, Tess," I responded casually. "Aw, you weren't scared." "No fun," she grumbled while catching Sylvie who had jumped off my head. "You'll have to try a lot better than that. Come on, let's get started with your assimilation." I pushed her toward the center of the training room. It was amazing how dense the air was with mana in this room compared to outside. Even the very fact that there was grass and a waterfall put me in awe every time I came in. "How's your body been feeling lately? Are you still getting symptoms of rejection from your beast will?" I asked while Tess took a seat near the pond. "I haven't gotten any since the last time we were here," she responded, but turned quiet afterwards. Tess looked over her shoulder and stared at me, batting her long gray eyelashes. "Hey, Art. I'm sorry for what? Well, compared to you, I'm so emotional, and so I feel like you get overwhelmed and just end up following my selfishness." Tess' gaze shifted down as she said this. "Ah, so you do know," I smirked in response, earning me a smack on the arm. Tess Monacore had come a long way. At her age, being a solid orange stage conjurer was on the level of a genius. While she wouldn't able to refine her Monacore until the assimilation was over, it shouldn't affect her too much. While mine took years, I estimated that with my help, it should only take a couple more weeks for her to completely assimilate with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. "Let's end it here today." I patted Tess back to signal that we were done. "I know you said to give you time, but do you think I can maybe hold your hand right now? Just for a bit. If not, it's okay, I won't be mad." Tess averted her gaze to avoid mine. While her bangs covered her face, she couldn't hide her red ears poking out. I gently grabbed Tess' right hand with my left and squeezed gently. While our fingers weren't interlocked, the warmth from her hands spread onto mine. "Is this okay?" I tried to take a peek at Tess' face, but she quickly turned her head away. I couldn't help but smile helplessly when she nodded her head in response. For a couple of seconds, time seemed to go slower as we just sat there, hands locked. It intrigued me that such a seemingly impractical action could fill me with a sense of calm. For the past several weeks, nothing noteworthy happened, yet I was kept busy enough to not have time to visit my family. Disciplinary committee duties took up all of my remaining time not designated to school and training. The class I taught had a harder time than I expected when it came to divergent training, which was what I decided to call it. The whole aspect of focusing mana into a single point proved to be difficult for all of the augmenters in the class, while reabsorbing a conjured spell was an even more arduous task for the conjurers. So far out of the augmenters, only a student named Benson managed to do anything remotely close to what I had in mind. As for the conjurers, only Kathleen succeeded in reabsorbing her spell and enhancing her body. Even then, she only succeeded in augmenting her hand. Fareth was a close second, as he was the only other student on the brink of success. My deviant magic theory class had been moving along quite slowly, as our professor explicitly explained that she would cover new material after we finished our mid-semester tests. Since a semester was 16 weeks long and we'd only gone through 4 weeks of school, it'd take another 4 weeks until she'd start going over what I wanted to know. "Are you excited for the class dungeon excursion this weekend?" Tess leaned in closer as she asked. The two of us, along with Sylvie, were inside the training room during lunch. I had just finished helping her with assimilation. By my estimation, Tess needed about 1 or 2 more weeks to fully assimilate, which worried me because, until then, her magic use would be very limited. We're only exploring the first 3 floors, right? I doubt we'll find anything worth getting excited over. I just shrugged. This Saturday, we were to have a one-night trip to the outskirts of the Beast Glades with our team fighting mechanics class. Professor Glory received permission from Director Goodsky on the condition that we were not allowed to go past the 3rd floor of the dungeon we planned on exploring. The dungeon was a minor one and a popular site for new adventurers since the mana beasts in the upper levels were only E-class, so Professor Glory thought it would be a great way to have the class get in some real-life team fighting mechanics practice. PSHHH, you're no fun. I bet you're actually really nervous that we'll be in the Beast Glades. I heard about it a lot from Grandpa. He says that it's filled with a lot of mysteries and wonders, but also dangers. Grandpa said to never truly trust any source of information about the Beast Glades because it always changes. Tess got lost in her thoughts, fantasizing about how exciting our short trip was going to be. We're going to be fighting against real mana beasts. Can you believe it? I mean, I've fought against a couple in Elshire Forest while I was training with Grandpa, but I heard mana beasts are different in the Beast Glades. You know, more vicious. We're going to be sleeping in the dungeon too. That's so exciting. Her eyes began to sparkle as she imagined camping underground, surrounded by mana beasts. Giving her a soft flick to her forehead, I woke up Tess from her dreamland. Just remember, you're probably not even at half your strength right now, and the assimilation isn't going to be completed in time for the class expedition. Don't get full of yourself. Owa, I know, sheesh, you don't have to baby me so much. She pouted while rubbing her forehead. Do you remember when we slept together in the same tent? My face turned into an evil grin as Tess' face turned red immediately. Caillou, Sylvie tilted her head in curiosity since she hadn't been born when this happened. What did you say again? Putting on a frightened face, I look at my blushing childhood friend. Arthur, well, you see. Beasts will more likely appear if they notice you because they will see that you are a child. Therefore, I propose that for our safety, that it would be better for you to come inside the tent, I said in a high-pitched voice, mocking Tess. Ooh, you asked for it. She jumped on top of me and started poking me hard as I continued laughing. Oh wow, haha, okay, I'm sorry, I give. Tess, haha, I'll stop. Tears formed in my eyes as I continued laughing and crying in pain. Q, me too, I want to play too. Sylvie hopped around us. Eventually, she came to a stop as I laid panting on the ground, catching my breath, with Tess sitting on top of me. Looking at my childhood friend, I noticed that her face was still red. Realizing almost immediately what sort of position we were in, I couldn't help but get hot as well, as Tess lowered her head closer to mine. Ho, I see you two are getting along well. Virion will surely be happy. The voice caught the both of us by surprise, and Tess immediately got off me while we distanced ourselves from each other in embarrassment. Director Goodsky walked up to us with an amused look on her face. How she got in without either of us noticing was beyond me, but I couldn't hide the awkwardness in my face as she looked at me. Saving us some face, Director Goodsky changed the topic. Fufu, how is the assimilation going? It's going well. Art helped me a lot these past couple of weeks, and I feel a lot better. I haven't been feeling any pain from the rejection lately, and as long as I don't use magic too much, I think I'll be okay. The flustered Tess scrambled her words as she flailed her arms to hide her embarrassment. She should be fully assimilated with her beast in about a week or two, I clarified after calming myself. Director Goodsky nodded at me before kneeling down in front of the still red Tess. Gently placing her hand above Tess' stomach, Director Goodsky closed her eyes to sense Tess' monocore. After a brief moment, she retracted her hand and nodded, satisfied. Good. I'm glad that there were no troubles along the way. I knew I could trust you, Arthur, she said to me before getting back up. Where have you been these past couple of weeks, though, Director? You were always in contact from what I heard, but I noticed you haven't been inside the academy for a while now. Did you just get back? I said, tilting my head. My eyes couldn't help focusing on the small cut she had on her other hand. Yes, I've been away for some personal reasons. I am back now, though, so come to my office if you need anything. Director Goodsky quickly covered her hand and gave me a soft, grandmotherly smile. I better get going now, though. I have a lot of work to catch up on. Be sure not to overexert yourself, little one. Be especially careful while you are inside the dungeons. One should never underestimate even the lowest level mana beasts. Director Goodsky gently patted Tess' hair before disappearing with a wisp. So what are your plans after this? Tesha said, trying to break the awkward silence that the director had left us. After classes, there's an emergency meeting for the disciplinary committee since Curtis, Claire and I are going to be away from campus over the weekend. We'll have to work on some of the details in case an emergency arises while we aren't here. After that, I'll probably go back home for the first time in a while and sleep there. I'll get back to campus by tomorrow morning in time to head out for the excursion. What about you? I said while leaning back. Well, Professor Glory said there won't be any class today since she wanted us to rest before the excursion tomorrow, so I'm free until the student council meeting. We have to go over a couple of things on the agenda since both Clive and I won't be there either. Tess responded a lot more calmly now. I had to admit she looked pretty cute, sitting on the ground and playing with Sylvie's paws. After spending a bit more time talking to Tess, I eventually had to leave to go to my remaining classes. Even though we didn't have our team fighting mechanics class, my other two classes seemed to drag on forever as we already started reviewing for our mid-semester exams. That will be it for today, class. Remember to keep up with your studies instead of procrastinating and cramming for everything the night before. I know you all love doing that, Professor Maynor said sarcastically as he handed out some review sheets on basic spell formations. After my last class was over, I trudged on towards the disciplinary committee room with Sylvie weighing down particularly heavily on my head tonight. I trust that you guys will be able to handle keeping the academy in check while the three of us are out. We've been through a couple of the emergency procedures these past 2 weeks, so I'm confident that everything will be fine. As you all know, Kai is in command while I am out. Remember that Director Goodsky is back and on campus, so if things go for the worse, don't hesitate to have her help, although unless it's serious, I doubt there will be a need to. Dismissed, Claire clapped her hands as the rest of us got up. Arthur, I want another practice match with you. Theo placed a hand on my shoulder as I headed down the stairs. No, it's my turn. You lost to him last time, so I get to try now. Doradria squeezed between us and looked up at me with her masculine face. That didn't count. It was a lucky break that he just had, that's all. Theo refuted, his face red from both anger and embarrassment. No can do, Theo, Doradria. I'm going home to my family tonight. My driver is already waiting for me outside of the academy, I shrugged, hopping down the stairs without giving them the time to convince me to stay. You have the protection ring that father gave you, right? Use it immediately if you feel like you're in trouble. Promise me that, okay? I heard Curtis worriedly nag his younger sister. We'd be leaving early tomorrow morning, so tonight was probably the last time he'd be able to see her until we got back Sunday night. Kathleen just responded with a silent nod, her face expressionless as always. She caught me looking at the both of them and quickly turned her head away. Curtis left his sister and walked towards me. I'll see you tomorrow morning then, Arthur. I heard Professor Glory was thinking of assigning teams. Let's join the same team if we can, he said, giving me a fist bump to the arm. Yeah, sounds good. I offered a friendly nod. Before walking out, I gave everyone a wave goodbye. It was already pretty dark outside, with the only source of light coming from the soft glow of the floating orbs. The campus grounds gave off a very mystical feeling at night, totally different from how the world was in my previous life. Upon reaching the main gate to the academy, a familiar driver was waiting for me. Good evening, Mr. Arthur. I take it that you have prepared everything, he said while taking off his hat and giving me a slight bow. Yeah, the meeting ran a little late, so let's leave right away. I got into the carriage after my driver opened the door for me. I dozed off during the ride back home, so it felt like the familiar Helstia mansion came into view a lot faster than I'd expected. We have arrived, Mr. Lewin. Have a great night. Opening the door, the polite driver tipped his hat once again as I stepped off the carriage. Walking up the stairs brought up nostalgic thoughts of when I'd come back from the kingdom of Elenoir and when I came back from the Dire Tombs. This was probably the first time I was coming back home in a while without giving my parents a reason to worry for my life. Before even having the chance to knock, the giant front door swung open and an Ellie missile shot out at a speed that surprised me. Brotttrr, welcome Hami. Ellie wrapped her arms around my waist as I mustered up the strength to keep the both of us from toppling down the stairs. Caillou, Sylvie hopped off my head and onto Ellie's, licking her face. Haha, that tickles Sylvie. My sister unwrapped herself from me as she held Sylvie and tickled her back. I was wondering what the noise was. You're back a little late, son. My father leaned against the front door and gave me a grin. The meeting ran a little late. It's been a while, Dad. I gave my father a hug as my sister followed behind me, still cuddling with my bond. Ah, you're back, Art. You must be so tired. My mother, who was upstairs, ran down and wrapped her arms around me. Hey, Mom, yeah, I'm back. I smiled, accepting the family love I cherished so much. How's your body? Are you all better now? My mother examined my body, lifting up my shirt and turning me around to make sure I didn't have a wound left on me. Haha, I'm fine now. You're worrying too much. I gave her a comforting smile, but I couldn't help but remember the short conversation I had had with my father about why my mother wasn't able to heal me back then. However, I quickly shook the thoughts from my head. I was sure there was a reason, and the only thing I could do was wait for her to tell me. Brother, how long are you staying? Ellie was practically hopping around me as we all headed towards the living room. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I let out a sigh. Why? My sister's face visibly saddened, her shoulders slumping at my response. Yeah, why are you leaving so soon? My father chimed in, taking a seat on the sofa. One of my classes has an excursion to the Beast Glades tomorrow for one night. We leave in the morning, so I'll have to head out pretty early at dawn. I was already tired at the thought of waking up that early. The Beast Glades. My mother's face turned pale with concern. I wasn't surprised since I'd almost died the last time I was in the Beast Glades. Even my father had a worried look on his face. Don't worry, we're only going to be on the outskirts and our professor will be with us at all times. Besides, I still have the ring. I pulled out the ring that the Helstia family had given us from my pocket. The ring used mana circulation to indicate to the other ring holder whether I was still alive or not. I kept it off while I was at school since I didn't really have a need for it, but I brought it just in case. But still. Is it mandatory for you to go? My mother furrowed her brows, the concern refusing to leave her face. We'll be fine. It's one of the lowest ranked dungeons and we're not allowed to go below the 3rd floor anyways. I comforted my mother. She still wasn't entirely happy with the whole situation, but she just kept silent, giving me a hesitant nod. The 4 of us spent a few more hours just catching up, while Sylvie fell asleep on Ellie's lap. Ellie was apparently doing well in her ladies' school, while my father and mother both still looked very healthy and in love. It had only been a few weeks since I'd last seen them, so there weren't really any surprises. Upon my asking where the Helstia family was, Father said that Vincent and Tabitha were both out for a couple of days on a business trip to a different city. Eventually, my parents ushered my sister and I into our rooms since it was pretty late. I almost fell asleep while taking a shower, and after drying myself, I couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief as I sunk into bed. It was good to be back home. Before I could get too comfortable, a series of knocks sounded from my door. I turned my head, too tired to get up, and I saw a small head peeking out from the other side of the door. "See, can I sleep with you tonight, brother?" Ellie walked in with her arms clinging onto a stuffed animal. Sure, I smiled, lifting the blanket next to me so she could get under. Hee hee yay. Ellie jumped into the bed, making herself comfortable. The bed was more than big enough for the both of us, but she scooted in close and faced me. "Good night." Patting my baby sister's head, the both of us fell asleep to each other's steady breaths. "Brother, wake you pee." My sister's voice pounded through my head as she screamed at the top of her lungs directly next to my ear. What's going on?" My eyes still half closed, I whipped my head back and forth to see if there was an emergency. "Sheesh, you suck at waking up, brother. Ellie probably woke up not too long ago, evident by her bedhead. Haha, your hair looks crazy." I shot her a grin as I ruffled her hair. "Eek, stop it. Your hair looks weird too." Hopping out of bed, my sister ran out of my room, reminding me to wash up. I gave my sister an exaggerated salute, making her giggle, before going downstairs. Sylvie woke up on her own from my sister's shouting, but her eyes kept blinking slowly as she unstably toddled behind me. After washing up, I made sure I had a few basic necessities on me. This included my seal bracelet, my dimension ring with Dawn's ballad stored inside, the other ring used to signal my mother if I was in trouble, and the feather Sylvia left me that I used to cover Sylvie's bond mark on my forearm. The feather wasn't necessary to cover the mark, but I liked to keep it on me just as a memento. Having a part of Sylvia with me always comforted me. Walking downstairs, my nose picked up on the soft scent of a meaty soup. When I reached the kitchen, I spotted my parents and little sister sitting around the table, drowsiness still evident on their faces from being up early at dawn. "Hope you don't mind. The chef is cooking breakfast for you. We're probably going to go back to sleep after we see you off." My mother gave me a tired smile. I pulled up a chair and took a seat next to Ellie. "Not at all. In fact, you really didn't have to wake up and see me off. Be vigilant, no matter how easy you think the dungeon may be. It's called a dungeon because you never know of the dangers inside. My father warned me, his bedhead ablaze." Looking at my mother, the strain on her face was hard not to notice as she struggled for the right words. "Just please be careful, Arthur. I know how strong you are, but I can't stand it every time I see you hurt. It's just that." Her voice faded at the end. My mind flashed back to what my father had said in the hospital room back at Xyrus Academy, the event that made her unable to heal anyone seriously injured. "It's nothing. Just be safe. And keep your eyes on that girl, Tesha, as well. You have to protect her if things get tough, okay?" Giving me a gentle smile that didn't seem to reach her eyes, she reached forward and patted my head. The house chef brought in my food at this time, which consisted of dry bread and a creamy soup that I assumed was used to dip my bread in. After Sylvie had a nibble on the bread, she whined and just curled up again. By the time I'd finished, the sun was starting to peek out from the mountains. "Are you going to be coming home right after your dungeon excursion?" my father asked after giving me a hug. "No, not right after. I'll be back for a whole week next week though, for break. There's some kind of special festival going on in the city, right? My professors had all announced it a few weeks in advance that once every 10 years, there was a phenomenon that occurred. Supposedly, during that entire week, the mana density in this continent reached its peak, giving mages the resources to make breakthroughs and even allowing non-mages to experience what it's like to feel mana. For that week, classes were canceled and students were allowed to either stay on campus or go back home to meditate and train as much as possible. "Ah, right, the Aurora Constellate is happening next week, so you're going to stay here for the festival too." My mother's mood brightened. "Wow, a whole week." My drowsy sister perked up at this and pulled on my sleeves. "Yup, that's the plan. Let's all go to the festival together." Looking at my family, I gave them a smile and hugged my sister and mother before walking down the stairs. Be careful, my mother shouted one last time while waving. Waving back at them, I stepped inside the carriage. Once inside, I followed Sylvie's lead, catching up on my sleep until we arrived. Arthur, stepping out of the carriage, I spotted Curtis waving at me, his smile wide and genuine. How was your trip back home? Did you get to catch up with your family? Claire patted me on the back when I reached the group of students waiting at the front gate. Good, you made it. Professor Glory gave me a smile too as she began her head count. Looking around, besides Curtis and Claire, I saw Clyde, Lucas, and a few other students that I never really paid attention to. I did one more quick check but didn't see Tess, and by the frantic look on his face, neither did Clyde. Sorry I'm late. Once Tess ran through the front gate, she caught her breath, her face flushed and hair messy. You're the last one, Princess Tesha. We can start heading out now. Professor Glory took note of everyone's presence once more and nodded in satisfaction before turning around and leading the class of 15 students to the teleportation gate. I glanced back to see Tess walking alongside Clyde when she caught my gaze. Giving me a shy smile of affirmation, I replied with a small wave, but otherwise continued making small talk with Curtis and Claire until we arrived at the gate. The guard stationed at the gate adjusted the settings as he asked our professor a few questions. After several minutes, Professor Glory signaled for us to enter through the gate one by one, stepping in herself after all of us. Again, my stomach turned from the feeling of traveling through, but luckily, the trip never lasted more than a few seconds. Welcome. I assume for most of you, this is the first time you guys have stepped foot in the Beast Glades, correct? Professor Glory chimed while placing her hands on her hips. HMPH. I've been here countless times. I was in a class adventurer after all. Lucas stepped forth with his chest out. With this, a couple impressed murmurs from the students made Lucas even more arrogant until Professor Glory replied. Ah yes, I've heard from Director Goodsky that you were indeed an adventurer. I've also been notified that you had your license revoked due to classified reasons. Raising an eyebrow, Professor Glory continued on. It's all because of that damned masked bastard. The professor didn't hear Lucas mutter under his breath as he leaned against his staff. Right now, we're near the edge of the Grand Mountains. If we walk a few hours this way, we'll arrive at a famous pub of gathering called Dragonspine Inn. Back when I was an adventurer, that was the place to chat and get information on various mana beasts and dungeons. We'll be going to a rather low-level dungeon, so don't worry too much. I will also be with you at all times, but I'll refrain from helping unless it is absolutely necessary, so don't look to me for answers. Professor Glory waved her right hand, and from her dimension ring appeared a small pile of black cloth. These are shawls that you guys will need to wear inside the dungeon. The dungeon we're exploring is called Widow's Crypt. It's a fairly straightforward dungeon without any traps or mazes, so don't worry about getting lost. It is, however, very cold in there, which is why you need these shawls. The mana beasts you'll mostly be facing are nasty little creatures called snarlers. There are two types of snarlers in this dungeon that you'll need to be wary of, the minion snarlers and the queen snarler. The minion snarlers are the ones you guys will be facing. Their queen burrows to the bottom floor of the dungeon so you won't see it, but just know the difference. You'll see what the minions look like once we go inside, but for now, we're going to split you up into 3 teams of 5. As Professor Glory finished informing us, she pulled out a small piece of paper from the inside of the shawl she was wearing. I've already decided on how teams will be split, so take a step forward as I call you. Curtis, Claire, Dorothy, Owen, and Marge, you guys will make up the first team. Our professor motioned for them to pick up their shawls and step to the side. She then called the next 5 students, which left me with a bitter feeling. That leaves us with Arthur, Lucas, Clive, Tesha, and Roland. She said as she pointed at the pile of shawls left. I had to be in the same team as Lucas again. Was she doing this on purpose? No, there were only 15 students in the class, and she had no idea that I was an adventurer before. But she was also the one that stopped my little scuffle with Lucas. Debating whether or not to ask to change with someone, I ultimately decided to stay after remembering what my mother said this morning. Even if she hadn't said it, I didn't trust Lucas being in the same team as Tess. I should be there just in case. Any questions? No. Okay, then it's settled. It shouldn't take us more than 2 hours to reach the dungeon entrance, so let's hurry. With that, we took off, taking long strides amidst the thick trees covering most of the sunlight. We all traveled in silence, most of the students scared that they might attract unwanted attention from the mana beats that might be nearby. Soon the trees cleared up as we began descending down a slope. We're almost here. There will be a place to stay on standby next to the dungeon, so don't go inside. With that, our professor stepped to the back, doing a head count again while each of us carefully slid down the steep slope leading to the dungeon entrance. Before we go in, are you sure you want to bring your bond inside the dungeon, Arthur? Professor Glory shot me a concerned look. What do you say? Do you want to go hunting since we're at the Beast Glades anyway? I mentally transmitted to Sylvie. Sure. With that, my bond hopped off of my head and disappeared into the woods for the wrong reason that everybody else was thinking right now. Good choice. It'll probably be safer if she stays out here and lays low. Professor Glory gave me a nod before climbing up onto a rock so she could see everyone. Now, split off into your groups and get to know each other. You guys have probably seen what everyone in your group is like from class, but share your strengths and weaknesses. Communication and trust is vital in team fighting. You'll also have to decide on a leader before we go inside. As our professor took a seat on the rock, our group came together and sat in a circle. While everyone looked at each other, not wanting to speak, the only one in our group that I didn't really know, Roland, spoke up. Ahem. My name is Roland Alderman, and I am a water attribute augmenter. My hobbies are relaxing, shopping, going on dates with pretty girls, and no one asked for your hobbies, Clive interrupted while massaging the bridge of his nose in irritation. Well, someone's a little grumpy. Anywho, my strength is in mid-range fighting, using a water whip skill that was passed down from my family. My weakness is close-range combat. Next, he finished, tossing the imaginary baton to me, who was sitting to his left. Arthur Lewin, I'm a wind and earth attribute augmenter. I'm adept at all ranges but prefer mid to close, I stated simply, looking directly at Lucas who was across from me. Clive Graves, wind attribute augmenter specializing in long-distance fighting with a bow. I don't really have a weakness, he said tersely. Lucas Wykes, I'm a conjurer with a single specialization in fire. As for strengths and weaknesses, let's not bother going over that. Rolling his eyes, he just leaned back as he sat cross-legged. Sensing the hostility in the air, I noticed Tess looking a little uncomfortable. Tesha Iralith, I am a conjurer with a dual specialization in wood and wind. My strong suits are middle to close range fighting. Letting her voice trail off, our group became silent, as we all knew what the next topic would be. I elect myself to be the leader. Lucas was the first one to speak. By what standards do you see yourself as the leader of this group? I tilted my head, giving him an innocent look. By strength, of course. Let's be real. I can beat any of you guys in a fight. Isn't it natural for the strongest one to be the leader? Lucas shot back, looking back at me incredulously. I vote for Tesha. She's the only girl and is pretty, so I like that. We can even name our team the Queen and Knights. Roland had this sparkle in his eyes as his mind wandered off into his own little fantasy land. I also think that Princess Tesha should be the leader. Ahem. Not for the same reason, of course. Not saying that she isn't pretty, but I mean, since she is the student council president. Clive ended up looking down as he mumbled, his flushed cheeks looking unnatural on his serious face. Wait, I don't want to be the leader. How about Arthur Lewin, she voiced, shaking her hands in defense. I also think that Tesha should be the leader. I raised my hand up as everyone ignored her comment. I didn't mind just as long as Lucas wasn't the one leading. Idiots. Lucas just rolled his eyes once more before we all got up. All right, since it seems like everyone is done, let's head in. Brace yourselves once we get inside. It's going to be chilly, Professor Glory announced before stepping inside the entrance, which appeared to be a narrow stairway leading into darkness. In a single file line, we all started making our way down the stairs, and I could swear that the temperature dropped noticeably with every step we took. WWW what the hell? WWW why is it SSS so cold? Roland managed to say in between his chattering teeth. Augment yourself, you dolt. I heard Clive's voice from behind. It was really dark, so I couldn't really see anything more than the vague outline of each person. As we walked down the stairs, I felt something grip my wrist, but before I pulled away, I realized what it was. Looking back just a step behind me, I could see the vague outline of Tess' head. Even without seeing, I could tell she was already blushing by how warm her hand was. Passing off her gesture as a result of feeling scared, we walked silently down the seemingly endless flight of stairs. Even without augmenting myself, the frigid temperatures in the dungeon was bearable due to my assimilated body, but as the dungeon got brighter, that soon changed. A gust of piercing cold air blew through the opening at the end of the tunnel, forcing me to shield myself with the shawl. As my eyes adjusted to the change in lighting, I couldn't help but become excited, seeing the first floor of the widow's crypt. The cavern stretched out for hundreds of yards, making me wonder how it even supported itself. The stone that made up the large cavern sparkled with a dim blue light as a thin layer of ice covered the floor and even formed icicles on the ceiling. Looking closely, I could see the nearly transparent layer of moss that covered the cavern walls and ceiling, enveloping this floor in a serene light. That's odd. Usually, we'd see a fair amount of snarlers already. Why don't I? All of a sudden, hideous noises began echoing all around us. Peeking out from behind the numerous boulders and from small caverns spotted around the walls of the cave were an uncountable amount of beady red eyes. That's a lot of snarlers. I could hear Roland gulp as his eyes widened. It wasn't just him that was shocked at the sight, but everyone in the class. Even Curtis and Claire looked. I looked at Professor Glory, and from her expression, I didn't think she anticipated seeing this many snarlers either. Even amongst mana beasts, snarlers were hideous creatures. With a thick gray fur coat, their 140 centimeters bodies looked like muscular mini gorillas. Their faces, though, were a mix of a boar's snout and tusks with beady red eyes and long ears. With their thick and powerful protruding jaw, you wouldn't think they were only East-stage mana beasts upon first glance. GRRRRRRRR. SSNNNRRRKKK. GRHHK. As dozens and dozens revealed themselves from hiding, the snarlers started snapping their jaws while letting out low growls. Professor, are there supposed to be this many SSS snarlers? One of upperclassmen females in the other group stammered out. This is so odd. Even in the lower floors, there are never this many snarlers bunched together. Professor Glory braced herself and stayed firm. Because of the low morale in our class, if even our professor took a step back in hesitation, everyone would panic. There are a lot of them, but they aren't impossible to handle. However, since this is just a class excursion, I think it's best to go back up, just in case. Safety is priority right now. Just as Professor Glory started slowly ushering everyone back towards the stairs, a fireball flew past her and exploded in a crowd of snarlers. As the fireball exploded, 6 snarlers all shot out in different directions and lay motionless. See, these nasty little beasts are weak. Professor, don't tell me you brought us all here just to go back. Even a small fire spell was enough to kill 6 of them. Lucas scoffed as he lowered his staff. I could tell Professor Glory was still hesitant because of the unusual amount of snarlers suddenly appearing on the first floor. I think we should try and train here, Professor. Curtis had a determined look on his face as several other students, because of Luca's display, gained confidence as well. The snarlers that have all come out seemed a bit frightened now, as they warily keep their distance, studying us with their unintelligent eyes. Okay, but if I feel that something isn't right, we're immediately out of here, understood. With a stern voice, she waited for the class to agree to her condition. When she received a round of nods, she said, good. Split into your teams and take different parts of the floor. We don't want any friendly fire happening in here. And Lucas, if you do something like that again, there will be consequences. Professor Glory shot a menacing look towards the cocky blonde, making him reluctantly comply. Prince Curtis, take your team and make your way towards the left side of the cave. Princess Tesha, take your team to the right of the cave and hold your ground. The last team with me. I'll be keeping an eye on you guys at all times, but stay vigilant and don't underestimate the snarlers, especially in these numbers. With that, Professor Glory motioned for the 2 teams to rush forward. Arthur, I want you to be the vanguard since you're the best at close range. Clive and Roland, you guys take positions to his left and right behind him and make sure he's covered. Lucas, stay in the center between Arthur, Clive, and Roland. I'll cover your back. We're going in the diamond position we learned in class. As soon as we headed towards the miniature army of snarlers, Tess Shy Self all but disappeared as her student president side took over. GRRRHHKK, KHHRRA, KRRAH, oh fuck. Roland, obviously intimidated by the 50-odd snarlers all snapping their jaws at us, took out his weapon, which just looked like a handle of a sword. Clive also took out his metal short bow from his dimension ring and drew it back. Where the arrow should have been was a long metal needle wrapped in gusts of wind. I take out Dawn's ballad as well, which was still wrapped in white cloth. I left it sheathed and lowered myself, getting ready for a quick draw in case any of them suddenly jumped. Spread and destroy, Ember Wisp. As we approached the horde of snarlers, Lucas released one of his favorite spells that soon started floating around us. CRRHK. Reaching just 5 meters from the horde, I tucked my sword in tightly to my waist and prepared to draw as more than 10 of them jumped towards us. Dashing even faster, I leaned forward even lower and augmented the sword still inside its sheath. Augmenting a wind to accumulate inside, I had to use all of my strength to keep my blade from coming out of its sheath until the last minute. With the same theory as a loaded spring, I waited until I was just in front of the airborne snarlers before I released the pressurized blade. As the speed of my blade broke the sound barrier with a loud boom, I winced in pain as I felt my shoulder dislocating. That skill worked a lot better than I thought it would. I really shouldn't experiment with skills in actual battles. The front line of the snarlers, both in the air and on the ground, was either knocked back or cut in half, but I couldn't follow up with anything as my right arm dangled, dropping my sword. GRHHEAK. Several more snarlers took the place of the fallen and galloped towards me, using all 4 limbs now. Several arrows whizzed by me and promptly impaled some of the snarlers that almost reached me. I looked back and gave Clive a nod before picking up my sword with my left hand. As I looked to my left, Roland was wielding a whip made of water as he gripped the handle he brought out in the beginning. The water whip whirled erratically as some attacks missed the target by a large margin, making me think that Roland was still learning his family's art. The cave glowed in red and blue as different fire spells went off from both our side and the other team's sides. The snarlers were trying to surround us as they began spreading out and keeping their distance. The ember wisps that Lucas summoned were still shooting off small streams of fire, but the snarlers were getting crafty, throwing chunks of ice from the ground at the wisps in hopes of extinguishing them. Tess spotted me clutching my arm as she's fought off 2 snarlers. Arthur, are you okay? I think I'll be fine. I gritted my teeth and positioned my right arm between my legs as I prepared to pop the shoulder back in. Gah! I couldn't help letting out a cry as I forcibly repositioned my arm in place. The skill I hadn't even named yet worked a lot better than I thought, managing to kill over 15 snarlers at once. Too bad my body wasn't able to withstand the force just now. The snarlers weren't very strong, but after about 30 minutes, the seemingly endless numbers that never dwindled were taking its toll on us. Clive and Roland were sweating profusely, while Tess turned a bit pale. Even Luca's spells were becoming a lot less flamboyant, as he had to keep in mind the limit of his mana pool now. Is it just me, or are there more snarlers now than there were in the beginning? Roland shouted as he managed to kill 3 snarlers with the help of Clive. I think you're right. The numbers aren't adding up. Clive responded as he looked at Tess for further instructions. Between the corpses on the floor and the ones still kicking, the numbers, just on our side, added up to roughly over 1. That was more than double from the beginning. I think we should head back over to Professor Glory. We're not going to be able to keep fighting like this for much longer, Tess announced. As we made our way slowly back to where the entrance to the dungeon was, it seemed like the other team had the same idea. Professor Glory noticed all the teams coming towards her, so she made her way to us, cleaving snarlers left and right with her sword. Professor, I don't think we can keep going like this. The snarlers keep coming, Tess shouted over the waves of snarlers. Teams, follow your leaders. We're going back up. Without hesitation, Professor Glory motioned for us to head back up the stairs when we hear a loud crash. The icicles and stalactites, along with other rubble from the roof of the cave, came crashing to the ground as 2 figures came floating down, flapping their large wings to hold themselves steady. Are you kidding me? What are the Queen's snarlers doing on this floor? Professor Glory didn't bother holding in her rage as she took out another giant sword from her dimension ring. Class, make sure to not let any of the minions' snarlers get in my way. I'll handle the 2 queens. I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting you guys out of here if it's the last thing I do. With a click of her tongue, she pulled something from around her neck and threw it on the ground. As the necklace shimmered and then turned gray, the mana fluctuating around Professor Glory changed. She was using a seal. Prepare to back up, Professor Glory. Don't let any of the snarlers get past us, Tess commanded as she held her bladed staff out in front of her. I, vanguards, protect the conjurers. Curtis stepped up, brandishing his sword and shield. The fire and sand began intertwining as the 2 queen snarlers, both a few times larger and nastier with wings, began cautiously surrounding Professor Glory. The queen snarler's front 2 limbs had 4 long, sharp claws that glistened in a coating that I assumed was poison. HAHP, Professor Glory, her 2 giant swords ablaze with fire and sand, charged towards the smaller queen snarler, beginning the battle. I held back on using spells, choosing to simply hack and slash my way against the snarlers by augmenting my sword. Their thick coat offered them a little resistance against spells and attacks, but it didn't take much to kill them. What became more of a problem was the corpses of the snarlers. Their dead bodies began piling more and more around us, getting in the way of our attacks. Looking around, I was relieved to see that the vanguards were still holding up. Both Curtis and Claire had minor scratches and bruises, but they were in much better shape compared to the other students. I took a glance back, and what I saw caught me by surprise. Professor Glory was pushing the queens, who were estimated to be on the upper spectrum of B-class bosses, back by herself. What surprised me more was the way she did it. She was obviously a dual elemental augmenter in earth and fire, but she was producing projectiles that looked like ice shards. No, looking carefully, it wasn't ice. It was glass. A small scratch on my arm brought my attention back to the fight in front of me, but my mind couldn't ponder how Professor Glory was able to do that. I knew about superheating sand, but in order to produce that amount of heat while still battling, KRRAHH, the ear-deafening cry made us turn our heads back. Professor Glory just managed to land the finishing blow on the smaller queen. Our professor wasn't in the best of shape, her armor scratched and dented in various places while blood trickled down her cheeks. All right, nice, go Professor. The defeat of one of the queens dramatically boosted the morale of the class, as each of the students' renewed vigor allowed us to fight back harder against the snarlers that seemed to generate spontaneously. GRRRAHH. Upon seconds of hearing a loud crash, Professor Glory flew past the front line and landed hard against a wave of minion snarlers. Allowing myself a few seconds to look back, a wave of nausea hit me as my eyes glued onto the sight of the bigger queen snarler, gorging on the corpse of the fallen queen. As the larger queen began devouring the smaller one, I couldn't help but become perplexed by what was happening in this dungeon. There were more than 10 floors here, with minion snarlers inhabiting all but the 10th floor, where the queen snarler dwelled. The reason this dungeon was considered a beginner dungeon was because the queen never left the 10th floor, allowing for easy training up until the very last floor. Although the queen snarler was a B-class mana beast, a large party of E-class adventurers was still capable of defeating it. Which brought another question to mind: was it normal to have more than one queen in the dungeon? From what I had read, queen species were very territorial and aggressive to any potential competitors that threatened their den. Professor Glory didn't really think much of it, but I couldn't help but be bothered by it. This brought me to my last inquiry. How were those two queens so much stronger than they normally should be? I could understand Professor Glory having a hard time against two B-class mana beasts that were considered dungeon bosses, but she shouldn't be losing. And a class adventurer was supposed to easily dispose of the kind of queen snarler I had read about. Why is that one so much stronger? Professor Glory got up as she groaned, cleaving a few minions out of her way. As I fended off waves of snarlers, my attention kept on drawing back to the queen snarler eating its former ally. Professor, does this usually happen? I asked. Well, I've heard that some species of mana beasts do indulge in cannibalism, but I've never really seen this particular case. Why now of all times, I have no idea. Shaking her head, she picked up her other sword and made her way towards her opponent. As the queen snarler finished consuming her fallen comrade, a bizarre change occurred. Its once gray fur turned jet black, and the small horn on its forehead that I failed to notice at first curved upwards, growing substantially. The once beady red eyes turned sharp and menacing, almost psychotic as it began foaming from its mouth as well. Professor Glory didn't say anything, but I knew that there was a growing sense of doubt in her mind as the beast charged at her. Until now, getting back home safely was considered just a matter of time, but even I couldn't help but shiver involuntarily from the murderous intent that exuded from the queen. Professor, we can't keep this up, Tess shouted hoarsely amidst the growls and hisses of the enemy. Her condition didn't look too good and brought to my attention a rather obvious problem we were now facing. Everyone, no more fire spells. The entrance of the cave is blocked, so our supply of oxygen is limited. I roared out. From the burnt pile of corpses accumulating, the air was becoming thick as some of the weaker students began coughing uncontrollably. The Queen and Professor Glory were at a stalemate, with our professor drifting towards the losing side. As I focused on the main battle, I could see that the fighting style of the Queen Snarler had completely changed. There was no trace of hesitation or sense of self-preservation. Each attack it lashed out at Professor Glory was with the intent to kill without caring for its own body. Usually that should have been its downfall, but that unique Queen Snarler's black fur was able to absorb most of the damage from our professor's attacks. Arthur, I think, my mana core is beginning to act up. Tess, who was a few meters behind me, fell to her knees as she began clutching her abdomen. Damn it, Papa, what's wrong? Are you okay? Sylvie's voice popped in my head. We ran into a problem. Get here as fast as you can and head down the stairs. I responded before focusing back on what was happening here. Several factors began weighing down on my mind now, and I began to feel a sense of nostalgia from my trip to the dire tombs. Did I have the power to clear the mountain of rubble blocking the front entrance to the stairs? And even if I did, should I just take Tess and escape by ourselves? No. Tess would never forgive me if she knew that I left everyone else in here to escape. Then after opening a way back up, should I stay behind and help Professor Glory kill the mutated Queen Snarler? Whatever decision I chose to make, the first thing I had to do was remove this rubble. It was important that I cleared a path back up in one try, since it was obvious the Queen wasn't going to let us all escape. Professor, keep the Queen busy. I'll try to open a way out of here for us. Professor Glory had to work even harder to keep up with the Queen since she couldn't use any fire techniques. After giving me a nod of affirmation, I got to work. Tess wasn't in any state to help, and everyone else was too busy fending off the army of minion snarlers. Lucas had to resort to using heat spells to try and deter the snarlers since oxygen levels were becoming more and more scarce. I would have to do this by myself. I had to calculate this well. If I were to use a large enough fire spell in this state right now and fail, we were all going to suffocate in here. Water, ice. There were 2 little water elemental mana particles in this cave to release anything strong enough to drill a hole through the mountain of rock. The once ice-filled cave was now dry and arid, with a thick layer of smoke being produced from some of the burnt snarler corpses. That left me with wind and earth, or a mixture of both, but even with the level I was right now, I wasn't confident in being able to produce a powerful enough attack. I thought of maybe using Phase 2, but with Tess in the condition she was in right now, I had to stay conscious, at least until we got out of this dungeon. Was there really no other option? As my mind began spinning for possible solutions, I saw Professor Glory receive a pretty large blow to her right arm. I'm almost there, Papa. Hold on, Sylvie's voice gave me an idea. That's it, Curtis, I need your help right now. I roared across the battlefield. Arthur, I don't think I can afford to. Come now, I barked back before he could refute. Curtis was a bloody, grimy mess, but from the shallow wounds on his body, it was obvious that the blood on him wasn't his. What is it? He panted heavily. I could tell he was exhausted by the wear on his face and body. His shield was badly dented and his sword was slick with blood, dulled from repeated use. Do you think your beast will ability, World Howl, is strong enough to clear the rubble? I turned his head to snap him back to attention. Arthur, I don't think I have the mana to even go into my first phase. He shook his head hopelessly. Just answer the question. Is it strong enough? Why, yeah, if I had enough mana, I could potentially produce a blast bigger than the one in the mock team battle where you, got injured. He scratched his head, confused by where I was going with this. I thought about maybe directing the blast at the Queen's Snarler, but even if it were strong enough to kill it, it would be impossible to accurately catch only the Queen and not Professor Glory. It was safer to just go with this plan. Okay, I want you to not question what I'm about to do. Just focus on going into your first phase and producing a blast strong enough to clear that mountain of rubble. Got it. The amount of urgency and authority must have got through to Curtis because he just nodded and turned around. Taking off my seal and putting it in my dimension ring, I made sure to control the amount fluctuation in the mana as to not tip anyone off. Everyone was occupied with the Snarlers, but if I didn't control the mana release like Professor Glory did after she released her seal, I would draw attention from the Queen's Snarler. Feeling the untapped pool of mana that I now had access to, I placed both my hands on Curtis' back. From the amount of mana I willed into Curtis, the prince involuntarily dropped to one knee before he was able to adjust his body to the sudden bombardment of mana. Mana transference had been studied for many years according to professors and many of the books in the library, but it was a hopeless cause for them. They believed that if a mage had the fire attribute, receiving mana from another fire attribute mage should be possible, but after countless tests and failures, they deemed it implausible, the reason being that even if someone was specialized, the mana inside their bodies weren't purely of just that element. Hypothetically, if someone was able to condense and refine their core to the highest sense, then they could transfer mana with another person core of that same level and element. Other than that, it would be impossible, except for me. The fact that I was able to manipulate all four elements allowed me to adjust and mimic and input the types of mana and the ratio of each element of the person I was transferring to. It was sort of like what I did for my sister and Lilia when teaching them mana manipulation in their bodies, but on a much bigger scale. Of course, I hadn't perfectly mastered this, so it was inevitable that I'd be wasting a lot of mana, but this was our best bet. As I began slowly controlling and limiting the amount of each elemental mana particles I transmitted to Curtis, I couldn't help but grit my teeth in self-deprecation at the turn of events. There were so many small signs that I chose to ignore, thinking that it would work out fine and that I could handle it. Was I treating this life I had right now for granted? Being fortunate enough to have this amount of power at my age definitely made me lose my past sense of rationality to a degree. No longer a king, tied down by rules and politics as well as my own physical capabilities, I'd become careless. In this world, the limits to my potential were boundless. Reaching white stage or even further wasn't a dream but a matter of time and effort. The thing that appalled me the most, and what I hated to admit, was that I was, in a sense, a bit like Lucas. I was nowhere near as much of a jerk as him, and I had people I actually cared for besides myself, but I was becoming arrogant to the extent of carelessness. I don't know what you just did, Arthur, but I feel great. I think I'll be able to go into my first phase, the prince exclaimed, bringing me back to reality. I sensed the change his body was going through as he began to transition into his first phase. Mana fluctuated erratically around him as he released his beast will. I jerked my hands back in pain as Curtis released his first phase. Confused, I tried transferring mana to him again, but the rejection from his body was even stronger than the first time. Did the mana from his beast will reject my mana? Before I had the chance to try again, Curtis began gathering mana for his World Howl technique. He crouched, lowering his center of gravity to withstand the recoil of the spell. The mana from both his body and the atmosphere gathered in front of his open jaw. During this time, I rushed to where Tess was curled behind the front line and scooped her up. Getting Tess out of here was first priority. I was partly to blame for this mess. I should have done a better job in preventing something like this from happening in the first place. With a beastly roar, Curtis unleashed his powerful breath attack, but the mutated queen must have sensed that something was wrong because it immediately changed its target from the wounded Professor Glory to Curtis. Oh no, you don't. Bellowing at the top of her lungs, Professor Glory leaped up and grappled the mutated queen in flight, hoping to deter it from reaching Curtis. With a thundering explosion, Curtis' spell blasted a large hole through the rubble, clearing a path to the now visible stairway entrance back to the surface. Everyone head to the stairs. I roared through the sound of rocks falling and snarlers growling. Go now, Professor Glory shouted as well as she struggled to hold her own against the queen's snarler. The exhausted class made one final push towards the entrance as Professor Glory held the queen at bay, the wall of snarler corpses obstructing the ones alive for a brief moment. Claire, I'm trusting Tess to you. I handed Tess to Claire, who seemed to be in the best shape right now. You're not planning on staying, are you? You can't be serious. As your commanding leader in the disciplinary committee, I forbid. Just go. With the limited amount of time we had, I released a sharp killing intent to get my point across, making her flinch backwards in surprise. Helping the drain Curtis back to his feet, I pushed both of my disciplinary committee teammates toward the front entrance of the cave before turning back to where Professor Glory was fighting. "Why the hell did you come back, Arthur?" I could almost feel the amount of frustration in my professor's voice as she snapped at me through gritted teeth. "We're going to need both of us to kill this thing." Taking Dawn's ballad back out from my dimension ring, I unsheathed it. "You better hope this thing kills me because you're going to regret not following my orders," she responded, blocking a blow from the queen's sharp claws. "Hey, I'm a professor too, remember?" I gave her a weary smile before making a sharp swing with my blade. "You're too smart for your own good, Arthur." She smiled back while shaking her head. The situation didn't seem too good, as the mana transference had made me use most of my mana. If it weren't for mana rotation, I probably would have gotten backlash already. While battling the queen and keeping her busy enough so the rest of the class could get out safely, I noticed that the last one here was Lucas. Our eyes locked for a brief moment before he turned his head back and disappeared into the entrance. I could have sworn I saw him snort before he turned away. As the fight continued, I managed to sever one of the queen's wings so it wasn't capable of flight any longer, but its thick fur was preventing us from doing anything more than giving it shallow wounds. This mutated queen, standing almost 10 feet tall on its hind legs, was filled with wounds from both Professor Glory and I, but it didn't seem to bother it at all. "I don't think we can kill this thing," I shouted to Professor Glory, who was on the other side of the queen's snarler. "We'll need to at least bind it somehow so we can escape. I don't think the queen will follow us out of the dungeon," she responded as the queen howled in anger. "I need you to keep it busy for 5 seconds, Professor." I repositioned myself so Professor Glory was in view. "Okay." She didn't question what I was about to do as she unleashed another burst of mana out of her core. As Professor Glory leaped toward the mutated queen, I put my sheath back into my dimension ring and grasped my sword with both hands. With the seal gone, I used the last of my mana to will lightning into Dawn's ballad. Without mana to strengthen and empower my movement, my dash toward the queen's snarler felt like a crawl. "Move." At my signal, Professor Glory leaped out of the way as I stabbed my sword into an already existing wound that I had managed to inflict just earlier between its shoulder blades. The crackle of electricity prying its way in through the seam caused the queen to erupt into a high-pitched shriek as she began to spasm. "Let's go." Without even being able to pull my sword back out from the queen's snarler, Professor Glory grabbed me by my waist and carried me toward the front entrance. As the hordes of minions got in our way, Professor Glory slashed through until we reached the front entrance. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed over us. How? Professor Glory could only gasp as both of us looked up. The queen, with my sword still embedded in its spine, somehow recovered enough to make one desperate leap to keep us from escaping. "Hurry." I was currently dangling on top of my professor's shoulder as I tried to snap her out of her shock. With the mutated queen's snarler almost upon us, we barely managed to avoid its sharp claws before she landed hard on the ground. Without the luxury to even look back, we made our way past the minions and into the hall when I spotted the mutated queen crawling her way toward us. I guess my last attack did some damage because it wasn't freely mobile instead. It awkwardly limped toward us, using its claws to drag its body. Reaching the end of the hall where the stairs began to ascend, I noticed something odd about the queen's snarler that was just a couple meters away from us. Every bit of that mutated queen was odd, but this was different. As it reached closer and closer to the top of the staircase, where we were, its face and body began pulsating. Tumors began growing sporadically in random parts of its body and face. Don't tell me. Before I was even able to finish my thought, the queen burst apart in an explosion of guts, blood, and shards of exoskeleton. Before Professor Glory could even turn around, the force of the explosion pushed her forward, and she lost her grip on me. As if that wasn't bad enough, the explosion caused by the queen opened up a large hole beneath it. "Arthur." Through gritted teeth, I heard my professor's desperate cry as she reached her hand out for me, but it was too late. I could feel myself growing weaker from the force of the queen's last desperate attempt. "Save Tess," I called back out weakly before using the last bit of mana I'd been gathering for the short amount of time to augment my body. After what seemed like hours of falling while being knocked between various rocks that fell along with me from the explosion, I spread my arms and legs, desperately trying to find anything to grab to stop myself from becoming a splatter mark on the ground. The speed at which I was dropping kept me from stabilizing myself on my own, but fortunately, my right hand was able to latch onto a jutted tree root. Unfortunately, that was also the arm that had been dislocated not too long ago, so the sudden jolt sent a sharp pain up my arm that made me wish I'd just fallen flat on the ground instead. Dangling helplessly by my right arm that felt as if it were going to rip off at any moment, I desperately sent Sylvie a mental transmission. "Sylv, are you there? I fell quite a bit a ways, but I'm still okay. Do you sense where I am?" I waited for a minute, but there was no response. I couldn't even sense my bond. I immediately began worrying that something had happened to her, but with the queen snarler dead and the rest trapped inside the dungeon, it was unlikely. It was more reasonable to conclude that I was either too far down, or that this area was warded off and sealed from the outside, or more accurately, the surface. By the extent of my drop, I doubted I was on any of the immediate floors below it, causing me to wonder if the explosion had unveiled a hidden passage to some room somewhere inside the dungeon. Thinking back on the explosion caused by the mutated Queen Snarler, I couldn't help but think how odd it had been. The blast was large, but I got the feeling that the explosion wasn't meant to kill whoever was near it. If that were the case, my body, along with Professor Glory's, would be in a much worse state than it was now. I groaned as I continued hanging off my limp arm, feeling myself lose grip. I let out a couple quick breaths to ready myself before I used the remaining strength in my right arm to pull myself up just enough for my left arm to take its place. Through gritted teeth, I resisted the temptation to just let go and leave it up to God or the gods or any gods, whatever they worshipped in this world, if any. After a quick assessment of my body's condition, which was in fairly good shape besides my right shoulder, I tried to survey my surroundings, except all I could see was darkness. It wasn't as simple as it simply being dark, it was pitch black. That feeling of when you shut your eyes so hard that it seems like different lights were oozing around in your vision, or that feeling where no matter how hard you squinted, your eyes couldn't adjust, that was what I was feeling right now. As I activated my mana rotation, I dispersed the mana I had covering my body to only my left arm. I had to use this break time to gather as much mana I could. Augmenting what little mana I had into my eyes in hopes to see something, I was rewarded with only darkness. I'm not blind, am I? I couldn't help but think to myself as I augmented my eyes again. Just to comfort my needless worry, I break one of the most basic rules in situations like this. I produced a small fire on the tip of my right index finger. Looking at the warm red and orange flicker of fire on my fingertip, I breathed in relief before extinguishing the flame. While vision was an important thing, the last thing I wanted to do in a dark place like this was draw attention to myself. Now that the enemies here, if any, knew of my location, I needed to move. Since I couldn't see, I used wind to sense the type of space I was in right now. I had no idea how narrow or wide this hole that I was in was, but I assumed it wasn't too wide since I hit quite a few objects along the way while falling. Sending out short, soft bursts of wind, equidistant around me, I figure out that this ditch, for a lack of better words, had a diameter of about 10 meters. The scary part, however, was that I couldn't even sense how far down I was and how much further I had to go down until I had a floor to walk on. What I had to decide now was whether to try and climb back up or make my way down. By how much I fell and all of the other debris that fell down along with me, chances were that the opening at the top would already be covered. With Sylvie not answering from outside, I had no way of knowing if she could open up an exit for me. That only leaves me with going down, I sighed. No matter how rational and level-headed I was, I couldn't help but feel a bit anxious in this situation. More so than the immediate dangers in front of me. A situation like this, where I couldn't see anything or even sense any life forms, made me more edgy. In the case where the army of snarlers was in front of us, I knew what I had to do and I could think of how to deal with it. Right now, I could neither imagine nor predict what might happen in the next couple of seconds, making me all the more tense. Augmenting both my hands with earth attribute mana, I'm able to bury my hand into the side of the giant abyss-like hole, creating a handhold for myself. I position myself flat against the side, with both my hands dug into the wall to keep myself from falling. In a steady motion, I pulled my augmented hands out of the side of the wall and allow myself to fall before I clawed my hands into the wall again to stop. The amount of stress it put on my arms made me cringe every time, but this would be the fastest way to make my way down. Gripping, letting go, gripping, letting go, gripping, letting go. I had to keep my body flat so I don't start falling away from the wall. I also couldn't wait too long before I had to grip the wall again, because it would be a lot more dangerous to try and slow down after picking up too much speed. I let out pulses of wind every now and then to try and see how much farther I had to go down. Even after around 3 hours of gripping and letting go, according to my internal clock, I had yet to sense a floor anywhere close beneath me. How deep is this fucking hole? Without even the luxury to vent my frustration aloud, I was left to rant inside my head, using words even the most vulgar of adults would find inappropriate. I knew that everyone warned adventurers about the dangers and unpredictability of dungeons, but both the dire tombs and even this supposedly low-level dungeon had proven to cause me more trouble than the times I had ventured with Jasmine without the use of magic. I mean, what were the chances that the one time I go to a D-class dungeon supposedly filled with E-class monsters, a freaking army decides to welcome us on the first floor? The minion snarlers hadn't even been that bad, to be honest. We were stupid for using so much fire magic when we had no ventilation, but I had handled most of them without even using mana. That mutated queen had been the problem. How the hell did she get so strong? Was it because she ate the other queen? Was it even possible to just get instant power-ups like that? As I continued debriefing to myself the events that occurred earlier, I kept gripping and letting go of the stone wall, falling down further into who knows where I was now. I let go of the wall and fell down, timing myself before burying my augmented hands into the wall again. However, unlike before, my hand wouldn't go inside. What the? I desperately tried clawing at the wall, but even with the augmentation in my hand, I wasn't able to make even a scratch into the wall. The surface of the wall was different now. It was smooth to be natural. I was picking up speed as I persistently tried to bury my fingers into the wall, hopelessly. This isn't working. Careful to make as little noise as possible while I continued falling, I rhythmically let out pulses of wind around me as a sort of makeshift echolocation. Through sending out faint pulses and measuring how long it took before it hit a surface, I could locate, in my head, potential footholds and handholds to make my way down. Easier said than done. The theory worked great in my head, but trying it without practice proved harder than I imagined. There were few handholds I could try and hang myself from, but my makeshift echolocation technique wasn't as accurate as I wished it would be. I ended up narrowly missing a lot of the potential supports, and it just became harder as I picked up speed. As I continue fumbling my arms against the wall to search for anything that may slow down or stop my fall, I was finally able to sense the ground. Damn it, this isn't good. I had about 200 meters before my body became a puddle on the ground. That left me with about 6 seconds, damn it all. Turning around so that the wall was to my back, I gathered all the mana I saved up till now. It would take about 4 seconds to focus enough mana into the spell. Wind bullet. Stretching my arms out in front of me, I unleash a barrage of fist-sized bullets of compressed air to the other side of this giant hole I was in. If I could create enough force to push myself back against the wall, I would be able to slow down enough to survive the fall. I no longer cared about keeping noise to a minimum. The air bullets boomed as they collided into the wall about 10 meters away from me. My body pressed harder and harder against the wall behind me from the recoil of the spell, and I couldn't do anything besides grit my teeth as I felt the back of my uniform and my skin burning off due to the friction. I could feel myself approaching the backlash stage, but I just desperately let out all of the mana I could muster up while using mana rotation. As the air bullets continued colliding against the other side, pushing me back harder and harder into the smooth wall, I approached the ground. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, I see a faint light, 10 meters, 5 meters, AAHH. I felt myself slowing down as the burning pain coursing through my back became numb. 2 meters before I reached the ground, I let out one last, large pulse of compressed air straight below me. My eyes bulged and the only sound I could make was a painful cough as I met the ground, a jolt shooting straight up my body. I rolled forward as soon as I could, trying to spread out the pressure as much as possible, but it wasn't enough. Head spinning, I struggled to stay conscious as my vision blurred. As I lifted my head up from the ground, faint lights illuminated the area, allowing my blurring vision to get a sense of where I was. I seemed to be in a passageway of some sort, with small lights along the sides. Further down the hall came a brighter source of light. Who's there? A female voice echoed. When I opened my mouth, only coughs came out. I tried answering the frightened voice, but again my voice failed me. Please, I need help, she murmured. Again, nothing came out as my vision continued to fade in and out. I tried getting up, but utterly failed. Hold on, my voice came out raspy and weak, but she heard me. I heard harsh, forced breaths from her before she replied with a weak, okay. Sylvia's dragon was working wonders as I felt my body healing itself. My back was scorching from sliding down the wall and my legs felt like they'd been torn apart and taped back together, but I was able to stand up within 30 minutes. Looking around to where I landed, I couldn't help but shake my head at the complete darkness that loomed above me from where I came from. Around me were shattered stones and, I think, a limb of the queen's snarler that exploded. Near the limb, though, my eyes noticed a reflection coming from under a pile of rubble. Making my way there slowly, a smile crept up on my face as I realized what it was: my sword. Good old Dawn's ballad was soon retrieved and safely back inside my dimension ring after digging it up and pulling it out of the shallow pile of rocks on top of it. I put the torn limb of the mutated Queen Snarler inside my dimension ring as well, hoping to study it if I ever made it back up. Thinking optimistically, I realized I wasn't in too bad of a shape. I managed to slow myself down enough so I didn't have any broken bones. The shock went through the spine and rattled my brain, making me almost lose consciousness, but considering the circumstances, I felt like it could have been a lot worse. My mana was now beginning to recover, and with my legs functioning, I made my way to the voice that seemed to have gone silent. I'm here. The voice seemed even weaker than it had been half an hour ago. Making my way towards the growing light at the end of the hall, I called out to her again. As I reached the end of the tunnel, my vision took a few seconds to adjust from the change in brightness after being accustomed to utter darkness for so long. Way. Before I could respond, I almost fell back as I stumbled in horror from what I witnessed. The war zone created by the hundreds of snarler bodies scattered and piled on top of each other seemed like it was from a children's picture book compared to the scene that I couldn't seem to peel my eyes away from. Corpses. Corpses of humans, elves, and dwarves lay dead, and some in pieces around the cavern that would have been considered beautiful otherwise. The once green grass like moss spread over the ground was dyed red, while the stream crossing through the cavern had floating bodies with blood spreading around them. There were around 40-50 corpses spread out in the cavern with their weapons next to them. The damage done to their bodies revealed torture, as some had their limbs torn apart and others had cuts all over their beheaded bodies. I heard her cough again. "Are you still there?" The weak voice came from my left. "I can't see." Oh, my heart dropped and I couldn't even finish. The woman that was lying against the wall of the cavern was probably in a worse state than the carcasses spread around, split apart. The woman, an elf it seemed, had most of her limbs torn off. Where her right arm and both legs should have been were holes, cruelly sealed by burning the wounds. Her eyes were gone as dried blood that streamed down from where her eyes were stained her cheeks. In the woman's abdomen, right where her monocore was, a sleek black spike was impaled through her and once again sealed. "You, how?" I dropped to my knees in front of her as I inspected her. Looking at her carefully, I felt like I'd seen her somewhere. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I recognized her face. Where did I? The 6 lances. The 6 lances. She was one of the 6 strongest mages in all of Dickathon, chosen to represent the continent. "You're one of the 6 lances. I couldn't help but sputter out. "Indeed I am." She let out a ragged sigh. "As for how, if you're asking me how I'm still alive in this state, it's because he left me alive." Her eyebrows furrowed, and the dried blood crusted in between her eyelids crumbled, letting out a faint stream of fresh blood from where her eyes once were. He. I felt like I was asking stupid questions, but I was so lost. Yes, he called himself Vritra. With her left hand, the only limb she had left, she slowly reached for something behind her and pulled it out. Inside her hand was a sleek black stone fragment of some sort. As I squinted my eyes and analyzed it, I was suddenly reminded of my time with Sylvia. As the memory clicked and the pieces were put together in my head, my hand squeezed tightly around the black shard as my whole body shook from anger. I remembered why this black stone looked so familiar. It was part of the horn of one of the black horn demons that Sylvia first disguised herself as, and also the very species that killed her. "Can I keep this?" I asked before realizing that my palm had been bleeding from grasping the shard of the horn too hard. The elven woman, despite her condition, let out a hoarse chuckle after my question, catching me by surprise. Raising an eyebrow, I couldn't help but wonder what was going through her mind, and how admirable she was for her ability to still laugh considering her situation. "You're looking at me as if I've gone insane," she said as she struggled to turn her head toward the sound of my voice. "No, not insane. Admirable, if anything," I replied. "You're a weird one too, asking a dying soldier if you can keep something like that. Keep it. It won't hold any value to me anyway." She let out a sigh and suddenly, her face looked as if it had aged 20 years by the grave expression she wore. "I don't even know your name, kid, but I'm going to die soon. There's no need to try and be sensitive about that fact." The elven warrior let out a ragged breath, but her expression remained firm. "My name is Arthur and, yeah, unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any way for me to save you. I put the black shard inside my dimension ring. I'm sorry. I guess it just wasn't meant to be then. Since I don't have a lot of time, I'll tell you as much as I know." My chest felt heavy as she so easily casted aside her hopes and accepted her fate. "My name is Aaliyah Triskin, as you figured out. I am one of the 6 lances, and the corpses that you probably spotted upon your arrival were my troops. Each lance was in charge of a battalion composed of top mages." She let out another heavy sigh, and for once I was glad she wasn't able to witness the gruesome slaughter that turned this once beautiful place into a grave of mangled corpses. After the commencement of the 6 lances a few months ago, I had been training them to work as a team to clear dungeons and other unknown areas. The 6 lances rarely go on missions together, unless we are to explore an S-class dungeon or above, she continued after pausing for a gulp of air. "From the direction of your footsteps earlier, it seemed you came in from a different entrance. This place is actually connected to 3 dungeons. Which dungeon did you come from, Arthur?" Aaliyah wiggled her body, struggling to prop herself up against the wall. "I came with my classmates and professor from the Widow's Crypt." Everyone else was able to make it back out, but I guess I wasn't so lucky. I took a seat against the wall next to Aaliyah as I surveyed the carnage displayed before me. I was able to vaguely imagine what happened by how the bodies were positioned and where they had sustained their fatal injuries. "I'm not sure how old you are, Arthur, but no one should have to see something like this," Aaliyah whispered, her voice laced with remorse. "My age probably won't correlate too well in regards to situations like this, but you are right. No one, regardless of age, should have to see something like this." Her breathing became more ragged and sporadic, but she held on. "My troops and I came from a class dungeon named Hell's Jaw. We were assigned to investigate the dungeon after getting reports of inconsistent sightings inside. The adventurers that had come back alive were ones who frequented the dungeon for training. The ones that made it back were barely alive, and they all spoke about how the beasts residing within suddenly became stronger and fiercer. Was that the case for the dungeon you came from as well? Aaliyah asked, her words coming out slower than before. Yes, just on the first floor, an army of minion snarlers welcomed us. The minions weren't bad, but 2 queen snarlers showed up. One of the queens, after eating the other queen, turned from gray to black, and its strength jumped a few fold. I suspected this was the cause. What do you mean you suspected? Are you saying you've seen that demon before? Aaliyah's limp body suddenly sprang up as her head turned back toward me, shock evident in her voice. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but yes, I responded frankly. The same one? You think there's more than one? Aaliyah's already pale face drained to an even whiter color. I don't have definite proof, but I suspect that the one you saw of Vritra is just one of the horned demons out there somewhere, I replied, recalling that night where I had gotten separated from Sylvia. The black demon with its horns curving downwards said something about causing them trouble. It was just speculation, but I suspected that there were probably more of them. My mind began to spin as I pondered over the different possibilities and reasons as to why they were doing this. Was this all for Sylvie or some greater cause? I remembered when Sylvia had given the stone to me that I had to protect it at all costs. That stone turned out to be an egg, and of a dragon no less. Was Sylvie such an important existence that the horned demons had to go this far for? What are you thinking of, Arthur? Aaliyah let out a strained cough as fresh blood escaped from the sealed wound where her mana core once was. I always found it intriguing that, while beast cores were capable of being harvested and used as tools to enhance mana, human mana cores weren't. When a mage died, their mana core shattered and the mana accumulated inside dispersed. Was it because we gathered mana from the atmosphere that this happened? There seemed to be a deeper meaning when I thought of how humans didn't need their mana cores in order to survive, while our mana cores were dependent on us being alive. This world seemed to revolve around whether you were a mage or not, and if you were, how strong you were. I couldn't help but think that the god of this world wanted to tell us that life was more important than magic, which should be an obvious statement, but a statement which the people of this world seem to have forgotten. Before I lost myself deeper into the aspect of a higher being, Aaliyah's ragged coughing snapped me back to reality. Are you okay? That was a dumb question. Of course she isn't okay. When my team reached the first floor of Hell's Jaw, there was nothing off about it. The mana beasts were the same ones that were recorded. It was when we reached the final floor where the master of the dungeon made its den. The Hades Serpent, which was an AA-class mana beast, should have been something I could have beaten myself fairly easily. There was no trace of boasting or overconfidence in her tone. It was just a fact to her. The Hades Serpent, which was known for the blue fire spouting along its long spine, looked different. At first, we were confused because it didn't look like it had any flames at all, but when we looked closer, the reason we couldn't see the flames against the black walls of the cave was because the flames themselves were black. It looked like thick smoke flickering wildly along the spine of the 100-foot serpent. That particular Hades serpent also had a black horn jutting out of its forehead, while its scales, which were recorded as being a matte gray color, were a sleek black. Taking a deep breath, I noticed Aaliyah shivering. The fight was gruesome. I lost 5 of my men to that Hades serpent. The fight took several hours, but I was able to kill it. When we tried to retrieve the beast core, though, it wasn't there. She broke into another fit of coughs, so I ran toward the pond and soaked what was left of my uniform inside. After rinsing it, I allowed the fabric to absorb as much water as it could before walking back to Aaliyah. Open your mouth, I instructed. She hesitated for a moment, but she eventually did as she was told. As I gently squeezed my soaked uniform over her mouth, the water trickled into her mouth. Although we were tempted to go back to the surface, we hadn't managed to figure anything out, so we started searching for clues inside. One of my men used a spell and found that there was a hidden tunnel underneath a thin layer of earth. After crossing the tunnel, we arrived here. As Aaliyah's voice trembled at her last words, tears mixed with blood streamed down the closed eyelids where her eyes used to be. He was here, when we reached this cavern. I still remember the way he looked at us. Those scarlet eyes, after letting out a trembling breath, she continued, my team and I. No one knew what that monster was, so we did what our instincts told us to do. We raised our weapons. That was our first mistake. I can still picture it so clearly. His pale gray skin, his face. It was beastly, yet it looked almost human. He looked at us and smirked, exposing his sharp fangs. What threw us off was when he talked. Her voice fell into a whisper. I responded just to let her know I was still there. He wasn't even surprised to see us there. Vritra, that thing just looked at us before, I asked, sitting upright. He gave us 2 options. Tears and blood continued to stream down her once beautiful face as she willed herself to finish. He looked straight at me as if he knew instantly that I was the leader, and told me that he'd let me walk out unharmed if she choked back a sob, her only hand clenched white into a fist, if I dismembered each of my teammates, one by one in front of him. The ridiculous offer would have infuriated anyone, but looking at the state Aaliyah was in right now, I didn't have the confidence to say she had made the right decision. Maybe her teammates would have wanted her to kill them quickly instead of being tortured the way they were. What was the other option? I asked, gently wrapping my hands over her clenched fist. He just scoffed at us and said, "Or you can try and fight." Her blood-mixed tears stained the torn remains of her clothes as she continued to softly cry. Unable to find the words to comfort her, I just kept my hands wrapped tightly around her fist. Moments trickled by with only the sound of running water and Aaliyah's silent sobs breaking the deathly silence. "We didn't stand a chance," she whispered, hiccuping. "I hate to make you relive the scene, but I need as much of the details as possible, Aaliyah." I gently stroked her hand to try and calm her. He had one horn in the middle of his forehead that curved backwards sharply. She tried her best to talk calmly. One horn, so there really was more than one horned demon. Was it a clan, a race? My heart began beating uncontrollably from just imagining a whole race composed of horned demons. Just one of them could wipe out one of the 6 lances and her team. Why, yes, my strongest single-point attack only managed to create a small chip in that horn. Aaliyah seemed like she wanted to ask me something, but she continued on, her breath getting shorter. Vritra was able to use magic that seemed to defy the common sense of any magic I've ever seen. Aaliyah's lips began to quiver. What kind of magic did he use? Metal, black metal. He was able to instantaneously conjure metal spikes, blades, any sort of weapons from the ground and himself. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was over too quickly. Half of my team was dead in the first wave of attacks he unleashed with a simple flick of his wrist. When the ones that were still alive attacked him, he didn't even bother to dodge. Plates of black metal instantaneously materialized and blocked whatever attack that managed to get near him. I felt my face tense as I tried to visualize what Vritra's, and possibly the powers his whole race possessed. It seemed to be conjuring, but on a completely different level. The way she described it made it seem more akin to manifestation or even creation of a certain phenomena, rather than affecting the mana particles that already existed. How was that even possible, though? Were they capable of just skipping steps in the fundamental laws of magic in this world, or were they simply more knowledgeable and able to do this through a special skill? My head immediately turned toward Aaliyah at the sound of her coughing. It was worse than before. She coughed up blood. Vritra, he left after leaving me like this. I'm not sure if he knew someone was going to come, but the last thing he said before going was his name, and that Dickathon was going to become a war zone. As blood dribbled down the corner of her mouth, she turned her head toward me. "This may sound preposterous, but can you do me a favor?" Aaliyah let out a faint smile, revealing her teeth stained with blood. "Sure, anything." I expected her to leave me with an item or message, perhaps for a loved one back home or maybe to her family. "Hold me," she mumbled. I leaned in closer, only hearing the last part. "Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I always thought that I didn't need anyone. As long as I was strong enough, I never had a family or lover to depend on. But you know, I really don't want to die alone right now." Aaliyah bit her trembling lower lip. "Can you hold me?" Without saying a word, I gently wrapped my arms around Aaliyah's fragile neck and waist, leaning her head against my chest. "I'm scared," she muttered. "I don't want to die." I stayed silent, gritting my teeth as I, again, was unable to find the words to comfort her. Softly patting the back of Aaliyah's head, I felt her breathing become weaker and weaker, and moments later she passed away in my arms. My teeth were clenched the whole time as I willed a hole in the earth below us. Carefully placing Aaliyah's cold, lifeless body into the center, I slowly covered her, using her weapon as a makeshift gravestone. I couldn't even laugh at the sick irony that this dungeon happened to be named the Widow's Crypt. Wordlessly, I spent some time burying each of Aaliyah's fallen comrades. The once beautiful cave layered with a glossy bed of grass, and a pond that glittered like shattered glass now looked like a national landmark of the fallen. The crude mounds of dirt and weapons for grave markers gave this place an eerie ambience. After finishing up the makeshift graves, I dragged my not-so-willing legs back to where I buried Aaliyah. Kneeling, I placed my hand on the mound of dirt covering the once famous lance. She was considered the pinnacle of power here, no doubt respected and feared by many. However, to me, she was simply a lonely girl, regretful of the fact that she never had someone to love and someone to love her back. As I looked at her in her final moments, a sense of dread dawned on me. She was almost exactly the same as I was from my past life, except she wouldn't be reborn into a different world. With my immediate reincarnation after my previous life ended, I didn't have the chance to even reflect on how I had lived. In Aaliyah's last breaths, she had broken down and sobbed, crying that she didn't want to die like this. Damn it. I rubbed my eyes as tears unknowingly began streaming down my face, indignant in her stead at how her life came to an end. Sending out another mental transmission to Sylvie, I sighed in defeat when I didn't hear a reply. Slumping back down against the jagged walls Aaliyah and I had leaned against, I recalled everything the fallen lance had informed me of. From the information she was able to gather, there were a couple of speculations I could make. One, there was more than just one black horned demon. How many, I wasn't sure. My only hope was that there wouldn't be many. If one of them could easily kill a lance or gravely injure a dragon like Sylvia, then I was out of my league. Two, they were definitely after something. I wasn't sure what, but my mind kept wandering back to the egg Sylvie had come from that the demon had called a gem. If they really were after Sylvie, then avoiding them indefinitely wasn't going to be possible. Three, there was going to be a war in Dicathan. This continent would be in danger, and we definitely weren't prepared. When the demon told Aaliyah that there would be a war, though, I felt the underlying explanation that the black horned demons weren't from this continent. Was the new continent that we just uncovered filled with these demons? I shuddered at that thought. Hopefully that scenario wouldn't come true. However, the more I contemplated, the more certain I became that there probably weren't that many black horned demons. If there truly was a race filled with super-powered demons, then they would have already annihilated this continent with ease instead of sneaking around different dungeons and infecting the beasts. They were obviously uncertain of whether they could take on this whole continent, so they were going about it discreetly, at least for now. What bugged me was trying to figure out when the war would be. There was no marked calendar and no way to guess. Was waiting the only thing I could do? What we could do? A sharp pain in my hands made me realize how hard I was clenching my fists, leaving me to watch the drops of blood running down my forearm. What I was slowly learning, and what Aaliyah's death reinforced, was the realization of how valuable the relationships I had with my families, with Tess, and with my friends were. What I didn't have in my past life were loved ones I would give my life to protect. I had that now, but I don't have the strength to protect them, not for what was about to come. For the amount of potential I had, I was getting complacent. That needed to change. I recalled Sylvia's message for me after she teleported me into Elshire Forest. Her message still rang clearly in my head, her voice echoing that I would hear from her again once my core reached past the white stage. That was the most certain method I currently knew of to be able to get some reliable answers on what was going on. I was still unable to break from the threshold of dark yellow stage, though. After yellow was silver, and then white. I still have a bit to go. A ferocious roar sounded, echoing off the cavern walls. Papa, my head perked up as I heard a loud crash soon after from the direction of where I fell. Picking myself up, I dashed towards Sylvie's voice, stopping in front of a cloud of dust and calling out to her. "I'm here, Sylv, are you okay?" I covered my face with my arms as the cloud of dust instantly blew away, revealing my precious bond in her full glory. My heart thumped in excitement as I saw my dragon come into view. Sylvie had become even more fearsome than when I saw her at the dire tombs. Her scales weren't glossy anymore like before, instead. They were now a dignified matte black. Her two horns had grown even longer, going past her snout, and another pair of horns protruded underneath them. If she looked crudely fierce back then, the feeling I got now was more akin to awe. She appeared as majestic as she did deadly. The spikes she had running down her back were no longer there, and rather, because of that, she seemed more refined. Her gem-like iridescent yellow eyes pierced through me, making me doubt that she was the one who had just called me Papa. "Papa, you're okay." Distilling all of the bewilderment that had kept me from approaching my bond, she once again lifted me up from the ground with the force of her lick. "Haha, you got bigger again, Sylv." I beamed a childish smile. Hugging the snout of my dragon, Sylvie let out a deep purr as she rubbed herself against me, and just for a moment I was able to forget everything I'd just been through. Lifting me off the ground with her snout, she placed me on her muscular, broad back. "Hold on, Papa, let's get out of here." With a powerful snap of her wings, a raging gust formed underneath us, and we were instantly propelled into the air. For some reason, the sudden force didn't affect my body as I comfortably rode on the back of my 10-meter-long dragon. During the flight back up, my bond and I caught up on everything that happened while we were separated. She didn't really understand everything about the demons and the upcoming war, but she did get the sense that whatever was about to happen wasn't good. "Don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll be with you." Sylvie's innocent response left me chuckling. Like a narration from a children's book, she announced a bit about what she'd been up to, which was, not surprisingly, fighting beasts and consuming beast cores. I really needed to be there with Sylvie. The next time she trained, I was curious as to what she was capable of. Sylvie didn't really know the distinction between the levels of mana beasts, so I was left pondering over how powerful she really was. HMPH, I'm really strong. Haha, I know. Patting the hard scales on Sylvie's neck, we soon arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. As we landed in front of the ruined staircase leading up to the surface, I took a glance back to see the hundreds of minion snarler corpses. Sylvie transformed back into her fox form and leapt on top of my head, taking a couple of spins before perching comfortably in my hair. Augmenting mana into my body, I lightly jumped from broken stair to broken stair, careful not to collapse the fragile remains of the staircase that was once worn down to an ivory smoothness. A full moon greeted us as we reached the surface, and as expected, there was no one here. I breathed an outward sigh of relief knowing that everyone else made it back safely to Xyrus. It'll be a several-hour trek to the nearest teleportation gate, so I decided to hurry. However, making sure there wasn't anyone hiding nearby, I released a pulse of wind around me. Taking out the seal from my dimension ring, I carefully inspected it. As I was about to put it on, an image of Aaliyah flashed into my mind. I took out the black fragment of the demon's horned horn of the demon that killed her. Instead of putting on the seal, I took a deep breath and put the seal back into my dimension ring. My stomach tightened and my eyes narrowed as a churning sensation stirred inside me. No more hiding. I had bigger things to worry about now. I couldn't be bothered with stressing over something like this. This demon horn shard would be my constant reminder of that. What's that, Papa? Sylvie's head popped up as her paw tried reaching for the black shard. It's my goal, Sylvie. I grimaced as determination swelled up in the pit of my stomach. Patting my Bond's furry little head, I began my trip back. Needless to say, the guard in charge of the teleportation gate looked fairly startled when he saw me. He must have received orders to be on the lookout for me because, as soon as he verified who I was, he hurriedly began making multiple calls using the artifact he had on hand. Quickly ushering me through the gate, I arrived back at Xyrus feeling a little queasy as Sylvie slumbered on the crown of my head. There was a driver waiting for me on the other side. Giving me a sympathetic smile, he tipped his hat before opening the door for me. My mind wasn't completely there as I kept thinking of the future. For the first time in both of my lives, I felt a heavy burden weighing down on me. The pressure of keeping my loved ones safe, I've never had that even while I was a king. The weight of a country I had no affection for in my previous life couldn't compare to the few lives I would give my everything for in this one. When I reached Helstia Manor, I stopped in front of the giant double doors. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to knock on the doors to my own home. What would my family's expressions be? It seemed like every time I went out, all I did was worry them. Taking a seat on the top of the stairs, I just let out a sharp, bitter sigh. Looking up at the night sky, I could see the faint colorations that supposedly signaled the coming of the festival. The sky turning blue, yellow, red, and green indicated when the aurora constellate would begin. My eyes focused on a solitary cloud, slow dancing above me without a care in the world. What an envious position to be in, son. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't even hear the door open behind me. Hi, Dad, I'm back. I gave him a weak smile. Why didn't you come in? We heard from the teleportation gatekeeper that you arrived at Xyrus. My father took a seat next to me when I didn't respond. Your mother will be fine, Art, he said warmly, gently patting my back. I worried you guys again, didn't I? It feels like that's all I'm really good for nowadays, I chortled, knots churning in my chest as I said this. I turned my head to my father and saw him gazing up at the sky like I had been just moments ago. She really loves the aurora constellate. Your mother may not seem like it, but she's strong, Arthur, even more so than me. If you think that all you've given us are worries, then you're wrong. Both you and your sister have given your mother, and I, so much more than we could have hoped for. I know that you're not like the normal children your age, hell. I've known that since you were born. I don't know what sort of destiny you'll be caught up in, but I don't think it'll be anything you can't handle. The skin around his eyes wrinkled as he gave me a reassuring smile. I stayed silent, unable to form the right words. What I don't want you to do is feel like you're being a burden on us. All of this guilt that you're feeling right now, the weight that you're probably feeling, I want you to come to us so that we can be there for you. I don't ever want you to feel like you can't come home, that you aren't welcome. As long as you have the use of your two legs, I expect you to come home whenever you can and let us love you. That is our right as your parents. Okay. My father ran his fingers through his trim, auburn hair in a gesture that revealed how he wasn't used to saying things like this. And just like that, the weight I felt accumulating inside slowly dispersed. Got it, Dad. I managed a more sincere smile this time, and he responded with his signature foolish grin. Come on, let's go home. Once inside, a more ferocious beast than anything you've ever faced awaits, my father whispered darkly before both of us broke out into a fit of laughter. When we stepped inside the house, the temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped. In contrast to the icy atmosphere, though my mother's fiery gaze pierced down at me from the top of the stairs, the corners of her eyes struggling to keep her tears from rolling down her cheeks. Hello, Mother, I'm back. Cold sweat permeated through my pores as a pressure akin to an S-class mana beast weighed down on my very soul. I had to admit, I wasn't looking so sharp. My body was a canvas of nicks and scratches, and my hair probably looked like it had been struck by lightning repeatedly, as if one strike wasn't to its satisfaction. The entire back of my uniform was non-existent from when it was sandpapered away as I fell down the hole. Arthur Lewin. My mother's voice dripped with frost. Before she had the chance to say anything more, a familiar voice instantly broke the tension in the room. Brothherr. My baby sister bolted down the stairs past Mother, stumbling on the way down, and took a leap into my chest, her arms immediately clinging around me with the strength of a python on steroids. Ellie, it hurts. My voice came out raspy as I gently patted my sister's head. A teacher came and said you were lost, Ellie managed in between sniffles. My sister rubbed her face against my chest while attempting her almost incoherent string of words, as if wanting to burrow herself inside me. Sylvie had stirred awake at this point. With her ears drooping down, she consolingly licked my sister's cheek. I know, I'm sorry for worrying you guys. Again, I looked up at my mother as I said this, my voice dropping to almost a whisper. I could tell by her expression that she was torn between whether to scold me or just be happy. Maybe she would do both. My father took this chance to walk over to my mother and gently lead her down the stairs, comforting her. There's a time to be angry, honey, but now isn't the time. Look, it's your son. He's back. My father's soothing voice eased the tension between my mother's brows. As her expression softened, so did her will. Breaking down into sobs, she wrapped her arms around me from the side, triggering a chain reaction, thus causing my sister, who was still wrapped around me, to begin bawling her eyes out yet again. My mother's sobs made her soliloquy almost indiscernible. She seemed to switch between cursing God to thanking him. It's not fair. Why is my son the one that keeps getting so hurt? Thank God you're safe. My father and I made eye contact, and he gave me a reassuring half-smile while he gently patted my bawling sister and mother, both of whom were angrily thumping me with their trembling fists, crying. Their fists didn't particularly hurt, but each shaking strike seemed to gnaw away at me. The guilt ate away at my insides, as I stood there, motionless, biting my quivering lower lip. It took about a good hour before they calmed down, both my sister and mother reduced to a state of heavy panting and constant hiccups. Somewhere in the middle of our scene, I spotted Lilia's mother, Tabitha, peeking from upstairs. I could tell she wanted to come down and comfort my mother and sister, but before she could, Vincent pulled her back, giving me a meaningful nod. Eventually, we got ourselves situated in the living room. My sister's breathing was still erratic to the point of worry, her arms wrapped around Sylvie. My mother was a bit better as her swollen eyes probed for any serious wounds before placing a gentle hand on my chest. And let heaven and earth heal. As she ended her chant, a soft white glow enveloped my body. Almost immediately, I felt a soothing warmth covering every wound, even the ones I didn't know I had. As the healing glow dissipated along with my injuries, I looked at my mother's concentrated face. I wanted to ask, why could she use her healing powers now? How was she able to heal Dad when he had been struck by the mage on the way to Xyrus? I still remembered her desperately healing my father as he ordered me to take my mother and run. That was before I'd fallen off the cliff, but I bit my tongue and forced a smile. My father was right, I should wait for her to tell me first. My mother let out a sigh before taking her hand off my chest. She stared at me and gave me one more firm, wordless hug. We eventually began talking about what happened. My father took a brief moment to tell me how Professor Glory had visited and told them what had happened to me before she had to hurry back. All the while, my sister sat wordlessly on the couch, curled up with Sylvie, as she seemingly stared at a particular spot on the ground in front of her. On my end, I tried not to make a big deal of what transpired for the sake of my mother. I skimmed over the fight with the minion crawlers, telling them how there was just a bit more than we expected. Both my parents gave me a face that told me they didn't believe it was that simple. They knew me too well. How much was I supposed to tell them? My mind lingered towards the fragment of the demon's horn that floated inside the dimension ring I was twisting with my thumb. The scene flashed through with such clarity as if plastered to my brain. The dismembered corpses, the river of blood, Aaliyah. Taking a deep breath, I told them the full story, all of it. At least until where I landed. I never understood why those old stiffs from the council in my previous world used to say, ignorance is bliss. Until now. Nothing good would come out of knowing everything I witnessed at the bottom of that dungeon earlier today. My mother's hoarse voice broke the silence that followed after my story. When Professor Glory came in yesterday during the middle of the night, she was wounded and tired, but from her expression, I knew she wasn't even thinking about that. She said that you stayed behind with her to save the class. She told me you were a hero, but you know what? I didn't care. Her voice barely made it to a whisper as she trembled slightly. More so than some hero, I just wanted my son to come home without being half dead every time. What if one of these days, my mother couldn't finish her sentence as tears began streaming down her face once more. Art, you're only 12, but why does it feel like I've almost lost you so many times already? Her voice choked, words failed to form again as I stared blankly at a particular mole on my mother's arm. How was I supposed to respond? Her question felt like a trap with no right answer. Honey, that's enough. My father reached for mother's hand and grasped it tenderly. I realized that, just like how I was growing, my parents were growing as well. My father's once immature, haughty side had been molded into a mature and gentle demeanor. He was still the same father that cracked jokes, but he had a layer of depth now that most likely came with raising my sister. My mother had always been on the mature side, but through the years, she'd become a bit more refined. Associating with the Helstia house and with Tabitha and Vincent's friends had made her more elegant, but right now, she seemed to have reverted back to an earlier age when her emotions weren't as stable. I didn't blame her. I would probably be tempted to lock Ellie indoors if she ever came home even half as wounded as I had earlier today. The rest of the conversation went by a bit more comfortably. Tabitha and Vincent came down after noticing that things seemed to have settled. I hadn't seen them in quite a while, so after greeting them, we all took some time to catch up. Soon, Ellie was nodding off to sleep, so I carried her to her room, leaving Sylvie with her. Even in her sleep, my sister still sniffled from crying so much. Through the night, she didn't say a word. I knew that this episode had been pretty traumatic for her. A professor actually visited them, after all, and told them that I was missing. If not for the ring that my mother wore telling her that I, at the very least, had not died, she probably would have fainted. It might actually have been worse for my mother, in this case, to have the ring. All she could do was stare at the ring, waiting for it to notify her that her son had died. What kind of mother would be fine after going through that? Getting to my room, I slipped out of my tattered uniform and washed up. I planted my face directly against the current of the warm, gushing water, almost wanting it to erase what had occurred earlier in the dungeon. Aaliyah's last moments kept pounding into my skull, a constant reminder of how weak I was. The image broke as two short knocks tapped against my door. "Can I come in?" "Sure," I replied. My father entered, closing the door behind him before taking a seat next to me on my bed. "Arthur, don't mind too much what your mother said tonight. She may have said she didn't want a hero, but we are both proud of what you did back there in the dungeon. Knowing that my son isn't someone who would abandon his allies is something I can take absolute pride in." I always knew when my father was serious because he would call me by my full name instead of my nickname, Art. I struggled to swallow the knot that formed in my throat upon hearing my father's last sentence. It was supposed to be a supportive statement, but all I felt was a sour taste in my mouth. Without giving me a chance to respond, my father stood up and ruffled my hair. Opening the door to my room, he turned his head and gave me a goofy grin before walking out. I didn't immediately go to sleep when he closed the door behind him. Instead, I sat cross-legged and began doing something I haven't done seriously in a long time. The dark yellow core inside the pit of my sternum had cracks all over it, signaling that I was about to break through soon. The various noises of the night were drowned out as I keenly focused on the activity going on inside me. Wind, earth, fire, water. These were the basic elemental attributes that mana contained, but that was it, they were merely attributes. When mana circulated inside the core and throughout the body, it wasn't distinguished as anything other than simple mana. Like the Kai in my old world, it was formless, attributeless, and pure. Over time, mana adapted to its surroundings and formed attributes. For example, near regions in the north where there was much more snow and water, magic pertaining to those elements would obviously become stronger due to the attributes of the mana. The mana, depending on the environment, slowly changed and contained attributes to better exist there. As mages, we were able to absorb, purify, and guide mana with our will into different shapes and forms that we called spells. The purer our mana core was, the higher the capability we had in manipulating the existing mana inside us. As to how well one utilized their mana, that would depend on how creative, sharp, and skillful the mage was in battle. The whole aspect of elements lay in the underlying fact that everyone had elements that they were naturally more sensitive to, able to manifest and shape that pure, attributeless mana into an element being the cause. Aaliyah, along with the other lances, was most likely a white core mage, capable of causing widespread devastation if she truly wished to. Yet, Aaliyah had been so easily defeated and killed by that black horned demon. Every pore in my body took part in absorbing the surrounding mana as the mana inside my core swirled fiercely. I imagined the sound of the outer layer of my core cracking as the bright yellow underneath the crumbling outer shell was revealed. As I let out a deep breath, I stood up and opened my eyes to stare deeply at my hands. I willed mana out of my body and it began circulating around me. Letting out an unsatisfied I sat back down again and began cultivating once more. It took me almost the entire night to break through when I had already been on the brink anyway. How much more did I have to train in order to even be on par with those demons? If even a white core mage had to give her life to merely chip off a fragment of the demon's horn, what stage did I have to get to? What would happen after breaking past the white core stage? I decided to stay home one more day before heading back to school. I was going to come back next week for the Aurora Constellate, but I guess Mother and Ellie had developed some sort of trauma, that I was going to somehow get hurt every time I left home. I knew that I had people to inform, but I owed it to them to be there. As a change of pace, I was determined to spend time with my family, namely my mother and sister. Father left at dawn for work after checking up on me, so it would just be myself and the girls. Tabitha decided to tag along, and after a rather brief discussion, they wanted to go shopping. It was fairly apparent to me that they wouldn't take no for an answer. Sigh, I could at least use that chance to take a detour after, to Xyrus Academy. I knew that everyone was safe according to what my parents heard from Professor Glory, but I shouldn't keep them in the dark about what happened to me for an extra day. I was also a bit worried about the condition of Tess's assimilation. I lost count of the many places we visited after the umpteenth store, but I didn't dare show my displeasure in front of the girls. While browsing through the stores, I realized how ignorant I was. The fact that the only time I'd visited the shops was a bit after I was first reborn into this world struck me. This, coupled with the fact that I had no noteworthy equipment besides my sword, made me contemplate getting new equipment. I still remembered the time when I was slung on Mother's back and got to see all of the small tents filled with merchandise back up in the tiny town of Ashbur. Most of my childhood was spent in the kingdom of Elenoir, more specifically, inside the castle. Even the previous time I went shopping with the ladies, we went directly to the fashion district, so nothing appealed to me. There were some items with protective capabilities from either their material or from runes etched into the inside, but nothing powerful enough to catch my interest. Aunt Helstia, are there stores where they sell something that can help me train faster? I asked while we headed inside a store that exclusively sold scarves. You mean elixirs, of course. Tabitha gave me a confused look as if I had asked some sort of trick question. I'd never used the elixirs here, but if they were anything like the drugs some practitioners used in my old world, then I didn't want to go anywhere near them. There's actually a small elixir and medicine shop around the corner if you want to go take a look while we shop for some scarves. That was all I needed to hear before strategically bolting out the store. Q, don't leave me. I saw Sylvie extend a paw out towards me in a desperate attempt to escape Ellie's firm hold on her, but I just gave her a look of condolence before running off. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, I saluted. After turning the corner as per instructions, my face crumpled up in bewilderment. This was a store. The corner I turned it led me into a narrow alleyway thugs probably used to mug unsuspecting passersby. At the end of the narrow alleyway was a dingy shack that even rats would find too revolting to live in. The wooden planks that made up the store looked like they had been painted with moss and fungus as a musty, stale air emanated out, drifting towards me. At least it complemented the sickly green weeds creeping out from the bottom of the store, as if even they didn't want to be stuck there. WNDSOM's potions and medicines. I had to tilt my head to read the etched title on the angled sign, which had been barely dangling on a single nail. Did they really sell potions and medicines there? I would be less surprised if they sold bottled diseases and poisons. Spare some change, young lad. A haggard voice startled me out of my stupefied state. Beside me sat a pale old man with a hand reached out towards me, palms up. I immediately took a step back in surprise, instinctively layering my body with mana. How did I not sense this old man that was almost right next to me? You look like you've seen a ghost, young lad. I'm but a mere aged man asking for some change. The old man's face wrinkled as he revealed a pearly white smile that didn't match his ragged state. Ah, yeah, sure. I reached in my pocket for a copper coin, using the opportunity to take a closer look at him. With a thick, uncombed bed of pepper-tinted hair that fell down to his slightly hunched shoulders, he looked up at me with milky eyes. The old man's wizened face, though, didn't come off to me as weak and weary, but intelligent and bright for some reason. I could tell that this man was probably very handsome in his youth, which all the more made me feel a bit disheartened seeing him end up like this. Between his middle and index fingers was a coin that was silver instead of copper. Shit, I gave him a silver coin by mistake. That was 100 copper coins. Wait, I meant to give you this. I reached into my pocket again, and when I made sure that this time the coin in my hand was indeed copper, I looked back up to see that the old man was gone. What the F? I stood there, bewildered for the third time in the last 5 minutes. My money. After letting a helpless sigh escape my lips, I took a step forward towards Winsome's potion shack. I reached for the handle of the wooden door that seemed like it would break upon mere contact when I felt a concentration of mana from the copper doorknob. Coating my hand in mana, I wrapped my fingers around the knob, preparing to turn it, when a stiff jolt coursed through my hand and up my arm. Thankfully, the mana protecting my hand helped me from pulling away, so I forcefully twisted the knob, opening the door. As soon as the door unlocked, the shock stopped as well. Pushing open the creaking door, I'm welcomed by a breeze of something indescribably horrendous. The stench was so strong that it immediately triggered a stream of coughs from me. Oh, a customer. What can I do for you? A familiar voice welcomed me. I couldn't help but point my finger at him in both anger and confusion. It was the same homeless old man that disappeared after taking my silver coin. What brings you in here? He looked at me with an innocent expression. I sighed in frustration. Can I just have my coin back? I need that money to buy some stuff I need. And besides, you said you were homeless. I stuck my hand out towards him. My brows twitched in annoyance, but I calmed myself down and quickly took a scan around the sorry excuse of a store. Are you sure there are even items here worth a silver coin? My voice came out with a twinge of frustration in it. Of course, I don't give this chance to just anyone, you know. You just have to choose carefully. The old man's eyes gave off the excited twinkle of a second-rate gambler with a winning hand. I rubbed my temples to try and calm the boiling rage stirring up inside of me. The elderly should be respected, Arthur. The elderly should be respected. By this time, my nose had become accustomed to the mysterious stench that had the power to drive even the most ferocious mana beasts away. Taking a look through the shelves caked with dust, I became more and more amazed at how this place was still even running. Don't you ever clean this place, old man? I asked as I slid my finger along one of the shelves. I could probably build a snowman out of dust with the amount collected here. Are you asking an aged man like myself to do manual labor? He gasped sarcastically, putting on a horrified expression. Never mind. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at this man. I couldn't gauge him, and that made it all the harder for me to trust him. Making my way past the half-open boxes blocking the path, I went towards the shelves near the back of the store. While scanning through the various vials and containers filled with either murky liquid or colored pills, I was startled by a figure sitting on the top of the shelf. Damn it, what was with this place? I couldn't sense anything inside here until it was right in front of my nose. The figure became more apparent as I focused on it. It was an almost pitch-black cat. The only part of its body that wasn't black were the tufts of white fur in front of its ears, but that wasn't what caught my attention. It was the cat's captivating eyes that seemed as if it held the universe inside them. They looked like mirrored night skies with bright twinkling stars sprinkled inside them, with white, vertical slitted pupils glowing like a crescent moon's. As I stayed fixated on the cat's bewitching eyes, the cat peered back down at me from the top of the shelf with a sense of obvious superiority before it turned back and walked away. Shaking my head, I focused back on the various bottles and containers when a small black box catches my attention. Picking up the plain box, roughly about the size of something you would use to store small jewelry, I tried to open it. With a small click, the hinge came undone to reveal a small ring inside it. I brought the ring closer to my face when the gem, embedded into the ring, suddenly squirted something out towards me. Instantly, I whipped my head to the side so the stream of clear liquid mist and landed behind me. It was water. You dodged it. I turned my head back to see the old man grumbling while still fiddling with my silver coin. At this point, I felt like if I stayed any longer, I would lose my sanity. First, the shocking doorknob. Now, this squirting ring. This old man sure loved his pranks. Even his cat looked down on me, but I was determined. If I could get anything inside this store for free, I was going to get the most valuable item inside this store. I must have spent at least an hour inside, just combing through elixirs that I didn't need. Why would a 12-year-old need an elixir for hair growth? Caillou, Papa, I'm here. A white blur whizzed past the door that was left open and landed on my head. Coo, Papa, you left me. Sylvie puffed while smacking my forehead with her paw. You survived, comrade. I smiled, rubbing her tiny head. Old man, I can't find anything. I began to say, but the expression the old man had on his face made me stop. He was the one that looked like he saw ghosts this time because his already pale face became whiter. His milky eyes that sagged down from old age looked like full moons, his expression stricken. We finally found. You okay, old man? I waved my hand in front of him. The shop owner shook his head and let out a cough. Yes, I'm quite all right. His voice quivered a bit, confusing me. Anyway, old man, I can't find anything worth taking back with me. Can't you just give me back my money? I grumbled as I took one last scan through the store. You really don't have an eye for anything. He walked out from behind his counter and strolled to one of the shelves in the front corner of the store. Ah, here we are. Without even looking back, he tossed back to me a small ball about the size of a marble. It was layered in dust, but when I wiped it clean, it was clear with specks of different colors floating inside it. What is this? I asked as I brought the orb closer to my face to study it, making sure it wouldn't spray me with water. Don't worry, it's something you're going to need. Now scat. Teasing you bores me. He shooed me off. Okay. I walked out of the store on my own, taking one last look back at the old shack. As I strolled out of the narrow alleyway, I spotted the black cat gazing at me and then Sylvie before turning away as if it had lost interest. Thinking little of it, I reached the intersection out of the alley and turned the corner to see my mother and sister sitting down at a table with Tabitha. Hi, brother. Ellie waved while holding a drink with her other hand. Did you find what you were looking for? Mother asked as she put down her refreshment as well. I scratched my head. I put the clear orb inside my dimension ring to study it later, but I couldn't help but think that it wasn't anything special. Oh really? That store is considered famous for having quite the variety of elixirs and medicines to help with training. Most of the students in Xyrus go there to shop for training materials. Tabitha got up, picking all of the shopping bags off the floor. What, that shabby old place? I replied, surprised that a bunch of rich, snobby brats would go out of their way to shop at a rundown shack. Shabby? What are you talking about? My mother and sister got up too, handing me their bags nonchalantly. As we walked towards the alleyway, Tabitha turned the corner first and pointed at the shop. I wouldn't say it's shabby, she said, a bit confused by my comment. Really, if that's not shabby, then I don't know. My jaw dropped along with the shopping bags I was holding onto. In place of the previous narrow alleyway leading towards the worn-down shack was a marble-paved road laid out towards a 3-story building with a gold sign that read XYRUSELIXIRS. Throughout the rest of the shopping trip, I was in a daze as my thoughts lingered on the transforming alleyway. Was I already becoming senile? Mom, Aunt Tabitha, do streets in Xyrus. Move on their own. The statement sounded as crazy as I thought, even though it came from my own lips. Moving streets. I could almost see the manifestation of question marks on top of their heads as they gazed quizzically at me. Ahaha, never mind. I let out a sigh as I looked back at the street where Xyrus Elixirs now stood. Did something happen at the elixir store, Arthur? Tabitha asked. You didn't cause trouble in there, did you? My mother followed. Do you assume I cause trouble every time I'm away, mother? Of course, both my mother and sister responded in unison. Ouch. I clutched my chest over heart as I put on a hurt expression, getting a laugh out of everyone. The rest of the shopping trip went by without any other occurrences that broke the laws of matter or physics. My new DC uniform had to be ordered from school since it was different from the rest of the school's outfits, so I didn't have anything else I needed to buy. My mother and sister, along with Tabitha, once again tried to use me as a human mannequin. This time, even the teenage store clerks joined in, while occasionally taking peeks through the changing room, curtains with stares comparable to starving animals looking at fresh meat. Was it weird that I feared for my life more so on these occasions than when I fought in dungeons? After hours of shopping, the staggering amount of clothes that filled the numerous bags were probably enough to open up a small store. Fortunately, the driver came by every hour or so to relieve us of the bulk of our purchases. Out of that pile, the only clothes that belonged to me were a set of sleepwear that I found to be too comfortable not to buy. Supposedly, it was made from the wool of a particular type of mana beast. The sun began its further descent from the edge of the city, reminding me that Xyrus was indeed a floating plot of land. As we reached the carriage waiting for us on the other end of the shopping district, I noticed that there was a separate wagon attached to the back, holding all the clothes and accessories with it. Mom, I'm going to stop by Xyrus before heading back home, I said after placing the last of the bags I was holding onto the carriage. Why? Is something wrong? A jolt of panic flashed in my mother's eyes. Haha, no. I just thought it wouldn't be good to keep everyone wondering if I was dead or alive, I chuckled. Oh, it was just that. Go on then, of course you should tell everyone that you're back safe and sound. Just don't make any other detours on the way back, my mother responded, pinching my nose as she gave me a stern look. Gotcha. My voice came out nasally as I replied. Sylvie and I watched as everyone climbed into the carriage and left. Waving back to my sister, who was yelling that I had to be back in time for dinner, I turned and headed towards Xyrus Academy. Xyrus Academy wasn't too far from the shopping district, but it was still a bit of a distance to travel on foot. The sun was beginning to set as we made our way to Director Goodsky's office, which was on the top floor of the second highest building in the school, losing only to the bell tower that served as a useful lookout post for the disciplinary committee. As the academy towers got closer, I willed mana into my body and jumped up to the roof of a nearby building. Skirting from one building to the next, the view around me became an indistinct blur, the only thing clearly visible being Sylvie, who was racing alongside me, enjoying the breeze. Making our way to school in silence, my mind began wandering. It was when my mind wandered that I thought of things that I would rather not think of. The scene of Aaliyah's last moments flashed through my mind. How she, in all of her glory and mightiness, had still been afraid of dying alone. What if the one that I held in my arms hadn't been Aaliyah but Tess? My body shivered at the thought. How was she doing? Was she well? Did her assimilation go through all right? What if something went wrong? No, you can't think like that, Arthur. Positive thoughts. Gritting my teeth, I willed more mana through my body and sped up. Without the seal inhibiting me, I felt the deep influence of mana surrounding everything. I ran faster, as fast as I could possibly go, as if running away from my own thoughts. The wind bent to my will, pushing me forward as the earthen surfaces of the buildings almost seemed to resonate and keep me in balance by its own will. The moisture in the atmosphere kept me cool, and even the small flames from the lamps burnt brighter as I passed them by. I'd noticed before, but the more my mana core evolved, the more sensitive I became to mana. I could even go as far as to say I was becoming more integrated with the mana around me. I thought back to when I first met Virion. I wasn't nearly as sensitive to mana back then, but even I could tell that around him, the mana would fluctuate and move to accommodate his presence. Even though both Virion and Director Goodsky were wind attribute mages, the way they influenced the mana around them were vastly different. For Director Goodsky, the mana formed light breezes of wind that danced around her. For Virion, it was the opposite. The mana affected the air around Gramps by completely expelling any wind in his vicinity. It wasn't as apparent normally, but when he switched into fighting mode, it felt like even the air was afraid to move near him. If that sort of phenomenon occurred naturally from just a silver core mage, what would it be like if they broke through to the white stage? I felt a twinge of regret when I realized that Aaliyah was the only white core mage I'd seen in person so far. Yet because her mana core was completely shattered by the black spike that pierced through her, even the mana disregarded her, as if she was no longer loved by nature. Caillou, we're almost here. Sylvie's chirpy voice snapped me out of my thoughts as I focused my gaze onto the light coming out of the window of Director Goodsky's office. Sylvie, come over here. My bond jumped into my arms as I prepared to take off. The academy ground had a barrier that repelled anything with a mana core or beast core that wasn't permitted to enter. It wasn't all that powerful since its main function was to notify if there was anyone passing through unauthorized. I had my DC uniform and my dimension ring, along with the knife that was used for authorization, so I wouldn't set off the alarm. Sylvie, on the other hand, might, if she wasn't attached to me. Concentrating the mana from my core and willing it to take the form of wind underneath the soles of my feet, I leaped off the edge of the building's roof I was on with as much strength as I could muster. HAAP. I felt the building almost giving out as a whirlwind sprung up and propelled me higher. I must have been about 100 meters in the air when I realized that by the trajectory and speed I was traveling, I probably wasn't going to make it all the way to the building. Hold on, SYLV. As the anxiety faded, excitement boiled in me as I yelled over the gushing wind that attempted to drown out my voice. Feeling Sylvie's paws clinging to my shirt, I held her tighter as well. Biting my lip with concentration, I drove all of my unwanted thoughts away. Shifting my body weight so that my feet were right underneath me, I turned in midair and released a roundhouse kick. Draft step. I activated the skill I'd used against Theo that allowed me to accelerate or change direction by using an opposing force of wind to push against my feet. Of course, this time, it consumed a lot more mana as I was basically changing direction mid-air and at a much greater speed, but I got the outcome I hoped for. With the speed boost I got from draft step, I was once again on a collision course straight towards the rooftop of the building director Goodsky's office was in. Whether it was due to being drunk from the adrenaline rush, or just me trying to forcefully get rid of the depressing memories that were always haunting me in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but let out a soul-cleansing roar. The sensation of flying through the air like this was different from when I rode on Sylvie. Just as I realized that I hadn't quite planned my landing, my body already shot through the air and noisily crashed against several unidentified objects. Despite destroying some of the roof, I somehow managed to land on my feet, as expected of me. KYU, that was fun. Let us do THAT again. Sylvie hopped in circles around me as she continued chirping for a second round. Patting the dust off of my clothes, I looked up. From the edge of the building, I was able to see a sight I was never able to experience even in my past life. Xyrus was a floating city. I seemed to constantly forget this fact. I was able to see the edge of the city, where isolated clouds floated nearby. I continued to be mesmerized, as the rays from the setting sun hit the clouds at an angle that made them appear fiery red. Contrasting against the sun-kissed sky below was a curtain of serene purple atmosphere. Caillou, Sylvie propped her head up on the ledge as she gazed silently as well. The word breathtaking wasn't just an expression in this case. It was as if Xyrus City was floating on an endless sea of soft marigold that blended harmoniously with the starry night above. That sort of view that only seemed to be present in fairy tales was only made possible due to the city's high elevation. I took out a metal necklace from my dimension ring and began mindlessly fiddling with it. For the time that I stood there leaning against the ledge of the building, I was almost able to forget about what happened back in the dungeon for that brief period of time. The world seemed perfect. Quite the view, isn't it? A familiar, aged voice echoed from behind. It is. I replied without turning back. It's my most treasured spot, you know. I come here often when I want to rest my mind, she breathed. I see you made quite the landing. I'll have to have Trisha come clean all this up. I apologize for that. I'll help as well. I heard your battle cry. I suspect the whole school will be wondering what happened. Haha, I let out a stifled laugh. I expected Goodsky to come join us, but instead she stayed where she was. You're not going to ask me how I'm still alive. I asked as my eyes stayed glued to the view of the horizon. It seemed like it wasn't a good time to ask. I'm just glad that you are alive and well. Goodsky's voice was quiet, almost feeble. I'm well, I asked myself under my breath. Am I well? I repeated, loud enough for her to hear, a tinge of sadness evident in my tone. I looked down at the necklace I was fiddling with. It was a small blood-stained slate of metal attached to a crude chain. Engraved on that slate was a picture of 6 lances, forming a circle underneath. That insignia were the initials, AT, tracing the letters with my thumb. I scoffed at how much it looked like a dog tag, same as those worn by soldiers during ancient times in my old world to identify them, just in case their corpses were mangled past the point of recognition. What exactly happened down there, Arthur? Director Goodsky's voice was hesitant as she asked this. Turning to face her with the best half-smile I could muster, I threw the tag over. This was what happened, I replied as Goodsky let out a soft gasp with one hand covering her mouth, while the other held the necklace. CYNTHIAGOODSKY's POV, the council had handed this simple adamantine tag, engraved with the owner's initials, to each of the 6 lances. This idea had actually been thought up by the members of the 6 lances themselves. When they requested this, they explained to the council that they needed something made of an almost indestructible material, so that even if their bodies were obliterated, the necklace would still be intact and used as a sort of identification. Would be a memento for Thema, sort of grim reminder that they could die at any time. In contrast to the grim faces of the 6 lances, I distinctly remember that the council had joked with them, asking if there was anything even capable of destroying their bodies past the point of recognition. I recalled chuckling alongside them, even though I knew that, there were beings capable of wiping out the crown lances off the face of this planet. But why? Why am I seeing this tag so soon? It was too early. They shouldn't be moving this early. I estimated that it would take at least another 15 to 20 years before they would start making their move. I thought I had time. I thought we had time. Director, Arthur's inquisitive voice shook me out of my daze. Ah yes, Arthur, do you mind if I hold on to this? It would be safe for me to assume that the council would want this back. I took careful notice of the tone of my voice to make sure I wouldn't arouse suspicion from Arthur. The boy was just abnormally sharp. Things are changing, aren't they? It was supposed to be a question, but by the tone of Arthur's voice, it sounded like a statement with implied conviction. Was it wise for me to tell him? Or rather, did he already know something? Yes, but it isn't something for you to worry about. Not yet, at least. I knew my smile and comforting words wouldn't reach him. Arthur, you may forget sometime, Shell. Even I tend to forget at times, but you are still a child. A strong child with limitless potential, yes, but a child nevertheless. Let us adults take on the burden, for now your time will come, whether you wish for it or not. As I said this, I realized this message was more for myself than for Arthur. Yes, he was a child. It wouldn't be fair for him to become involved in the affairs of the continent. But if he already knew, did you perhaps see whatever Aaliyah fought against? I had to choose my words carefully to make sure that my question didn't give anything away. No, I didn't. The answer was said with full confidence, but for some reason his answer made me second-guess myself. However, no use in suspecting the boy. It wouldn't make sense for him to hide anything about an event like this. Still, I was glad he didn't seem to have figured anything out. I see. Well, enough about this topic. You must be worried about how everyone is doing. I let a soft, relieved smile escape as I said this. Arthur Leywan's POV, the director's response somehow left a bad taste in my mouth. She sounded almost relieved at my response. Yeah, how is everyone doing? In the end, I decided to move on. There was no point in being skeptical of everyone around me. I just assumed she skipped out on asking the details for my sake. As you may have already deduced, your classmates weren't all too injured. We had them sent to the guild infirmary hall to be cared for, and thankfully, most were able to come to school today. Professor Glory was actually the most wounded, but she refused to be healed until all of her students were treated. I heard she even paid a visit to your family to notify them of your disappearance after transporting everyone back. Director Goodsky chuckled. That's good, that's good. And how is Tess doing? I inquired. Goodsky's face wrinkled a bit as she displayed obvious hesitation. Tess is okay, she replied. I could tell she chose her words carefully. What exactly do you mean by that? I raised a brow, urging for a proper response while an uneasy feeling started to stir within me. There were some complications. In the final stages of her assimilation, Virion is currently looking after her, but she has yet to awaken. Her voice was quiet as she spoke. Complications. My voice came out a bit fiercer than I intended it to be. You need to understand that the final leg of assimilation is when the beast will struggles the hardest. Right now, Tesha and the Elderwood Guardian are fighting for control. Thus far, there has never been a case where the receiver of the will falls into a coma to this extent. Based on our theory, there seems to be something particular about the beast will you gave her, Arthur, replied Goodsky earnestly. What? Was this my fault? I put Tess in danger. A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind as I tried to think of an explanation as to why such a thing occurred. There was something particular about the Elderwood. What was it? Yeah, it was strong, but was it stronger than other S-class mana beasts? I wouldn't know since it had been my first time fighting one. Particular. My mind flashed back to the dungeon, and more specifically, what Aaliyah had told me. She had mentioned that the black horn demons were causing the monsters to mutate and grow stronger. Was that what had happened? Had I given Tess a potentially corrupted beast core? No, I couldn't have. I remembered Aaliyah explaining how the beast core of the serpent she defeated had mysteriously disappeared. Shouldn't that have happened to the Elderwood Guardian's beast core as well then? Arthur, are you okay? Director Goodsky's concerned voice stirred me from the deep abyss of my thoughts. Yeah, just thinking, I voiced as my eyes glazed over at the night view of the city. In any case, Virion is currently looking after her in your training room. Would you like to go visit them now? Director Goodsky gave me a reassuring smile. Yeah, I'd like that. Then go on ahead, because even I have not been updated on the situation. Virion has not let anyone in, but I feel like you'd be an exception. I must make a trip to the council to inform them of what happened. Goodsky suddenly looked infinitely older as she mentioned the council. Is it okay for Grandpa Virion to not be present during the council meeting? I asked. Director Goodsky shook her head before replying. Virion is in no state to be bothered with this matter when his precious granddaughter is currently unconscious. And besides, him being there with Tess is the only reason Alduin and Muriel can stand to be away from their daughter and remain with the council. I see. Okay, well, I hope you keep me informed on this matter. I made my way to the door. My only concern is that you may have to be a lot more involved this time than you'd wish to be. Director Goodsky breathed a sigh before a gust of wind enveloped her and whisked her away. As I made my way down by riding the elevator, Sylvie stirred from her sleep. I feel mama. As I walked slowly towards the training room that had been assigned to me, my feet seemed to weigh a lot more than they should. I don't know how I'd react if Tess were injured. The only reason I felt it wasn't necessary to visit everyone else right away was because I assumed everyone would be safe. I said, I feel mama. Sylvie thumped my forehead with her paw. I know. I waved her paw away before turning my focus back to the giant double-door entrance that drew nearer. Ouch. The skin under my dimension ring suddenly burned as if something inside it wanted to come out. Ignoring it, as I had more pressing matters, I placed both my palms on the surface of the door and pushed it open. As soon as the door swung open, an unfamiliar sinister aura visibly surged forward in an attempt to trap me. This dark fog felt like thousands of thorny vines as it coiled around my arms and legs. Who's Arthur? Amidst the noticeably dark wave emanating from a particular focal point, I heard Grandpa Virion's husky voice boom. Yeah, it's me, Gramps. What's going on? I yelled past the sound of what reminded me of the crashing of an ocean's waves against a cliff. God, am I glad you're still alive, brat. I think I'm becoming somewhat thankful for your cockroach-like tenacity, ha. Come over here, I need your help. Still confused by what was happening, I chose to ignore Gramps' slightly insulting metaphor and walked carefully towards him. The aura was getting stronger, and I felt my skin start to bleed from small tears, which cut through my clothes. Willing mana to shield both Sylvie and I made my way towards the source of the aura using Grandpa Virion's hazy figure. As a guide, each step felt like I was pushing against a reinforced wall. What in the, Tess? As I got closer, I could faintly make out the figure, lying in front of Gramps, the source of this aura. When I finally reached Grandpa Virion, I winced from the searing pain, caused by my dimension ring that seemed to have gotten stronger. Gramps wasn't in good shape. His pale face was drenched in sweat as he tried his best to suppress the oppressive aura emanating from Tess to little avail. I took a closer look, and what I saw made my eyes widen in surprise. Tendrils of vines completely enclosed the figure I assumed was Tess. The thick dark aura made it hard for me to make out what it was until now. How much time has passed on the outside, brat? I think I've been holding in this foul aura for a day or so since she came back from the dungeon. He gave me a weary chuckle. What's happening to her, Gramps? I didn't remember anything like this happening back when I was assimilating with Sylvia's dragon will. Honestly, I'm not sure. Typically, the purpose of assimilation is to enable the host's body to gradually withstand and control the beast will's power, but in this case, it seems to be the opposite. I'm beginning to worry that this beast's will is trying to take over Tess' body. Grandpa Virion's shaking voice was filled with unease. How is that possible? I've never heard of something like that happening. My brows furrowed as I contemplated the possible cause. My thoughts kept going back to the mana beasts that had been corrupted by the black horn demons. I'm not so sure, brat. I feel like that elderwood you fought might have been mutated. Virion's hoarse voice indicated that he was most likely at his breaking point. I was ready to take over for Gramps, ignoring the burning sensation from my ring that was evidently growing more painful. It happened even before my hands touched the surface of the cocoon Tess was in. I could instantly recognize the sound of flesh tearing as I instinctively shifted my body in hopes to dodge in time. KYU, Papa, OII, Arthur. Both Sylvie and Virion's voices sounded muffled through the pounding of my eardrums. A stain of blood began spreading through the remains of my shirt as I barely managed to dodge the spear of twisted vines aimed straight for my heart. My heart pounded with a force strong enough to break out of my ribcage from the thought of death looming before me. I almost died. This sensation felt different from the other near-death experiences I had had. It was almost instantaneous. I could have died in that split second, and it would have been because of Tess, no less. I knew women were dangerous. Barely dodging the tendril, I grimaced at the feeling of blood trickling down my cheek. I almost chuckled at the comical situation stirring in my mind. Grandpa Virion's hands were literally on the cocoon, but as soon as I got near her, a flurry of spear-like vines automatically locked onto me for the kill. I knew that, deep down, Tess was still mad at me. I parried the next dark, spear-like tendril before things became even worse. The cocoon that wrapped around Tess began expanding as an uncountable number of vines began surfacing from the ground beneath her. "Coo, Papa, you're okay," I heard Sylvie chirp near Gramps. Grandpa Virion's shoulders loosened as he let out a sigh of relief. "I thought you almost died, brat. What's happening now?" "Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort, and I honestly have no clue what's happening now, Gramps. Maybe your granddaughter doesn't like me so much anymore." I managed to shoot him a smirk, making him chuckle despite the situation we were in. After another thick layer of vines intertwined around the existing ones that formed Tess' cocoon, dozens of tendrils began positioning themselves to, once again, shoot at me. Just me. "Coo, what do we do?" Sylvie, who was perched next to Grandpa, tilted her head in confusion, since the enemy was her mama. "I want you to stay with Grandpa Virion. She's only aiming at me for some reason." After dodging the discharge of tendrils, I positioned myself away from Gramps and Sylvie. Gramps was drained of all his mana from suppressing the dark aura for almost 2 days straight, while Sylvie was better off not interfering, until I knew exactly what the implications would be. What's more, Tess was becoming more creative in her attacks. Her next wave of tendrils were even laced with sharp thorns. The more I avoided the spears of vines, the more sure I was that the beast will was dead set on trying to kill only me. It also wasn't helping that my ring was burning to an almost unbearable degree. Could it be that the Elderwood Guardian's dying will was hoping to gain redemption from me, since I was the one that defeated him down in the dungeon? If that really happened to be the case, I hoped I lived long enough to find out. Frustrated, I withdrew my sword from my dimension ring, but as I did, something else came out with it. While Dawn's ballad appeared promptly in my hand, a small shining orb shot out of the ring towards the cocoon. It was the orb that homeless storekeeper had given me. The clear orb, about the size of a marble, sparkled with an array of colors as it bolted towards the enlarging cocoon. What the hell? Grandpa Virion noticed it too, but he only gazed at me in confusion, probably thinking that I had done it intentionally. Streaks of light escaped from the crevices in between the vines as the orb sunk into the cocoon. Before we even had the chance to wonder what was going on, an explosion occurred from within the cocoon, revealing a menacing, naked, black-haired Tess. As the orb sunk into her stomach where her mana core was, Tess' sickly complexion went back to normal. No, beyond normal. Her now flawless pearl skin seemed to literally radiate as her black hair turned back into its original gunmetal silver hue. Her physical appearance wasn't the only thing that changed. As the orb disappeared completely inside her abdomen, Tess' unconscious body was completely covered in an aura I had never seen before, distinctly different from the usual mana existent in the atmosphere, in an almost mystical way. Surrounding her was a scorching flame comprised of brilliant emerald gems. Millions of green, leaf-shaped embers made up this unique aura. As the emerald aura expanded, the once black vines turned a serene jade green. Even as the mesmerizing aura drew nearer, for some reason I didn't fear it. Before it reached any of us, the aura shrunk back and dissipated. As Tess' figure fell, I jumped up and took out the coat I used while I was an adventurer, swiftly wrapping it around her bare body as I held her in my arms. The dark aura that filled the training room was completely gone, and more importantly, Tess was safe. Not now, Arthur. Too soon, Tess mumbled as her face revealed a coquettish smile. She was most definitely safe. Ha 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 ha. Relief washing over me, I laughed. I laughed full-heartedly at Tess' sleep talk and just at the fact that she was okay. Tessa. Grandpa Virion came running with Sylvie dangling from his long white hair. She's okay, Gramps. She's just sleeping now. I set her down and fell onto my butt as all the strength I had left me. Both Sylvie and Gramps began meticulously inspecting the slumbering Tess before they heaved a sigh of relief as well. She is okay. Gramps slumped down next to me while Sylvie curled up next to Tess. For a brief moment, we just blankly stared at the other end of the training grounds, too tired to even think. So did you get a good eyeful? Turning my head, I could see Grandpa Virion's smirk grow so wide that I was rather surprised his lips didn't tear. She's 13. I groaned as I fell back on the soft grass like moss. Almost 14, he corrected as he shifted his softening gaze back towards Tesha. I'm glad you're okay, brat. This girl would have been devastated if she found out you hadn't made it. He paused. Forget it. Don't get so serious like that all of a sudden you're scaring me. I rolled to my side, my back facing Grandpa Virion. So when did you get back? Your family knows you're alive, right? Gramps replied. Of course. I got home last night and even spent some time with my family earlier today. Silence hovered between us for a few seconds before I spoke again. Gramps, I'm sorry. I should have rushed back. I just assumed that she'd be fine once she woke up since she crossed the last leg of assimilation with her beast will back at the dungeon. If I had known things could go wrong like this, I would have rushed here as soon as I got back. I turned back to look at Virion, almost pleadingly. Back when I was assimilating with Sylvia's beast will, I remembered Virion explaining to me how there was one final wave of struggle from the beast will before the assimilation was completely over, how that was normal. I should have prepared for the worst. I almost lost her today. This thought scared me a lot more than I would have ever believed possible in my past life. Your parents probably had their fair shares of worries raising you, huh? Unexpectedly, Grandpa Virion let out a soft chortle. Wah. Yeah, I guess I responded, thrown off by his sudden question. You did good in going to your family first. Tesha has her family to take care of her. She's not alone, you know. You probably thought of this when you decided to spend the day with them. Your family probably needed you to be there for them as well, since you gave them quite a scare. Don't forget that, and don't be sorry that you spent that much-needed time with your family. Grandpa Virion patted my back consolingly. I didn't know what to say. I was thankful that he knew me well enough without needing an explanation or an excuse. Again, a tranquil silence hung over us until I finally got around to asking the question that had been clawing the back of my mind. Hey, Gramps, how much do you know about the 6 lances? I asked as my gaze focused on Sylvie, who ended up falling asleep, curled up next to Tess. The 6 lances, why the sudden curiosity? Virion asked after a while. I didn't respond. What exactly do you want to know about them? Accepting my silence, he responded tactfully. How strong are they? After a bit of thought, I started off with a simple question. He let out a slow, elongated breath. Brat, let me start by asking you this. How strong do you imagine white core mages to be? My brows furrowed as I began calculating how many mages it would take to hold down a single white core mage. Since it took roughly around 20 solid yellow core mages to hold off a single silver core mage, would it take less silver core mages than that to beat a white core mage? Or was the power level increase exponential? I'm not really sure, Gramps, I finally said, defeated. To make it easier for you, we'll use myself as a figure of measurement. I don't ever recall explicitly telling you this, but I'm a mid-silver core mage. It would take roughly around 10 of me to keep one mid-white core mage at bay, and that's being optimistic. Grandpa Virion let out a chortle. 10 of you, I muttered under my breath. Now Cynthia is high silver. Even after being generous, it would take around 6 or 7 of her to keep one mid-white core at bay. He shrugged as he spoke. I couldn't imagine my current self being able to defeat that many Virions or Goodskis. Perhaps if I were to release the second phase of my dragon's will, I might be barely able to contend with 3 Grandpa Virions. However, the drawback would be tremendous. I don't get it. Where did these abnormally strong figures come from, and why haven't they decided to just take control of a kingdom? I mean, with their strength, it's not like any king or queen can give them much of a fight. What's been keeping the royal family in power when there are white core mages capable of slaughtering them and their armies rather easily? I asked, trying to make sense of this world's government system. You have an excellent point. Your right be strength alone, the 6 lances, or any white core mage for that matter, could probably wipe out a kingdom on their own. He glanced over at Tess to make sure she was still sleeping. Before I say anything more, this will need to be kept an absolute secret from Tesha. I want her to stay ignorant of these rather dark matters, at least until she's older. Grandpa Virion had a tender smile on his face as he looked at his granddaughter. I'll keep it a secret, I nodded. I'll explain where they came from after, but the strength of each one of the 6 lances. They are now above that of regular white core mages, but before being knighted, most of them were actually only silver core mages. Gramps spoke with a faraway, peaceful expression. That makes no sense, I was about to rebut. Brat, do you think the royal family, without any major powerhouses in line for the throne, could stay in power since the beginning of the 3 kingdoms? His peaceful expression disappeared as he peered at me with a face clearly depicting his mixed feelings. He continued, this is classified information shared only to the royal families of each respective race, but I'm telling you because, somehow, I know you'll need this information in the future, and I know you'll be able to handle it. He let out a heavy sigh that seemed to contain a bit of his very soul. Do you believe in deities? The world of my past, the world where I came from, still often comes to mind. It was a life of isolation for me, but it wasn't as if I loathed every moment of my near 40 years there. I especially enjoyed visiting the orphanages and playing with the children. Of course, most of the boys considered sword fighting and kai training forms of play, so whenever I went, I ended up spending hours teaching them. I remembered one day rather explicitly, when a boy in the orphanage, Jacob was his name, asked me a question. Brother Gray, do you believe in God? He had asked, looking up while tugging on my sleeve. I'd never believed in God, or whatever higher being some of the people believed in. How could there be a God in a world where your level of martial strength determined how you could live your life? Parents who birthed physically weak or crippled babies were considered humiliations, often ridiculed by others behind their backs. Those babies, even if they did grow up to live past adolescence, would never be able to amount to anything. They would have about as much recognition as a fly buzzing in someone's face, annoying, better off dead, useless. Even a woman, no matter how beautiful and charismatic she was, would only amount to a high-class prostitute if she didn't have at least the minimum strength needed to be considered mediocre amongst practitioners. Even those old bastards in the council, that sat on their asses all day and used everyone like pawns, were once grand fighters and famous figures. How could a god exist in a world like that? Even if a god or deity existed in my previous world, he certainly wasn't very merciful or loving, let alone fair. When that child Jacob asked me if I believed in God, I couldn't answer. These children believed, like I once did, that there was a higher power watching over them, protecting them. Again, in this world, I was asked a similar question, but by someone much older than me. Did I believe in deities, some sort of higher powers that were above us and unreachable? I'm not sure. Do deities exist? The words, in this world, almost slipped from my mouth. Haha, I've been asking that question all my life, but I've started to think that deities might still exist. Grandpa Virion let out a hearty laugh. What made you change your mind? I tilted my head in curiosity. Her. I thought Virion pointed his finger at Tess, but I realized it was the sleeping Sylvie he was directing his gaze at. Wait, Sylvie, you think Sylvie is a deity? Almost choking on my spit, I directed my gaze back at Gramps. Brat, deities are different from what religious books say about gods. Deities are beings that are able to ascend from what we consider their mortal bodies and fully harmonize with mana. Dragons, at least what I've read about them, are beings that can naturally become deities. They can't be classified as just S-class, or SS-class mana beasts if you compare it to mana cores. Deities would be at the level one would reach after breaking out of white core stage. Grandpa Virion looked down at his own two hands as he said this, letting out a scoff. Here we are, elves, humans, and dwarves alike at most, barely able to tap into the power of a white stage mana core. Yet there may be beings still existing that can easily level mountains and flood valleys. Here again, Grandpa Virion had that faraway look. He closed his eyes for a while before slowly opening them again, his gaze shifting towards me. You've read about the war between the three races, as well as the most recent war between the humans and elves, but compared to those two wars, this continent was much more chaotic and dangerous in ancient times. The three races were nomadic back then, always on the run from mana beasts. The humans, elves, and dwarves all traveled separately due to clashes in appearance and culture, but whenever any of the races met, we were on fairly good terms. We exchanged information and traded raw resources that we picked up along the way. This is now known as the Beast Era, where the mana beasts were rampant and ruled the continent. I don't understand. Why didn't we use magic to drive the mana beasts away? I could understand maybe avoiding a class mana beasts and up, but I don't see why we were so helpless. My brows furrowed in confusion. It's not that we didn't, it's that we couldn't. Brat, have you ever noticed the painting in the main hall of the royal palace in Elenoir? He suddenly switched topics. You mean that enormous painting in the living room? I mean, I noticed it at first, but I couldn't really make sense of it, so I just disregarded it. I let out an awkward laugh, scratching my head. Every one of the three royal palaces has a painting similar to that one. It is a depiction of a powerful deity, gifting us with the tool to overcome the mana beasts and put an end to the beast era. I couldn't tell how Virion was feeling as he said all this, his expression still a mixture of various emotions. No matter how ridiculous this sounded to me, Gramps' tone showed me he wasn't joking as he said this, so I stayed quiet and let him continue. This deity appeared in front of three people, and they were the forefathers of what are now the three royal families. He bestowed our ancestors with 6 artifacts, which were distributed equally amongst the 3 ancestors that were chosen by the deity to become kings. For the humans, the head of the Glader family at that time received 2, the dwarves, the head of the Graysunders family received 2, and lastly, for the elves, the ancestor of my Uralith family also received 2. Virion couldn't help but smirk after looking at my expression. Why would this so-called deity just give the 3 races these treasures? I sputtered incredulously, not able to hold it in. Let me get to that, brat, he reprimanded. Remember, this was ages before I was born. This knowledge is passed down from king to king, and my guess is that information may have been exaggerated or skewed in certain directions along the way, but this is what I've been taught. The 3 kings weren't meant to use the 3 pairs of artifacts bestowed by the deity themselves, but were instead meant to bestow them onto their 2 most powerful subjects under a soul oath through a sort of knighting ceremony. With these powerful artifacts given to their strongest warriors, the 3 races were meant to use the power of the artifacts to protect themselves as well as gain the upper hand in dominating the mana beasts and other ancient monsters of the time, he explained. I would assume that giving 3 races super powerful artifacts just begs for chaos and war, rather than protection. I'm not so sure about the elves, but if you at least look at some of the humans, greed isn't exactly a rare thing, I chortled, shaking my head. Well, funny you say that because that's what happened. The artifacts did indeed allow the elves, humans and dwarves to work together during that period to further expand their area of dominance. A lot of the mana beasts were either killed or driven off to what is now known as the Beast Glades, putting an end to the Beast Era. However, shortly after, greed did get a hold of the 3 kings and their subjects. Besides the incredible power the artifacts gave to its wielders, it gave them insights on how to utilize the source of energy that makes up the world, which we now call mana. With this, the users of the artifacts taught it to those who they deemed capable, thus giving rise to the very first batch of mages. Drunk on power, the concept of harmony dwindled and soon led to internal strife due to greed. Virion looked at me with a painful smile before continuing. The 3 pairs of artifacts bestowed had different attributes and were divided between the humans, elves, and dwarves respectively, segregating us all even further. The distinct features in specialization between the 3 races we have today are supposedly due to the artifacts. The dwarves, who reasoned that because they were the beings closest to the earth, believed that they should naturally be the rulers of the continent. We elves reasoned that because we were the closest to all living things, we should be the rulers of the continent, while the humans, who were able to train and utilize all of the 4 major elements, believed that the deity naturally wanted to make them the rulers of the continent. Virion looked back at Tess to make sure she was still asleep. First war, which lasted longer than the time they drove the mana beasts into the beast glades, was what led to the segregation of the three races, as well as the formation of the three kingdoms. The second war, which you're more familiar with, happened between the humans and the elves. So, going back to the question of where the 6 lances came from, can you take a guess? He tested. Wait, so those 6 artifacts that were bestowed upon your ancestors by the so-called deity were given to the 6 lances. My mind raced as pieces of the puzzle began to fit, and the artifacts are the reason why they were able to rise past the silver core stage and become white core mages, as well as the reason why they aren't able to go against the council since they are soul-bound, just like the previous users who were tied to the first kings. I exclaimed after coming to a revelation. Everything clicked. The lances were most likely chosen amongst candidates that were brought up closely by the royal family of their respective race, and after they were deemed worthy, they were bestowed the artifact, along with the soul oath that bound their lives to the kings. I continued. Exactly. They were secretly raised as candidates to each wield an artifact. However, it wasn't until the discovery of another continent that the three races decided that they needed to unify. Grandpa Virion had a distant look on his face as he explained. One last question. So were the artifacts given to figures in the past as well? How come we've never heard of them? I was sitting up by this point, thoroughly focused on the conversation and leaning forward as if it were possible to receive information faster this way. Yes, but this is the first time they were publicized. In the past, wielders of the artifacts were always protecting the king and his family from the shadows. It is only now, after the unification of the continent, that we decided to publicize the wielders. Of course, no one else knows that they got their strength through the power of the artifacts. If that secret were to be let out, it would most likely cause a coup, dead at the greed of numerous silver core mages desperate to surpass their limits is not to be looked down upon. Who knows to what extent some might go. Maybe even destroying the entire royal bloodline in hopes to be the new masters of the artifacts. Virion paused again before turning to stare at Sylvie again. I imagine your bond has the capability to become a deity. I'm not sure how long that would take and if we'd be even alive when that happens, but Arthur, you need to get stronger. Call it my own senile intuition, but I feel like changes are going to happen soon. Enormous changes. I just hope that I'm wrong. This was the first time I'd seen Grandpa Virion have such a worried look on his face. My mind flashed to the message that Sylvia had left within me after teleporting me to Elshire Forest, how I would hear from her again when I reached the stage past White Core. I was beginning to think that maybe these so-called deities weren't as fictional as I believed them to be. What's going on? Why am I sleeping on the ground? Virion Eralith POV, what in the name just happened? What was that bizarre aura around Tesha? What did the boy do anyway? I was just barely able to see that orb shoot out and get sucked into my granddaughter's body. It seemed sort of like an elixir, but I wasn't really able to tell. Anyway, I was just glad that she was safe now. I almost felt bad for the boy. He had just crawled back up to the surface after falling into an underground dungeon. Gods know how deep in now he had to deal with all this. Was I doing the right thing revealing all this information to Arthur? There was a bitter taste left on my tongue after I finished explaining everything to the boy. I sometimes forgot that he was actually younger than Tesha. It was odd, though. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but more and more, my instincts told me that despite his monstrous ability in mana manipulation and latent potential as a mage, his cognitive acuteness, his mental capacity that didn't belong to a prepubescent child that would make this brat so scary in the future, currently, his level of power had not caught up to his intellect. What's going on? Why am I sleeping on the ground? My ears perked up immediately at the sound of my granddaughter's feeble voice. Gee, Grandpa, where am Art? My arms were already stretched out wide, ready to embrace my one and only beloved granddaughter, but oddly enough, instead of coming into her grandfather's arms, her body bolted away from me and towards the boy. My granddaughter, you're going the wrong way. Arthur, you're alive. Tesha almost knocked the boy back down onto the ground from how fast she flew into his arms. Meanwhile, my arms stayed outstretched. Maybe the passing breeze would accept my embrace. Arthur Leywin's POV. As Tess' faint voice reached my ears and her teary eyes locked onto mine, she bit her lower lip to keep herself from breaking down, and I stood there at a loss. A wave of different emotions, half of which I didn't even know I could feel, washed over me. Arthur, you're alive. Her face was already buried in my chest as she finished her sentence. Yeah. I gently petted her hair. I'm alive. I turned to Virion, and I swore I could almost see his petrified body crumbling to bits, his lonely arms stretched out. His head turned like a badly old robot, revealing his gaze, which was anything but automatonic by the image he projected. Traitor, Grandpa should still come first. You're dead to me, brat. These were the thoughts that might as well have been tattooed across his forehead by how blatantly his foul mood was leaking out. Giving Grandpa Virion a sympathetic smile, I looked back down at Tess, who was still in my arms. Only when my old robe that had been wrapped around her body slipped slightly off her bare shoulder did I remember she was completely naked underneath. Caillou, Sylvie was bouncing up and down, trying to get Tess' attention as the latter clung onto me like glue, but to no avail. The last thing I remember was you handing me over to someone. I can only recall bits and pieces of what happened after because I was in too much pain then. But I heard broken pieces of conversations about how you didn't make it out, she said as her arms still clung onto me like an infant koala. The way she looked up at me with those tear-filled eyes made me almost lose myself. I'll fill you in on what happened, but for now I peeled her off of me, wrapping her tighter with the only piece of clothing covering her "let's get you decent, princess." "What are you talking?" was all she managed to say before looking down, her eyes widening in horror. Tess let out a horrified scream that shook the room, and without even the chance to react, Grandpa Virion, Sylvie, and I were knocked back by a surge of mana that seemed to have come out of nowhere. I managed to recover in time, landing on my feet. As I looked to my side, I saw that Virion and Sylvie were both uninjured, surprised but uninjured. Not even caring about the throbbing pain in my chest, I stared, slack-jawed at the sight before us. Tess was at the epicenter of a storm of translucent emerald-green vines, dozens of meters in length, all snapping and whipping around chaotically. What was even more strange was that it looked more like an extension of the bright green aura surrounding Tess, who was now curled up in the fetal position. This mana formation of this magnitude shouldn't be possible for her. Grandpa Virion stood there, gaping. "You have got to be kidding me," I mumbled to myself. Cupping my hands, I yelled out, "Tess, you need to calm down. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Go away. I can't believe you didn't tell me I was naked." She screamed, her eyes still shut tightly in embarrassment. Something told me that those semi-transparent tendrils responded to her emotions because they were swaying even more fiercely right now. "Didn't you learn that telling a screaming girl to calm down never actually calms her down?" Grandpa Virion said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "Of course, I'm the ignorant one, I guess. What good was having been a king? PSH, only the strongest in my country. What good does all of that do, Arthur, if you can't even quell the anger of a 13-year-old girl? Tess, it's your grandfather. Open your eyes," Virion shouted this time. As Tess peeked out from one eye, she finally realized what was happening. "What's going on? What is all of this?" The flustered Tess looked to us for help. "Try controlling your emotions. It's making your mana flow go out of control," I tried to explain in a more reasonable tone. Tess looked to Virion, who was nodding in agreement with me. As realization dawned on her, Tess closed her eyes and began meditating, and the translucent emerald vines slowly dissipated, fading out of sight. The three of us rushed to where Tess was curled up as soon as the vines, that seemed to be made up of pure mana, disappeared. "Quick, Gramps, check her mana core." I was going off a hunch, kind of scared to hear the truth. "That's just what I was about to do, brat." Virion rolled up his sleeves and imbued some mana into his palms. "Wait, Art, turn around." Tess was obviously out of breath, but she was also aware that something was different with her body. Sigh. I already saw everything. "No." "Yes, ma'am, PSH, former king, more like whip dog," I mumbled to myself as I turned my back to them. It can't be. Ha ha ha. What in the world?" I heard Virion's trembling voice. What is it? What stage is her core at, Gramps?" "Dark yellow, don't tell me." "She's at solid yellow like me." I was itching to turn around, half a step away from initial silver. She almost broke through into the initial silver stage. What? I whipped my head back, causing Tess to wrap the robe covering her even more tightly. Ignoring Tess' glare and protests, I put my hand on her abdomen, over the robe. He was right. Even when sensing directly, I couldn't recognize the extent of her mana core, which meant she was at a higher level than I was. Both Gramps and I fell straight to our bums in utter disbelief. She broke through out of light orange and into the dark yellow stage not too long ago. That meant she skipped through all of yellow and straight into initial silver. This gravity-defying news was hard for me to swallow. I took my body's composition for granted because I was a quadra-elemental mage. It was a lot easier for me to break through, but it had become distinctively harder to get past bottlenecks once I reached the dark yellow stage, not to mention the fact that I broke through at age 3 much earlier than everyone else. The gifted students in this academy have 10 years to pass the final exam in order to graduate. There was no set stage that a student's core had to reach in this time, but on average, alumni tended to be around light orange stage by the time they graduated. After reaching that stage, they would be given a seat among the upper echelons of practically anywhere they went. For even the most talented dual elemental mages, it should take exponentially longer for them to make breakthroughs if at all, but Tess had just been able to break that common sense and skip straight past the threshold just before breaking into the initial silver stage. That was potentially a couple decades of cultivation condensed into a mere fortnight. The absurdity of it all. "What the hell did you give her, brat?" Virion asked. "I've never heard of a beast while tempering a mana core." "Or did it perhaps have anything to do with that orb you threw at her?" "Grandpa, what did you mean by half a step away?" "What orb?" Tess echoed, puzzled by our conversation. I thought it was just some kind of elixir." I was at a loss for words. What the hell was that vanishing elixir shop? Arthur, if there ever was such an elixir that could do what that orb did just now, wars would break loose in hopes to win it. Grandpa Virion shook his head, still in shock as he imagined everything he'd just told me. How did you get your hands on whatever orb that was anyway? Oh, I got it from a homeless-looking fellow that owned a disappearing elixir shop. Ha 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 ha. I got it for a silver coin, Gramps. Virion gawked at me incredulously. By his expression, I bet he would have been less surprised if I told him I stole it from a god. I don't exactly know myself. I kinda got that orb from a peddler, but that's as much as I know. I let out another small laugh in helplessness. Can you tell me what's going on? You guys weren't actually being serious, right? Tess immediately began focusing on her monocore. No way. My monocore is light yellow now, and it already has so many cracks on it, she said as her voice trembled. Honey, you're actually a peak light yellow core mage now, Grandpa Virion mumbled, almost whispering. Tess' eyes rolled back as she fainted, her body slumped against Sylvie's back as my bond moved just in time to catch her. This girl just can't stay awake, I grumbled as I positioned her more comfortably on the grass floor. She's sure to be exhausted after having gone through all of this. Her body was under constant stress, and breaking through more than 3 stages at once took a toll on her mind as well. I guess the realization was the tipping point. Virion let out a chuckle as he picked her up. I'm going to take her back to Elenwar through the gate. She needs some rest, and I'm sure my son and daughter-in-law are still worried. Cuckoo, I'm kind of looking forward to how they'll react to this. Sigh imagine. Princess Tesha, a silver core mage at the age of 13, he boasted with a wide grin on his face. Do you want to come with me? I'll pass on that. I know Tess is safe, and she knows I'm safe as well. That'll have to do for now. We'll catch up when she returns to school, I replied. I have a meeting with the council that I've been avoiding till now, so I won't get to see you for a while. Get some rest, boy. Grandpa Virion threw me a wink and walked out of the training room with Tess in tow. She was at a higher level than me now. My mind kept going back to the homeless man and his elixir shop. Was the orb he gave me really the reason she was able to break through like that? There wasn't any other explanation otherwise. Papa, I'm hungry. Sylvie hopped back onto the top of my head and kept thumping my forehead in complaint. Haha, me too, Sylv. But before we go back, let's visit your Uncle Elijah, I replied, rubbing my bond's ears. But food, Arthur. Elijah roared as he nearly head-butted me. I had an eerie sense of déjà vu, but this scene wasn't nearly as heartwarming. They're there. Yes, I'm still alive. You can't get rid of me that easily, I said in consolation, patting my best friend's head. I know, he sniffled. You're like a cockroach, this brat. I peeled him off of me again, very similarly to how I'd done just 30 minutes ago, but the person in front of me this time had a string of mucus hanging out his right nostril, the other end of the slippery secretion attaching itself to my shirt. A friend, my best friend. Elijah was an entity I had now in this life that I had so wanted in my previous one. A person I could let loose and be a child with again, no matter how old or grand I was before. Haha. It's good to see your disgusting face again, pal, I grinned at him, patting him on the shoulder. CYNTHIAGOODSKY's POV, standing before the heavy iron doors, I took a deep breath. Beyond this entrance were the 6 former kings and queens of this continent. It wasn't their titles that were making me apprehensive, but more so the fact that they were ultimately the ones who would shape or destroy the future of this continent. Even with an augmented hearing spell, I was unable to clearly hear what was being discussed on the other side, leaving me to wonder what their course of action might be. What was I to tell them? What was I able to tell them? I truly had to be meticulous in the words and actions I used. I'd only gotten a glimpse of the consequences I would face if I didn't abide, and I knew there was no way around it. It just wasn't worth it, not at this point. Was there really no other way to avoid this? Was I to just sit and watch this peaceful continent that I'd grown to love crumble without being able to do anything? It couldn't be helped I'd deviated too far from what I was originally supposed to do. My hopes in establishing myself and the foundations of Xyrus Academy up to what it was today was for the sake of this continent, that we might have some hope. It had been too long since the time of war, though. Students wanted to get strong not to protect and fight for what was right, but for their own conceited pride. It had been an ongoing struggle to not only shape up the level of magic in this continent, but also instill proper values. The only thing I could do for this country now was prepare the next generation as well as get rid of anything that might hinder their plans. I'd been personally getting rid of more and more spies that were being sent out from my homeland. They were getting impatient. I could tell by some of the toxic traces affecting the dungeons that they were beginning their next phase. It was beginning to become rather difficult for me to keep up my current pace, though. I could tell Arthur was becoming rather suspicious at times. I had been careless in exposing the wound I received from one of the affected mana beasts. I was just not sure anymore. Was I doing the right thing? Would what I was doing even give us a chance? I once thought so, but I wasn't so optimistic anymore. Sigh. The 2 mages standing guard on either side of the door were carefully observing me, probably wondering why I wasn't going in. I noticed one was at the initial silver core stage, while the other, slightly thinner mage, was at the mid-silver core stage. They would be considered peaks in this continent, but only in this continent. I signaled to the guards that I was ready to go inside, letting them inform the council. "You may enter," the knights announced, opening the doors fully. And I said that we can't just be lying here on our asses waiting for more deaths. Alduan, Mera, why aren't you saying anything? One of your lances is dead. I saw Dossid Greysunders, former king of the dwarves, standing up with his finger pointed at Alduin Aralith, former king of the elves, who was seated with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Calm yourself, Dossid. Before we rashly try and hunt down whoever or whatever killed Aaliyah, we need more information. This might be somehow linked to the communication failures with the Dicathias. What if, like we suspected, the unknown continent is involved, and we end up, Director Goodsky, we received your sound transmission, please have a seat. Blaine Glader, the former king of the humans, stretched his arm to direct me to a nearby empty seat. Yes, but it seems that my message was unnecessary, I responded while taking a small bow before sitting down. King Greysunders also reluctantly took a seat in the chair that seemed a bit too big for him. Yes, Alduin was alerted almost immediately after Aaliyah passed. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how she was killed. Do you happen to know anything, Director Cynthia? Muriel Aralith, former queen of the elves, as well as the mother of my only disciple, asked me. I apologize. Truth be told, I was not the one that found her body. Taking out the adamantium tag that belonged to Aaliyah, I handed it over to Lady Aralith. Who was it that found her body? We need to bring that person here. Glondra Greysunders, former queen of the dwarves, slammed her palms on the table we were situated around. That may be a bit troublesome, I said hesitantly. You see, the person that found her body was one of my students, and that was only by accident. No matter, just bring that student here. We need as much detail about this disaster as possible before we can start slowly unfolding it to the public, Lady Greysunders continued. I assure you that the student does not know any more than what we might be able to guess. This student simply stumbled into the scene after the battle was long over, I replied while shaking my head. Still, are you sure he wasn't hiding anything from you? King Aralith spoke up solemnly. This student is but a child that recently enrolled. He has no reason to hide any details from me. I fear he will only be more intimidated if we brought him here, causing him to make up details to gain the council's favor, I lied. I didn't want to involve Arthur in all of this. Not yet. He wasn't ready. Cynthia offers a valid point. There's no use interrogating a student that might make up facts to feel like a hero. Besides, she already questioned the student, Priscilla Glader, former queen of the humans, defended. Yes, I was even able to find the scene of Ale, Code Oriet's death, I hurriedly replied. Maybe they would be able to find something. Indirectly helping them like this might prove to be fruitful. The plan that I was informed of before I had come here seemed to have hastened for some reason, but I knew for a fact that it would still take years before the first course were to come to fruition. Until then, I had to somehow indirectly help them prepare for whatever was coming. Hopefully, I had enough time. All right, then the next course of action is settled. King Glader motioned for a secretary to come. Dispatch our best tracking mages. We'll have them find any sort of evidence that the perpetrator might have left. In the meantime, what is the current status of the remaining lances? Yes, Your Highness, our best trackers are already assembled and ready. As for the lances, Codes 0, Omrecker, and Balrog were the first to arrive. We've received word that Code Thunderlord and Code Phantasm entered the premise not too long ago, the secretary hurriedly announced with his head bowed. Good, we'll update them soon. Until then, make sure not a single word gets out that one of the lances was killed. King Glader finished his statement while looking at me. Rest assured, the student is not the type to let this information out so easily. I will be sure to make it of utmost importance that he keeps the information he has a secker. I answered back at the council that was waiting for me to respond. After I was escorted out, Lady Aralith followed along and pulled me aside, away from everyone's view. Director Cynthia, how's my Tesha? I've yet to hear back from my father-in-law, her voice quaked with concern. I shook my head. I was not updated with the situation either. However, Tesha has both Arthur and Virion looking after her. She should be okay, Muriel. I hope so. I've barely been able to focus on everything going on because of Tesha's condition. Let me know as soon as you're updated. This way, at least Alduin and I will have the peace of mind to focus on this mess, she says while handing me a sound transmission scroll. Sound transmission devices were exceedingly costly, so most did not have access to one, but the council always had these in stock to send and receive information quickly. I'll be sure to tell you as soon as I find out. I gave her a reassuring smile before letting her go back to the meeting hall. 5 silhouettes could be seen waiting in the dimly lit chamber on the bottom-most floor. Although the shadows covered the 5's faces, their voices could be clearly heard. So Aaliyah died already. A well-built man scoffed as he leaned against the back wall with crossed arms. Baron, watch your tone. An authoritative, icy voice rang from a proportioned slender figure sitting with one leg over the other. It can't be helped that I'm irritated her dying so pathetically is trampling on the lance's name. the man replied. Poor Aaliyah, Micah feels bad for her. A sweet voice chimed from a figure whose body resembled that of a child. Me too. I'll miss sharing cream puffs with Aaliyah, sighed a woman whose seductive figure could not be hidden by the shadows. It's improper to pity a General Aaliyah. She died a lance's death after all, a gruff voice sounded from another figure. Well, I can't help it when Aaliyah's death was a pitiful one, old man, the childlike figure pouted back. Nevertheless, it would be wise of you to act your age and not your infantile appearance, he replied calmly. Alfred, you jerk. Now, don't pick on our cute Micah, she chastised as she wrapped her arms around Micah. Aya, your lumps off fat are choking Micah. Stop acting like hyperactive children. As the strongest mages in this country, this shouldn't faze us. Oh my, Baron's cranky again today, says the cow that has no sense of time, getting here the latest. Enough. What did the council say our next course of action was? They are still discussing. It seems that unlike our king, the human and elf leaders seem to only care for their own, the old lance replied. Micah disagrees. King Graysunders is pretty selfish too. It's common sense that, as the king that has most influence throughout the continent, King Glader takes into account the elves and dwarves well. Micah thinks Baron should stop acting like he's our leader, and I think that you should know your place. You have neither the background nor strength to talk that way to the next head of the Wykes. Everyone, let's all get along. Let's not make very mad, Aaliyah coaxed gently. Sorry. Arthur Leywn's POV. Hey, Art. I thought we were heading to your home. Where are we going? Elijah turned to me after noticing we'd taken a different turn on the way back to Helstia Manor. There's a place I need to stop by first. Don't worry, it'll be a quick detour, I answered, quickening my pace even with Sylvie on my head. Elijah broke into a jog behind me. Wait up. When we reached the destination, I couldn't help but let out a disappointed breath, my shoulders dropping. I thought so, I mumbled to myself. Xyrus Elixirs. Did you need to buy something from here? It's almost midnight, of course it's closed. Elijah cupped his eyes over the front glass door, hoping to spot someone inside. It's nothing. Let's head back home, I replied. As I was about to turn away from the building, a shiny object, caught in the crevice of the aged alley leading to Xyrus Elixirs, caught my attention. As I kneeled down to retrieve it, my eyes narrowed. It was an orb similar to the one used on Tess, except instead of rainbow speckles inside, there were golden flakes floating within. Attached to the small marble-sized orb was a crudely written note. Your little princess will probably need this. What are you staring so intently at? Elijah leaned over my shoulder to see. I crumpled up the piece of parchment and quickly shoved the orb inside my dimension ring. Let's head back home first, Elijah. I'll need to tell my family that I might have to miss a couple more days of school. Go back to the academy tomorrow and tell everyone that I'm okay. I patted my best friend's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile in response to his concerned expression. Don't worry, I'll tell you about everything after. With that, Elijah gave me an accepting nod back. KATHYLNGLAYDER's POV. After finding out what had happened down at the dungeon from my brother, I was shocked. I almost wanted to blame him, to blame Professor Glory, to blame someone, but I knew it wasn't anyone's fault. Arthur's going to be okay, right? He's just that type of person. No matter what situation comes up, he always returns with that lazy smile on his face that for some reason calms me. I shook my head, trying to snap out of my delusions. No, it's not my job to look after him. Besides, he already has the student council president. A few faint giggles from students passing nearby sent blood rushing up to my cheeks as I veered in another direction. I'm confident that he'll be okay. I convinced myself. I'm sure of it. Gah, I heaved out before I quickly covered my mouth, surprised that I'd let out such a barbaric sound. After checking that I was alone in the alleyway between two buildings a shortcut, I had discovered to the disciplinary committee, Rumai exhaled a sharp breath of relief. Maybe it was from the stress these days as a disciplinary committee officer. I had assumed things would stay quiet after the formation of the committee almost, to the point of wondering if we were even needed, but recently, some unforeseen circumstances had been brought to our attention. Claire Bladeheart, our leader, pulled each of us aside a few days ago. While explaining the cause, she implied that Arthur was an undeniable factor that led to this. I wanted to rebut then, but I decided to hear her out. Claire had been secretly gathering information with Kai, who specialized in stealth. From what she'd explained, it seemed that there was a radical group dissatisfied with the direction the academy was heading toward recently. This group was made up of only humans, and from the few faces that Kai was able to catch a glimpse of, they were all from rather high-up noble families. One particular noble that had been spotted was named Charles Ravenper. His father was on rather close terms with mine, but strictly for business. Father would always grumble in dissatisfaction after having a meeting with Mr. Ravenper because of how ill-mannered and self-centered he was. While I was jealous of Claire's unwavering confidence that Arthur was still alive, she was also relieved that Arthur wasn't here at the moment, because he was supposedly one of the main reasons this radical cult-like group had started. There was a big faction from this group that thought Arthur did not belong in this academy because of his humble background. The fact that he was a professor on top of having the privilege of taking upper division classes fueled the already built-in hatred that some of the envious royal students had. We weren't allowed to confront them as of yet because of the lack of evidence, and the fact that they hadn't really done anything bad yet, but from the looks of it, there were even some professors of this academy supporting them, making it all the more difficult to rashly make a move. It wasn't until a few days ago, though, that some of the radical group members started to act. Denton, one of my classmates that shared the same period in Professor Lewin's class, was the victim. He had actually been one of the students that strongly opposed Professor Lewin teaching a class that was so important in building foundations as this. However, he'd warmed up to him rather. He looked up to him now. Hopping up on a storage crate to clear the fence, I looked down at the isolated building of the disciplinary committee. Looking behind, I could see the tip of the statue where Denton had just been found 3 days ago, battered and naked while hung upside down, for all of the passing students to see, a note covering his privates instructing him to drop out of the plebeians class if he didn't want this to happen again. It turned out that he had been taken to one of the narrow alleys between the back buildings and beaten up by the radical group. From what Claire told me, they wanted to teach him how to properly use mana, since they didn't really think Arthur was good enough to nurture the potential that he had. Denton ended up becoming a target dummy for various spells when he resisted. Director Goodsky was still away, so her assistant, Trisha, and Professor Glory had ended up pulling him down and making sure he was okay. Since then, having no choice but to act on behalf of Director Goodsky, Trisha had been trying to quell the anger from various elven and dwarven parents who thought this had to do with racial discrimination since the victim was an elf. Needless to say, Denton was taking a break from school for the time being. Why was this happening? What was the point of doing this? What good did dividing students like this do? Did these students have such low self-esteem that they needed to bring down anyone they thought was better than them to feel better about themselves? Why was it that the more power and privileges someone had, the more greedy they became? Was it naive of me to wish for everyone to just work together for our continent? To top it off, a dark and gloomy atmosphere had clung to the disciplinary committee room since the accident with Arthur. Claire and my brother hadn't spoken at first, the both of them blaming themselves, while everyone remained frustrated because our actions were so restricted. Now, everyone was on high alert. All of the disciplinary committee upperclassmen were out for surveillance during the morning and afternoon, while Ferrith and I took watch in the evening, with one of the upperclassmen helping us out instead of going to class. Kai tried to find out their meeting spots, but as soon as he had a lead, those places would always change. It seemed as if they were always one step ahead of us, always relocating so someplace new. The professors were useless. Most of them were all talk in front of the dissatisfied elven and dwarven parents, saying they'd do their best to find the culprit, but not being able to take direct action because the human parents were also dissatisfied due to their children being accused of racial discrimination. In the end, the professors were too tied in their little game of tug of war to be of much help. As they tried hard to be on both sides, they ended up being on neither. That was the problem with a school so heavily funded by the parents of the students. The only one that had the authority to oppose them directly and openly was Director Goodsky, and she was nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if her disappearance had allowed this radical group to now openly create a disturbance, because she wasn't here to stop them. I finally made it to the disciplinary committee room and walked up the stairs, the echo of Claire's voice getting louder the closer I got. Things are escalating faster than we thought. I had a feeling that this would be the Kaseth group is trying to create as much of an uproar before Director Goodsky gets back, and then go into hiding temporarily after, Claire announced while leaning forward with her arms on the table. The dark bags underneath her eyes told me she hasn't rested since getting back. I took a seat after everyone acknowledged me with a nod, too frustrated to verbally greet me. I couldn't help but notice its seat where Arthur usually sat empty, but now wasn't the time to brood. I turned my attention back to the group just as my brother began to speak. I talked to multiple professors about the situation like you asked, but it seems you were right. None of them were willing to actively help in finding the crux of the problem. They're turning a blind eye to all of this because of our lack of evidence, my brother reported through gritted teeth, running his fingers through his hair. We already know who one of the members of the groups are, so why not just take that rat out and interrogate him? I doubt he has the balls to last even a couple of minutes before spilling out some secrets, grunted Doradria while leaning back in her chair. Already tried that, but Charles Ravenper is never by himself these days. He's always surrounded by at least 5 lackeys. It'll be impossible to take action secretly with them there. Besides, we need to think about our actions from the entire academy's perspective. No matter how many things we could get away with, it wouldn't look good if a student was just taken in by us without proper reason, Kai argued, shaking his head. Theodore pounded his fist on the table, tipping over a cup of water. What the hell is the point of having something like the disciplinary committee if we can't do anything in cases like this? It can't be helped. We know too little about what this group is planning on doing and, more importantly, what they're capable of. We have too little information on them, and it doesn't seem like there's only a few of them. Claire sighed as she sat back down. We need to wait for Director Goodsky to come back, I said. Of course, that would be the best thing to do, but we have no idea where she is, let alone when she'll come back, our leader responded. If only Arthur was here, I mumbled aloud. I immediately regretted what I said as my brother's expression turned crestfallen as I mentioned him. They were both there, and they were trying to stay strong. After getting the students back to the hospital, my brother told me that Professor Glory was planning on going back down with a reconnaissance team to look for Arthur. She'd said that there's a high probability that he was still alive if he survived the fall because most likely, all of the mana beasts in the dungeon were on the first floor. Cat, I'm sorry, but we just can't factor in Arthur as an element. My brother tried his best to fake a smile. He'll come soon. I must have said this aloud by mistake because everyone, even Theodore, gave me a pained look. Excuse me. Every one of the disciplinary committee members, including myself, whipped our heads at the unexpected voice coming from the first floor of the room. It was Arthur's best friend, Elijah. Ah, you're Arthur's close friend, right? Claire, who immediately softened her expression, motioned him upstairs. Yes, I'm sorry for intruding. I got to school a bit later than I expected, but it's great that you guys are all here. Listen, I know you guys are worried about Arthur's friend was cut off by a series of thunderous explosions that shook even the reinforced walls of this room. Elijah Knight's POV, holy crap. What the hell is going on? All I did was miss half a day of school. Suddenly Denton gets hung up, butt naked, and now a building's on fire. We had all just rushed out of the disciplinary committee room after hearing the explosion. Initially I thought that it was a spell gone wrong or something of that nature, but this looked more like a purposeful act of terrorism. Who would do this? Why would someone do this? What was going on? Damn. It's them again, I overheard Theodore say, as if he'd predicted this. The them that Theodore was talking about, was he possibly referring to the same people that beat and humiliated Denton? KATHYLNGLAYDER's POV. I remembered one time being lectured as a child by my home instructor. I had little memory of why I was chastised, but from what I was told, I had refused to participate in class with some of the other nobles' children apparently. My mother had thought it was a good idea for me to make friends while I was learning. That hadn't worked out as smoothly as she had hoped it would because I ended up throwing a tantrum on the first day, saying that I didn't want to make friends with them because they weren't princesses like me. Ignoring the kindly knitted words of discipline from the home instructor, I had barged into my room and slammed the door shut, refusing to come out. Later that afternoon, after the other noble children and home instructor had left, my mother knocked on the door even though there was no lock. She sat down next to me on my bed and ran her fingers gently through my hair even though I couldn't remember how I responded. What she had said to me left such a lasting impression that, even as a 6-year-old, I can still almost recall her exact words, my little Cathone. I know you think you did nothing wrong. Everyone gets angry and fights for what they believe in. What I want you to know, my little baby, is that before you are a princess, you are a person. It doesn't matter if it's a king, a servant, a powerful mage, an elf, or a dwarf. A person is a person. Everyone is different, and that is what makes everyone special in their own ways. Don't hate someone for something that they can't change. What if people didn't like you because you have round ears or because you have beautiful white skin or a perky little nose? She proceeded to tickle me in each of the parts she mentioned, leaving me in a fit of giggles. My mother was sensible and smart, but not in the least bit cold like her appearance sometimes implied. She cared for everyone as people, not as humans, elves, or dwarves. She disciplined my brother and me heavily when it came to any type of discrimination, whether it was by social classes or race. At the sound of the explosions, all of us bolted up from our seats and immediately headed outside. I couldn't help but cringe, tightening my fists in both frustration and disappointment upon seeing the disastrous scene laid out before us. There was a thick cloud of smoke rising from the area near the center of the campus. Behind me, I could hear Claire click her tongue as she continued to mutter a string of curses under her breath. Half of the recently constructed building was up in flames, while the other half was crumbling down, collapsing beneath its own weight. There were students evacuating out of the building, while some capable staff members and professors nearby were already going into the building to look for those stranded or stuck. I should have known they would aim for this building at some point. Theodore swore aloud as he stomped his foot into the ground. We hurriedly made our way to the site. This building was named Tri-Union Hall. It served as both a museum and a monument for the alliance between the three races. My mother, who argued heavily to persuade the rest of the council to erect this building, was the happiest when it was first built. She had explained to me that it had been built to be both a symbol as well as a place for the three races to learn about the differences in each other's cultures. For it to have been a target, my assumption could also only lean towards the same radical group that had been creating a mess these days. I strained my eyes, holding my tears back. Claire ordered Kai to alert the rest of the professors and staff. When she ordered Ferrith and I to help the mages who were already there to put out the fire before it brought down the whole building, I couldn't help but notice his expression turning from angry to dejected. I almost wanted to apologize, as if it was my fault. Doradria didn't seem to take this whole event to heart, but I could tell Ferrith wasn't as emotionally strong. I wanted him to know that not all humans thought like this, but somehow the words got caught in my throat. I was never good at expressing my thoughts like my mother, or Arthur. While supporting the professors that went inside the collapsing building, I spotted the student council, minus the president, making their way towards the scene as well. Without even the time to exchange hellos, we all got to work. The water attribute mages helped put out the fire, while earth and wind attribute mages kept the building from collapsing. A couple of other student mages were already chanting spells in harmony by the time we got there. I haven't used water attribute spells as frequently after becoming accustomed to using the more powerful ice attribute ones, but I was still fairly familiar with the spells because of the affinity they had for each other. Everyone, step aside. From behind, a couple of professors were rushing toward us, wands already unsheathed. After a few moments of mute chanting, one of the professors that taught an upper division magic warfare class, Professor Malkenheim, conjured a thick cloud of mist around the whole building. The other professor, one that I didn't recognize, supported Professor Malkenheim and used the moisture from the mist cloud, which now surrounded the building, to evoke multiple water streams. The size of these two spells from just two professors were more than 3 times that of the meticulously prepared spells conjured by over 10 students. As expected of professors, they were on a different level. This train of thought led me to be reminded of the time Arthur had completely overwhelmed Professor Geist before taking over his class. Just how strong was Arthur then? What would he do in this situation? Shaking my head, I reprimanded myself for thinking of Arthur again. Why did he pop into my mind so often? I needed to stay strong for when he comes back. He was going to come back, right? I began chanting again when I spotted a group of students hastily making their way out of the scene. I thought nothing of it at first until I got a glimpse of the student within the group. It was Charles Ravenpur. Even from this distance, I could tell he was nervously darting his eyes around as he made his escape from the scene. When his eyes met mine, he quickly whipped his head around and quickened his pace. Before I had the chance to do something, Theodore, who had been helping an injured student, spotted him as well, and without even a word, augmented his body before furiously dashing towards Charles. "Someone help," Charles shrieked. Unexpectedly, the group surrounding him did nothing to aid Charles, as he was easily grabbed and picked up by the collar, almost choking instead. They acted frightened and confused. Keeping my wand at the ready, I followed behind my brother, who was also rushing towards Theodore and Charles. "We need to ask you a couple of questions. If you would so kindly cut the crap and come with us," growled Theodore as he dragged the flailing Charles. I usually didn't condone Theodore's rash behaviors, but this Tim excuse me for these crude thoughts. I was hoping he would be a bit rougher with Charles. A small part of me, a very tiny part, wanted to stoop down to their level and use the same barbaric antics the radical group had to make a statement. However, before Theodore had the chance to do anything else, a voice interrupted us. "What's the meaning of this?" Professor Malkenheim barked as he blocked Theodore's path. Professor Malkenheim was of a scrawny build, with his main features being a balding head and a beak-like nose. You could tell the professor was rather conscious of his lack of hair by how he combed back the hairs growing on his side to try and cover up the bald spot on the crown of his head. Professor Malkenheim wouldn't physically be able to hold someone as thickly built as Theodore down, but he had his needle-thin wand pointed directly at Theodore. "I should be asking you the same thing, Professor." Theodore snarled back as Charles, who was helplessly lying on the floor, wore a pleading look on his face. I wasn't aware that the prestigious disciplinary committee officers were mere thugs that would try to drag an innocent student away. Professor Malkenheim reprimanded as his wand remained fixed on Theodore. "Innocent, ha! This brat has been seen multiple times with the radical group you've been having such a hard time capturing. It can hardly be anything short of guilt by association. What, are you protecting a criminal right now?" I could tell Theodore was at his last straw as the ground underneath him started crumbling from his gravity-infused mana. "Someone save me from this brute. I'm innocent, I swear." Charles, who was still on the ground trapped in Theodore's grasp, started whimpering as the ground underneath him started giving out as well. "Theodore, I understand how you feel, but this isn't the right way to do things. Taking in a student without any evidence besides your word will lead to repercussions from parents and maybe even the council. Please, we can't afford to be rash right now." The voice came from another professor who'd helped extinguish the flames she got in between Professor Malkenheim and Theodore, trying to quell the tension. "Professor Jenner is right. Theodore, we can't go out of line right now. Too much is at stake to be reckless. Besides, there are more important things to do than this." We need to make sure that no one had been left inside that building, Curtis said, his face a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Wordlessly, Theodore threw the quivering Charles Ravenper back toward his groupies and shot Professor Malkenheim one last threatening look before walking away. Professor Malkenheim just clicked his tongue in response and walked in the other direction after yelling at the students who were spectating to disperse. I shifted my glance towards Charles Ravenper, who was getting carried away by his friends. His disheveled bangs were covering most of his face, but there was an unmistakable smirk plastered below his nose. Arthur Leywyn's POV, the night before. You really have to leave again, you just got here. My mother heaved a sigh as she looked at me from the other side of the dining table. Brother, you're going away again. Are you going to almost die again? My sister asked with a straight face, making her latter question sting all the more. I could tell she was pouting by how her left cheek slightly puffed out more than usual despite her trying to keep a poker face. Eleanor, don't say such things to your brother, my mother chastised as she pinched my sister's cheek. Arthur, I consider you grown up now. I know that your decisions were made in consideration of your family. Father supports your decision to go. Since it's for the sake of your love, my father affirmed as he gave me a thumbs up, the edges of his lips curling upward. Oh God, Dad, please stop. I groaned at the misunderstanding of being taken as some kind of hormone-induced pubescent that had just been caught with a girlfriend. Hee, a giggle escaped from my mother's lips. Despite her efforts to try and quickly cover her mouth and resume a serious face, it was already too late. I could feel my face burning, so I just looked down, shaking my head, unsure of which was worse, my parents worrying about me or them teasing me like this. Meanwhile, Elijah quietly sat next to me, wide-eyed, sucking his lips in to make sure he didn't laugh as well his expression seemed to be saying, I'm not doing anything wrong. Nope, making me sigh all the harder. Kyle. Papa will be fine, I'm going to protect him this time. Sylvie hopped up and down on top of the table. It's only going to take a couple of days and I'll be with Grandpa Virion. Nessides, next week is the Aurora Constellate, so I'll be back home for a while. Like I said in the beginning, this matter is serious. I tried convincing my parents who were already lost in their own imaginations. Well, we can't keep babying you forever. You are growing up, I guess, in more ways than one. Just remember that it's better to take things slow, Art. Though I'm sure you'll at least do better than your father. My mother mused as she looked helplessly at my father who got caught off guard by this surprise attack. My father, who had been doing his best in both his duty as a guard instructor and in his training, looked like he was just stabbed as the teasing comments pierced through his body. I couldn't help but give them a wry smile before looking at Elijah. Don't worry, I'll let everyone know that you're still alive and coming back soon, Elijah responded as he put his hand on my shoulder while giving me a rather dubious thumbs up. I will be back soon, I reiterated while letting out a doubtful breath. I stood up, giving each of them a final hug, which had become a sort of customary thing to do in our family. Sylvie, who was caught in my sister's grasp, struggled to break free. Taking a quick glance at both my mother and sister, I made sure they still had the phoenix worm necklaces on them just in case. Seeing the white gold chains twinkle around their necks, I said one last goodbye to all of them and went into the carriage waiting for me outside, Sylvie scampering behind me. Inside the well-suspended carriage pulled by a large horse, I began fiddling with the gold-speckled orb, trying to glean what exactly it was. Every time I tried imbuing mana into the orb, though, there wasn't any sort of response or reaction, almost as if it was just what it appeared to be a marble. Clicking my tongue in frustration, I put the orb back inside my ring. The ride to the teleportation gate would most likely be the only time I would have to get some sleep, so I tried to make the most of it. It is necessary, King Grey. It is of utmost importance to bring stability to our country. To show the people of our country, your country, that you are their king and that you fight for us, it is necessary to kill her. Kill her, King Grey, so that the world will know not to trifle with your country. Kill her? I shot up from the carriage seat, gasping for air. The sound of my pounding heart hammered all the way up to my head, and I felt the cold air, which leaked inside the carriage, against my sweat-filled forehead. It took me a bit to realize that I had just been dreaming. Sinking back down into my seat, I wiped the cold sweat off my brows as Sylvie, who must have fallen off of me when I woke up, jumped back onto my lap with a worried gaze. As I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that would help me get rid of the disturbing memory I had forgotten for a while, I felt Sylvie's rough tongue on the back of my hand. It's okay, Sylv, I'm fine, I assured her while petting her ears. Why did that memory have to come up now? Unable to fall back asleep, I talked to Sylvie to pass the time. It started from small conversations about her time, when she was training by herself, to teaching her about the various objects and scenery we passed in the remaining duration of the carriage ride. Throughout the months, Sylvie's mental growth had been rapidly increasing. Her knowledge and maturity had long passed a human of her age. I wished at times that there would be more opportunities to train with my bond. Having seen Curtis and his world lion in duels, I could tell that they spent numerous hours training together. When we arrived at the destination, the moon was still high overhead, illuminating the warmly lit floating city of Xyrus. The guard stationed in front of the gate leading to a Lenoir kingdom hurried over to us with his left hand gripping the pommel of the sword strapped to his waist. "State your reason for passage and proof of verification," the rugged guard demanded as his left hand eased off his sword, seeing that I was just a kid. For some reason, his voice sounded vaguely familiar, and not just in a he had a common voice sort of way. Shrugging it off and pushing that nagging thought towards the back of my mind, I focused on the situation at hand. Uncertain of what to say, I remembered that I still had the silver compass Virion gave me way back when I was a child. It had the insignia of the Aralith family, so maybe it could be used as sufficient proof. Wordlessly, I stuck my hand in my pocket and took out the compass from my ring outside of the guard's view and showed it to him. I asked for the Rhea. This is the right this way, sir. My apologies for being so disrespectful. I had no idea you had such close ties with the royal family. The crude expression was nowhere to be seen as he bowed down and hurriedly went back to the gate, activating it. After the runes around the portal entrance glowed and started humming in a low pitch, he jogged back to us with an apologetic look on his face. "Unfortunately, the gate can't immediately take you to the inside of the kingdom, but it will be in a relatively close vicinity to one of the entrances," the guard disclosed contritely, as if it was his fault. It seemed this was more than just a simple compass. The humming coming from the portal intensified, while the ancient magic runes opened the portal. I turned my head back to see the guard giving me an exaggerated bow. As my right foot stepped into the portal, and I felt the familiar sensation of my body getting sucked in, the guard looked up. The rugged-looking guard with scars etched on his face was gone. Replacing it was the old man from the elixir store. With a cheeky grin, he gave me a wink before saying, "Have a safe trip, young lad." Cynthia Goodiskys POV. When I reached a clearing in the woods, I heard the faint mumbling of chants with my enhanced hearing. Wind cutter. Dozens of nearly transparent blades of compressed air whizzed towards me at a frightening speed. Of course, it was only natural that all of these spies would be wind mages. I stood still, waiting for the wind blades to reach me before releasing a sound barrier. Unscathed, I continued walking while I finished my second spell, Pulse Field. The unlucky birds and rodent in the vicinity fell victim and dropped dead from the trees they were hiding in along with them. A few unprepared spies also took the brunt and fell from their own hiding places, clutching their ears in agony. I had all of their locations. Before I had the chance to send out another spell, I was forced to dodge a needle that managed to avoid my senses until the last second. Taking a quick look down, I could tell the projectile was coated with poison. "Avier, take the ones to my right," I stated monotonically. My bond confirmed back through mental transmission. Avier descended from the moonlit sky, and before long I could hear the brief groans and howling of the spies that became prey. A pity that their screams would never be heard. On my side, I had to control myself to keep at least a few of them alive and able so I could get some information out of them. In the end, only one managed to survive long enough to be questioned. "Gahhhh," the spy that was currently underneath me wailed. It was fairly simple to torture him after destroying his monocore. Without magic protecting him, his body were simply too frail. I proceeded to crush his bones from the inside after giving him the chance to answer my questions. He remained unrelenting. You think I'll tell anything to a traitor? You made a big mistake. They're slowly regaining their former strength. Just from the questions you asked, you assumed this continent had decades left. The people of this continent will have less than 10 years before the war begins. He smirked, spitting the blood congealing inside his mouth at my face. My cheeks couldn't help but cramp at the confirmation of my fears. Pushing down my frustration, I placed my hand on the injured spy's head. His voice choking on the blood accumulating in his mouth, he croaked, longly. His voice was cut short as liquid brain matter began leaking out from his ears, and blood started dripping down his other orifices as the sound pulse I inflicted on the inside of his skull mashed his brain. Dropping the lifeless body on the ground, I let out a sigh. Turning back, I made haste to my next destination, careful to avoid the corpses scattered on the ground. "Do you mind cleaning up the mess, Avier?" I said apologetically. "Human meat is too stringy for my taste, but I suppose it will have to do for now." As my bond said this, his owl-like body began to glow before transforming into his wyvern form. With only the moonlight illuminating the woods, the crunch of bones echoed loudly as Avier feasted on yet another batch of spies that had come from my homeland. I let out a disappointed breath of air from the fruitless night as I wiped the blood off my face while changing my outer attire. My years on this continent had made me too soft. The apathy that I had once built towards death and torture was gone, replacing it with a sour taste in my mouth, just from killing a few brainwashed soldiers. But even still, this was too easy. Were they just a diversion? Avier, who rarely let me ride on his back, carried me off to our next destination. I just hoped that my suspicions weren't correct. Elijah Knight's POV. By the time the DC officers and student council got out of the meeting with the professors, it was already late into the night. I took that chance to tell them all what I couldn't earlier, that Arthur was alive and safe. Yes, I knew it. I knew he'd survive. Claire had sunk down in her chair as she covered her face with her arms, probably to hide the stray tears that were sliding down her cheeks. Curtis just let out a huge breath of relief as he leaned back against the wall, but it was Princess Cathleen's reaction that caught me off guard. For once, I could visibly see her face brighten as she studied me to make sure I wasn't lying. I could almost see her chocolate-colored eyes twinkle as they turned up and a rare smickle formed. Thank God, she muttered over and over under her breath after I reaffirmed the information with an awkward nod, as expected of Miss Nefrival, MHMM. The elf that kept insisting that he was Arthur's rival had a presuming look on his face, as though he was the one that saved Arthur or something, but the mucus leaking from his nose betrayed his expression. Heh, I knew the twerp wouldn't die from just a fall, the bear leaning back on his chair scoffed. Theodore tried to play it off casually, but the half grin he tried to hold back told everyone that he was quite glad. Kai, I think that was his name, responded very indifferently with a smile that looked superficially drawn. Looks like I'll get my duel after all. The buff midget, too ugly to be deemed anything but an attractive dwarf, nodded in anticipation, her arms crossed to show off her bulging veins. I'm recalling some unpleasant memories again. Fairly obvious that they were all relieved. They didn't mind that he wouldn't be back to help out with the situation at hand for a bit longer. Just the opposite, eight felt like they wanted this whole fiasco taken care of before Arthur and Tesha got back. This was odd because, more so than the professors here, I felt like Arthur would be able to do something about this mess if our director didn't get back in time. I had told the disciplinary committee officers about Arthur after the Tri-Union building site was under control. Luckily, no one died, and only a few students were mildly injured. An emitter brought over from the Adventurers Guild healed them, and they were taken to the treatment ward where, before their parents came, they'd given their account for what happened inside. The atmosphere within the academy had taken a turn for the worse, as there was a clear split between the students now. The newly admitted elves and dwarves were furious, generalizing that all humans were racist brutes, while the prideful human students had no intention of taking the blame for the actions of others. The few human students that did feel bad for what had happened ended up being ostracized by both sides. In the end, they just took a neutral stance, too afraid to say anything since at this point. The situation was too volatile, everyone was trying to find someone else to blame. It was weird how people acted more recklessly when they banded together, like they got strength from each other. Both sides became more vocal after the building was put out and almost turned physical until the professors told them all to disperse. Restless at this whole event, I ended up stopping by the training room that Arthur had allowed me access to. I normally didn't use it, but since both Arthur and Tesha weren't here, I decided it would be okay. The guard eyed me funny, but the front desk lady named Chloe was friendly enough to escort me personally into the room. I let out a deep breath as I felt my mana core tremble in excitement to let loose. Unlike Arthur, I'd been learning a lot since I came to this academy. A lot of practical aspects applicable to my magic seemed to work differently for me compared to others. One thing I noticed was that meditating didn't do much for me. My mana core developed and strengthened at its own pace, and any conscious effort to refine more mana from the atmosphere didn't seem to help. Even without any real effort, I broke through into the light orange stage, but after reaching this stage, I just couldn't seem to make any gains. I clenched my hands into fists and then released, repeating this motion as if my hands weren't my own. Earthen Spear. I felt mana well up in me at the activation of the spell, and immediately a rock spike shot up from the ground a couple meters in front of me. Earthen Spear. I cast this time with more mana imbued into the spell. 2 thick spears of earth shot up at an angle in front of me. To be honest, even casting with the name of the spell was unnecessary for me. It just became a habit for me so that I could keep a firm vision of what I wanted to evoke, but if I practiced more, maybe I could even instantly cast multiple streams of spells at once. Stone Barrage. This time, the ground underneath me crumbled as chunks of earth began levitating. After a couple moments of concentration, I willed the rocks to shoot forward. Only 4 of the 10 rocks I shot actually hit the tree that I deemed the target, making me a bit disappointed. If I couldn't meditate to strengthen my mana core like everyone else, I might as well get better at controlling the spells at hand. I learned in my mana utilization class what affinity towards a certain element exactly meant. For a mage with very little affinity to fire, it basically meant that mage had to be a lot more precise in conjuring the spell, which also meant that the vocal incantation of the spell needed to be longer. Each verse of an incantation that we chanted shaped the type of phenomenon we wanted to occur. For the rock bullet spell, a mage with little affinity would need to have a verse for each step he took, beginning from the shape of the rock, the density, where it would be made from. If you added in a spin to the bullet, you would need to have a verse for that as well. not forgetting the initial trajectory of the spell either, or if you wanted the rock bullet strengthened so that it would pierce the target, or explode upon impact. All of these would add up to a pretty long chant. All these factors of the spell could easily just be imagined by a mage that had great affinity to the element. Mages stuck with the element that they had the highest affinity towards so that they could best utilize their mana and mental capacity. For me, the earth below me felt like an extension of my body. Maybe it was because I grew up with dwarves, but I always had this nagging thought in the back of my mind that even amongst them I wasn't normal. I didn't mean not normal in a genius sort of way like Arthur was, but in a freak of nature sort of way. Well, I guess Arthur was sort of a freak of nature in his own way. It was an odd little train of thought. Those facts about my body or my disposition weren't top secret stuff, but I didn't explicitly tell anyone either. I considered telling Arthur about the differences in my body, but I always missed the timing, and it just didn't seem urgent enough to pull him aside and tell him. It was good in a way because I felt like maybe, just maybe, I could someday catch up to Arthur if I trained hard enough. Yeah, I know he was a solid yellow quadra-elemental mage with a dragon's will, and he somehow had freakishly superb skills in close combat, but hey, a guy could dream, right? I conjured more spells, half to practice, half to relieve the pent-up frustration. I wanted to catch up to Arthur, not because I wanted to be better than him, but because I wanted to help him. I felt like he always had his own battles he was facing. As his best friend, I wanted to have his back, whether through good times or through war. I didn't know what sort of things he was going through, but if I was going to be with him, I needed to get stronger. Arthur Leywans POV. I wanted to turn back, but it was too late. I was already inside the portal. The trip through the transportation never lasted longer than a few moments of unpleasant dizziness, but this time it felt longer. No, it was longer. Sylvie, who stuck to my head like glue, began trembling. It feels wrong, Papa, Sylvie transmitted, her inner thoughts traced with worry. The journey through the transportation gate looked as though you were fast-forwarding to your destination. You're standing on a platform as a blur of different colors race by as the background gets lighter and lighter until you disappear into the light, exiting out the other end. It was a peculiar sensation that I couldn't seem to describe in words, but this time, it was different. The space around us distorted into a blur of colors like usual, but instead of getting brighter, the color around of us drained and turned dimmer and dimmer until it was pitch black. Papa, I'm scared. Sylvie's trembling on my head was the only way I knew my bond was still there. This was the first time Sylvie had told me she was scared. There were times when she was on guard or alert, but she was never frightened. The sensation of traveling through the gate that normally made me nauseous also ceased, so I tautly augmented a ball of flame above my palm. What the hell? It was bizarre. The ball of fire that was supposed to be giving me at least some sort of vision didn't do anything. Almost like trying to color in a red ball on a black piece of paper, it had no effect on the pitch-black darkness. An unsettling feeling loomed over me. I crumbled to my knees and instantly augmented my body with mana. I was scared. What sort of monster was here that had a thick enough malicious intent to make me fall to my knees? I couldn't stop shivering, and the mana in my body dispersed, refusing to listen to me from the lack of mental control I had over myself. For the first time in a long while, I felt like a child, an actual, helpless child in front of the boogeyman. Who's there? I tried my best to roar, but my shaking voice betrayed me. Just then, a pair of eyes came into view out of nowhere. I knew exactly whom this pair of eyes belonged to. I was sure of it, yet it didn't comfort me or help me in knowing at all. The pair of glowing white eyes speckled with stars that captivated me the first time I saw them grew close. An authoritative voice that was devoid of emotion pierced through me, as if he was speaking directly into my ear. At last, we now have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse. Lucaswykes POV, and what the hell is this supposed to be? I raised an eyebrow, looking around inside the dimly lit room that reminded me of some crudely built wine cellar. It was that poor excuse of a mage from the Ravenper house that brought me here, telling me that it would be something I'd be interested in. I normally would have blasted that sod away when he talked to me so arrogantly, like he was doing me a favor, but I was quite curious, especially after the explosion at the Tri-Union building earlier today. "Welcome to one of the many humble dwellings that we use to hold our meetings," said a coarse voice. I was surrounded by at least 60 hooded figures, but only the one sitting lazily in the middle while addressing me had a mask on. It was a plain white mask with 2 small eye holes and a smile crudely drawn where the mouth should be. The mask was rather simple enough, but the simply drawn smile gave off a sinister feel. Charles Ravenper, who was next to me, put on his own hooded robe and knelt down on one knee with his head bowed. "My lord, I have brought Lucas Wykes like you asked," he said in a careful, hushed tone. "Ah, the famous Mr. Wykes, here in the flesh. So glad you could join us for our little crusade." He laughed, averting his attention from Charles. I looked around. "I'm not here to join anything. I came here out of curiosity, but I'm not impressed. Who are you supposed to be anyway? You don't seem to be a student. Don't tell me you're a professor, I scoffed. A mutt, I echoed back, feeling a vein bulging from the side of my forehead. I soundlessly prepared a spell for the ingrate who dared to mock me, but before I could finish the chant, the man behind the smiling mask snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the hooded snob that called me a mutt let out a shrill howl as he combusted into flames. I couldn't help but click my tongue. Even for instant casting, that was fast. Frighteningly so. Now, that isn't a very courteous thing to say to our newest member, right? As the masked man, who was still lazily sagged down on his earthen throne, spoke, the fire had already burned through the boy's robe, burning his skin. Forgive me. I was wrong. I apologize. Please. He begged as he desperately tried to crawl toward the masked man. Meanwhile, the other hooded figures were too scared to do anything to help him. Turning away from the hooded figure still screaming in pain, I faced the masked man. Before I decide whether I want to even join this little cult of yours, what is it you're trying to accomplish, and why do you even need me? I couldn't sense his mana core, but it didn't seem like I was on the same level as him. Circumstances make it unable for me to personally act for now, so I need some capable mages in order to thoroughly complete my plans. You see, I hate leaving loose ends, he explained as he used an arm to prop his head up. Taking advantage of your director's absence, it is the opportune time to act so that by the time she comes back, it will all be too late, he continued. After snapping his fingers again, the fire suddenly disappeared, leaving the boy twitching from the pain. And as for what I hope to do, let's just say that my goals coincide with these folks, and I simply thought that it'd be nice to kill two birds with one stone. Everyone here is a dissatisfied human noble that once took pride in the fact that this academy was meant only for the purest of lineage. While you may be a special exception to this case, I would still like to have you on board, he answered plainly. Besides, the whole, except all, motto that this academy now follows makes me want to barf. Don't you agree, Mr. Wykes? As he said this, the hooded figures all nodded fiercely in agreement. Just from his tone, I could tell that this guy was smirking behind his mask. Whether they make you want to barf or not doesn't matter to me. Why waste my time and energy on bugs I could squish at any time? The peasants that were able to weed their way into this academy aren't any better than the low-class adventure thugs that go around blindly flailing their weapons. Even the nobles that were brought up in the most pampered conditions aren't worth crap to me. If this is all that you have to say, then I have no reason to lower myself to be put on some leash and take commands from you. I snapped at him, turning my back. Lucas, what a hurtful thing to say. How could you ever compare yourself to some sort of dog tied to a leash? He covered his mouth with his hands, sarcastically, like he was actually surprised. It seems like what I've heard is true. That you are a rather prideful mage that looks down on people of low birth. Did your friend, Arthur Lewin, not prove you wrong in this aspect? The coarse voice playfully egged me on, making me stop in my tracks. I whipped my head around. What did you? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that, although you were hailed as a prodigy in the field of magic, and have been pampered with elixirs and strengthening methods since your awakening, you aren't a match for the child, Arthur Lewin, he shrugged, holding his hand up. I could feel my fists whiten in frustration, but he cut me off before I was able to refute. The sad thing is, he was never even trying. I bet even you always had a nagging suspicion that he had always been holding back, ha 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 ha. He erupted into a fit of laughter as he clutched his stomach, legs kicking in the air. Who do you think you are? I growled. My body was already glowing as mana spilled out from my mana core, ready to fire at him, but I never did. This throbbing sense told me to not mess with him like it was hopeless. No, I'm Lucas Wykes of the Wykes family. But who the hell was he and why did he talk like he was here the whole time, watching over us? I told you. I am but a mere benefactor that came here for the betterment of this land. As he said this, he got up and gave an exaggerated bow with his arms spread out. Sitting back down on his crude throne, he continued, Mr. Wykes, I believe that, even if our views aren't the same, we could have some sort of mutual benefit in this. Go on, I said through gritted teeth. He ignored the fact that I was still completely surrounded by fire attribute mana, dangerously close to releasing it. Soon I will be able to personally take part in this, and when I do, I want to completely shatter the frail glue holding the three races together. However, until that time comes, I need your strength to help run things smoothly, he explained. How do you personally plan on splitting up the three races, and why would you think that doing this would even benefit me in any way? Besides, you think the council and the lances were made just for decoration, I argued. The council is tied up with various things at the moment, and I've taken extra precautions to make sure that your director is held up and out of reach. The field is set, Mr. Wykes, so let me ask you, Thisha, would you like to have the ever-so-cautious Arthur Lewin fight you at his full strength, and for you to obtain the necessary power to defeat him even then? He lifted his hand up, beckoning me toward him. How do you know about Arthur? I pried, growing more cautious. The man in the mask shrugged. It's obvious that I'd do at least some research on my lovely recruits. So how about it? The power to defeat even your beloved Arthur. I remained silent, unable to make heads or tails out of this character. As long as you agree, I promise that you will get your hands on a level of power that you never thought was possible, he continued. I looked at the hooded figures and could tell that they were interested as well, but stayed quiet due to the fear of becoming the next victim of the masked man's discipline. This was all too good to be true. If what you say is true and he has been cautiously hiding his powers to the extent that he has, how are you going to get him to fight me at his best? I scoffed, unwilling to believe. Quite simple, actually, and it is also a task that I need to get done as well so it works out. Arthur is only human and he holds great importance to his family and his friends, but particularly more so to one person, he says as he lifted his index finger up, the smile on the mask most likely matching the sinister expression he had as well. Tesha Iralith, I whispered, unable to hide the smirk on my face. Yes, Tesha Iralith, an elf. In this sacred Xyrus Academy, an elf is the leader of the students. Do all of you think this is right? He bellowed at everyone so his voice echoed in the small dungeon. No, the hooded figures all roared in unison. She may not be here yet, but I reckon she will soon, and most likely with Arthur. Don't you think that maybe a bit of elf princess blood being shed ought to get your buddy all pal, Arthur, riled up? He sneered as his hands ignited in flames. I never cared for the elf princess besides thinking that she suited my tastes. I let her be since her body hadn't even matured yet, but it did seem like something was going on between her and Arthur. Who did he think he was anyways, to think that he deserved someone like the princess of the Elven Kingdom? He was just a lowly peasant. As I began playing through the possible scenarios in my head, I couldn't help my lips from slowly curling upwards as I imagined his precious little lover's life in my grasp as Arthur begged me to stop. The brat who always thought he was better than I was, on his knees. I wondered if he'd lose his sanity if I were to slowly bleed her in front of him. I began licking my lips in anticipation. Why the hell not? Arthur Leywans POV. At last, we finally have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse. A voice rang in my ear. As soon as it spoke, the space around us began warping. Sylvie's trembling became so severe that I couldn't keep her perched on my head and had to hold her firmly in my arms. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos that was forming around us, we were in a blank white room. I stared dumbly around my perimeter but couldn't find the words to express my confusion. Without being able to muster up even a voice to curse in surprise, I just idly waited. In this white cube, it was only me, a quivering Sylvie, and the source of the all-too-familiar speckled pair of eyes. By the time my eyes were able to adjust to the sudden brightness, I could make out the cat taking in a deep breath. Ha, did it just sigh at me? As I continued to kneel while clutching my bond, the cat I had seen at Winsome's Potions and Elixirs started shaking its head at me after a little while. It really was the same cat I saw back then. The peculiarly eye-catching cat was sitting in a poised manner, its tail swaying hypnotically as its eyes locked onto mine. As the cat's gaze bored deeper into me, I began feeling like some sort of raw material being appraised by a veteran merchant who was deciding whether to buy me out or not. I snapped out of my daze and began looking for the old man to pop out. As I was about to say something aloud, the cat started glowing in a golden white light that spread over its entire body. Interrupted, I just kept my mouth shut and waited for the surprises to end. For some reason, I felt like no matter what I did at this point, I couldn't stop whatever was about to happen. It was an instinctual reaction that for some reason I just couldn't ignore. While the aura and demeanor of this cat was heavy and oppressive, I knew that it didn't want to hurt me, otherwise I would have been dead already. The golden white light began to change its shape and enlarge, changing from the form of a cat to that of a human. As if it was made of glass, the sparkling human-shaped glow shattered into fragments of light, revealing someone I couldn't recognize. Greetings, I go by Winsome, the man sniffed deprecatingly. The man that had transformed from a cat spoke with an elegance that matched his appearance. On the top of his sculpted face was a bed of short platinum blonde hair that was neatly swept to the side. His deep-set eyes, that had not changed from when he was a cat, almost seemed to touch his permanently furrowed brows. There was a sense of nobility in his gaze as he continued to lock onto me. While neither burly nor muscular, his square shoulders, underneath a military-like uniform he'd conjured after transforming, told me he was a warrior, a fighter like myself. His thin lips tightened as he let out another sigh of disapproval through his sharp nose. Peering down at Sylvie and me, he spoke again. I felt this form would be more appropriate for our conversation, the man announced matter-of-factly. I opened my mouth to say something, but I held back. If he'd just disclosed he was Winsome, then what about the old man who stole my money? Was the man I originally thought was the owner of the elixir store just my own incorrect assumption? Then who was the old man? Winsome's attendant. Composing myself, I let Sylvie down and stood up. I dusted my clothes off and responded, before we continue, I'd like to confirm a few things. Winsome tilted his head to the side, thrown off by my sudden sharp and incisive tone. Since you lured me here for a reason and with Tesha as bait, is it safe to assume that she's all right? I asked, taking the glittering marble ball out from my dimension ring. After a slight pause, he replied, nodding, yes, your little elf princess is fine. I had already taken precautionary measures before you made your way here. She should be recuperating to a certain extent with her grandfather back at the Elf Kingdom. That, on the other hand, Winsome pointed at the marble in my hand, is for you to keep. It was my turn to be surprised. For me, I asked, yes, do you know how hard it is to acquire an elixir pearl of that quality? Yet it went to waste on your little lover. In fact, it was too strong for her, which was why I had to waste another precious elixir to keep her body from, well, exploding. He let out another deep breath as he regarded me with the arrogance of a noble discussing politics with an ignorant bumpkin. Excuse me, explode, I sputtered, about to refute. While taking a couple of steps toward me, he interrupted, well, I suppose without it, she would have been dead by now, so it wasn't a complete waste. Still, don't give that one away and take the time to absorb the elixir pearl with your bond. It'll help with your training quite a bit. Sylvie tilted her head in confusion while taking a look at the marble in my hand. Her shivering seemed to stop after Winsome controlled the pressure he was releasing. I shook my head at this. Shouldn't it be common courtesy to tell me exactly what is going on? Who or what exactly are you? Why did you bring me here? Patience really isn't a strong suit of yours, now is it? Very well, if I were to introduce myself in a way that would be easy for you to comprehend, it'd sound a little something like this. I come from the land of Usuras, and am what you lesser races call a deity. Winsome's eyes remained unwavering as he said this. Deity. The deities that supposedly blessed the three races with artifacts that basically allowed them to eventually use magic. Yes, he nodded impatiently. Keep in mind that what I'm about to tell you dates back centuries ago, with any form of records or accounts having been destroyed or possibly having never been written in the first place. It is in our best interest that we keep it this way. The extent of knowledge that you have lies in what the former Elf King had told you. A deity blessing the three races with a set of artifacts that eventually allowed future generations to learn what you now call magic. That was just the outcome of what had happened prior, something that no one on this land knows about. Winsome continued narrating with his back ramrod straight, like he was lecturing a class. I stayed silent, letting him continue. As you lot have recently discovered, there exists another continent in this world. The only two bodies of land that makes up the two ends of this world have always existed and have been protected and watched over by us. We Usuras are and have been governed by a doctrine, a noblesse oblige of sorts if you put it simply, since the beginning of our existence. We are not to lay a hand on the lesser races inhabiting the land below, making sure only to act in times when either of the two continents fall out of balance or are on the brink of extinction. He let out a sigh as he turned his back toward us. That was until we found out that this sacred rule had been broken. The look I had on my face must have given my thoughts away because Winsome replied, I can imagine the multitude of questions you may have, but the information that I'm sharing with you currently is only what you will need to know at this point. We have time, although not much of it, and telling you too much now will only distract you. Not much time, it will only distract me. Him telling me this only flooded my mind with even more questions, but I just took a deep breath and signaled for him to carry on as Sylvie kept looking back and forth between the two of us in confusion. He gave a nod back and continued. Despite how you may refer to us as deities, we are far from gods, or rather, we're far closer to you than you think. Much of the economy in Dicathan and Alacria was originally mimicked after the systems of my land Ephiatis, the land of Usuras. Ephiatis and Alacria, of course, while Ephiatis isn't nearly as large as either of the surface continents, much of how the gears of society work is comparable. Ephiatis was once divided into three factions that were made up of multiple clans in each of them. Boiling it down quite a bit, the ruling clan of each faction had their own nuance in ideals, which congregated the other clans to join either of the three factions. While ideals may have been different, every clan of Usuras still kept to the paramount creed that we were not to lay a hand against the lesser races. However, after Agrona, the successor of the Vritra clan, came into power, things quickly changed. The name Vritra rang in my mind like thunder. Vritra wasn't the name of the black-horned demon but the name of its clan. What was this Agrona like, and what happened to the Vritra clan? I leaned forward in anticipation. I could tell Winsome had to pause for a bit to gather his thoughts. The Vritra clan had always been an anomaly. It's simplest to imagine them as scientists of sorts. While their innate magic is unique and versatile, it was never as powerful as the other clans' mana arts. However, coupled with their genius minds and insatiable curiosity, they were always one of the central clans. If they'd always been one of the stronger clans, how come things became so different once the Vritra clan came into power? I queried. A clan being strong and a clan becoming a leader of a faction are two different things. Again, think of the Vritra clan as scientists, as researchers. The clan had very little interest in anything other than gaining knowledge and insight on utilizing mana. Like Ivory Tower residents, they were secluded knowledge seekers that only pursued what they could not yet comprehend. The previous head of the clan was even more so fervent in his quest to overcome the impossible. However, Agrona. He was different. While charismatic and intelligent, he was arrogant and power-hungry. He believed that the Usuras were never meant to watch over the lesser races, but rather rule over them as their gods, he clarified. Winsome's face tensed as continued speaking. After Agrona began leading the Vritra clan, however, their strength abruptly increased unnaturally. No one could figure out how Agrona could advance the Vritra clan's mana power in such a short time. Eventually, through their rise in power, they were able to rally up more clans to share his ideals, and the Vritra clan soon led a faction on par with either of the other two existing factions. It was only later that we found out that Agrona and a few other of the Vritra clan had secretly been making trips to the continent of Alacria. While it wasn't forbidden for us to go down to Dicathan or Alacria as long as we concealed ourselves, their movements and behaviors were eerily suspicious. After the other two factions found out about this, they sent out scouts to figure out what they were up to. I could see Winsome's knuckles whiten by how hard he was clenching his fists. Agrona and the Vritra clan had been inhumanely torturing the lesser races by experimenting on their bodies to find different ways to enhance their own abilities. Scenes from my past flashed in my mind at this. The different dungeons becoming corrupted, traces of the black horned demons that kept appearing all clicked together at Winsome's last statement. Being brutally honest, this information was enlightening and all, but what does this have to do with me? Why tell me all of this? I can't imagine what could make a deity or usura or whatever single me out to reveal something as important as this. You're right. Besides your own abilities, which are barely noteworthy by our standards, there really shouldn't be a reason to tell you all of this. The only reason I do so is because of your ties to us, he answered, pointing down. Caillou, I subconsciously stepped in front of Sylvie to protect her. We've been searching for Lady Sylvia for years with no success, yet after finally finding traces of her mana, it led me to a little boy with her exact mana signature. What's even more shocking is that, after watching over him, he held in his hands a deity. Arthur, you are currently bonded with the child of my master's only daughter, and the granddaughter of the highest level of power in the leading faction of Ephiodus. The fact that all of this was somehow connected to Sylvia didn't surprise me. If anything, it just confirmed everything that I had presumed until now. But Lady Sylvia, the daughter of the highest position of power in a land of deities, even with my status as a king in my previous life, a figure of such stature would be someone I could only kneel down in submission to. A dry lump caught in my throat as I stared down at my bond. Of course, the possibility of Sylvie being the actual child of Sylvia was always there, but due to the circumstances of her being chased by the black horned demons, the Vritra clan, I could never confirm. The fact that Sylvie's appearance looked vastly different from her mother also didn't help. Grandpa Virion's voice suddenly popped into my mind. He was the one that confirmed that Sylvie was a dragon. From what he told me and what I'd read, while dragons were extraordinarily rare and powerful, nothing mentioned them being higher beings, let alone usuras. So are the dragons written down in past texts actually deities? I inquired. Winsome faced me, letting out an impatient sigh. No, while there are lesser races that have descended from us deities, it is rather offensive to compare us. I will put aside the biology lesson for another time, but there are general facts you do need to know. While there are special exceptions due to innate differences in each clan, in most cases, deities have three main forms. The humanoid form that I am in currently, a draconic form which is most likely the form that Lady Sylvia had used to pass down her will to you, and a third form which integrates both humanoid and draconic aspects. Then you're saying that Sylvie has a human form. I couldn't help but point a finger at my bond in exasperation. Yes, but Lady Sylvia must have cast a seal on her own daughter, because the mana signature that she is producing is not nearly the same as it should be. Arthur, how did you come to meet her? Before Sylvia was killed or taken away by the black horned demons, she gave me a stone that turned out to be what I figured was an egg. I clicked my tongue. Explaining this made me recall some unpleasant memories. Black horned demons. Winsome tilted his head. It's how I describe them because of their appearance. From what you told me just now, though, they seem to be what you call the Vritra clan. Indeed, the Vritra clan is known for their prominent onyx horns. While this was one of the most probable outcomes, it also means that there is very little hope that she is alive. Arthur, Lady Sylvia undoubtedly put a seal on her child in hopes that the Vritra clan would not be able to find her. For once, there was a twinge of emotion on Winsome's face that wasn't annoyance. I could see the sadness glazed over his eyes as he took a moment to gather himself. So does that mean deities are usually born in a humanoid form? I couldn't help but ask. Yes. Our draconic form uses up a lot of our mana, so we spend most of our time in our humanoid form. However, just like how I can shift into the form of a smaller animal, Lady Sylvia's daughter seems to be in that form to conserve energy. You keep referring to her as Lady Sylvia's daughter, but she has a name. It's Sylvie. I named her after Sylvia, I pointed out. Also, is it possible for Sylvie to turn into her humanoid form now? At this, Winsome merely shook his head before responding. Most likely not. The humanoid form is the most natural for us, so if Lady Sylvia's Lady Sylvie was able to transform into this form, she would have done so already. There was a torrent of questions flooding my mind now that I knew for a fact that Sylvie was an Usura. Imagining her in a human form was hard enough, but what did it mean for us since we were bonded? Did Usuras bond to each other in Ephiatus? Although Sylvie was the one that initiated the bond, it wasn't something that I could imagine doing with someone that looked like a human. I knew Winsome would say something along the lines of, "I'll only tell you what is necessary for you to know right now," so I pushed those thoughts aside and pressed on what we talked about earlier. So since Sylvia, the daughter of a very important figure to you deities, did give her will to me, that makes me automatically involved in this upcoming fight that you guys are most likely going to have with the Vritra clan and co., right? Also, the fact that Sylvie, the granddaughter of the so-called very important figure, is bonded to me begs another question. Are you planning on taking her back to Ephiatus? My eyes narrowed as I tried to read Winsome's expression. Yes, dumbing it down quite a bit, that is the essence of what I explained to you. You may or may not have figured out just how mysterious and powerful Lady Sylvia's powers are. Even if you were able to unlock some of the mana arts only she could use, I doubt you were able to tap into a fraction of her true abilities. Arthur, even Usuras would drool in greed at the thought of receiving Lady Sylvia's powers. While even she wasn't able to fully control them, her powers have the potential to outstrip her father's. There was a look of longing and respect in this Usura's eyes as he explained all of this. As for taking Lady Sylvie back to Ephiatus, while that was indeed our immediate preference, we have decided on a different route. Arthur, we will be entering into war with the fallen clans, the forces led by Agrona and his Vritra clan soon. After the last war, both sides sustained immense casualties and had no choice but to settle for a truce. Agrona agreed not to touch Dicathan, but in return we had to give up the continent of Alacria to him. While our forces may have stronger powerhouses, they possess too many unpredictable factors with the experiments they had time to explore during this period. The truce is losing its power as the fallen clans continue to grow their troops. We have already found traces of Agrona's troops in this continent. While the upper echelons of Ephiatus would never verbally admit it, we need help, and your future potential can play a crucial role in this. As long as you, Arthur Lewin, agree to be our ally, there will be no need to separate you from Lady Sylvie. Even though Winsome was asking me for a favor, the way he looked at me dead in the eye made me feel like he was presenting me a role of the highest honor. He had me. There really wasn't much of an option for me to choose. If I declined him, he would forcefully take Sylvie away, and Dicathan would still most likely end up becoming war-torn. With that, my family and friends would be in danger whether or not I became their ally. He was basically implying that I was going to be involved in this war one way or another. The choice was up to me on how directly I wanted to fight against our mutual enemies. Letting out a scoff, I agreed. Since this war involves the entirety of this continent anyways, I would be an ally to you whether I agreed or not today. Rather, what you are asking for is if I can be a pawn under your control. I can't disagree with your statement. You're wise for your age, Arthur. Winsome smirked. I take it by your answer that you agree to our proposal. This war will change the entire balance of this world. If Agrona and his forces are able to take over this continent as well as all of its resources, there will come a time when even Ephiatus will be in danger. That being said, we will need to prepare you. Your mana core is rather well developed for your age, which is a good sign. But training you will have to come after you're able to at least reach the white stage. With the resources we will provide you and your comprehension skills, I can't imagine it to take too long. After that, we will need to take both you and Lady Sylvie to Ephiatus to train under the most optimal command. Hold on, I'm going to Ephiatus, your home, the land of Usuras. I nearly shouted, flabbergasted, of course. Do you think that my master will stand idly now, knowing that he has a granddaughter? Arthur, you are the last one to have seen Lady Sylvia. On top of that, she has passed on to you her mana signature. You may not realize what that means, but to us Usuras, it would be metaphorically pulling out your own mana core and giving it away. If she was forced into a state where she had no choice but to do this, we have no choice but to assume she has passed away. I didn't answer. There isn't much I can help you with directly for now except provide for you some resources to strengthen your mana core. During this time, I also have things to investigate and prepare for. I will continue to drop by from time to time and check up on you. Whether I let you know I'm there or not will be at my discretion. Okay, since it seems like this whole meeting is coming to a close, can I just ask you one thing? I held my hand out to stop him. Go ahead. How come it took so long for you to find me? If her mana signature basically transferred onto mine, wouldn't either you or the Vritra clan have pinpointed me pretty easily? Because of that, Winsome pointed at my arm. When she first passed on her will, or mana signature, to you, it didn't show right away. You probably went through a phase where you had to get your body accustomed to it, right? I just nodded at this. Well, after it did, I'm not sure how shortly after her daughter was released from her seal, but when you put one of Lady Sylvia's feathers around your bond insignia, it hid the presence of her will. I'm sure you only put that on your arm to hide the insignia mark, or maybe because you thought it made you look cool. It was to hide the insignia mark, I immediately replied. Nevertheless, you did well in doing this. Winsome shook his head. Let me take you to where you were actually headed to now. I'm sure the elf princess misses her prince dearly. Even though his face stayed straight, I could feel the sarcasm in his voice. Sylvie and I wordlessly followed the Usura as the room we were in began distorting once more. WNDSOM's POV. As I watched the child and his bond go through the gate, I couldn't help but let out a strained breath. Every time I saw her, a mixture of emotions would boil up inside of me, making it difficult for me to stay calm. I wondered how Master would feel when he sees her. I could imagine how conflicted he might feel seeing the child of his precious daughter and the man that did that to her. There would come a time when we would have no choice but to tell Arthur everything about his bond, about Lady Sylvia's daughter and the lineage she holds. Arthur Leywans POV. I stumbled coming out of the teleportation gate as I pressed my fingers firmly against my temples to keep my head from popping. Sylvie scampered next to me, happy to be out in the open again. She let out a big stretch on the grass before looking up at me, signaling that she was ready. That man was scary, Papa. Sylvie's voice rang in my mind. Yeah, he didn't really come off as easygoing to me either, I responded. The place we landed was a familiar one. It was near the area where Tess first led us in order to get inside the kingdom of Elenoir. Of course, this time, we were going to have to knock on the front gates like most people. It wasn't too much of a problem to get inside the kingdom now that the three races were more or less in harmony. Every time I thought of the word race, I could hear Winsome saying in his annoyingly serious voice how we were the lesser races. As much as it irked me, he wasn't wrong. Compared to the Usuras, even I could see the innate differences between him and me, and from what he led on, it didn't seem like he was the strongest of Usuras either. Well, I guess you know who your mother is now, at least. Caillou, Mama, aren't we going to see Mama right now? No, not that Mama. I mean, Tess isn't your mother. Sheesh, I exclaimed. Sylvie only tilted his head as she looked at me in confusion before scampering around again, leaving me flustered at my bond. As we made our way to the front gate, following alongside the outer walls of the kingdom, we passed the occasional carriages and wagons followed by people either transporting the goods inside or guarding it. The economy was rapidly changing since the union of the three races. Opening up borders so that merchants can travel and trade with each other had led to a lot of unique goods becoming available in all three kingdoms. Once we reached the entrance into the kingdom, there was a line of people either riding horses and mana beasts or in carriages, waiting to go inside. Sylvie hopped on my head as I got to the end of the line beside a group of what looked like mercenaries, most likely trying to sell the raw material they managed to obtain. Looky at the lil brat. Why you so far from your mama, lil boy? You lost. A rather tall and thin, almost emaciated man in leather armor too large for him, hooted as he bent down. Roger, you're going to make the boy cry with that ugly face of yours. A girl that looked to be in her early 20s jumped off the end of the carriage she was sitting on and pulled Roger back. There is nothing wrong with my face. Roger lashed out at his female cohort. Besides, this brat looks to be some sort of rich, noble brat. I bet you if we bring him back to his parents, they'll reward us big time. You haven't said anything. Are you lost, boy? Asked another man, one that looked to be in his early 30s with a body built like it was meant to wrestle elephants, pushed aside the drooling Roger that was staring at me like I was a money bag. No, sir, I'm not lost. I have some business here, I replied. Business here, my ass. Don't go trying to sounding all snooty-tooty. I bet you just ran away from your mama. Duke, let's just grab this twerp and take him to the guild hall. Roger smirked as he slowly made his way towards me. I let out a sigh as I contemplated whether it was worth the effort to shove this bag of bones into the ground. GRRR. Sylvie, who was perched on top of my head again, stood up, baring her teeth at the malnourished mercenary. These fools were actually thinking of basically kidnapping a child here in the open. While my stance remained the same, I imbued a thin layer of mana around my body just in case. Roger, Duke, leave the boy alone, a hoarse voice came from inside the carriage. It's the boss. Roger froze in his tracks with a reluctant expression. Let's head back to the carriage, Roger. Duke clicked his tongue and gave me one last curious glance before turning his broad back to me. I just rolled my eyes and stayed put in the line for travelers without carriages that need to be inspected first. Sorry, boss, I know how you like to keep face, but this time, it would have been a totally legit excuse. I mean, all we would do is keep the brat from talking and eventually, we just put him in the guild hall and sack in a nice reward. Sir, while Roger isn't the brightest guy most of the time, I think he was right in that boy was actually from a wealthy family judging by his uniform and the peculiar bond on his head. If you didn't stop us, I think we could have. Fools, you think I was protecting the boy. I was protecting you two dolts from him. Both of you guys are mages, yet you still couldn't see the clear differences in power. Even I wasn't able to sense the level of his mana core. But boss, even if the boy was a mage, he couldn't have awakened more than a couple of years. Shut up, just know that if you guys had stepped out of line just then, even I wouldn't have been able to save you. After the first moment of reluctance in letting a possible runaway child into their kingdom, the guards erased their doubts when I showed them the Xyrus Academy crest, since showing the royal family's crest might attract a bit too much attention for my tastes. Before entering, however, the elven guards did give me a stern warning that the use of magic was prohibited in all but the most extreme cases. I didn't have the time to explore around much while I was being trained by Gramps, so seeing all of this was new to me. The city that we had entered was bustling with an almost chaotic mixture of people from all around the continent, laughing and haggling around different stands and small shops. The elven kingdom of Elenwar was different from the human kingdom of Sapin, since the entire kingdom was walled off. The cities were more like giant districts rather than separated settlements. Since the royal family's tree castle was located in the far-end city of the kingdom, it took me a couple of hours of traveling via a small transport carriage. The driver dropped us off at the border just before the castle, since not just anyone would be allowed directly inside. A major difference from the last time I came here was that there were now guards around the perimeter of the castle as well. While I'm sure they always had guards and security, they weren't so blatantly placed to ward off intruders like they were now. Again, most likely an outcome of the kingdom opening its doors to the other races. Stop. Little boy, I think you're a bit lost. A burly elf held his hand out and warned. He looked at me curiously before stopping his gaze at Sylvie, who was now next to my foot. No, I know exactly where I am. If you'd be so kind as to let me through, it'd be much appreciated, I replied without taking a second glance at the guard, while pulling out the compass with the royal family's crest Grandpa Virion gave me back then. How do you have this? The burly guard squinted his eyes in suspicion as the other guards gathered around me. I thought that having this compass meant that a member of the royal family entrusted it to me. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. When was the last time I was ever given a smooth passage these days, starting from the teleportation portal to the mercenaries and now here? This brat, is he being sarcastic with us? Another guard growled. Sigh, just please inform either Princess Tesha or Elder Virion that a boy named Arthur Lewin is here to see them. They'll know who I am. I took a few steps back and leaned back against one of the stone statues in front of the manor. All of a sudden, a loud boom pierced the air as part of the castle exploded, and chunks of the building fell down on top of us. What the hell is? As the other guards jumped out of the way to avoid the debris, the one that questioned me didn't have enough time to react after turning around. I heard him click his tongue as he focused mana into his body, positioning himself between me and a falling piece of the castle wall. While his attitude was crude, I guess he wasn't a bad person. With currents of mana already flowing inside of me, I conjured a gale to circle around us, instantly encasing us in a dome of wind. Wind barrier. The debris most likely wouldn't have killed any of the trained guards, but even with mana augmentation around their bodies, it wouldn't have been a pretty sight. I kept my spell active, noticing the gaping face of guard number 1 switching his gaze back and forth between me and the wind barrier. All of a sudden, a familiar figure jumped backwards down from the ledge of the explosion site, landing just next to us. You guys all right down? Ah, Arthur, good to see you again, brat. Sorry for this, but you're going to need to give me a hand. As Grandpa Virion returned his focus to the site of the explosion, I dispersed my spell. Gramps, what's going on? Was there an intruder? Bah, you think I'd be having this much trouble if it was just an intruder? Virion clicked his tongue in frustration. Then who? Another explosion sounded from the site. Grandpa, stop this thing. I can't control it. Out from the giant hole in the mansion appeared Tess, surrounded by dozens of emerald green tendrils made of mana swaying sporadically, destroying everything it hit. Of course, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I initially blamed Winsome since he was supposed to have cured her of the beast will that was trying to take over her body. Paying attention, however, since Tess was still conscious and quite rowdy, I deduced that she most likely couldn't control the mana she released even while awake and aware. I gave Virion an affirming nod and took a step forward, concentrating more mana around me. Elder Virion, we can assist as well. Please instruct us on. No, you guys would be useless against her. Just clear the area and make sure no one comes near here. Grandpa Virion waved his hand without turning back. I took a peek at the baffled guards. When I checked their mana core levels earlier, they seemed to be around the solid to light orange stage, which would be considered top tier considering their ages. But Elder, the child is. Go now, I don't have time for this, Grandpa Virion growled. These elites that were probably never called useless in their lives muttered in confusion, looking at me with peculiar eyes before clearing the way. You know, Gramps, they probably still could have helped. The less people that know about my granddaughter's powers, the better, at least at this point. Now focus, brat, he breathed, keeping his gaze on Tess. Aye, aye, sir, I smirked. Let's go. At Grandpa Virion's signal, we made a break for Tesha, who was on the edge of the mansion. Augmenting my legs in wind attribute mana, I waited until a condensed gale formed underneath my feet before launching off from the ground. Even though Tess' back was facing us, the tendrils responded as soon as we got close. Immediately, the vines that were erratically swaying straightened up and shot themselves at us. "Keep going, I'll cover you," Grandpa Virion shouted from the back. While I had my back turned to him, just by the change in his voice, it was obvious that Grandpa Virion had initiated the first phase of his beast will. The two of us hacked our way closer and closer towards Tess, who was struggling to gain control over the emerald green aura surrounding her. I stuck with using wind spells, afraid that the aura would conduct any lightning attribute spells. Since we were in a mostly wood environment, I also held back on any fire spells. As soon as our wind blades severed the tendrils, they dissipated, another batch of tendrils taking their place. It wasn't working. I took a deep breath, relying on Grandpa Virion to cover me for a couple of seconds. After finishing my chant, I felt a sizable drain on my mana, along with a slight tingling sensation coursing throughout my body. Thunderclap impulse. The tendrils that were evidently growing in number appeared to be overwhelming us in slow motion. Having the luxury to take a glance back, even Grandpa Virion's attack slowed down enough where I could see his movements. Dodging the tendrils, I avoided wasting mana on other spells until I reached Tesha. Every step forward at this point involved me dodging at least 5 tendrils, until I finally reached arm's length of the troublesome princess. Grabbing her by the waist, I prepare my final spell. Eek. "Hey, Arthur," Tess squealed in surprise. Before I had the chance to respond, the tentacles suddenly retracted and gathered around the two of us before springing us off the mansion through the hole made by the explosion. With my technique still active, I was able to react in time to hold onto her before the two of us skyrocketed up into the air. KYYYHHH. Tesha's voice echoed loud enough for the whole kingdom to probably hear. "Hold on tight." Locking my arms around her, I surrounded her in a layer of protective mana before casting my spell. Absolute Zero. The amount of time it took to cast my spell took a lot longer without using the second phase of my dragon will. As the layer of frost slowly spread out from around us, freezing the tendrils trying desperately to separate me from Tess, I had to keep my concentration to the max to keep the spell going. "Break," I roared before taking a kick at the completely frozen tendrils, shattering it into countless shards of shimmering little diamonds. It was a gamble to try and freeze the tendrils that Tess manifested, and like expected, my spell wasn't strong enough to completely freeze everything, but I was able to separate the tendrils from their source of fuel, Tess. Tess had a glazed look in her eyes as she hung onto my neck, mesmerized by the thousands of falling ice shards reflecting the amber lights of the city. Our eyes locked and Tess immediately blushed. I gave her a playful wink in response. "Hi there." TESSIAERALITHPOV. Tell me I'm dreaming. The last thing I remembered was trying to release the first phase of my beast will. Grandpa had been really surprised after he checked my mana core, saying that my body was somehow already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. I didn't fully understand why Grandpa had been so surprised, but I remembered Arthur taking a few years to fully integrate with his. Does this mean I'm catching up to him? No, we were just kids at that time, but he was able to smoothly integrate. Grandpa told me how amazing that was. It wasn't fair. Every time Grandpa talked about Arthur, all he had were words of praise. If it had been any other person, I would be jealous. But it's okay, he's mine anyway. Well, not yet, but soon he will be. Hopefully, stupid Arthur. I wanted to impress him by being able to control the beast will he gave me. So much for that. I completely failed and even destroyed part of the castle. Oh my gosh, Mother and Father aren't going to be too happy when they see this. And then he showed up. Arthur just had to make his appearance at the worst possible time. Now he's holding me like I'm some sort of damsel in distress, though begrudgingly, I couldn't deny that I was in a sorry state. I can't look him in the face. I know if I look at him, I'll start blushing. Don't look, Tess, don't look, don't. Dang it, I looked. Hi there. Arthur gave me a charming wink with his blue eyes. I could feel my own face burning like an oil-dipped candle, but I couldn't seem to peel my eyes away from his gaze until we landed. Shouldn't you put me down now? I managed to stammer out, giving it my all to keep my voice from cracking. There was a twinkle in his eyes as he playfully smiled at me while he put me down. I knew he was enjoying my embarrassment. Are you okay, Tess?" Grandpa caught up to Arthur and me. He was sweating and had minor injuries from where my beast will's aura hit him, but otherwise, thankfully, he looked fine. "Yes, Grandpa, sorry for causing this mess." My gaze lowered to see that Arthur's right leg was bleeding through his pants. "Oh no, he's hurt. I really messed up this time." Before I even had the chance to apologize, a stinging pain suddenly radiated above my brows. Why I stared wide-eyed at Arthur, who had suddenly flicked my forehead. "I'm just glad our troublesome princess isn't hurt." "Right, Gramps," Arthur said in comfort. Even though he teased me like this, his worried gaze couldn't help but make me feel warm inside. Yes, my troublesome little granddaughter is fine. That's all that matters. Who cares if she destroyed half of a historic mansion passed down in our family? Grandpa smirked. I felt like I had shrunk half my size in embarrassment as both my grandfather and Arthur broke out into laughter. Arthur Leywans POV. It took a while for Tess to be able to look me in the eyes after I had let her back down. As soon as Gramps called the guards back, we left the manor for them to keep watch. While the royal family's mansion was still standing strong beside the gaping hole in the corner, due to security reasons, Virion arranged for us to be taken to an inn, where it was easier for the guards to keep an eye out for any potential harm. I should let my son know about what happened in case he and his wife come back early from the meeting. They'll probably assume the worst-case scenario. Gramps let out a deep sigh. He rubbed his temples as we sat down on a leather couch at a separate lounge in the first floor of the Spiral Ivy Inn. I won't lie, it was a pretty enjoyable sight once we got inside. Since it was just around dinner time, the inn was filled with indistinguishable babble and clatters of plates and utensils. Once they saw us, it felt like someone muted the entire inn. Before us were the baffled faces of the inn workers and customers that dropped everything, including their jaws, as they witnessed the former king of the kingdom, disheveled in appearance, carrying his granddaughter, the princess, accompanied by an unknown human child. Fortunately, the inn manager quickly raced out, beating back all of the nearby elves and merchants courageous enough to hoard us, and escorted us to the VIP lounge. I must apologize for this, Elder Virion. We weren't expecting a visit from someone of your status, or else we would have surely made accommodations. The manager's posture was deliberately lowered, one hand cupping the other. Might I ask what brought you to our humble inn? He continued on. The manor is a bit messy at the moment. We're fine here for now, just have a room for us to stay. Gramps waved the manager away after setting down Tess, who had fallen asleep on the way here. You could almost see a tail fiercely wagging from the ever-attentive manager upon receiving Virion's directions, and he nodded like a puppy that had just gotten a treat from his master. I got myself settled on the couch facing Virion's and laid down the sleeping Sylvie, who had been quietly snoring in my arms long before we got here. So what happened back there, Gramps? You wouldn't believe this, brat. I examined her mana core the other day, and guess what? Her body was already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. Virion leaned forward. The excitement in his sharp eyes contrasted how softly he spoke to not wake Tess up. You can't be serious. How can her body be fully integrated with an S-class beast? I stopped mid-sentence, remembering what Winsome had said. Were the orbs that he gave to Tess responsible for this unprecedented phenomenon? What's wrong? Why did you stop talking all of a sudden? Virion raised a brow. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking. Gramps, is that why Tess tried to release the first phase of her beast will? Virion let out a wry laugh at this while he scratched his cleanly shaven chin. We both got a little ahead of ourselves in thinking that Tess would be able to control her powers because her body was already integrated. While the integration between the beast will and the host was essential in order for the body to fully adapt to a mana beast's will, especially for one that was at a higher stage than their own strength, it was also a training process of sorts. Through the integration process, you became accustomed to how the beast will might affect your body and how you could control its powers, even if it was just a little bit. Tesha was able to skip this long and arduous process, whether fortunately or not, preventing her from becoming exposed to what effect the beast will could have on her when released. It's fine now that everything has been settled, but Tess needs to be more careful when using her beast will. It could be dangerous for her and everyone around her if things escalated like they had today. I sank back into my seat, taking a long look at the sleeping princess. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe getting a seal to suppress her mana until she's able to better control her beast will would be best. It's a shame that there's no specific seal for beast, as I worry that she won't be able to protect herself while her seal is on. Even if it was removable, she would be practically defenseless without mana protecting her for a period of time. Virion let out a deep sigh. You could always give her some sort of protective artifact. If that's not enough to keep peace in your mind, I'll be there too, Gramps. I won't let anything happen to your precious granddaughter. Oh, I'm sure you'd protect Tesha even if she wasn't my granddaughter. Virion shot me a teasing wink. We discussed a bit more about the potential powers that Tesha's beast will might have until the both of us were too tired to continue on. Tesha stirred awake every now and then while Sylvie was so deeply asleep that the only indication that my bond was still alive was the rhythmic expanding and contracting of her belly. We found ourselves in a luxurious suite with more than enough bedrooms for each of us upon reaching the uppermost level of the inn. The rooms were lavishly decorated in ornaments and trinkets with the walls intricately laid out with vines, giving the place a very fairy-like ambience. Virion set Tess down inside one of the rooms and came back out to the living room as he poured himself a concoction from a bottle that I assumed to be some sort of liquor. After wishing him a good night, I tossed Sylvie onto the bed as she kept sleeping, unfazed, while I changed into the loose silk robe that was hung up on a hook. Taking a deep breath, my mind ran through the events of today. After the intense happenings as of late, I finally had some time to consolidate my thoughts. With some time to think, I divulged myself in what I seemed to forget to do since being born again into this world. I began to strategize. When I wasn't training my own strength, I was constantly coming up with different methods of handling my problems. It was essential to come up with a backup plan in case things went wrong, and a backup for the backup plan for when plan B went horribly out of line. I hated to admit it, but there were times when I caught myself regressing in the way I handled things. As the world around me became some sort of exaggerated fairy tale, my mindset also turned into that of an immature and shallow childlike protagonist. Streams of if-then scenarios played out in my mind as I thought back to what I discussed with Winsome. If things were really happening as the Usuras made it out to be, then I needed to prepare in advance. Advancing my mana core would be the easy part. I was more worried about what I'd have to leave behind, at least temporarily, while I started training. Before I left, I'd have to make sure that my family, Elijah, Tess, Grandpa, that they'd all be protected enough so that when the war started, they could be relatively safe if I was not there. I thought about my sister, Eleanor. She was still making progress on awakening, but it'd still be maybe a year or two before she'd be able to start learning magic. She and Mother had the protective charms I gave them, but that was just for that one life-threatening situation. It wouldn't save her repeatedly. After running through different options, an idea dawned on me. It might be better at this point to maybe find a bond for Ellie, but it couldn't just be any bond or there wouldn't be any meaning to it. The mana beast needed to be strong enough and protective enough so that it could protect my sister's life. And maybe occasionally discourage the weak-willed boys that were audacious enough to try and woo her. My lips curled up as I began picturing it. The more I thought about it, the more I came to like the idea. Hey, it's pretty normal for a caring brother to get his younger sister a pet that could potentially maul anyone that gets within 3 feet of her. Right. Arthur Leywin. Tess didn't wake up until late into the afternoon of the day after. Virion had left in the morning to deal with what had happened to their home, and left a note on the other side of my door telling me to take good care of Tess until he got things sorted out. It normally would have sounded serious if not for the winking face he crudely drew at the bottom of the note, making me question what exactly Gramps' definition of taking good care of someone was. And furthermore, what was going on inside his crooked head. Grandpa, I was meditating on the living room floor with Sylvie still sleeping on my lap when Tess came out, rubbing her half-opened eyes, bedhead ablaze. Art, where's Grandpa? Flustered after realizing it wasn't Virion who she had called out to, Tess quickly turned around, frantically matting down her hair. Good morning, or rather, good afternoon. Smiling, I got up and handed her a glass of water. Your grandpa went back to your house in the morning to get everything sorted out. Oh, maybe I should go too. I was the one responsible for all of this after all. There's nothing either one of us could do. Don't worry too much for now. Virion and your parents will probably be back here later tonight. We'll go back to my house in Xyrus after making sure everything is okay since we have to go to school tomorrow, I explained. Still, there must be something I could help out. Wait, what? I'm going to your house? She still had her hands glued to the side of her head when she reeled back in surprise, once again unleashing her bedhead in all of its glory. Yup, Virion asked me yesterday. It'll be easier that way, and it'll probably be more comfortable than staying at this inn. I think my heart would be a lot more comfortable staying here. Well, none of your family will be able to be here with you, so I'm sure Virion would feel a lot more reassured if you stayed with my family until we get to the dorms, I rebutted. She remained quiet for a moment before timidly nodding in consent. Even with her hair reminding me of an unkept lion's mane, she was still somehow cute. Caillou, Sylvie woke up to the lingering scent of food and leached a few bites to eat from Tess. After finishing her breakfast, the princess sat down next to me on the living room floor where I was training and pet Sylvie, who made herself comfortable on Tess' lap. Hee hee, so cute, Tess cooed as she rubbed my formidable draconic Usura's belly. Tess, what did it feel like when you activated the first phase of your beast will? I asked. It felt like a sudden surge of power spilled out and surrounded me. Then all of a sudden, I couldn't really move my body, Tess explained. It felt like I was trapped in someone else's body, but I wasn't really scared though, for some reason. I nodded. The beast will wouldn't attack its host, so it made sense for Tess to have a lack of fear. It didn't make sense though, for the beast will to have such a strong sense of defiance. Even if she skipped the integration stage, Tess' body still had fully fused with the beast will. The will might be difficult to control and to use properly, but it shouldn't have gotten that out of hand. Ironic as it sounded, it felt like the beast will had its own will. I want you to rouse the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. I kneeled down in front of her before instructing. What, is that safe? Tess looked up, her eyes widening. It should be you're not going to initiate the first phase. Just get a sense for the beast will inside of your mana core and let it stream out into the rest of your body. That way, I'll be able to sense more clearly what's going on. I scooted until I was at arm's length of Tess, making the princess shuffle away. Wasn't it her that so boldly initiated a kiss last time? Why was she being so shy now? I'm going to have to place my hand on your abdomen, Tess. Don't move, I sighed, scooting closer. You make it sound like touching a girl's belly isn't anything serious, Tess pouted, clicking her tongue. It's not if it's for the sake of training. As she began meditating, I placed the palm of my hand on her abdomen. Closing my eyes as well, I began examining her mana core. Soon enough, as Tess began to release the innate mana from the beast will, a flood of emerald-green particles of mana flooded over the golden-gray specks of wood and wind attribute mana that circulated inside her body. Tess had a strained look as beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Small sparks of mana began bursting out of her body as her cramped face told me she was doing her best from releasing the beast will's power, which seemingly wanted to break loose. "Tesha, it's okay. Stop now," I hurriedly yelled. As the princess began trying to recall the beast will back into her mana core, she began convulsing. I put my hand back to her mana core to try and sense the activity going on inside of her body, and I couldn't help but be shocked. The Elderwood Guardian's beast will, which occupied Tess' mana core and was integrated with the rest of her body, was fighting back, trying to take control over the rest of Tess' innate mana. What was going on? How could the beast will go against the host's will like this? This was different from Tess actually manifesting the first phase of her beast will and having that go out of control. The beast will's mana particles were still inside of her body when this happened. A rather crude comparison popped into mind while thinking of this. People of this world didn't really suffer from this, but from my world, non-practitioners who couldn't reinforce their body with Kai suffered from diseases and illnesses. While there were horrible diseases that aged the body twice as fast or burned the organs from the inside, I would have to say that the scariest disease would be the Draken's virus. This virus would read through the nerves and make the victim lose control of their limbs and eventually, their mind. Since the virus couldn't infect practitioners, it was contained fairly quickly, but even then, the epidemic that lasted a year had over 300,000 fatalities. This phenomenon that was happening to Tess reminded me of something akin to that virus. Just like the Draken's virus, the beast will's mana particles weren't integrating and reinforcing Tess' body, but instead weakening the mana formed from her own mana core. It didn't seem to the degree of taking over Tess' body and mind at this stage, but it was still eerily comparable. As Tess continued to fight, trying to contain the beast will that wasn't even fully released, I gathered some mana into her body as well, making sure to incorporate all 4 elemental attributes so it wouldn't be rejected, before transferring it directly to her mana core. While I didn't give as much mana to Tess as I did to Prince Curtis back down at the dungeon, I still felt a tangible drain from my core. Meanwhile, Sylvie circled around us, warily, knowing that something was wrong. She tilted her head and peeked around me, trying to get a better view of what was going on until Tess collapsed on her back, her chest rising and falling from the shortage of breath. Well, that didn't go quite as planned, I huffed, leaning back on my arms as well. Tell me about it. I don't get what's wrong though. It feels like I'm holding onto a gate, trying to keep some sort rabid monster caged inside from breaking free. I couldn't help but let out a wry laugh at the accuracy of such a metaphor. Tess' mana core quite literally was serving as the cage that kept the rabid beast will from coming loose. With still a pile of questions unanswered, we decided not to touch the Elderwood Guardian's beast will for the time being. We were either going to have to find an unconventional way to have her gain control over this power, or have her become stronger in order to properly keep the beast will in check. Grandpa Virion, along with Tesh's parents, Alduin and Muriel Iralith, arrived at the inn suite later in the evening. Needless to say, the former king and queen of the elves were relieved, seeing for themselves that their daughter was safe. The 5 of us and Sylvie, who was curled up on my lap, sleeping, situated ourselves on the couches before getting into the topic of what's to come. We discussed briefly about what happened exactly at the castle, but when Tess tried to chime in, Virion cut her off and explained in her stead. Gramps played the whole thing down, mentioning that part of the explosion was actually his fault and that he was just trying to test the limits of Tess' beast will. I sat there, perplexed for a moment as to why he might have been hiding the true reason, but when our eyes met, his gaze told me that he would explain later. It was decided that, while the Iralith castle was being rebuilt, the family, minus Tess, would stay with Rhynia. Now that was a name that I hadn't heard in a long time. I owed a lot to the granny that had the extremely rare gift of foresight. She was the one that allowed me to make contact with my parents after first arriving at the kingdom of Elenoir after rescuing Tess at the time. Arthur, why don't we go together to Rhynia's house before you and Tesha set out for Xyrus? The journey is a bit far after she moved, but since you saw her as a child, I'm sure she'd appreciate it if you came by and said hello, Muriel chimed. She's going to be very surprised at how much you've grown. I'd like that, I responded back with a nostalgic smile reaching my cheeks. Ooh, I haven't seen Grandma Rhynia in a long time too. Tess leaned forward, her expression indicating that she was looking forward to it as well. While you're at it, having her get a good read on you should be a good idea. Virion's gaze was focused on some random spot on the ground as he pondered at the idea. Alduin nodded in agreement before saying, yes, I think so too. Father, I remember you telling me how Rhynia was rather interested in Arthur's future. After that, it was decided that before leaving for Xyrus early in the afternoon, we'd stop by Grandma Rhynia's house, or cottage to be more precise. Needless to say, it was odd. I myself was sleeping on the same bed with Grandpa Virion, while Tess and her parents slept in the other room. I was rather fine with it, but sleeping in the same quarters as the royal family of the elves would put anyone else on pins and needles. I still wanted to sleep in the living room for comfort's sake, but Gramps refused, saying that only through sharing tight quarters did men truly bond. That and bathing together in the nude. Supposedly, elves have some weird customs. Arthur Leywan's POV. As we made our trip to Rinia's cottage, I couldn't help but sigh in awe at how perfect a spring morning it was, simply one of those scenes that you couldn't help but appreciate. As it was just past dawn, the morning air was still cool and crisp. On both sides of the road, bright morning, dew on the moss-covered rocks sparkled from the sun's rays peeking through the old trees that towered over us. The carriage we were riding in hardly shook from the even, marble-like paths smoothed from centuries of use. Sylvie was a ball of excitement, as I had to grab her by the tail a couple of times to keep her from jumping out of the carriage to catch the passing butterflies and birds. Arthur, I have to say that your bond continues to intrigue me. Alduin Aralith raised an amused brow as Sylvie promptly shot out and grabbed a passing bird with her jaw. Now, leave the boy and his pet alone. In such a vast and mysterious land as ours, you can't be so surprised at things like this, Virion chided at his son with a wagging finger. I'd normally agree with you as well, grandfather, but Arthur's bond really is unique compared to all of the other mana beasts I've seen. Even though it's an infant, its gaze twinkles with intelligence. Muriel leaned in closer to Sylvie, who was still chewing on the bird she took down. Don't forget that Sylvie is super cute too. Just as Sylvie let out a satisfied belch, Tess picked her up and hugged her. Bahaha, I can't help but worry that my granddaughter will one day choose her precious bond, not by its strength but by its appearance. Virion howled in laughter, making everyone but the princess snicker in agreement. The trip was fairly long, even with a mana beast pulling the carriage. Tess soon fell asleep with her head against her mother's shoulder, as Muriel slept alongside her daughter with her head leaning against Tess. Arthur, I told my son already, but where we're headed, it's not a normal cottage. Rinia chose to isolate herself near the edge of the kingdom. As for why, she wouldn't tell me, but last time I chose to make an unannounced visit, I almost died from the traps and defenses she had put up. Virion spoke in a hushed voice. I raised a brow at Virion's serious tone. For what reason does Elder Rinia need to protect herself to this extent? My guess is as good as yours. I told her that we were visiting this time, so it should be safe, but I want you to watch out for any signs of intrusion. The fact that she needed to set up all of these precautions means that there are people out there to be cautious of. My mind immediately went to her unique abilities as a deviant, however. No one but a handful of trusted people should have known about it. Okay, I nodded solemnly. Soon after the conversation, Gramps had also fallen asleep with his arms crossed and head bobbing, leaving only my bond, the driver, Tess' father, and myself, awake. Sylvie had her front paws against the window of the carriage in hopes to catch more unlucky birds, her tail wagging rhythmically. Alduin had a relaxed look on his aged face as he gazed vacantly at the moving scene outside the carriage. I knew that each of those wrinkles and creases came from the burden of being a king and now a leading figure of the continent. For what, sir? I replied. It's nothing, sir. Tesha has helped me a lot of times as well. Oh, like how? He tilted his head. I had to think for a second before responding, in keeping me sane at times. Not exactly what I expected a 13-year-old boy to say, but when it comes to you, I can't help but see you as an adult. The former king smirked before shifting his gaze back outside. Your words are kind. I somehow feel utterly confident that you will be able to protect my daughter in my father's stead. My eyes narrowed in thought at the meaning of his statement, but before I could say anything, Alduin just chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Just an overprotective father's thoughts running wild. Don't mind me, Arthur. But say, have you ever thought of one day marrying Tess, sir? I said, taken aback by the sudden shift in course of this conversation. I mean, sure, she's a bit rough around the edges and Muriel, and I may have spoiled her a bit, but she's a good girl. I bet she'll be quite the looker given a few years. I thought that traditionally, elves dated and married a lot later. Tradition, at how fast Dickathan is changing, there's no room for tradition, Alduin scoffed. He then bent forward, leaning his arms on his knees. Arthur, do you like my daughter? There was a lingering silence as I thought about my words carefully. Despite his amiable attitude and the casual atmosphere inside the carriage, Alduin was still the acting king of a Lenoir. There was no denying that my attitude and care toward the elf princess was different from anyone else's, but it was still impossible for me to ever assuredly act on those feelings at this stage. There were times when I was surprised at my own reflection, because of how young I was to be able to overcome the mental boundary of age that I subconsciously put up myself would mean I would have to stop seeing Tesha as a girl and see her as a woman. Locking gazes with Tesha's father, I answered with confidence. I do, but I also find myself lacking to confidently say I know what like and love actually mean. I hope the answer will come with time, but until then I'd like to improve myself before thinking of asking for your daughter's hand in marriage. Good answer. The king nodded thoughtfully. You have your head in the right place despite the lack of years under your belt. More so than you when you were his age. A soft voice chimed from beside Alduin. You were awake, dear. The king asked with an expression as if he'd been caught sneaking into the desserts cabinet. Just for the last bit of your little man talk, she smiled. Hee, I knew Papa liked Mama. Sylvie's voice rang in my head, surprising me. I turned to the queen, afraid that Tess might have heard as well, but fortunately it seemed that unlike her mother, Tessia was a rather heavy sleeper. TSSAERALITHPOV, he admitted it. I almost shouted out loud in excitement. Arthur finally said it. That he likes me. Well, he said I do after he was asked, but that's good enough. Way to go, Dad. Oh no, keep your eyes shut, Tess. Keep your eyes shut. Slow down your breathing. Shoot, I wonder if he can hear how fast my heart is beating. His hearing can't be that good, right? I was so happy that I woke up when I did. I wasn't going to pretend to be asleep at first, but I got scared when I heard Father talking about me. He's so cruel. How can he say that I'm rough around the edges? And that I'm spoiled. I'm not spoiled. It would be embarrassing to wake up just then, so I kept my eyes closed, but who would have thought that my father would ask if Arthur liked me, and that Arthur would actually admit it. He'd only said that once, and that was after I got angry at him. At that time, he surprised me when he kissed me all of a sudden. Hee. Oh no, don't smile, Tess. We're here, Tess. Come on now, wake up. My father's voice saved me as he gently shook my shoulder. We're here already. I made my voice more wispy, trying to sound like I had just woken up. I couldn't look at Arthur in the eye when he turned his gaze to me, so I quickly got out of the carriage and stretched. That was a good nap. I said a little more loudly than I needed to. Sylvie hopped out of the carriage after me and stretched as well, opening her mouth in an audible yawn before darting her head, taking in her new surroundings. I looked around too, but I was confused when I didn't see a cottage, or any sort of sign that a person lived here. All that surrounded us were trees and grass, with thick bushes that blocked any sort of path there might have been. Grandpa, are you sure we're in the right place? I asked as I continued searching for anything remotely close to a house. We have to walk a bit further, but it's near here. Let's go. Grandpa took the lead with my father and Arthur following close behind, while Mother ushered me forward as well. Sylvie scampered alongside me, her head darting back and forth in different directions, as if it sensed something, making me a bit nervous. As we made our way deeper into the forest, the number of branches we had to maneuver around and curtains of vines we had to push aside increased. I wanted to ask if we were really going in the right direction, but the determined and serious look on everyone's faces made me swallow my complaints. Honey, is something wrong? The atmosphere is a bit chilly. Mother's voice trailed off as she hesitantly followed behind Father and Grandpa next to me. Yes, everything is fine, just being cautious is all. My father seemed to have snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of Mother's words. Stop. Arthur suddenly put up his hand up abruptly, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sword that I didn't even notice he had until now. Grandpa, who was beside him, froze, lowering himself as Father carefully inched his way towards us. I could hear it now in the dead silence, the faint rustle of leaves that seemed to be getting closer to us. Snap. Grandpa whipped his body toward the direction of the sound. I noticed myself scooting towards Mother for protection. With my mana core unstable because of my beast will, I felt defenseless for the first time in a long while. My mother was also wary at this point. Both she and Father had their weapons out and at the ready. My mother's thin wand glimmered in a rose-gold hue as my father's favorite saber was already unsheathed. Snap! The sound was a lot closer this time, and it seemed to be coming from our right. Unknowingly, I glanced at Arthur to find his eyes on me, probably making sure I was all right. Sylvie was right next to him with her white fur on its ends, making her look bigger, and then we all saw it. The curtain of vines to our right began rustling, and a hunched figure covered in shade stepped out from the dense forest. I could tell everyone was on their toes, ready to retaliate at whatever came out, but before anyone had the chance to, a clear voice rang from the shadowed figure. What are you lot doing out here looking like fools? Come on, you guys are late. The shadowed figure finally stepped into a ray of light that peeked through the trees, revealing an all-too-familiar figure. Grandma Rinia. I couldn't help but exclaim in relief. Arthur Leywans POV. Supposedly, Grandma Rinia's cottage wasn't too much farther from where we were. After our brief greetings and a firm hug from the aged elf that I had come to appreciate, we made our way to her dwelling place. You've grown into quite the handsome young lad, Arthur. If I was just 100 years younger, I might have snatched you up for myself, Rinia teased. It was disturbing to say the least to hear this from a woman who was several decades older than me, but since it came from her, I just grinned back. Well, I'd have to see how you looked when you were 100 years younger. HMPH, ask Virion how stunning I was. Men would swarm over me as soon as I was in their sights. Rinia placed one hand on her hip and used her other to flip her braided hair. It's true, Arthur. My mother would tell me how all of the girls her age would be jealous of Aunt Rinia. Tess, Mother giggled. Bah, she was above average at best. Virion waved off. Well, of course there was only one girl to have ever caught Virion's eye. Rinia's voice trailed off, and by the look on her face, she seemed to have regretted bringing it up. I looked around, completely lost. The gloomy forest we were treading through seemed all the more dismal by the sudden change in the air. I glanced at Tess, and she seemed uncomfortable, but more so confused than depressed like everyone else. "I'm sorry, Virion, I was a bit insensitive." Rinia placed a hand on Virion's sunken shoulder. It's fine. I should be the one who's sorry. I know how you felt as well," he dismissed. We continued on with only the crunching of fallen leaves and the snapping of twigs filling the silence. My gaze was focused on Sylvie, who was having a blast looking for life forms underneath the moss-covered rocks and logs. As her tail wagged furiously in excitement, I couldn't help but let out a small smile in content, despite the sullen atmosphere. Sneaking a quick peek at Gramps, my mind started itching with questions that I knew I shouldn't ask. Rinia, who apparently saw this, gently placed her hand on my shoulder and gave me a strained smile. As we stepped into a small clearing, the roaring sound of running water filled our ears. It was as if the trees surrounding this area had acted as a barrier, blocking off all the sound. In view, we could now see a wide waterfall cascading down a marble white cliff into a small pool of water about 6 meters in diameter. Wow, I didn't know a place like this existed, Tess gaped in awe. "Father, wasn't this the place you used to take me to when I was a child?" Alduin asked while he looked around. "I see you still remember. Yes, you used to love coming to this place." Virion let out a small smile as he reminisced. "It's beautiful," Muriel breathed. It was beautiful indeed. There wasn't much sunlight that was able to reach this small clearing, making the area seem more surreal. The thin rays of light that were able to peek through the thick treetops created spotlights that made the moss, grass, and all of the plant life glimmer. The waterfall streamed down the white cliff without any intrusion, making it a clear curtain of water. "We're here," Rinia stated as she stepped up. Wordlessly, we all followed her as I half expected her to conjure a cottage from the ground. It wasn't as fancy as that, though. Instead, Rinia let out a few inaudible chants with her hands raised, lifting roots from underneath the pond into a makeshift bridge leading into the waterfall. Carefully stepping onto the grimy roots, Rinia took the lead with us following close behind. With a wave of her arm, she swept the waterfall to the side. However, before doing anything else, she looked around, as if to make sure no one was spying on us. After letting out a sharp breath, Rinia placed her hand on the cliff behind the waterfall, which now started to glow with unrecognizable runes. Just like that, the white marble cliff opened up like a sliding door to reveal a passage deeper inside. "Don't conjure up any light. We'll make our way through the dark," instructed Rinia, as if directly referring to me. I lost track of how many turns we made, relying only on Rinia's voice as our guide. Left, right, left. Finally, we could see a flickering light at the end of the umpteenth leg of the tunnel. "Welcome to my little cottage." With the sparse amount of light, I could barely make out the faint smile Rinia had. By this time, I had no idea where we were, but the homey little hut that couldn't be any bigger than a single room in the Aralith family's castle was welcoming to my eyes. Hugh. Tesha squatted down as she was able to finally release her tension. This is quite the place, Aunt Rinia." Alduin slid his hand against the wall of the cave the hut was in. "Where are we?" I couldn't help but ask as I inspected our surroundings as well. "Somewhere in the Elf Kingdom," was all she said as she made her way into her hut. Lighted by a few dim shining orbs in the corners of the cave, the place Rinia called home reminded me of some sort of dungeon used to hold the worst criminals, not a place where a close friend of the royal family would reside. "I'm sure you have your reasons, Aunt Rinia, but was it really necessary to shut yourself in a place like this?" Muriel frowned as her eyes focused on the hut Rinia just went inside. "Just an old lady being overly cautious. Don't mind me." "It's actually quite cozy once you get used to it." Rinia's head popped out of the hut's sheet door. "Can I see inside too?" Tess had Sylvie wrapped in her arms as she curiously eyed the interior of the hut. "Of course, everyone come inside." Rinia waved us in. We all looked at each other in doubt, but Virion just herded us all in while saying, "Come now, the place isn't going to eat you up. It's quite roomy inside, despite its appearance. Let's get something to drink. I'm quite famished." Once we settled down into the minimally designed disaster shelter that was Rinia's new home, I sunk into the couch. Leaning my head on my hand, I must have nodded off because when I woke up, everyone was also asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I got up to see that Rinia was the only one still awake, sipping on something that smelled like an herb tonic. "They won't be awake for a while, Arthur. Let's have a talk," Rinia said simply without even looking at me. She gestured for me to sit in the chair across from her as she continued sipping on her tea. "Well, from how you probably drugged everyone but me, I'm guessing this is something that only I can know." My eyes narrowed, but I trusted Rinia. Besides, if she wanted to kill us, I was sure that with her powers of foresight, she already could have done so. Wordlessly, I sat down and leaned back, waiting for the aged elf to speak. "Despite the unforeseen circumstances, you're quite composed, Arthur." Rinia's tone seemed to say she expected this. "I'm sure if you wanted the worst to happen, it would have happened already," I shrugged. "A logical assumption," nodded Rinia. "Now where do I begin?" she sighed. "Well, let's begin with a small lesson on my powers as a diviner." My ears perked up at this. Learning about a rare deviant form of magic didn't come often, as textbooks only held a limited amount of information about them. Noticing the interest on my face, Rinia continued. As you may know, unlike regular mages who draw forth power from the mana particles in the atmosphere, deviants have to find their own source of power to fuel their magic. I nodded in agreement. For example, your mother, an emitter, has the ability to heal herself and others in a way elemental recovery spells can't compare to. I nodded to this as well. There were various recovery spells that could be learned by water, wind, and plant attribute mages. Unfortunately, fire and earth didn't have any innate healing attributes, so it was impossible to create a recovery spell out of them. All in all, though, the recovery spells were still weak and couldn't compare to the healing that emitters were capable of. Emitters have mana cores that naturally accumulate a special type of mana that is used to power their spells. Throughout my life, I've met quite a few deviants, each with unique properties in their magic. They all have one thing in common, though, different from an elemental deviant such as yourself. Each of the deviants have their own pool of mana that they use to power their deviant magic. She looked a little absent-minded as she said this. It must be an inconvenience for them since they can't draw in mana from the atmosphere, I added. It sure is. After interviewing many deviants, they would all tell me how difficult it was to learn even basic elemental spells since they did not have mana cores that could harness the mana particles in the atmosphere. However, with their deviant powers, it made up for this handicap. There was a moment of silence where I could only hear the soft snoring of Sylvie in Tess' arms before Rinia spoke again. As for diviners, it's quite different. First of all, our powers can awaken at any point in our lives, which is quite different from conventional mages and other deviants. Our powers mostly come in erratic bursts where quite often blurred images and clips of the future simply flash through my mind. Sometimes they'd be useful, but most of the time they were too vague and minute to make anything out of. These little flashes of the future don't expend any mana at all, actually. I stayed silent, an eerie feeling creeping up on me. If you were to sense my mana core, I actually have quite a normal mana core, capable of harnessing and refining the mana particles in the atmosphere, which is why I'm quite adept at water attribute magic myself, Rinia exclaimed mockingly. Doesn't seem like a very useful power if I can't control it, now does it? She continued. Then what about the spell that you used to allow me to locate my parents and even speak to them when I was little? I questioned. Ah, that's a nifty little spell I made that involves my unique powers as a diviner, but not really. You see, Arthur, true divination is reading the future and knowing when and where something is going to happen. I was getting lost. Then if that is your true power as a diviner and you said your mana core doesn't power that magic, how do you? With my own lifespan, she cursed. We diviners shorten our own lifespans each time we choose to consciously look into the future. That is the true power of a diviner. Everything else are just useful little spells that can't be considered anything more than hat tricks. I sat there, wide-eyed, not knowing how to respond. What we talked about earlier, Virion's only love and wife, was another rare diviner that was much more powerful than I was. Her unconscious divinations and prophecies would be much longer, much more detailed than mine, and much more frequent at that. Rinia's reminiscent smile faded as she continued speaking. Coupled with her physical beauty and graceful temperament, she was the envy of every female elf of our generation. She was the pride of our kingdom and an idol to the citizens. Things were looking perfect as she fell in love with Virion, and the two got married in a beautiful ceremony. However, fate wasn't as kind to her as everyone thought. I couldn't help but grimace at the tone of this tragedy and happening. At this time, the war between the Kingdom of Sapin and Elenwar had begun to die down, with the talk of a treaty in the air. However, the King of Sapin at the time made a last-ditch effort to do as much damage to our kingdom as possible before the signing of the treaty. He carried out a plan to extinguish the future heir to the throne, you mean? Yes, Virion was the sole target of an assassination mission carried out by the king himself. Rinia spoke in almost a whisper. Mockingly, his wife was repeatedly tormented by visions of Virion's death. Her unconscious prophecies told her little of how Virion would die, and every time she did something to try and change the future, the outcome only led to a different cause of death. Virion knew the toll of his wife using her powers, but she did so anyway behind his back, out of desperation to keep him from his inevitable death. Every time I use my powers to look into the future, I can feel the days, weeks, sometimes even months being drained out of my body. I could only imagine how terrible it must have been for her to repeatedly use this cursed power for the one she loved. I didn't know what to say, and even if I did, it would have been insensitive to say, coming from someone who didn't know what it felt like. Rinia's eyes glistened from the tears that she had been holding back. In the end, she was able to keep Virion alive long enough for the peace treaty to be signed, but having burned up so much of her lifespan to protect the man she loved, she died a few months after in his arms with her youthful, beautiful appearance replaced with an aged, sickly elder. Do you know who that diviner was, Arthur? She looked up with a stream of tears rolling down her right cheek. She was my sister. Arthur Leywans POV. Her words rang out in my ear like a giant gong that was rung at the beginning of every year. They say the people with the widest smiles hide the most pain in their hearts. I shifted my gaze over to the sleeping Virion and remembered the times that he joked around with his cheeky grin. I had no idea the pain that he had gone through. I felt like some pubescent teenager that thought the world hated him. I was ignorant of the fact that there were others who might have suffered from deeper pains than I had. No words left my mouth after what Rinia said, only focusing on the ever so slight tremble of my fingers. The reason I bring this up isn't to elicit pity or sorrow from you. I tell you this so that you'll realize the gravity of what I'm about to inform you of next. There was a stern conviction in her voice that made me look back up. Elder Rinia paused, as if readying her heart before she spoke. I use my powers to intentionally look into your future, Arthur. After all she told me, what she just said weighed on me all the more. What, WHY, was all I could stammer out before Sylvie sleepily walked towards me and hopped onto my lap, falling asleep again, leaving the both of us with a brow raised. Seems like your bond is immune to the herbs I gave her, she chuckled. Yeah, she probably just fell asleep naturally, I replied with a half grin. Well, continuing on, even before the day I first met you when you were a child, I had been getting glimpses of your future, never enough to make sense of it, but it was odd to have so many visions of a specific person. It has never happened before. Rinia shifted in her seat. As you may already be aware, Arthur, things are changing on this continent. Dickathan is going through a new era. We've already experienced the beginning of it with the unity of the three kingdoms and the unveiling of the 6 lances, but that's just the beginning. Through all of these changes that are going to happen, you always seem to be in the center of them somehow, Arthur. The elderly diviner locked eyes with mine, then moving to this remote hideout. I started to say, she just gave me a slight nod, with the knowledge I gained from looking into the future. Your future, it seems like I've made some enemies. What exactly is it that you learned from looking into my future? I asked. Here's the tricky part. Telling you too much of what I saw can affect even the outcomes you want. On the other hand, telling you too little defeats the point of me looking into the future in order to find a better outcome, she sighed. How do you feel though, Rinia? You just gave up some of your life in order to see my future. Are you okay? I couldn't help but frown. I'll be fine. I've lived long enough anyway. I might as well use some of it to help the future. Rinia waved her hand dismissively. I hate sounding like some old fortune teller warning the hero to be careful and other sorts of generic advice that he can pick up from anyone, but it pains me to say that I can only do that much. I could tell she was trying to make light of the situation to ease my guilt. Arthur, Rinia's tone became serious, almost foreboding. You will face many hardships. Whichever future you decide, that will remain constant. You will have enemies and you will have obstructions in your path, but through all of that, what I can leave you with is that you need to have an anchor, an end goal. What is it you want to accomplish in your life? That will be what determines your path. This sounded more like a motivational speech than a prophecy, but as if she had read my mind, Rinia continued. Be grounded, Arthur, and I'll leave you with these 2 things. 1, people do bad things for good reasons, so don't just take them for what they do on the surface and keep your mind sharp. 2, oftentimes, the scariest enemy isn't the one on the throne, leading the forces, but the abandoned soldier that has nothing to lose for that. Stay wary and don't be overconfident. Rinia's voice became a soft whisper as she warned me, leaving an uncomfortable silence in the room. I'm sorry I can't say anything more, but all I can say is to follow and trust your instincts. You are a particularly sharp fellow, and I know you'll make the right choices, but sometimes, the right choice isn't always the best choice. The talk with Rinia ended, leaving me with a rather bad taste in my mouth, like one would get after taking a spoonful of a bitter tonic. Helpful and necessary, but bitter nonetheless. Rinia woke everyone up soon after, with me pretending to have been asleep with them as well. Rinia made some excuse that she accidentally mixed in some herbs for relaxation that were a lot stronger than she anticipated. No one seemed to mind, and we continued on with a light lunch that Rinia prepared out of edible plants and mushrooms. It tasted good despite the lack of meat, but by Sylvie's reaction, I'm sure she would disagree. It was pretty late in the afternoon by the time we finished eating and had to get on our way. A bigger surprise than the fact that Rinia's home was in the center of a mountainside cliff was the fact that, through a secret door and passage, she had her own teleportation gate. Since teleportation gates were made in ancient times, supposedly with the help of the deities, or Asuras, as I now know, it wasn't possible to make any more. Virion wasn't as surprised as everyone else, including me, but knowing Rinia's powers, I could only shrug and realize that this was something within her abilities. After saying our goodbyes, Tess, Sylvie, and I went through the gate. Along with the dizzy feeling after crossing, we were welcomed back to the edge of Zyra City by guards that had their spears pointed at us. After realizing that the unknown crossers were teens who had the Zyrus Academy uniforms on, they quickly lowered their weapons. We apologize, the portal you were coming from was read as an unknown gate, so we didn't know who or what would pop out from the other side. It's rare, but there have been times when mana beasts accidentally stumble through a teleportation gate somewhere deep in the beast glades. One of the guards, that seemed to be the leader, said, although his eyes still watched us with a studying gaze. It's fine. We came from one of the other cities of Elenoir, and the guard did mention that he was having troubles with the gate from time to time. I shrugged. With an understanding nod, the guards let us go, and since there was no carriage waiting for us, the three of us walked to the nearest stop and found a carriage to take us. The sun was already setting, and I could see the color distortion in the sky as the aurora constellate was soon coming to its peak. It was a lot easier to see it from the floating city than through the dense trees in Elenoir. Wow, the aurora constellate really is beautiful every time you see it, Tess said in awe. Caillou, the sky is colorful. Sylvie also sat at the edge of the carriage, her small head gazed up in appreciation. When we made it back to the Helstia Manor, Sylvie scurried up the stairs leading to the door and scratched at it. As Tess and I followed her up, the door opened, revealing a person that I didn't expect to see. Jasmine, I stopped where I stood and gasped. Long time no see, my mentor from my adventure days replied, with the only visible sign on her expressionless face that she was happy to see me, the slight grin she had. Before I had the chance to say anything more, the rest of the twin horns came, one by one, each with a big grin on their faces as they saw me with a girl they'd never seen before. You've grown, Durden said with a warm smile on his wide, tan face. Look who we have here. Mr. Hotshot bringing home a lady, Adam Crench, the wild-looking vagabond spear user cooed, leaning on the edge of the doorframe. Wow, look who's become more of a man. Helen Shard, the archer, still as charismatic as before, winked at me. While they all stayed at the top of the stairs, waiting for us to come up, Angela hopped down the stairs herself and picked me up in a bear hug. Look how cute you've gotten, she squealed as she waved me around, my legs dragging helplessly on the cement stairs since she was too short to completely pick me up off the ground. MMMFPH. Any hopes to articulate words failed as the abyss of her well-endowed bosom absorbed my face. I think you should let go. I heard Tess stammer out as she tugged on the side of my uniform. Look who we have here. Aren't you the cutest little elf? Angela Rose put me down like discarded waste and picked up Tess, who let out a squeal in surprise. My family soon came out and greeted us with open arms with my sister, Eleanor, who already had Sylvie in her arms. I was eager to catch up with the twin horns over dinner since I hadn't seen them in over a year, but I could tell Tess was kind of uncomfortable with all of this. She already felt a bit out of place being in my home, but with the unexpected guests that she'd never seen before, she was feeling all the more tense and awkward. My mother and sister tried to make her feel more comfortable, but since she was being awkward with me as well for some reason, she couldn't take it, and told everyone, after apologizing, that she had to go back to school first for some student council work that she was sorely behind on. Are you really going back to the academy? I asked. I went outside with her, uncertain if I should go with her or not. Don't worry about me. I'll admit it was a bit uncomfortable for me in there, but that's not the main reason I'm going back. I really am behind on student council work, and I feel bad since even Lilia is still at school. It wouldn't be right of me to be in her home relaxing while she's working, right? Tess gave me a reassuring smile. You're right, but I'm just worried since Gramps said that you still had to rest. Your mana core still is a bit unstable, even with the seal that Rinia gave you before we left. I'd just feel more comfortable if I was near you in case something happened. I scratched my head, a rather doubtful feeling itching up on me. I have no reason to use magic at the academy for the time being anyways. Besides, you're coming back to school tomorrow. I think I'll be able to survive until then. She gave me a playful wink, distilling the previous awkwardness she had. All right, but be careful. I lightly bonked her head, getting a light punch in the stomach in reply. TESSAERLITH Hugh. It was getting harder and harder to keep a straight face in front of Arthur. If I stayed and talked to him any longer, I felt like my face was going to burn like a candle. My body felt out of sync because of my mana core. It affected my body, as if somebody tilted the world just slightly enough to throw me off balance, but I didn't tell Arthur this since he'd just get overly worried. After closing my eyes for what seemed like a couple of seconds, I was already close to the school gate. He gave me a friendly nod in reply, tipping his hat before driving back toward Lilia's house. Right after stepping through the barrier and entering the gate, the atmosphere seemed to have changed drastically. My body tensed immediately, as if signaling my brain that there was danger nearby. Ho, you're here. Alone. This is going to be easier than I thought. Yes, it is. The throaty voice surprised me. I immediately whipped my head toward the source of the voice. Lucas Wykes, I gaped. It surely was Lucas, but something was off. Well, a lot of him was off. His skin was gray, first off, and the way his body spasmed randomly made him look more like a rabid monster than a student. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. The pressure and bloodlust he was giving off didn't allow me to. All my body could do in response was shiver. Hee. I can't believe you're here alone. No, I can't. It's nice seeing you again, princess. As beautiful as ever, yes you are. Lucas approached me with jagged steps. This wasn't Lucas anymore. The feeling I got from him was more of a deranged mana beast than his usual egotistical self. Seeing the expression on my face, his face tilted as he revealed a toothy grin. "Why don't you play with me until Arthur gets here?" Arthur Leywans POV. Tess leaving for school left me with a rather uneasy feeling, but needless to say, we still enjoyed the night. The Helstia Manor was in a festive mood, with barrels of liquor brought up from the cellar by Vincent himself. Lilia's father was getting the most enjoyment out of this, along with my father, who were both in an inebriated state before I even got home. It turned out that the Twin Horns had made a detour on their series of expeditions in the Beast Glades to visit us during the Aurora Constellate. It meant a lot to my parents just being able to see their old comrades again and share a drink or two as a toast to old times and embarrassing memories. After my father and Vincent, Adam Crench was the next to become intoxicated, his flushed cheeks almost matching his fiery red hair. It was rather fascinating witnessing everyone's alcohol-induced habits since my mother and Tabitha wouldn't allow me to drink alongside them. Adam was your typical loud and rowdy drunk, seeming to lose enough coordination for an infant to be able to wrestle him to the ground and win. Angela Rose began to lose all sense of personal space as she conversed with me with her cheeks stuck to mine. It didn't help that every spoken word was accompanied by 2 or 3 hiccups, making it almost impossible to decipher what she was trying to say. Tabitha ended up having to peel her off of me and kindly escort the coquettish mage up the stairs by the back of her collar. I had a hard time containing my laughter, while Durden Walker soon became drunk as well. What surprised me the most was when he opened his eyes. The usual narrow shapes that looked more like slits became a stern mono-lidded dictator's surprised expression. It didn't help that his eyebrows that were normally slanted down were now furrowed into an upward tilt, making his overall expression a mixture of intense focus and uncontainable surprise. He would take on this gruff, commanding tone when speaking, and for the past hour or so before passing out, he was spouting out training drills to one of the empty barrels of beer while participating in the exercises himself. I couldn't tell whether my former guardian, Jasmine Flamesworth, was drunk or not until she came up, eyes glossy and unfocused, and started repeating to me how much she thought of me and how worried she was as to whether or not I was adjusting to school well. Eventually, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Mother towed my father, who was cradling a bottle of what smelled like whiskey as if it were a newborn, back into their room. Tabitha did the same for her husband as well. My sister went to sleep with Sylvie quite a while ago in her room, leaving only Helen Shard, the leader of the Twin Horns, and me in the war zone that was once a dining room. Quite the party, wasn't it? "I'm sure this wasn't exactly how you pictured your reunion with us to go." Helen let out a contained giggle. I laughed in response. "With everything that's been going on these days, it was nice seeing everyone let loose. Your parents told us briefly about everything that has happened to you since we were gone. You seem to be doing a fairly good job of taking on your father's role in worrying your mother." The faint smirk that curled on Helen's lips suggested she was reminiscing the past. "It seems to be the one skill that I seem to be getting better at without even trying. If only it were like that for me with mana manipulation," Helen sighed, making us both laugh. We moved to the living room after the maids started showing up and cleaning the dining room. There, we sat with only a coffee table separating us as we continued talking and catching each other up on what had happened in our respective lives. It was the first time I'd talked to Helen for this long, but it was comfortable, and she talked to me as if she were talking to an adult, not someone who had barely hit his or her teens. She had an eloquent way of speaking that wasn't usual for an adventurer. She seemed more suited to lead strategic meetings, not be on the front lines, fighting. "If you don't mind me asking, Arthur, what level is your mana core? I can't seem to even sense your level anymore." Helen lifted her feet from the coffee table and leaned forward as she asked this. "Solid yellow," I answered simply. I didn't want to sugarcoat or try to downplay my level to someone as observant as Helen. "I see. Congratulations, sincerely." Helen had a mixed expression on her face, one where she was trying to hide her disappointment but failed. She wasn't disappointed in me, but herself, because even though she more than double my age, I had surpassed her by quite a bit. "It seems like you are made for bigger and greater things, Arthur. With the discovery of a new continent and all, I suspect that this small academy will only be able to hold you down for so long. We should get some rest." She gave me a smile that didn't reach her eyes and left after giving me a firm pat on the shoulders. Collapsing on my bed without the energy or will to even wash, I laid there, thinking about everything that had happened in my life. Was it just a coincidence that I was sent, or actually born into this world as it was going through so much change? Was I really some cliché protagonist from a bedtime fairy tale that they always read to us at the orphanage? I couldn't help but scoff at the thought of being some bored god's source of entertainment as he toyed with my life in the name of my being, the chosen one. Was I in the hands of some god as a chess piece to make the world run as he saw fit? I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that would help me get rid of these thoughts. The thought of my fate being under someone else's control didn't sit right with me. Turning to my side, I chose to dust these fears away. Life was already so unexpected. Why make it more complicated? Elijah Knight's POV, get down. I roared as I conjured an earthen wall between the mana beasts and the other students behind me. Attention, renowned students of XYRUS Academy. A rather high-pitched grating voice echoed throughout the campus. As you may all be aware, your institution is currently under attack by my little pets. No need to fear, for I am both just and merciful. The voice seemed to taunt us as he said this because there was a dwarven student in the jaws of a discolored black-fanged wolf, a B-class mana beast. Even as I conjured up a rock spear underneath the belly of the black-fanged wolf, it still had the time to take the student's life before collapsing. Gnashing my teeth, I looked away from the dimming gaze of the dwarf that pleaded with his eyes before passing away. If I didn't have experience as an adventurer, I would have thrown up as the student's insides spilled from the fatal wound caused by the mana beast. Instead, I calmed myself, using a brief meditation technique that I had learned from class that steadied the flow from my mana core before scouting for any other students to save. Human students, as long as you raise both your hands and swear your allegiance to me, the mana beasts will not attack you. Elves and dwarves, do not struggle and allow my pets to destroy your mana core, and you will be free to leave. The voice let out a deranged laugh that sent a shiver down my spine. It was enjoying the carnage that was going on in this school that had been so peaceful just hours before. Although the radical group had been escalating their terroristic activity, this was on a completely different level. It happened so suddenly that there was no way to prepare for an event like this. As far as I could tell at this point was that this stage of their plan had been meticulously executed. There were no places to escape to and no way to call for help. The once clear barrier formation that kept any intruders, including mana beasts, from entering the campus had already turned into a translucent red cage, making the sky look like it was dipped in blood, keeping anyone or anything from leaving. I didn't know who the voice belonged to, but his motives were clear. He was willing to take human captives, but wanted all non-human mages either dead or incapacitated. I could see pillars of smoke from different buildings of the academy where fights were happening. From time to time, I locked eyes with some of the disciplinary committee members as they were fighting off several mana beasts, acknowledging each other since we had no time to brief each other on the situation elsewhere. There were obviously traitors in the academy, because some of the professors were now being held off by other professors while cloaked figures, as well as the mana beasts, were taking care of the students. It was strange I'd seen some of the mana beasts while I was an adventurer, but the only thing different about them was the coloration, or lack of color to be more exact. Except for their matching red eyes, all of the mana beasts that flooded Xyrus Academy looked like they had had their colors drained, leaving them in different hues of gray. I couldn't tell how many hours had passed since the invasion started, but there were no signs of help arriving for some reason, like we were closed off from the rest of Xyrus. I trudged on through the campus quad, where bodies laid limp and pools of blood formed around them. This academy was supposed to be a safe haven for future mages of this continent. It pissed me off more than anything that there hadn't been proper measures implemented for this type of scenario. Since the unification of the three kingdoms, did the council not think that there would be enemies? Just as I was about to follow after a cloaked figure into one of the alchemy labs, a throaty growl caught my attention enough to avoid a thorned growler's jaw. Unfortunately, I couldn't avoid its pounce and was hammered into the ground hard enough to knock the wind out of me. Grrrrrrrr, as the giant, furry lizard-shaped mana beast's saliva drenched my uniform, its red eyes were staring at me, as if waiting for me to do something. Screw off, I grunted as I simultaneously conjured a pillar from the ground, launching the 2-meter-long mana beast in the air before it flipped agilely to regain its ground. Before I had the chance to do anything more, a sword flew down from the sky, skewering the thorned growler's head to the ground. The mana beast squirmed helplessly for a couple of seconds before its body also sank to the ground lifelessly. No problem, you should get somewhere safe until we get reinforcements. It's too dangerous out here in the open, he said, nodding back. I'll be fine. There are too many enemies for you guys to handle while I hide. I can still help. I bandaged my bleeding arm that had been cut open just now with a torn sleeve and turned my back to follow after the cloaked figure. Suddenly, a sound that could only have been amplified with mana boomed like thunder. I couldn't even hear myself scream as both Curtis and I reeled in pain. The ear-numbing ring from the watchtower's bell didn't reverberate in my chest. I felt it in my feet as the whole earth shook from it. Elijah Knight's POV, as the ear-splitting sound of the bell tower faded into a dull ring, the owner of the same grating voice, who was most likely the cause of all this, cleared his throat before speaking. Testing perfect. The sound was coming from the bell tower near the center of campus. Students and faculty members of XYRUS ACADMY would like to welcome all of you to join us for the final ceremony. I advise every one of you to make your way towards the bell tower, as this is something you guys want to miss. Worry, my little pets won't bite anymore, I promise. Curtis and I gave a quick glance and nod at each other. Get on quick. From atop his world lion, Grotter, Curtis beckoned with his left arm stretched out. Grotter let out a dissatisfied grunt, but otherwise kept to himself as I hopped onto his back behind Curtis, and we immediately headed towards the bell tower. In hope of easing some of my injuries, I used this time to circulate mana towards the deeper wounds. As we got closer to the bell tower, I could see flashes of spells going off in the vicinity. What do you think is going on? Curtis asked. I couldn't see his face, but from just his voice I could imagine the sort of anxious expression he had on his frustratingly handsome face. Some of the students and professors are firing spells at the bell tower, I commented with the obvious, not knowing what else to say. It looks like there's some sort of barrier surrounding the bell tower, Curtis pointed out as a translucent wall flickered after receiving a spell cast by a professor. It wasn't long until we came into full view of what was happening for the main event. There was a large stone platform that hadn't been there before, most likely erected by magic. The once flawless marble floor around the bell tower, which marked the center of the academy, was cracked and splintered with pools of wet crimson blood. Various species of discolored mana beasts had gathered around the platform, waiting patiently, almost robotically, ignoring the frightened students just outside the barrier. Earthen Javelin Barrage, Supernova, Thunder Spear, Windblade Twister. After a jumbled drone of chanting, several high-leveled spells were cast in the direction of the bell tower, but despite the huge manifestations of elements bombarded onto a single point, the mana shield that closed off the bell tower only fizzed harmlessly before eating up all of the spells. Seeing that leaves of the trees on the inside of the barrier had not the slightest rustle proved how impenetrable this barrier was. There was a large crowd of both students and faculty members in front of the bell tower, who were both injured and scared, unsure of what to do as the professors made fruitless attempts at breaking through the protective field. Stay here while I try to find the rest of the DC members, Curtis instructed before dropping me off near the front of the barrier. Before I could say anything, Grotter raced off with his master riding on his back, leaving me anxiously waiting for something to happen. The crowd of disheveled students were all anxiously chatting with their friends and peers about the disaster that fell upon them today. Some were crying, while other red-eyed students had already passed that phase and were waiting with hardened expressions. I could only wait as well. With the cage keeping us from leaving the academy grounds and mana beasts that seemed ready to jump and devour any who disobeyed, I could see the hope in their eyes flickering away. We were prisoners of this massacre, awaiting our sentence. Although most of the students in the crowd seemed only lightly injured and battered, indicating that they'd caved in rather quickly, there were a few fighters whose injuries were more serious. Fortunately, some of the professors were adept in the field of healing. While they couldn't compare to emitters, they were able to save a few lives today. He appeared, as if manifesting out of the shadows, the source of the jarring voice that sounded like rusted nails scraping against a chalkboard. He wore a gaudy red robe, decorated with an unreasonable amount of jewelry, reminding me of some second son of a Kinga figure who was so down the line of power that his only defining aspect was his inherited wealth. The man wore a rather creepy mask that didn't match his attire. It was a simple white mask with 2 slits for his eyes and a crudely drawn jagged smile the color of blood. Behind his mask was a head of crimson hair that flowed past his shoulder blades. While he had his hands behind his back, it looked like he was holding something, but I couldn't make out what it was because of his shadow. At the sight of the bold figure, the murmuring of everyone ceased, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. A deafening silence descended upon the crowd as all eyes fell on the mysterious masked man, depicting both curiosity and fear of what he would do next. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of small droplets splashing on the ground echoed through the entire space, further adding to the uneasy suspense. All of a sudden, an earthen spear barreled directly at the masked culprit. Unfortunately, its trajectory ended as it smashed into the protective shield, shattering into pieces. Unfazed, he stood there as students began chanting in desperate hopes that somehow the barrier had weakened enough for us to break through. Strings of curses were shouted out at the masked figure as everyone realized that it was impossible to break through. I heard familiar voices cry out insults and profanities as they didn't know what else to do at this point. The man's shoulders bobbed up and down as he tried to contain his laughter. Puhhhhhhh. His manic laughter, unaided by mana, echoed throughout the area, somehow drowning out everyone else's voices. I could see a mixture of emotions in the students' and professors' faces: fear, anger, desperation, confusion, frustration, and helplessness as they were all stunned into silence by the abrupt laughter. It was then that the masked man tossed the object he was holding behind his back onto the floor. With a dull thud, the spherical object rolled into view close enough for the people in the front to see. It was a he. It was a real head. It wasn't the sound of water dripping that I heard. It was blood from the head. It took my mind a couple of seconds of blank staring to process what was going on before a wave of nausea hit me like a bat. I threw up, over and over again. The stench of last night's dinner mixed with an acidic twist made me gag more, until I was left with only dry heaves and watery eyes. By the time I composed myself, I could see students and professors alike either looking away, pale-faced, or clutching their stomachs as they continued vomiting on the ground. I didn't want to look again, but my eyes were itching to look back at the decapitated head. When I saw it again, I noticed it was a dwarf's. I'd seen her before, but hair covered some of her face as a pool of blood expanded from underneath with only the bone of her spine jutting out. It was so white, I was drawn to the gore. My mind was screaming to turn away, but my eyes stayed fixated on the gruesome sight as everything else blurred out of focus. As his disturbing laughter continued, his whole body shaking in delight, a booming howl caught everyone's attention. N-O-D-O-R-E-D-R-E-A. I spotted Theodore as he roared, charging furiously towards the masked man. He knocked aside the students that weren't quick enough to get out of his one-man stampede. D-O-R-A-D-R-E-A. Theodore screamed, his voice cracking as he hammered his fists against the translucent barrier. There were only two sounds that could be heard. It was the sound of delighted laughter coming from the masked man, and the sound of Theodore's thunderous pounding against the barrier. Boom! It was one of the disciplinary committee members. Boom! The same group Arthur was in. Boom! A crater formed underneath Theodore as the marble floor around him continued to crumble and cave under the pressure of his might. As he continued smashing against the barrier, blood began streaming down his arms as his hands were shattered by his own strength. Despite that, the fury never left Theodore's eyes as his icy gaze never left the masked man. "Come out here and fight me, you coward," Theodore howled, a deranged look shrouding his eyes. Suddenly, the masked man stopped his laughter and removed his mask. His face was narrow and sharp, with skin that glowed in a hue of gray. In spite of the sharp and the attractive features he boasted, it was hard to miss the crazy, almost psychotic expression that seemed to have been permanently ingrained into his being. His face was wrinkled in a scowl as he tilted his head to the side, as if he was confused by Theodore's last statement. "Coward, me." The masked figure began walking towards Theodore with the easy arrogance of someone who knew that everything in the world existed for his taking, every one of his steps seeming to drive a nail into the minds of everyone present. "Yes, you, stop hiding behind this barrier and fight me," he growled back, blood continuing to drip from his broken hands. "Coward, me, the mighty and reborn Draniv hiding." The person called Draniv blinked out of view and appeared in front of Theodore with a speed so fast, Theodore wasn't even able to react as Draniv pulled him to the other side of the barrier. He threw the disciplinary committee member easily onto the erected platform. Caught off guard, Theodore landed less than elegantly on his back before squirming to his knees, having trouble putting weight on his crippled hands. Again, Draniv blinked in a sudden flash of speed and squatted down to face Theodore. "Why don't you fight me now?" A sinister smirk curved on the red-haired man's face. With a desperate yell, Theodore jumped up, bringing his leg down, executing a heel kick towards Draniv's shoulder. Boom! As the platform splintered and a cloud of dust formed, it was obvious that Theodore had imbued enough mana into his leg to crumble a building. There were a few cheers from the students as we all waited for the cloud to clear. I too hoped that the attack was enough to warrant cheering, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy. A howl of pain amidst the cloud of debris rendered the cheers moot as we waited with bated breath. As the dust cleared, none of us were prepared for what we saw. It wasn't a secret to everyone here that Theodore was a deviant, capable of using mana to manipulate gravity. Just from the fact that the stone platform shattered like glass, we knew that Theodore hadn't held back during his attack just then, but what we did not expect was for Theodore's leg to still be positioned atop Draniv's shoulder where it landed. Except, Draniv was fine. Theodore's leg, however, had been snapped cleanly in half. We all stood there with our mouths agape. Even the professors were baffled by the clear difference in strength between the two. Theodore's strength would have even made the professors do everything that they could to dodge the attack, yet this mysterious man here had taken it head-on and come out unscathed despite the freshly made fissures. "Come on, the great Draniv isn't hiding. Let's fight." The smirk never left his face as he kicked Theodore away like rag doll. "I'm fighting you like you wanted, right? What's wrong?" Draniv tilted his head again in mock confusion as he continued to beat Theodore into a stupor. His face was no longer even recognizable, as he was pummeled to a bloody and broken mess. The rest of us couldn't even do anything, only watch as our fellow schoolmate was tortured right in front of our eyes. "Seeker," Theodore managed to croak before vomiting out blood. What was that?" Draniv landed another solid kick to his side, a loud crack of a broken bone accompanying it. Lifting his battered head, Theodore looked straight up into his assailant's eyes with a look of pure hatred and disdain before he spat the blood congealed in his mouth at Draniv's foot. I could see veins popping on Draniv's forehead, but he simply took a deep breath as he ran his fingers through his red hair, peering down in disdain at the bloody mess that was Theodore like a squashed insect. I see you still have a bit of fight left in you. Mid is too bad, though. You seem to be on the verge of dying from blood loss. Let me help you with that. Gahhhh. The gurgled scream was all I could hear as Theodore combusted into crimson flames at the snap of Draniv's fingers. That was all he did, snap his fingers. He snapped them again, extinguishing the flames, leaving a charred and smoking carcass. I realized by this time that my hands were covered in warm crimson from my nails digging into the flesh of my palms. I was useless at this point. Even if I ended up succeeding in breaking the barrier, wouldn't I just end up like Theodore? See, I helped him. He's not bleeding anymore, right? Puhahahahah. His cackling laugh filled the area as he began clapping for himself in amusement. Seeing that none of us laughed along, he just shook his head. Oh, poo, you guys are no fun. Relax, I left him alive for now. I peeled my eyes away from Theodore's decimated body to see Curtis being held back by the other members of the disciplinary committee. His mouth was covered by Claire, who had a trail of tears streaming down her anguished face. The Princess Catherine was holding onto her brother's arm with her head down so I couldn't see her expression. I couldn't see that elf Ferith and the other member, the mysterious one with the narrow eyes. I think his name was Kai. Now I apologize to you all for the delay. Without further ado, we will now commence with our main event. Fellas, bring them out. As Draniv grandly waved his arm like some conductor, the frozen mana beast stirred and sat up straight as a line of hooded figures, covered in robes, came out from the bell tower, each dragging with them a student. It was when I saw her that my mind came to a stop. I felt like I was suddenly swimming in thick syrup as my hand pressed hard against the barrier. I fell to my knees and just stared out in front of me in a daze. Being dragged by her hair, her face battered and bruised while her clothes torn and messy, was Tesha. CLAREBLADHERT's POV, I held onto Curtis, clasping my hand over his mouth in desperation. My vision blurred as tears continued to well up and stream down my cheeks. I couldn't do anything. The disciplinary committee members were in charge of preserving the safety and order within Xyrus Academy. I was handpicked by Director Goodsky herself to take on this vital duty, and with the exception of Arthur, I was assigned the task of choosing the members and leading them. I was their leader, yet I had let all of this happen. I let in a spy. I was ignorant of the fact that all of our movements were being leaked to the enemy. I was responsible for the state Theodore was in right now. Even if he made it out of this alive, he would never be able to walk on his own 2 feet again. I was responsible for Ferith getting captured. I was responsible for the death of Doradria Orgard. I should have noticed by how the radical group seemed to know of our every move and effortlessly slipped past us on each occasion. I guess subconsciously, I believed that my team members would, without a doubt, be loyal. Because of my naive assumptions, we were the first to get attacked. It had happened last night, when the soft, dim light of dawn peeked out over the horizon. We had been busy preparing for the full-scale battle that would come eventually, finalizing the emergency evacuation plan after constructing makeshift safe houses out of basements and old classrooms for students to barricade themselves in. We had all agreed that this might be going a bit overboard, but I now realized that it wasn't even close to enough. Restless, everyone had decided to let out some steam by training. It was Kai's idea. He suggested that we enlarge the area of the training barrier so that everyone could practice without the students, who were all on edge from the recent events, being startled by the sounds of spells and weapons colliding. We had never enlarged the training barrier before, but nevertheless, I didn't find anything wrong with his suggestion, so I let Kai supervise the barrier while the rest of us trained inside it. When the barrier formed, it took on a reddish sheen that normally never appeared. Thinking back, the training barrier Kai erected by using the artifact was a miniature version of the cage that was now surrounding the entire academy. That's when we were attacked. Kai had let them in. It was as simple as that. That sly bastard was the one who gave away all of our plans to the radical group while feeding us false information. Kai had his hands full keeping the barrier up so that no one outside could hear the sounds of battle. We were outnumbered 3-1, yet we were on the verge of winning. The radical group mages were strong, but my team members were stronger. We would have broken free and warned the school, but he had to show up. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, whatever advantage we had disappeared. I just couldn't believe he'd been a part of Thisno. I'm lying. It was definitely possible for him to be a part of this. What I couldn't believe was that it was actually him. He single-handedly turned the tides. He was a gifted mage before, and if it wasn't for his twisted and conceited personality, I would have definitely wanted him to join the disciplinary committee. He was talented, but a lot of his breakthroughs came from the overuse of elixirs and other synthetic drugs that would result in dire consequences later. This was the rumor anyways, but he was on another level. The mana fluctuation around him was comparable to that of Professor Snow beyond them. It was odd, though. The abundant mana surrounding him was erratic, chaotic almost. There was so much mana being forcibly generated that it overflowed. I wasn't sure if that was the cause, but even the color of his skin and hair took on a different tint. The amount of mana was unnatural for someone barely hitting the age that most humans would begin to awaken. This reminded me of Arthur. He might even be stronger than him presently. However, I knew for certain that whatever led him to this state wasn't anything natural. Needless to say, we weren't much of a match for him. Chantless casting, multicasting, an endless well of man. Even if he was alone, I felt like he could have held up against all of us together. How was it possible for him to have become this strong? Was the persistent thought that kept running through my mind, poking at me. You call yourself a student of this academy. Out of all people, I would have assumed your pride wouldn't allow you to be some dog of a crazy terrorist group, Lucas. I spat out in disdain. I now see that I was wrong. I could see that I had hit a nerve as his smug expression darkened, but before he got reckless like I had hoped, Kai intervened. Lucas, he wants this done quick and clean. Don't forget the mission, the narrow-eyed augmenter said curtly, his face tensed in concentration from trying to keep the barrier up. Kai had ignored our repeated hateful shouts, prying for the reason of his betrayal, only opening his mouth to keep Lucas in check. At this point, it would be impossible to get out by trying to beat him. Our goal was to create an opening in the barrier. While battling, we intentionally aimed our spells at the same spot without them noticing, but the barrier was a lot stronger than we had anticipated. After defeating 3 of them, Ferrith was the first to get captured and pulled away by the other radical group members, but by then, we had managed to make a crack on the surface of the barrier, a gap large enough for us to fit through, but not all of us were able to escape. Through gritted teeth, we had to leave behind Doradria, along with Ferrith, who stalled the radical group long enough for us to escape. It hadn't felt like we escaped, no, it felt like we were let go. I could still clearly remember the smirk etched onto Luca's face as he stood there, looking down on me like an insect he released because he didn't want to trouble himself with the mess. By the time we made it out, it was already too late. Our battle had taken time, and during that time, the Academy was already locked in a cage and under attack by both the radical group and mana beasts. It was demoralizing for us as some of the students we tried so hard to fight for simply gave in and sided with the enemies, but I couldn't blame them. It was us that failed in our jobs to protect them. Please, Curtis, please, I continued begging, choking back a sob. Please stop, you can't. I bit my lower lip, please. Curtis' thrashing settled, but I could still feel him trembling with rage. I removed my hand from his mouth and noticed that there was blood. It was Curtis. He had been biting on his lips so hard he'd bitten into them. I'll kill him, I heard Curtis mutter, his voice shaking. Curtis, please, just wait. I can't have you charging out like Theodore. We can't lose you too. I tried to keep a firm tone as I spoke, but I didn't sound convincing even to myself. Wait. Are we supposed to just wait while we let him kill Theodore and Ferrith? Huh, like how he killed Doradria. He spat out in a growl, his voice pitched low and quiet. My chest contracted from the venom in Curtis' words, but before I could say anything else, a sharp sound stopped me. Curtis held onto his left cheek, stunned. Catherine's eyes were red and swollen, her long lashes still wet with tears. Her expression was a knot of grief and frustration. Her usual impassive expression was nowhere to be seen. Her hand was still held up in front of her from where she had just slapped her brother. The strike wasn't loud, nor was it that strong, but I could tell by Curtis' expression that the light slap from his sister struck deeper and harder than any bludgeon could. Brother, we need to think of a way to save them. We need to make a plan to protect everyone here. We need to stop that monster, but we can't do any of that if you're like this or if you're dead. Catherine's gaze was unrelenting, her every word piercing through not just Curtis, but through me as well. She was right, we needed to get our act together. We needed to think of a plan. I looked around the crowd in front of the bell tower and behind us, thinking of a way to escape to Director Cynthia's room to see if there was anything that could help us in there, but robed figures stood guard while the mana beasts tensed up, ready to pounce onto anyone that tried to make a run for it. It was then that they brought the captives out, and it was then that I saw Ferrith being dragged out, beaten and unconscious. As everyone stared solemnly while the row of robed figures, each holding onto their respective prisoner, silently trudged out, it took me a few seconds from this distance to realize that one of them was the Student Council President. Elijah Knight's POV, the scene played out in slow motion for me. I rubbed my eyes just to be sure, but no matter how many times I rubbed and blinked, her figure wouldn't change. While disheveled and matted with dirt and blood, there was no mistaking that distinct gunmetal hair. My mind raced as a part of me wrestled to figure out what had happened and how she appeared here, while another part of me was still in denial. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be with Arthur. Whispers and mutters began to explode as soon as the students and faculty members alike realized that one of the prisoners was the Student Council President and the other a member of the Disciplinary Committee. SHHHHH. Draniv waved his hand theatrically for us to settle down before continuing. I'm sure all of you are just dying to know what is going on, but before I explain, I'd like to introduce myself. He took a few steps forward and straightened his robe, combing his hair back with his fingers. As I mentioned earlier, I go by Draniv. He made a dramatic pause as if expecting a round of applause. When nothing happened, he just shrugged and continued. I know that at this moment, you guys may see me as some sort of bad guy. I wouldn't be surprised, what with the attacks and the deaths, but I assure you, I am on your side. That ridiculous statement caused an uproar, as jeers and shouts reverberated through the crowd. Silence. His voice couldn't have been louder than a low growl, but the weight of that one word and the immediate pressure following it froze the crowd to a mute. As I was saying, my name is Draniv, and I have come to save you all. Draniv spread his arms in a grandiose manner, his robe fluttering from the wind, making him look pretty impressive. No one said a word, too afraid of what he might do. All of us simply waited for him to continue speaking. You see, I come from a faraway land. This faraway land is a cruel, cruel place for the weak. Yes, I am talking about all of you. Those gathered here are considered the elite, whose backgrounds and potentials make you the future of this continent. But from where I come from, you guys are simply trash. Draniv's last words were spat out in a mocking staccato. That being said, I have made this extremely long and tiresome journey to prepare those I deem worthy so that when my lord becomes this continent's new ruler, you guys will have a place in his kingdom and not be tossed aside like the trash you currently are. I glanced back to see everyone just looking around, confused. By the expressions on some of their faces, they looked to be in disbelief. Not just surprised, but they sincerely looked like they thought this whole thing was some big prank. To those who stand in front of me today, congratulations on being the ones chosen to be honored pawns of the new ruler of this continent. Lucia, step forth and show them a glimpse of the newfound powers you have been bestowed. Lucia, no, it couldn't be. The figure that had been holding onto Tess by her hair stepped forth, dragging her with him. I bit my lip, struggling to keep calm. Underneath his hood, he seemed to be looking for someone. Before he stopped, I could feel his eyes on me. I stood transfixed as he removed the hood of his robe. Confirming my suspicions, it turned out to be Luca's Wykes. His eyes seemed to be laughing as he continued to stare at me. Slowly, the edge of his lips curved up as he tugged Tesha up by her hair, just enough so her neck was next to his face. His mocking gaze never left mine as Lucas ran his tongue slowly gratingly up her neck to her ear, only to stop and wink at me. Any sort of inhibition controlling my rage disappeared at that instant, leaving me with just enough sanity to curse out. Lucas, you son of bitch, how dare you? My vision reddened as my mind began to numb. Suddenly, as if some inner force pushed my consciousness out, my body felt like it wasn't mine anymore, like I was an entirely different person simply spectating my body from behind. Kill, a voice echoed in my head. I had never felt a sensation like this before, but I knew that whatever was controlling my body knew how to use my powers better than I could myself. Kill, it was a peculiar feeling that I knew wasn't normal. It felt like the monster that I had been trying to keep locked up had switched places with me. My vision distorted and constantly pulsed from what I assumed to be adrenaline. I couldn't hear anything besides the beating of my heart. My body seemed like a shell controlled like a puppet by someone that wasn't me. Kill, the voice was getting stronger. What the hell was happening to me? Black spikes ruptured from the earth around me, hurting some of the students who couldn't move out of the way fast enough. I felt the need to at least apologize, but my body was fixated on Lucas. Kill, kill, kill. My mind felt like it was going to split open from the pain. I walked rather unsteadily towards the ingrate that couldn't be described with just profanity. As I approached the barrier, I worried whether or not my body would be able to break through, but it turned out to be an unnecessary concern. Some sort of black plasma suddenly engulfed my hand, and as my body laid it against the barrier, the black plasma slowly began to dissolve the barrier as easily as fire melted butter. I could make out the surprised expression on Lucas' face, but the expression on Draniv's face was far more unexpected. His expression paled, twisting and contorting in a way that I could only make out to be fear. He held his hands out in a placating manner, as if trying to calm me down. At that moment, the dozens of mana beasts all sprung out to attack me, but it was futile. At the flick of my wrist, the black spikes shot from the ground, skewering the discolored mana beasts mid-jump. Was this me? I had never seen magic like this before. It was unnatural, almost evil in a way, like it was a power meant solely for killing and destroying. My body ignored the dead mana beasts and slowly drew nearer towards Lucas, who had now lost his bemused expression, replaced by furrowed brows and a tinge of unease in his eyes. The other robed figures decisively released their grip from their prisoners and was about to collectively rush towards me, but for some reason, Draniv stopped them. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but Draniv seemed to be almost pleading as his hands constantly gestured in hopes to calm me down. Suddenly, a sharp pain that seared into me like a burning blade made my body go rigid. I don't know how I knew this, but it felt like my body was reaching its limits. No, not yet. I knew I couldn't control my body, but at this point, I desperately wanted my body to at least to kill Lucas like it had planned to. My body began staggering, each step seeming to slowly become more unsteady. Almost. My body put up its hand and a black spike shot out towards Lucas. The spike that looked to be at least an arm's length couldn't kill Lucas like I had hoped, but its speed was fast enough to the point where Lucas couldn't completely dodge the projectile. Lucas tumbled back from the force of the blow, and I could barely make out the black spike sticking out of his right shoulder. Just one more. My vision dimmed and my body stilled. I seemed to be losing consciousness. I looked once more at Draniv, who looked more confused now, and before my consciousness completely faded into the darkness, I thought I saw him. I may have just been hallucinating, but I thought I saw my friend. I thought I saw Arthur, but that may have just been my wishful thinking. Clarebladchertis POV, humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. These were the words instilled in me even before I understood what they meant. These were the 4 qualities that were necessary in order to have a heart as sharp as a sword. This was the creed of the Bladeheart family. Ignorant as I was as a child, I had truly believed that I would be able to follow this sacred doctrine my family was built upon no matter what the circumstances. How truly ignorant I was. This was the thought that clawed at my mind, making my heart ache as I stood helplessly, simply watching as Theodore was beaten and burned into an unrecognizable state, simply watching as Elijah fearlessly tried to defy, despite being unaided, a figure so powerful I could only submit and hope that I'd somehow make it out alive. Even with my eyes fixed on the scene, I had trouble registering what exactly was occurring, much less believing it to be real. What all of the student mages here could not hope to do, what all of the professors here failed to accomplish, Elijah single-handedly had achieved. I had never deemed him as anything more than Arthur's silly friend. He had given me the impression of being easygoing, almost ditzy at times, but not at this moment. After he had cursed aloud at Lucas, his demeanor shifted into someone unrecognizable. As thoughtless and downright mad as he may have been, that ditzy friend displayed what I couldn't. As if Elijah's enraged cry had released his soul, Elijah's body seemed almost lifeless as his shoulders slumped and his head hunched forward. I couldn't help but look away when suddenly, a blast of black metallic spikes shot out of the ground. I thought Arthur's friend had already died, but I realized it wasn't Draniv or any of his henchmen that invoked the mysterious spell. It was Elijah that casted it. The spell he had used then was unusual, almost unnatural, but it was when he placed his palm on the surface of the barrier when a black flame magic began coiling around his hand, melting the transparent barrier like it was butter. That a cold chill ran down my spine. Seeing that mysterious magic destroy something so easily when not even the professors combined could scratch it, I felt hope. Maybe he would be able to end this. It was also then, alongside this feeling of hope, I felt an almost tangible contempt for myself. I looked down to realize my hand had unconsciously gripped the hilt of my sword. I couldn't help but scoff at myself. What use was this sword of mine if fear rendered me unable to even take a step forward? Looking back up, I fixed my eyes on Elijah. He swayed as he walked, almost staggering like he wasn't really in control of himself. Anyone that tried and opposed him was almost instantly pierced by a black spike. The speed at which each spell was casted shouldn't have been possible. They couldn't even be called spells, but more of an automatic defense mechanism. I had never heard of something like this before, much less seen it with my own ice magic that was so unnatural, sinister, evil. What confused me, and probably everyone else present, was how Draniv behaved towards Elijah. Elijah was killing his mana beasts left and right. He had already killed 3 of his robed underlings. He should have been angry, downright furious at him for opposing his plans, but instead he looked afraid. I was only able to make out parts of what Draniv was saying to Elijah as he frankly ignored the mastermind of this disaster, making his way towards Lucas. I heard him several times repeating how he didn't know. I also thought I heard him refer to Elijah as Sir. No, that couldn't be right. After his useless attempts at calming Elijah down, Draniv started barking out orders to his robed lackeys, telling them to not lay a hand on Elijah. It was a strange sight as our fellow student was trying to kill his allies, but the leader was ordering his allies not to fight back. The other students were baffled at all of this, not quite sure what to make of it. Some were voicing their doubts on whether he was actually on our side, perhaps suspecting that Elijah was actually in league with Draniv. This was until he collapsed on the ground, his final attempt at killing Lucas ultimately unsuccessful. While at first we were too shocked by Elijah's sudden outrage and display of cryptic powers to move, some of the professors composed themselves enough to realize that the fracture in the barrier made by Elijah at least gave us a chance to fight back. This thought had already crossed my mind. I knew that with all of the mana beasts either dead or badly injured and Draniv partially occupied with Elijah's body, now was the perfect chance to retaliate. I knew this, yet my feet stayed nailed to the ground beneath me. I knew this, yet I was still afraid. Students, clear away. An arcane professor led a small group of professors toward the hole in the barrier. The students absent-mindedly shuffled out of the way. While many were too discouraged to want to join them on their crusade, the image of Dorodria's decollated head and Theodore's lifeless body burnt in their minds. Some students still gathered the courage to try and join them. Clive was one of them. I spotted him rushing towards the professors, his hands already wielding his bow and arrow, but the professor in the back stopped him from going with them. Fools, I whispered under my breath. It was still hopeless. Did the professors think that they could now somehow beat Draniv? They should know better than us. Was it their sense of duty that was driving them to their deaths like this? Or was it their pride preventing them from being rational? Was being courageous akin to dying a fool's death? Was that what the Bladeheart Creed wanted from me? Kathleen must have heard me. Her red eyes, still quivering, were looking at me as if I had an answer. But I didn't. I knew my limits, and I knew only a fraction of what my enemies were capable of, and even that was enough to rob me of any confidence to unsheath my sword. Like from an overused story my mother would always read to me before sending me to bed, the professors marched towards the fracture in the barrier like heroes, on an expedition to save the princess from the evil magician. I could see the arcane professor, whose class I took last semester, in the lead. Behind him was the spell formations professor who taught underclassmen. There was one professor that I couldn't recognize following a few steps behind with a crooked wooden staff, then joined Professor Glory. She caught my eye and gave me a firm, solemn nod before taking out a second sword from her dimension ring. The look she gave me then sent chills down my spine. It was a look that I had never actually seen before, but one that my instincts knew it was the look of someone accepting her death. The Bladeheart Creed clawed its way up into my mind. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage, damn it. Thinking of this caused a mixture of emotions within me: frustration, for lacking the resolve and loyalty a Bladeheart should display for her academy; shame, for lacking the courage to fight alongside them; and ignorance, for foolishly believing that I had what it took to be a leader of the disciplinary committee to be a Bladeheart. I shook my head in hopes to clear my dark thoughts. Living through this would give me another chance to redeem myself, would it not? I couldn't be courageous, loyal, resolute, and humble if I was dead. I turned my attention back to Draniv, who had kneeled next to Elijah. It looked like he was checking for signs, making sure that Elijah was still alive, carefully, almost tenderly, like a royal attendant would for his king. Our professors, prized mages throughout the entire content, were promptly ignored as he barked out further orders to his robed subordinates to prepare something. Finally, getting up as he carried Elijah's limp body in his arms, Draniv began walking towards the back of the stone platform, where several robed men were fumbling with what looked like an oddly shaped anvil. Lucia, change of plans. You will take care of the ones ignorantly approaching and dispose of these. He glanced down at the students captured, his eyes stopping at our student council president, Trash. I will be heading back first. I expect you to follow us through the gate promptly after, Draniv continued, the pompous expression he once had nowhere to be seen. Why are you bringing that along with us? Lucas started to say, but his voice ended in a gasp as his eyes bulged out. The arrogance on Lucas' face left him in a second as he crumpled to his knees, sweat dripping down his face. You are but a mere tool. You will do as I say, no questions asked, and if you continue to display this sort of ignorance again, there will be consequences. Draniv's voice was commanding and sharp, different from how it was when he first revealed himself. Lucas' face struggled to remain firm as he clawed at his heart until Draniv kicked him, toppling him over on his side. Say it, he growled. Even from here I could see Lucas' jaw clenched angrily, but he convulsed and repeated through gritted teeth, I am but a mere tool. It is ready, my lord, one of the robed mages near the anvil announced. HMPH. Draniv proceeded, leaving Lucas heaving, trying to compose himself before getting up. We all watched as this happened. Even the professors, brave enough to march towards a mage so powerful that he played with a disciplinary committee member like he was a ragdoll, were stunned as he crumpled a mage to his knees with just a thought. Professor Glory was the one to catch on that something was amiss. She pointed towards Draniv, who was heading towards the anvil that was now glowing, crying out, we can't let him leave. Lucas was still recovering, his face still lined with pain as he looked at the four professors. The desperate expression on his face was now gone, though, as he walked confidently towards the professors, conjuring another pillar of flame using his other hand. By this time, it was already too late. Draniv and a group of his robed lackeys were now gone, taking Elijah with them, leaving behind a glowing anvil-shaped object. Lucas, how dare a student of this academy be involved in such acts of terrorism? Professor Glory roared as she imbued mana into both of her swords. The rest of the professors also held up their weapons, the arcane professor already muttering a spell. A manic grin spread on his face as he started cackling, sounding more like a rabid animal than a man. How dare I? You think you guys are anywhere near the level I am now at? How dare you speak to me as if you are my equal? You are merely bugs that need to be squashed. As he spoke, the mana around him began swirling even faster, veins appearing on Lucas' thin, gray arms. Thus the fight began. The glimmer of hope that I had now that Draniv disappeared faded as I watched my professors get tossed around. The spells Lucas used weren't special, but the amount of mana he exhibited and the control he had over them was truly terrifying. Simple and obvious implications of multicasting only allowed for each spell that was used in congruence with another to be harder to control and weaker in power. Even casting two spells at once consisted of essentially splitting your consciousness to mold and manipulate the mana differently. Since Professor Glory focused more of her skills in her swordsmanship with mana augmentation, she could barely initiate 3 spells, while some of the more well-versed professors could cast 4 spells at once. Yet, Lucas was easily casting 6 spells. He was surrounded by a flaming sphere that shielded him from any of the professor's magic, as 4 offensive spells had already knocked out the spell formation's professor. 2-meter Flaming Knight was fighting on par with Professor Glory, keeping her, who stood as the vanguard, from protecting her teammates. It was cruel to watch as Lucas easily overwhelmed the combined efforts of 4 professors. "What are we standing here for? We need to help them." Curtis' voice stirred me from my daze. His clear eyes, shaking with rage and impatience, peered deep into me. He was right, it was my duty. I was the leader of the disciplinary committee. I shifted my gaze towards the bell tower. I saw Ferrith and Tesha along with the other students that were captured. I saw Theodore, he could still be alive. We could still save him if we acted now. Lucas was occupied with the professors, and only a few of the robed lackeys stayed behind. It was my duty. Yet why couldn't I still move? Was my body so deeply entangled in the vine of fear? Gah! A pained cry made all of us turn our heads. It was Professor Glory. She was lying on the ground, grasping her side, as a puddle of blood slowly spread from underneath her. I was reminded of how she looked at me before crossing the barrier. Her eyes told me she knew she could die, but it wasn't a look of resignation, but one of determination. She was definitely afraid, but she was doing what she could in hopes to give the other students here a chance to live. "You're right." I tore through the shackles that had bound me to my spot and took a step forward. Unsheathing my sword, I locked eyes with Curtis as he got on Grotter, and he gave me a firm nod, his eyes reflecting the same determination that Professor Glory had given me. I looked for Clive and a few other students I knew who were capable enough to be of use before going through the barrier. The robed lackeys that were keeping us from escaping had already gone through to aid Lucas, so I was able to spot Clive, helping some of the professors lead the students away from the area. Curtis and I, along with a friend from Professor Glory's class, stood as vanguard, with Kathleen and Clive riding on Grotter. Don't. I barely managed to hear Professor Glory croak, her eyes wide in fear, when we were attacked by the robed lackeys. They were somehow completely covered under their robes, with even their faces hidden by unnatural shadows. I had just blocked an earthen spike with my blade when another robed figure jumped up from behind me, knocking me down. Rolling away, I lashed out my sword at the robed man, slicing him where his throat should be. I felt it too, the sensation of my blade on skin. The robed man neither stopped nor flinched, his gray hands reaching out for me, mana surrounding them. Just then, Curtis Bond tackled the robed man from the side, knocking him away. "Are you okay, Claire?" Kathleen extended a hand to help me up after casting a spell to immobilize the enemy, when I heard a shrill howl from where the professors were fighting Lucas. It was the arcane professor, as he was being held up by his neck, by the flame guardian Lucas conjured. His neck was steaming, as the smell of burnt skin filled the air even all the way here. As the arcane professor struggled to free himself, his screams were eventually reduced to throaty gasps as he desperately kicked and thrashed wildly at the fiery knight summoned by Lucas. I would never forget the look on his face as his body fell limp. I tore my eyes away as the professor's body caught on fire, burning through his clothes and skin as he was cooked alive for everyone to see. I had to push my desire to run away. Was my choice wrong? I knew that, Professor. I still remembered the time he showed me a picture he had taken with his 3-year-old daughter. I had told him it was a waste of money since getting a portrait would have been much cheaper, but he just grinned stupidly, cradling the picture like it was really his child. What would happen to his family now? I felt the dire urge to vomit, but I was barely able to hold firm. Still, I was dazed enough to almost get hit squarely in the chest by a flame ball shot from another robed man. Barely managing to parry the spell and kicking him away while landing, I used this chance to survey the situation. It was chaos as the professors that weren't fighting against Lucas were trying their best in leading the remaining students away from this area. Around me, I saw Curtis with Kathleen riding on top of Grotter. Over by the bell tower, I spotted Clive, who had just picked up Tesha from the ground, being knocked away by one of the injured mana beasts. The other few students that I'd brought along with me from Professor Glory's class were doing their best against the remaining 5 robed mages. To my right were the remaining 3 professors, and about a dozen meters away was Lucas, fighting them. Among them, Professor Glory was badly injured, her bloody right hand pressed against where her right kidney should be with her free hand barely able to hold onto her sword. Gritting my teeth, I ran towards Clive. I knew what Professor Glory would have wanted me to do. I had to save the students while they were keeping Lucas busy. Gathering mana into my blade, I picked up speed, muttering a chant, burning lance. Spearing the discolored grisly wolf that had Clive pinned down, I helped him back up when a strong force lurched me off of the ground. Clive's sharp eyes widened and his lips mouthed my name, but strangely I couldn't hear a sound. It wasn't just him, I couldn't hear any sounds, and that's when I saw a stone spike protrude out of my stomach. Dropping my sword, I looked down and touched it. There was blood, my blood. Suddenly, sounds came back in a barrage, shouts and screams filling my ears. My eyes glanced back and forth between my bloody hands and the spike coming out of my stomach. I wanted to turn my body around to see what had happened, but I realized my feet were dangling in the air. Looking down, I could see the giant spike that had skewered me up off of the ground. I saw Curtis push aside the stunned Clive as he made his way towards me. "Claire," I saw Curtis shout, but this time, it just sounded muffled, almost as if I was listening to him from a different room. Scenes moved slower as I saw Kathleen jump off Grotter and dash towards me, both of her hands covering her mouth in shock. Kathleen's voice was the same inaudible, muffled noise that only differed in pitch from Curtis' voice. I tried to say something, but all that I could manage was a wet gurgle. I thought of my father, his firm gaze, his eyes that drooped slightly from age. He had been the one who told me the importance the Bladeheart name represented. Would he be proud if he saw me now? Just as I felt everything fading, I heard Ida blood-curdling roar piercing through the heavens. It was a deep, rumbling thunder that shook the ground and the spike that was lodged through me with it. Even at the brink of death, I still somehow felt fear. It wasn't the sort of fear that kept me from moving like earlier, but one that made my body want to instinctively bow in reverence. In this state of near death, I thought for a moment that I had somehow hallucinated this sound, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The unmistakable figure of a winged beast that every adventurer, every person had once hoped to catch a glimpse of. It was a dragon. It was nothing remotely close to anything from the drawings my mother had showed me in books to scare me as a child. No, this dragon made those look cute in comparison. With two horns protruding from each side of its sharp head and iridescent eyes that could freeze even a veteran adventurer, it was a manifestation of both sovereignty and ferocity. While most of the books I had read as a child described a dragon's scales as precious shiny jewels, this dragon's scales were such a rich, opaque black that it seemed to make its shadow look gray in comparison. But as impressive and awe-inspiring as the dragon, that looked to be the size of a small house, was what made my heart truly tremble in fear, the boy below it. It was the boy with the unmistakable auburn hair and familiar uniform. Each step he took, he walked with the most subtle, faint, yet solid confidence I had ever seen. And seeping from his very pores was a rage so blatantly uncontained that I could only fear for whoever it was directed toward. The very air seemed to avoid his presence as the earth beneath him crumbled under his might. All of a sudden, I couldn't help but let out a choked laugh at how foolish I was for comparing him to Lucas. As my senses dimmed, my only thought was relief that I wouldn't have to witness what he would do to those that crossed his path. My only regret was not being able to see Lucas' expression of defeat in the end. Lucaswikes, POV, staring down at the professors struggling to stand back up the very mages that I strove to become, it was clear to me that their lives were in my hands. With my newfound powers, these so-called elites were now nothing more than ants to me. Enhanced cognitive processing capabilities for higher levels of spell casting, a nearly unlimited pool of mana for me to access and utilize, heightened reflexes along with strengthened physical prowess and dexterity. The elixir that Draniv had given me really fulfilled its purpose. Just like he had promised, it truly brought forth my full potential. It was obvious since early on that I was a gifted mage. However, being outshined by my older brother, Baron, my accomplishments were never able to satisfy my family's expectations. I had lived my childhood chasing after his insurmountable shadow, but no longer I felt like I had finally surpassed him. Easily wiping out the distinguished professors of this academy, it felt like I had actually transcended the realm of mortals, incomparable to even the highest of human, elven, and dwarven mages. So why was I feeling this way? This feeling of an icy claw gripping my innards, slowly twisting, slow freezing my insides. The palpable pressure in the air seemed to make the force of gravity in the vicinity stronger as he approached. Beads of cold sweat began forming, drenching my clothes as I unknowingly took a step back. Was I afraid? That was impossible. With my newfound powers, I was invincible. I was all-powerful. I was perfect. Welcome to the party, Arthur. You're just in time, I jeered, satisfied with the calm timbre of my voice. He said nothing as he continued his way toward me at a suspensefully slow pace. My gaze shifted from Arthur to the obsidian dragon behind him. I had read in a book that the dragon race had already gone extinct from being hunted down. I would normally be more taken aback, but at this point, compared to the terrifying intensity emanating from Arthur, his dragon looked no more threatening than a common lizard. His steps never faltered, never swayed as he approached the bell tower. I couldn't make out what sort of expression he had. His eyes were covered by his bangs. The atmosphere was deathly silent, as even the senseless mana beasts that Draniv controlled instinctively knew to prostrate in submission. Impressive pet. Did you think it could help you now? Look around you. All of Thisset was done by me, the professors that were so highly regarded. I stepped on them like disease-ridden pests. I chuckled, taking a few steps toward the boy I once regarded as my equal. The dragon behind him let out a deafening roar that made the surrounding audience wince in fear, but I didn't. No, as much as I hated to admit, it wasn't the dragon that gave me this feeling of unease, it was Arthur. Unaffected by my taunts, he wordlessly made his way towards me. Some of the students had already defeated Draniv's minions. Only a few mana beasts remained on my side. However, they were petrified in fear. Whether that was due to Arthur or the dragon, I would never know. As he got closer, it dawned on me. He wasn't even looking at me. His gaze had never been directed at me. My feet stayed glued to the ground, stunned, as he simply strode past, ignoring me and everyone else here. How dare he? I could easily crush him right now. He should be pleading, begging for me to spare him and his friends. But instead, he had the audacity to treat me like air. My clenched fists turned white. Passing by everyone else he knew, disregarding his dying or dead peers and friends, Arthur kneeled down in front of the elf princess. His dragon craned its neck down towards her as well, and for that long breath of a moment, there was only silence. Knowing exactly what to do, my lips curled up into a smirk. Let's see him ignore this. She was crying for you, you know, I taunted. No reaction. Oh sure, she stayed strong at first. It made it all the more satisfying seeing her break down. I chuckled. His shoulders twitched a bit. His dragon looked back at me, its eyes piercing me with a ferocity that might have frightened me before. You see, I wanted to play with your little elf princess more, but Draniv told me not to lay a hand on her. I was going to disagree at first, but an idea struck Muhet. Better way to break you than have you lay helplessly on the ground as you watch me cripple the girl you care for so much. My laugh echoed throughout the academy as everyone else watched, unable to even muster up the courage to utter a word. The dragon let out a grunt and looked like it was about to charge at me when it abruptly froze. My face twitched in rage as Arthur continued to wordlessly cling onto his little elf lover. He still chose to ignore me. Arthur Lewin, you dare ignore me, I roared. You think you're so much better than me. Let's see you go easy on me now. I'll break every bone in your body so you can only cry helplessly as I desecrate Tesha Wright. My words got caught in my throat as the ground abruptly splintered and crumpled underneath Arthur like a sheet of paper, making me stumble. I regained my balance and looked back up at Arthur, whose back was still facing me as he gently laid the elf princess back on the ground. All of a sudden, I was hit with the same sensation as earlier, the frigid, emotionless grip of a demon, twisting at my insides, wringing the air out of my lungs. As if the wind had been knocked out of me, air escaped my throat as choppy and shallow gasps. Unable to compose myself, I looked down at my hands to see that they were trembling. I realized it wasn't just my hands, but my whole body shuddered uncontrollably from the very core. What was happening to my body? Why was I reacting this way towards some boy my age? It should be impossible for him to be stronger than me, yet what was this sense of? He turned around. I would never have thought that something as simple as eye contact could be so terrifying until his pale blue eyes, sharp as a knife, met mine, and the remaining air in my lungs was sucked out. And suddenly I realized what I had been feeling the entire time, the word to describe the emotions I couldn't grasp. No, I refused to admit this. I ignored the inaudible scream of protest deep in my mind that was begging me to flee, to escape in the opposite direction from him. Oh, am I finally worthy of your attention? I spat out mockingly, struggling to keep my voice from shaking. Lucas. Arthur was a peasant who had such a banal background that his existence would normally amount to less than a retired mule, while I was born into the Wykes family, which birthed the most talented mages this continent had seen. Yet his voice rang with such glaring authority that it made me almost kneel on impulse. I thought of you as nothing more than a mere wasp I deemed unnecessary to kill, Arthur continued with a chill edge to his voice as he once again began walking towards me. But even the holiest of saints would swat it down, without hesitation, if said wasp so much as dared to sting him. His cold, emotionless eyes, empty and frozen, never broke contact with mine as a tangible bloodlust gripped at my limbs like shackles. He was comparing me to a bug. No, he truly saw me as a bug. Yet any words of rebuttal or protest refused to leave my mouth. Why? It wasn't supposed to be like this. My powers should now be greater than his. So why was this happening? How could a boy a year younger fright me more than Draniv? How many legions of men and beasts did he have to murder in order to possess such suffocating, oppressive killing intent? Even the very earth seemed heedful of Arthur as the ground sunk down with each step he took. My heart pounded harder and harder against my ribcage, as if it wanted to break out and escape. My vision blurred as cold beads of sweat rolled down from my forehead into my eyes. Tearing my gaze away from Arthur, I focused on Tesha. The dragon had curled up protectively around the elf princess, leaving me no opening to make use of her. Silently, as Arthur advanced closer, I saw it. In his eyes was a raging tempest, so hungry to create mayhem, just barely contained. But I was Lucas Wykes, second-born of Otis Vayer Wykes. Elite mages of Xyrus Academy had been brought to their knees by my overwhelming strength. Arthur was nothing, but a lowly Pazantha's only luck was being born with a decent talent for magic. My mind snapped into a state of desperation and frenzy as I fought down the burning desire to run. Him, scare me, never. I would rather die than plead for my life. Arthur Leywyn's POV, Tesha was okay. Bruises and scrapes were visible on her smooth, pale skin. Thankfully, they were only surface wounds. She was okay. It seemed like she had been drugged with an anesthetic to keep her unconscious temporarily. Yes, this was better. That way, she wouldn't have to be awake for all of this. She wouldn't have to witness what I was about to do. Sylvie, protect Tess. I'll be enough to handle him, I reassured my bond. This was my fault. I was a fool for letting Lucas live this long. This world had made me soft. My head continued to pound as I walked towards Lucas. Nothing else mattered. Not now, not until I took care of the pest. Stay back. Lucas stammered, a crazed look visible in his eyes. He prepared a spell as he retreated. I wonder if he'd realized that his spells were in fact eating away at his life force. It didn't matter, I'd kill him before he did himself. Hell's reign. He released his spell, dozens of flaming orbs scattering and floating around, growing increasingly larger. He continued to grin madly as his body visibly withered at the burden of the spell. The red flaming spheres turned blue as he further refined his magic. It seemed as though he was planning on taking not just me, but half the school down with him. Papa, Sylvie's worried voice echoed in my mind. It's fine. I could let him kill himself with his own spell right now, but he didn't deserve that. That would be too merciful a death for him. I needed him alive, at least until I got some answers. I wanted to destroy him instantly, but the whole disaster couldn't have been done by Lucas alone. Someone had to have forcibly overexerted his mana core to the point where even if I didn't kill him now, he would probably die on his own. Whatever it was he had taken made it possible for him to convert his life force into mana, thus draining him of his vitality. The odd discoloration of his skin and the mana beasts present were too much of a coincidence to not assume that it had something to do with the Vritras. By the look on your face, it seems you don't know what's about to happen. Do you think you could come out of this alive? Lucas hissed, drooling from the side of his mouth. Die, he spat, releasing his spell. The dozens of flaming blue orbs, each capable of burning down a building, shot towards me like cannonballs. I let out a crisp breath and muttered, second phase, Dragon's Awakening. My vision shifted into monochrome, the only colors I could register being the particles of mana. Absolute zero. The very air seemed to freeze as a curtain of white flame erupted around me before I was bombarded with Lucas' spell. I didn't have much time left in my second phase before the recoil hit. I needed answers before that happened. As the cloud of steam and debris began to clear, I could make out Lucas' figure, the deranged look on his face wiped clean, replaced by one of utter shock. How is that possible? And no, it wasn't supposed to be like this. How are you suddenly able to use ice attribute magic? He babbled as if he had just seen a ghost. Unrelentless, Lucas began chanting another spell, which surprisingly, by the amount of mana gathered in his right hand, was more powerful than the one prior. Creation Form, Infernal Lance. It was a type of spell I'd never seen before. As mana congregated, it manifested into a flaming blue partisan spear. What amazed me was that the mana particles hadn't simply formed the shape of a spear, but instead seemed to have transmuted into an actual burning spear. I hope you survive this one too. That way you can watch as I make your precious princess kiss my feet, he jeered, launching the flaming spear. Black Thunder. I shot out a condensed bolt of electricity with my right hand, while catching the shaft of Lucas' spear with my left. My arm lurched back from the force as an audible hiss resounded from the cloud of steam that rose due to the mesh of fire and ice. Gah! Lucas' shrill howl pierced through my ears. My arm. It hurts. My arm, he screamed. I continued walking towards Lucas, who was still pawing at the empty space where his left arm used to be. White fire, I muttered, and my left hand ignited in a pearl-colored flame. I was less than a foot away from Lucas as he continued to back away from me. Desecrate. Kiss your feet. I recited through gritted teeth. This isn't fair. Lightning magic. You're a Q Quadra Elemental. Lucas' voice trailed off as he stared in disbelief, his lips trembling as he noticed my lightning-clad arm. Yes, I am. Lucas' blood-curdling scream tore through the air as I gripped his remaining arm. The flames surrounding my left hand began to spread, slowly freezing his arm down to the very molecules. Tightening my grip, his arm shattered like glass as Lucas stared at the crumbling shards of what used to be his left arm. And no, how dare you, I'm Lucas Wykes. He spat out as fell weakly on his behind, his legs pushing away from me. Kicking him to his back, he gave me a venomous glare, any trace of sanity gone. Placing my foot on his right leg, I pinned him down. He wasn't a human anymore, not at this point. Downforce. Ghhhhh. Lucas spat out a mouthful of blood, his leg crumpled into a mess of crimson. Shattered bone fragments dotted the pool of red as it seeped through the cracks in the ground made by the increased gravitational force of my augmented foot. Another bone-splitting crunch echoed through the surrounding atmosphere before a shrill howl of pain promptly followed as I did the same to his other leg. Just like how the Vritra had left Aaliyah, limbless and slowly dying, inside the depths of a dungeon, it was only befitting to do the same to someone so vile. Picking Lucas up by the scruff of his uniform, I slapped his face to get his attention. Who was responsible for all of this, I asked. As his glossy eyes met mine, his expression deformed into a scowl before he spat blood at my face. You think you'll get any sort of answers from me? Puahaha, I'll tell you this, though. That incompetent fool you call your best friend's gone. They took him away to who knows where. I'll bet he's dead already. Have I dropped him on the ground? I had been so worried about Tesha that it hadn't registered in my mind the fact that Elijah had been caught up in all of this as well. I lifted my gaze as I scanned my surroundings for the first time since I had arrived. I could see the numerous students and professors peering at me with the unmistakable expression of fear. Yet out of all of those faces, Elijah really was nowhere to be seen. Where did they take Elijah? I roared out, hoping some Onanion would answer. They went through there, a hoarse voice spoke out. It was Clive. He pointed to an odd anvil-shaped contraption that had an abnormal amount of mana particles fluctuating in and around it. Who was it that took him? A mage that called himself Draniv, Clive replied, picking himself up. Was it a portal? Were my suspicions correct? Did the mastermind behind this really come from the continent of Alacria? It doesn't matter. He's probably dead anyways, and so will be the rest of you when he comes back. Lucas snickered as blood continued to leak from his two crippled legs. Looking at Lucas, a talented mage raised with the notion that his worth only amounted to his strength, who was glaring at me with neither guilt nor remorse for his actions and betrayal, I couldn't help but pity him. Almost. Lucas could have truly tortured and crippled Tesha if I had arrived too late. His earlier words still rang in my mind, haunting me with images of what could have happened if I hadn't made it in time. I placed my foot between his mangled legs at the only extremity left on his body besides his head, the only place he could have any sort of attachment to. What are you doing? His voice was tinged with a trace of fear. I looked him dead in the eye and responded with what only seemed appropriate, taking measures to ensure your filth won't spread to the next generation. His eyes widened at the impending realization as the stubs of his arms flailed. He opened his mouth to say something, but, may your suffering last onto your next life, I recited indifferently. Down. Arthur Leywan's POV, the firm, mana-imbued stamp of my foot against Lucas' pelvic region created a cacophony of snapping bones, squelching flesh, and splintering gravel, accompanied by a mind-numbingly shrill screech. At this point, Lucas, an accomplice responsible for so much havoc and death, the one that drove me to this point, was now nothing more than a dying body. His mouth frothed, with only the whites of his eyes showing, as he continuously mumbled incoherently. I lifted my leg up from the blood-soaked pumice of the one that dared to harm those dear to me, and once again I was glad that Tess was asleep for all of this. The disaster that had befallen us was over. The perpetrator that had killed 3 professors and was responsible for the deaths of many more was now fatally wounded, slowly dying. Yet no one rejoiced. There was still fear in everyone's eyes, except when it was once directed toward Lucas, it was now directed toward me. In the midst of this silence was a palpable tension radiating from everyone present, student and staff. It had been a long time since I received stares like these. I relished it then, priding myself in my domineering strength, but now only a helpless sigh escaped my lips. A searing pain spread throughout my body as I was forcibly reverted out of second phase. My hair shortened as my long, silvery white hair changed back to its normal short, auburn shade. The runes that ran down my arms and back faded as my vision returned to normal, although strained. The recoil hit me a lot less this time than when I went up against the Elderwood Guardian. Although I didn't pass out, I hadn't used my mana very efficiently. While trying to make a statement, I used gravity magic which strained me since, without the help of my beast will, I normally wouldn't be able to use it. Still, I was barely able to keep my body from toppling over as I lifted my hand to deliver the final blow, when a sudden piercing ring interrupted me, drawing my, and everyone else's, attention. The red-tinted barrier that surrounded the school shattered from above. The broken fragments of the barrier fluttered down, reflecting the vibrancy of the Aurora constellation that was almost in full bloom. In the night sky, the blood-stained academy instantly turned into a scene from a fairy tale. Descending amongst the shimmering rain of the broken barrier shards were 3 figures. Even before I could make out their identities, the terrifying pressure they radiated told me exactly who they were: the Lances. A strained, gurgled gasp escaped from Lucas. With my attention focused on the Lances, I didn't realize he had gained enough awareness to speak. Looking down, I noticed Luca's eyes fixed toward the lance as he spoke again, this time more distinctly. Bebra. Before I could even react to what he had said, a sudden surge of light struck me in the chest, barreling me straight into the bell tower with such force that I broke through the mana-enforced wall, buried underneath the rubble. Vomiting up blood and what felt like my intestines, I tried pulling myself out, but it felt as if my entire body was glued against the wall. Confused and disoriented, I tried to make out, with my blurred vision, the one who casted the spell. It was one of the lances. I wasn't able to make out much more than his indistinct figure through my unfocused eyes, but before he was able to fire another shot, I caught sight of Sylvie, unleashing a blast of fire at him. "Sylvie, no, you can't fight them," I called out to her, my voice sounding weak even in my head, but it was too late. He blocked the blast like it was a toy ball before one of the other lances trapped Sylvie in a dome of ice. Even though every bone in my body felt like it was getting sawed in half and my head felt as if it had been punctured repeatedly, I was able to make a bit more sense of what was happening. From her modestly curved figure and long white hair, the lance that had trapped Sylvie in the cage of ice was female, and from the looks of it, Sylvie wasn't able to break or melt it. Despite the position I was in, I couldn't help but feel relieved that she had only been caged. It sure as hell beat the other options that the lance could have chosen. Meanwhile, the lance that had attacked me had kneeled down beside Luca's. He seemed to be fairly young, maybe in his late 20s, and looking closely at his face. From the high-bridged, straight nose up to his narrow eyes, there was a very distinct resemblance to Luca's. The last, much older lance didn't waste any time to gather and organize the remaining students and professors. He was already interviewing some of the students, nodding in response to their accounts and turning his head to look at me. Whether it was because of how disoriented I was or of how worried I was for Sylvie, it took me until now to piece it all together. Lucas had called out, "Brother," to the lance that attacked me. Before I could even curse my own bad luck, the lance I could only assume to be Luca's brother stormed towards me as his body released a torrent of yellow lightning. Death is not enough for the you. To do something so atrocious to a Wykes, to my brother. He didn't speak loudly. In fact, it almost sounded calm, yet his voice carried an alarming clarity that felt as if he had spoken directly into my ear. A storm of electricity trailed around him, dancing like restless cobras craving to be released as he made his way towards me. I tried to move my body, but after a few desperate struggles, I realized I had been essentially crucified to the wall by what seemed like electromagnetism. Despite the situation, I couldn't help but praise the amount of control he had over lightning. For him, there was no need to concentrate on manipulating mana into lightning like I had to. Lightning simply bent and danced to his will like it was another limb on his body. Turning my gaze towards Sylvie, who was still desperately trying to escape from the ice cage, and back to the lightning-clad lance, I finally realized just what white core mages were capable of. "Baron, you are not to lay a hand on him," the older lance ordered as he finished talking with one of the professors. "Ha!" Baron turned his head over his shoulder to look back. "That boy tormented and humiliated my brother before killing him, Alfred, and you're saying that I am not to harm him. Do you wish to go against me as well?" The coils of lightning surrounding Baron thickened, obliterating anything they touched. "The boy was the one who saved everyone here from your brother. And since when did you grow enough hair on your balls to think that you could challenge me?" The man named Alfred spat back. I used this chance to try and shift back into second phase, hoping I could gather enough strength to at least escape, but it was useless. My body wasn't even able to gather mana at this point. Turning my attention back to the two lances, I could tell that Baron was visibly confused. Still, whether it was because of his pride or his doubt, he chose to persist. "Do not test me, Alfred. I am in no mood to participate in your folly. My brother died in my arms. It is only just that I do what his killer did to him." He whipped his head, glaring back at me with pure venom in his eyes. Baron began making his way towards me again when suddenly, two coal-black knights erected from the ground beside him, pinning him down. "Alfred," Baron roared as he struggled in the grasps of the two knights that seemed unaffected by the lightning surrounding him. Baron suddenly unleashed a shockwave, knocking away the two stone knights before he charged towards Alfred. Lightning manifested around his flattened hand, turning it into a crackling lance. Alfred had already turned his entire right arm into a gauntlet of hardened lava, but just as the two were about to exchange blows, the female lance appeared between them. Enough. Instantly, both Baron and Alfred were trapped up to their necks in a coffin of ice. There was no gradual decrease in temperature of the air or water in the atmosphere to trigger the freezing process. The space around the two lances simply froze, and despite the gauntlet of lava surrounding Alfred's right arm, the ice didn't even hiss or steam. "Baron, you are not the one to make this decision. It is up to the council to determine what to do with the boy and the dragon," she said, not a tinge of emotion in her voice, to a degree at which Kathleen suddenly seemed like the protagonist in a soap opera in comparison. Even as she stared at my giant obsidian dragon, there was no emotion. She regarded her as something akin to a lamp post. Assuming that the two had cooled down, the female lance dissipated the coffin of ice, when Baron suddenly whipped around and shot a bullet of lightning directly at me, but was immediately blocked by an ice wall conjured with a swift motion of her hand. Fluidly, the female lance swung her arm towards Baron's neck as a thin sword of ice manifested in her hand, drawing a crisp arc as she slashed, just deep enough to draw blood. She kept her blade pressed against Baron's throat. Insubordination will not be tolerated, she said tersely as ice slowly spread from the tip of her blade onto his neck. By this time, I had already given up on escaping. If I had thought that me shifting into second phase gave me a chance at running away, I rescinded that statement as I watched the female lance manhandle the other two with frightening speed. Baron eventually relented, not missing the chance to give me one more deathly glare. I won't lie, I might have winked back at him. After less than an hour, the lances had gathered enough information from the witnesses to piece together what exactly had happened. This granted me the privilege of being graciously unmagnetized by Baron, and instead having my legs and arms shackled together in cuffs of ice. I found the chance during that time to tell her that the dragon was my bond, and for the first time since seeing her, she had a change in expression, a slight raise of her left brow. She freed Sylvie from the cage as soon as she transformed back into her miniature fox form, chaining her to my shackles as well. After leaving me, guarded by one of Alfred's summoned knights, Baron and the female lance worked to completely destroy the barrier, as the older lance gathered all of the students and professors with the help of his other 10 summoned knights. I couldn't help but admire the barrier that covered the school. It was very well devised, seeing as it allowed access but restricted everyone from going back out. Moreover, the lances had to break the barrier first, which meant that it most likely restricted who was allowed to enter. Tess, as well as all of the other captives, were still unconscious during the whole ordeal. Eventually, after the two of them completely destroyed the barrier, a team of mages sent by the Adventurers Guild and Mages Guild hurriedly made their way to the scene, promptly healing all of those who needed immediate attention and taking away everyone who had been injured to a medical facility. It was chaos, sobbing families of the students involved, people that looked like reporters furiously scribbling into their notebooks, and noisy bystanders all gathered around the front gate of the academy, hoping to get a better glimpse of what had happened. Fortunately, the two guilds had taken precautionary measures to make sure no one came too close to the academy at some point. There were gates erected all around the campus to keep anyone from trespassing, with uniformed guards stationed every few meters or so. Forced to stay behind until further instructions were given, I made sure to keep close to the female lance so that Baron had no way of launching another quick attack at me. Arthur, I whipped my head to find the source of the familiar voice. After a few moments of looking around, I found my family waving at me from behind the gates. Even from this distance, the look of concern was visibly etched onto the faces of my parents as my father even tried to jump over the gate, only to get held down by one of the guards. I could tell my sister had been crying as she was clutching onto my mother's sleeve. Next to her was Vincent and Tabitha, who I assumed were searching for their daughter. Am I allowed to talk to my family? I asked the female lance, my voice coming out a lot more feeble than I expected. Baron immediately replied, "After what you did to my brother, you think you have the right to make requests like..." "Boy, I'll take you to your family," Alfred interrupted. I didn't have the strength or the freedom in my limbs to properly walk, so Alfred's summon had to carry me there. Being held over the shoulder like a sack of rice wasn't exactly the way I wanted to appear in front of the crowds of people present, but I was in no position to say otherwise. The summoned knight let me down surprisingly gently in front of my family. Alfred stood behind me, turning his back, whether he did that out of courtesy or out of caution that Baron might shoot at us both from the back. I frankly didn't need to know. There was a tense moment of silence as they stared at me, unable to find the right words. Taking a look at my body, I cursed under my breath. I had dried blood crusted around my mouth and clothes from when I had vomited blood, and both of my feet were dyed in a crimson red. My clothes were in tatters, and I was as pale as I felt. All in all, I looked like a homeless vampire that had just feasted on someone and then proceeded to dance in their pool of blood. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Ellie." I tried to smile, but that seemed to make them even more worried. "Arthur, my baby, are you okay?" My mother stretched her arm through the fence and I gripped her hand. "Son, what happened in there?" my father asked, worry creasing into his furrowed brows. "I'm fine, Mom. I've seen better days, but I'll be okay with a bit of rest. And even I don't know everything myself, Dad." I shook my head, tightening my grip on my mother's hand to reassure her. I turned my gaze to Ellie, who was still looking at me with an expression that still seemed to be deciding whether to be angry, sad, or relieved. "Why are you cuffed?" my father spoke again, his eyes on the transparent shackles that bound my feet and hands to each other. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't want to simply tell them I had killed someone and was probably going to be under investigation. My father might understand, but I didn't want to have to say it in front of Mother and Ellie. As I was looking for the words to properly explain, I noticed the female lance approaching with an open scroll in her hands. I stood back up awkwardly due to the shackles binding my feet to face the female lance. Without making eye contact, she began reading aloud from the scroll. Arthur Lewin, son of Reynolds and Alice Lewin. The council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, your monocore will be restrained, your title as a mage will be stripped, and you will be incarcerated until further judgment. The crinkled sound as she rolled up the communication scroll echoed through my mind, clearly audible despite the massive crowd gathered around me. She finally looked up to meet my gaze, effective immediately. Arthur Leywans POV, Arthur Lewin, son of Reynolds and Alice Lewin. The council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive stances involved, your monocore will be restrained, your title as a mage will be stripped, and you will be incarcerated until further judgment. Effective immediately, followed by those words from the female lance's mouth, were three distinct reactions from the people around me. The first reaction was made by the curiously ignorant. They eyed me with looks of perplexion, studying my appearance as they tried to fit me with the edict that had been read aloud by the female lance, inconclusive stances, excessive violence. I could feel their cautious skepticism as they silently tried to figure out how a boy, who was barely a teen, could cause the council itself to issue the verdict instead of the city governor. The second reaction was made by the ever-foolish faces of the all-accepting crowd, those that blindly worship the council, as well as all forms of higher authority. They took the words written on the communication artifact as God's truth and looked at me with eyes of condemnation. Their whispers could even be heard from where I was standing as their eyes narrowed into a disdainful glare, believing that I was somehow responsible for everything that had happened inside the academy. The third reaction was one that I had thought I would only receive from my family. No, to my surprise, the students and faculty that were involved in the incident, those that had the strength to still speak, all cried out in protest. Because my family was the closest, I could hear them the most clearly. Incarcer. Your Honor, there must be some sort of mistake, my mother voiced out from behind the fence. Yes, I'm sure that there is an explanation for all of this. My son would never. There must be an explanation for all of this, my father amended, knowing perfectly well what I was capable of. There were other outcries of protest, some from students I recognized as well as from those who were simply stating the truth, all of which were ignored by the female lance. This makes no sense. How dare you punish the one who actually did some good? If it wasn't for Arthur, you lances wouldn't have had anyone left to save. I turned my head towards the source of the voice. To my surprise, it was Kathleen Glader. She was marching in my direction with unbridled fury in her eyes, an expression I had neither seen nor expected from her. I will see to it that my mother and father will rescind this decree at once. Your father and mother were the ones, along with King and Queen Graceunders, that had voted in favor of this judgment, the female lance promptly interrupted. While her words were respectful, her expression and tone could only be depicted as indifferent and rude. Before Kathleen could get any closer, her brother held her back. I couldn't hear what he had told her, but the princess finally relented, her face still red and body shaking. I knew that no matter how much I tried to reason with the female lance, she wouldn't listen. Letting me go wasn't her decision to make. Can I speak to my family one last time before you take me? I asked, my voice coming out more sullen than I had wished. After receiving a terse nod from the female lance, I walked back to where my parents were leaning against the fence. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other, not knowing how to begin. Don't look so sad, guys. Things will be better after this misunderstanding gets cleared up. I let out a wide grin, hoping to mask my uncertainty. I had allies within the council, but there were too many unknown factors at work here. I wasn't so worried for myself as I was for Sylvie. To have a dragon alive in our continent wasn't a matter that could be waved off. My facade must have faltered when I was focusing on my thoughts. My parents' expressions changed as both of them gazed at me, wide-eyed and afraid. Why you? You honestly have no idea if you'll be able to come back to us, do you? I couldn't meet my mother's eyes as she stuttered, her voice dripping with worry. I instead focused on her hand. Her fingers were deathly pale and her nails red from how hard she was clenching onto the iron fence. Brother, you're not going to anywhere, right? This is all a joke, right? Right. Ellie's face was a pale shade of crimson, and I could tell she was doing her best to keep from breaking into sobs. I kneeled down so I could be at eye level with my sister. As I studied her childish face, I could hardly believe that she was already 10. One of my biggest regrets was not being able to be by her side as she grew up. I had met my sister for the first time when she was 4, and even after that, I was only with her for weeks at a time. While looking at her, I could only hope that the next time I see her wouldn't be when she was a teen or an adult. I got back up, prying my gaze from Ellie, whose face had been so tensed up that her lips were almost white. I'll definitely return home. I turned back around just in time for my eyes to water without their notice. The lance named Alfred conjured a stone knight beneath me, lifting me up as the female lance separated me from Sylvie, carrying her in an orb of conjured ice. Approaching us was Lance Baron carrying the wrapped corpse of his deceased younger brother, as his gaze continued to pierce through me with pure venom. Like that, we departed. Baron informed the others that he would be making a detour to his family's house to deliver Luca's body for a proper funeral. I wasn't sure if becoming a white core mage came with the ability to fly, but all three of the lances were capable of flying without the need to invoke any spells, including the conjured knight that was carrying me. My eyes stayed fixed on Xyrus Academy as it grew increasingly smaller the farther we flew. The place itself didn't mean much to me, but my time at the school inside the floating city of Xyrus had been one as an ordinary student mage. I was considered gifted then, but I was still just a student. As the distance between me and the academy increased, I had the notion that I was leaving my life as an ordinary student behind. We traveled wordlessly through the sky as all attempts to start a conversation had been shot down. As gentle as they were in how they treated me, to them I was still a prisoner waiting to be judged. "Papa, what's going to happen to us?" Sylvie voiced in my head. "I'm not sure, Sylv, don't worry though. We'll be okay," Iria assured. Even without her replying back, I could sense the emotions she was feeling: uncertainty, fear, confusion. It was impossible to tell exactly how far we had traveled south, as all I could see below us was the grand mountains that divided the continent of Dicathan in half. We should stop here for the night. The female lance descended into the mountains, as Lance Alfred and the stone knight carrying me followed shortly after. We landed in a small clearing on the edge of the grand mountains facing the beast glades. I was still chained together, so I sat leaning against a tree, watching Alfred erect a campsite out of the earth. "Hold still, Arthur Lewin." Without waiting for me to respond, the female lance clamped an artifact over my sternum. Instantly, I felt mana drain out of my core as the device sunk deeper into my skin. My magic won't help me escape from you guys, so why the sudden precaution?" I asked through gritted teeth. The sensation of your mana being forcibly contained wasn't a pleasant feeling. "There are other ways you can make trouble," she replied tersely before taking the sleeping Sylvie and retreated into one of the stone huts that Alfred had conjured. "How could I even?" I muttered under my breath, annoyed. "It's because we're so close to the beast glades." I turned my head towards Alfred, who took a seat on the ground next to me as he let out a sigh. "You guys are the lances, though. Are you saying that there are mana beasts that even you guys aren't capable of beating?" I asked, a little taken aback by his approach. "I haven't met one so far, but the beast glades hold many mysteries that even the lances have to be wary of, especially at night when the more powerful beasts roam. Despite our powers, boy, we're still humans, so we can still die. With all of the strange events happening these days, one can never be too careful." There was a brief silence that was only accompanied by the low howling winds. "What am I doing, telling all of this to a little kid?" he sighed. I just shook my head, probably because you've been stuck with miserable company for the past few days. I was surprised when the old lance erupted into a fit of laughter. "You're right about that, boy. Let me tell you, spending time with Vari and Barian together is more stress-inducing than any SS mana beast I've ever fought." Vari, so that was the female lance's name. "Let me ask you this, boy. I'm curious as to how you became such a capable mage at your young age." "How do you know I'm capable? You've never seen me fight," I challenged. "I've heard Baron tell me about his younger brother, the one you killed. I'd also gathered stories from the students while helping some of them just now too," he answered, a curious look depicted on his aged face as he studied me. We spent a bit more time talking to each other, but while Alfred seemed amiable, he was also very guarded. I wasn't able to pry out any sort of information from him, except those that I could find out on my own. He conversed professionally without revealing anything crucial, as did I in spite of our little dance of social intricacy in the form of polite conversation. There was a subtle tension between us as he weaved my questions into jokes. We tiptoed around each other with our light words as we tried to, at least, procure hints to satisfy our curiosity. After an hour of fruitless effort on both sides, Alfred suggested I get some sleep. As expected of the lances, while Alfred wasn't as outright distant as the others, he was, in a way, more mysterious. Alfred hadn't been so kind as to make me a stone hut as he did for himself and Vere. Without a shelter and the protection of mana, the sharp winds sent chills throughout my body, making myself as small as possible as I lay curled against the tree. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I was rudely awakened as a stone knight picked me up like a sack of rice. "Hi, best friend," I patted the conjured golem indifferently as I was whisked away back into the air. "Sylv, how are you holding up?" I asked my bond. "I'm okay, Papa. It feels a little stuffy in here though, but it's comfortable," Sylv replied. Her emotions were linked with mine, so I was careful in making sure not to leak any of the worry that I was feeling to her by accident. I wasn't so much worried about what the council would do to me, it was my Usra bond that I was worried about. As we flew over the beast glades, I realized just how big our continent was. The diverse terrain of the mana beasts never ended. We pa-s, said through deserts, gra-s, slands, snow-capped mountains, and rocky canyons. It wasn't once or twice that I spotted a mana beast large enough to be seen clearly from where we were flying. Alfred and Vare constantly released a surge of killing intent, warding off all of the mana beasts within our vicinity. Still, there were more than a few times where we took a detour while the two lances withdrew their auras. I couldn't help but think that Vare had put the mana restriction artifact on me so that I don't purposely attract the attention of dangerous and territorial mana beasts. I had to commend her, as that was something I would probably do to get away. I was curious, though, whether I had the ability to survive this deep in the beast glades or not. My internal debate didn't last long as Vare suddenly stopped. She took out the communication scroll that she had used to read the council's sentencing before carefully looking around. "We are here," she said. I looked around in the sky, but it was blatantly obvious that the only thing around us were the birds dumb enough to venture close to flying humans. Just as I was about to speak my mind, Vare held up her hand as if she was searching for something in the air. With a soft click, the sky split apart to reveal a metal staircase. Alfred let out a smirk upon seeing my gaping mouth. "Welcome to the council's floating castle." My eyes stayed fixed on the iron staircase aged with dents and rust, until the roar of mana beasts below shook me from my daze. Looks like some of the more keen mana beasts have sensed the castle. "We should hurry if we don't want any unnecessary trouble," Alfred voiced out to no one in particular. Peering down from the sky, we could faintly make out the subtle movements of a few huge mana beasts that were shrouded in the dense cluster of trees. Replied Vare, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but simply accepting his point. The stone knight that had me slung over its shoulder gently lowered me onto the base of the flight of stairs before crumbling into sand and reconstructing itself into a cape as it fastened itself around Alfred's shoulder. "We dwarves always carry a bit of dirt with us wherever we go." Alfred winked at me upon noticing my surprised expression. The door closed behind us, and while I thought we would be surrounded by darkness, a moss-like substance covering the walls began glowing with a soft, blue light. Vare dissipated the ice cuffs that shackled my legs together so I could walk on my own and took the lead while Alfred followed closely behind us. We must have trudged on for at least an hour up the seemingly endless flight of stairs when I voiced out my frustration. "Is there no faster way to go up than climbing this absurd amount of stairs?" I sighed. My body might be stronger than most humans, even without my mana core due to the assimilation process I had gone through, but I was still growing impatient at the wasted time. "Magic cannot be used at all of the entrances," Vare answered immediately, a hint of impatience in her already cold voice. I let out another deep breath and trudged along silently. Stealing a glance at my bond, as expected, Sylvie was sleeping a lot more than usual due to her recent transformation to her draconic form. Winsome had explained to me about the different forms that Usuras could utilize depending on the situation, but I never knew how much of a toll it took on Sylvie to release her draconic form. It couldn't be helped, however, since Sylvie was basically a newborn in the eyes of deities who could live for what I can only imagine to be thousands of years, if not more. Lost in my thoughts, I hadn't realized that Vare had stopped. "Oof," I let out a surprised grunt as I emped into her. The female lance was just a tad taller than me, but I was a step below her, so my face had only hit her back. However, my arms were cuffed in front of me, and they had hit someplace a bit more. Intimate? I hadn't thought much of it, but to my surprise, Vare reacted in a way I would not have expected. She let out a rather effeminate little squeal as she jumped forward. Whipping around to face me, I could see her face flash in embarrassment and surprise before immediately contorting into a fearsome glare that could drench someone in cold sweat. Collecting herself, she turned back around and placed her hand at the end of the stairwell before muttering softly, "We are here." Gazing behind me, Alfred just gave an amused smirk before shrugging his shoulders and nudging me forward. A glaring light seeped through the crevice of the wall that had split apart. As my eyes adjusted, I could finally make out what was ahead. A brightly lit corridor with an arched ceiling stretched from where we were, walls covered with mysterious designs carved onto every visible facet and corner. The engraved runes made the corridor seem more like a memorial etched with names of the deceased than a luxurious decoration. Each engraving and design seemed to hold a purpose and meaning. There were simple chandeliers hung from the ceiling every few meters apart, but while the hall was brightly lit, the white light gave off a cold, emotionless feel, reminding me of the hospitals back in my old world. "Now that we're inside the actual castle itself, it is best not to converse with us or any of the lances," he whispered with an unusual chill to his voice as we entered through the rather crudely made door. We walked in silence, with only the echoes of our footsteps filling the hall. On either side were doors that didn't match the metallic corridor. There were doors of different colors and material, all quite distinct from one another. The corridor didn't seem to have an end, but luckily, Vare stopped us at a seemingly random door to our left along the way. She knocked on the door without pause until it swung inward, revealing an armored bear of a man. I took a closer look at him. "My lords," the guard immediately knelt down with his head bowed. "Rise," Vere replied coolly. The guard stood back up, but did not make eye contact with either of the two lances. Instead, his gaze was fixed on me as he regarded me both curiously and cautiously. "Tell the council of our arrival." Alfred waved the guard away impatiently. The armored man took another quick bow and disappeared behind a hidden black door that looked to be a part of the wall. After a few minutes, the guard came back out and fully opened the door for us, allowing us in. Lance Zero and Lance Balrog have been given permission to meet the council, along with the prisoner named Arthur Lewin. I looked at Alfred, raising a brow. As he walked past me, he muttered, "Bah, code names," as if Embarrass said. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile before trailing behind the two lances. Whatever awaited ahead would most likely determine my future, but all I could think of was what the code names for all the other lances were. As I said the guard and stepped through the hidden door, I could immediately sense the change in the atmosphere. We were in a large circular room with a high-rise ceiling that seemed to be made entirely of glass. The room was simply decorated, with only a long, rectangular table at the very back. 6 chairs, each seated with one of the members of the council, were facing the three of us as they looked at me, every one of them with different expressions. "Your Majesties." Alfred and Vere both bowed towards the council as the former kings and queens rose from their seats. Not knowing what exactly the custom dictated in situations like this, I followed after the two lances and bowed as well. "Ignorant, do you think of yourself on the same level as the lances? You should take a knee at the very least as a sign of respect," a husky voice boomed. I looked up to see that it was the former dwarf king, Dawsid Graysunders. He sported a bushy brown beard that spilled from his chin and covered his upper torso. He had a barrel of a chest covered by an adorned leather armor that seemed like it was restraining his muscles rather than protecting them. However, looking at his soft, uncalloused hand twiddling the gold wine flute, I had second thoughts as to whether those muscles were ever put to use or if they was simply just for show. I had a hard time controlling my face as it contorted into a look of annoyance, but before I could rebut back, I caught sight of Alduin Aralith, Tesh's father and the former elf king. He gave me a quick shake of the head with a worried expression on his face. Clenching my jaw, I relented. "My apologizes, your majesties. I am but a boy from the countryside, uneducated in the ways of proper manners," I said through gritted teeth, taking a knee. HMPH. He plopped back down on his seat, crossing his arms. Even as he sunk back into his chair, it was impossible to ignore the STURDY frame that the former dwarf king had. The veins on his arms stretched with every little movement. Paired with a great bristling beard and dark, heavy eyes, even as a dwarf, he looked much larger than he really was. Now. I'm sure the journey had been long and everyone's eager to get started. Vere, uncuff Arthur. Curtis' father, Blaine Glader, was the one that had just spoken. The female lance dissipated the frozen cuffs that bound my wrists but let the slumbering Sylvie inside the frozen orb as I surveyed the rulers of this continent. It had been years since I last saw Blaine and Priscilla Glader, but besides the few extra wrinkles, little had changed about them. I noticed that the former queen did look a bit fatigued, but her expression did not give that away at all. It was the first time seeing the former dwarf queen, but she was just as I had expected. She had a defined, square jaw with sharp eyes and dark hair pulled straight back into a ponytail. Her broad shoulders strained the fabric of her simple brown blouse as she stayed seated upright on her chair. Alduin and Muriel Aralith, however, seemed to have aged the most. While it had merely been days since I had last seen them, I wasn't surprised, since their only daughter had been the center of Dranive's act of terrorism. The two lances that had escorted me here took a few steps back from me as I looked up at the council. "And need I remind you that we are here as leaders of this Ned continent, not fathers," Dawsid interjected, pounding his fists on the table. This boy mutilated one of his fellow schoolmates before killing him. "Shall I read the description one of the scouts so kindly sent to us?" Priscilla shook her head, trying to quell the situation. "Dawsid, I hardly think it's necessary." Both legs crushed into mush past the mid-thigh. Left arm dismembered and cauterized past the elbow. Right arm frozen and crushed. Genitals. As the former dwarf king continued to read off of the scroll, even he seemed to have a hard time saying what was coming up next. Genitals along with the pelvic bone crushed and... "I think that's enough, Dawsid," Alduin warned. "It seems I've made my point. Yes, it's all convenient and everything that this boy happened to save the entire school, but it did not justify the torment he put his schoolmate through. To me, I can only see this as him using this whole fiasco as an excuse to get revenge on someone who he's clearly had enmity with since the past," Dawsid said coldly. "You can't be saying that this boy's main motive for delving blindly into such a dangerous scene was just to seek revenge. And even if he did, what of it? You can't prove to anyone here what Arthur's motives were. He did what we couldn't do in times of need, and that was potentially save every student inside Xyrus, Alduin barked back, his face turning more and more red. Yes, and that is why I'm not suggesting we kill the boy. We just need to merely cripple him as a mage. It was the former dwarf queen that spoke this time. The cold indifference in her voice seemed to even make her husband falter for a moment. What my wife, Glodera, said is exactly my thoughts as well. This boy is too dangerous if left alone. Imagine if he and his pet dragon decides to make enemies out of us. My ears perked up at the mention of Sylvie. My God, do you hear yourself? You sound like a paranoid criminal. Blaine, Priscilla, what do you have to add to all of this? Tesha's mother asked, shaking her head, disconcerted. Muriel, my husband and I both agree with you on this, speaking as a parent, Priscilla said evenly, her distant gaze switching back and forth from Sylvie and I, but it is best to consider the Graysunders' view as well. What they say with the entirety of the continent at stake. So what we cripple the boy and kill the dragon, all for the off chance that the boy might harbor ill feelings toward us and decide to get revenge. Alduin nearly yelled as he stood up, facing the other leaders. Alduin, know your place. Don't think you are on the same level as us just because you sit here. May I remind you of your inability to even take care of your own lances. Dossid growled menacingly as he pointed accusingly at the former elf king. This continent is potentially at the brink of war, and you were careless enough to lose one of our biggest trump cards. Your majesties. Was I brought here to simply hear my judgment, or am I allowed? You will not speak until you are instructed to, Dossid roared, cutting me off. I refuse to any claims this boy is trying to make. He could say that the God of Iron himself spoke to him and ordered him to do all of this, but it does not change what he had done and what he will be able to do if left alone. The scouts are still in the middle of gathering accounts from the witnesses. I see no point in me being here if I am not even allowed to speak and give my account on what happened and why it happened the way it did. I did my best to control the volume and tone of my voice, but I could tell it was coming out a lot sharper than I had wanted it to. You're right, there is no need for this prisoner to be here. Alfred, lock him up in one of the lower cells and keep him there until further orders. Also, lock his pet in a vault. Glodera Graysunders responded for her husband, waving her hand toward us. Dossid, Glodera, the council is not for you to run and order as you see fit. Aya, Alduin growled. Behind him, a figure masked in the shadows kneeled, awaiting a command. Stand down, elf. Remember that you only have one lance at your disposal. There was heavy tension as the elf king and dwarf king locked eyes. Alduin was the one to concede as he reluctantly sat back in his chair. For a brief moment as I was picked up by Alfred's stone knight, our gazes met. I could see the unrelenting determination in his gaze as he gave me a firm nod. I bit my tongue and chose to stay silent. It was obvious that the former dwarf king and queen were all for crippling me, while the Gladers remained neutral since much is still unknown. I was going to have to rely on Alduin and Muriel if Sylvie and I were going to get home unscathed. As the stone knight carried me through a different door and down a flight of stairs, I tried to talk to Alfred with little results. Taking a look around, it seemed like your typical castle dungeon where prisoners of war and traitors were held. I was in just one of the many cells, but much of the area was covered by shadows that the light of the few burning torches couldn't reach. This will be your cell, Arthur. Your bond will be placed elsewhere. The summoned knight carrying me suddenly crumbled into dust upon reaching my dungeon chamber. I landed rather unimpressively on my knees and elbows as Alfred shut the metal cage. Ouch, he could have warned me, I muttered aloud, brushing the dust off of my knees. That voice, Arthur Lewin. My head bolted up at the sound of the feeble, yet familiar sound. Director Goodsky. Director Goodsky, I sputtered incredulously. Why, yes. Although director doesn't seem to be appropriate anymore seeing as how I was stripped of that title. Who would have imagined I'd meet you in here, Arthur, she replied weakly, and by the audible pant in her speech, it seemed as if she had suffered considerably. Stripped of your title, I don't understand. What is going on here? Why are you here, director? I leaned against the metal bars of my cage in hopes to hear her more clearly. From the source of her voice, I deduced that her cell was diagonally opposite my own, but because of the way the torchlights were set up, most of the cells were still in darkness. We will get to that later. Arthur, how did you end up being locked up? With your ability, I assumed you would be able to fend well enough for yourself or at least escape if necessary. There was a hint of despair in Cynthia's voice as she asked me. Tesha was held captive by Lucas, and I had to use most of my mana to fight him. When two of the lances appeared, I didn't have enough strength to escape, I sighed. I apologize, I don't quite follow. The half-elf boy Lucas. It was obvious that Director Goodsky wasn't aware at all of the recent happenings at her own academy, which I found unsurprising since she would have surely been there to help if she had known. I filled her in as detailed as I could in the quiet of the dungeon, only being able to assume that her silence was indication that she was fervently listening. It was hard to tell whether the other cells had prisoners inside as well, but the information I was revealing wasn't exactly confidential, so I caught Goodsky up until the events of what had just happened with the council. Can you describe for me how exactly the boy Lucas seemed to you when you fought against him? Goodsky asked. Apart from the massive increase in his mana manipulation capabilities, I noticed that his physical appearance was different as well. Let's see, he had this sickly gray skin tone as well as dark lines, which I assumed to be his veins, running down his face, neck, and arms. His hair color had changed too. It wasn't blonde like I remembered it to be, but it was more of a dusty black and white color. The Wykes family had always been known to have a keen fondness of elixirs, no matter what the side effects may have been. No elixir on this continent has the capabilities to enhance the user's mana core that drastically, Arthur. And you weren't able to catch a glimpse of what the leader of this whole disaster looked like. Director Goodsky interrupted, her voice edged with frustration. Unfortunately, I didn't arrive in time to see him. Why? I just wanted to confirm some things, but I think I already have a basic understanding of the whole situation. I knew it was bound to happen, but not this soon. They're moving forward with the plan much too quickly. I could hear the director's footsteps echoing as she paced inside of her cell. What do you mean you knew it was bound to happen? Who are they? Director Goodsky. I'm beginning to have a nagging suspicion that I truly hope I could denounce as simply my lack of judgment. There was a brief pause from both of us where only the flickering snaps of the torch's flames broke the still silence of the dungeon. I cannot say, Arthur. I am bound by forces beyond anything either one of us can hope to go against. I am truly sorry. A binding. I see, how convenient. And is there a way to remove this binding? I asked in response, sounding more sardonic than I had meant to. I have searched for decades on this matter, and all were futile. Director Goodsky let out a deep breath, ignoring my tone. Then the reason you are locked up here is because. From what you have told me and based on what I already know, it seems I have been made a scapegoat that the council wishes to utilize as a convenient excuse for all that has happened recently. Why would the council need a scapegoat? I cannot say the reason for this as well, she replied. There was clear frustration in her tone, but not directed at me, but rather at herself. Arthur, it is painful for me to continue talking about this. Even the very thought of mentioning what I know to someone activates the curse. We should both get some rest, heaven knows we'll be needing it. Letting out a sigh, I stepped away from the metal gate and leaned my back against the rigid stone wall of my cell. Even without the artifact binding my mana core, I was still unable to use any sort of magic here. With nothing else to do, my mind began racing with different thoughts. We were inside of a floating castle, located above one of the deepest ends of the Beast Glades. Assuming that I could escape with Sylvie and Director Goodsky, would we even be able to make it out of the Beast Glades alive? Sylvie was out of the question, since her recent transformation had left her in a state only slightly better than a hibernating bear. Goodsky was a silver core wind mage, which might be enough for us to fly back. I backtracked my plan after realizing the three of us would still probably get wiped out. On our way here, the two lances had to constantly release a strong killing intent to ward off any beast. Even then, they were cautious enough to hide all of our presences at times. It would be near suicidal to think we can simply fly over the entire Beast Glades. After what seemed like hours of deliberation, I could only click my tongue in frustration and roll over on the cold floor to try and get some sleep. It was impossible after all. It was becoming harder and harder to push down the sensation of hopelessness creeping up the more I continued to plan for our escape. Blaine Glaydr's POV. What the hell was that, Glader? I thought we had an agreement. The former dwarf king barked out after slamming the door of my study. Yes, I am well aware what the agreement is. Rest assured you will have my and my wife's vote, Dawsid. However, even you cannot make me spout out such irrational accusations at the boy who had just saved the entire future generation of this continent, including my children. I responded icily, pouring myself a glass of aged liquor. And I'm saying that there will be no future generation if you do not side with me. Arthur and his bond has to go. That was the agreement. They have to be brought back to him if we're going to even have a future in this continent. I know what the stakes are, Dawsid. I do not need you badgering me every moment you feel insecure. What you and I are doing is betraying the entire population. You realize that, yes, I hissed, staring at the dwarf who wasn't much taller than I was even when I was seated. It's not considered betraying if this continent was already bound for annihilation. Blaine, you and I both know what is going to happen to Dickathan, regardless of whether we try to save it or not. We have to look beyond that and try to salvage what's important to us, he consoled, his hands gestured in a placating manner. If that's what you tell yourself to sleep at night, go ahead. What we're doing is abandoning our people so that we can save our own says, I scoffed, shaking my head. That is what I tell myself. What he promised isn't a bad deal. Your family will all live and serve him just like my family will. And what of our people, Dawsid? What will he do with the citizens of Dickathan? If even the kingdom of Sapin and Darv aren't safe after we promised allegiance to him, what will happen to the kingdom of Elenwar? Bah, the elves have always been too old-fashioned and righteous for their own good. That old geezer Virion would never allow Alduin to side with him. It's a shame too, but unlike us, the elves won't realize what being a leader truly means. Just imagine Blaine, the technology, the riches that he and his people will bring to Dickathan. Immortality, unrivaled martial strength, and infinite wealth will no longer be just a fantasy for us, but be only a matter of time. Mind your words. I am following him because of my family. Do not lump me together with the likes of you, who is abandoning your own race for the sake of personal gain. I am sure you can imagine what he will most likely do once he arrives. What will become of the rest of the three races? Most likely either a genocide of some form, or if he's smart, he'll make them all his slaves. The former dwarf king was rendered speechless by my response. His mouth moved as if he was trying to refute my argument, but no audible words came out. Nevertheless, my wife's love for our children seems to heavily outweigh that of the entire human kingdom, and my duty to preserve the Glader blood will always triumph, so rest assured, we will side with you. Hopefully my ancestors will forgive my actions, as this will be the only way to save the Glader line. I sighed in defeat. Dawsid lifted his hand up, about to pat my shoulder when I gave him a sharp look. Feigning a dry cough, he excused himself, leaving me to my own dark thoughts in the silence of my study. Staring blankly at the extravagantly decorated room, furnished with rare wood carved by master carpenters, embellished with rare gems and metals worth more than a small town, a sense of dread and guilt began surfacing in my stomach. These luxuries meant nothing to me. All my life, what I wanted was to be the strongest mage to make my father and my ancestors proud. Yet, it was blatantly obvious that my talent as a mage was subpar compared to even countryside peasants. Only through spending an enormous amount of resources on mana-strengthening elixirs and aids was I able to barely break into the red stage. Even towards my own wife and children, I caught myself harboring feelings of scathing envy. I had always been ashamed by this, but there was little else I could do. Even having control over the two lances did not help my feelings of inferiority. Instead, it was a daily reminder for me that in order to properly rule over my own people, I needed to be guarded at all times because I wasn't strong enough to fend for myself. Was I truly making this decision for the safety of my family and myself, or, like Dawsid, hungered and yearned for power incomparable to other mages? Being at the pinnacle of where my people would fear and respect me solely because of my strength, and not due to the protection the lances I had in my control, was that what I truly wanted? After an hour of contemplating, I realized in my inebriated state that no amount of alcohol could wash this miserable feeling away. I stumbled over my own feet and toppled onto the ground. Losing my grip on the glass I was holding onto as I fell, it shattered on the floor ahead of me. The shards embedded themselves into the arm I used to break my fall with. I could only curse in frustration at my own inability. How pathetic was I, stumbling and being cut by mere glass. Had I been born more talented, more powerful? I picked myself up, ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, leaving the shards of glass in my bleeding arm while staggering to my bedroom. I could smell the stench of liquor in my breath as I let out a deep breath. Memories of when I had first met the boy flashed in my mind as I trudged towards the door that now seemed so far away. Even before my children started speaking of Arthur from school, he had left a deep impression, enough for me to see him as a figure of great importance in the future. Perhaps the only thing greater than his strengths as a mage was his poor luck in being involved in this conspiracy. I'm sorry, boy. I mumbled under my breath. I would like to believe that it is for the good of this continent that you become a sacrifice. Even as I said this, the words sounded empty to my ears. I had hoped saying it aloud would provide some sort of self-assurance, but what I felt for Arthur wasn't grief or sympathy, stronger than the feelings of a king sacrificing for the greater good, even stronger than the weight of a Glader trying to keep his bloodline alive. I felt this soothing sensation of my dark envy being resolved with the death of this boy. I loathed myself for this, but what of it? I am Blaine Glader, fourth of his name, yet my talents as a mage don't even amount to a single drop compared to the ocean that is Arthur Lewin. Why should that boy of no origins carry a power that is better fit for me? I unlocked the door and wobbled unsteadily, denying the maids rushing to help me. I'm sorry, boy, I mumbled again. It is for the greater good. For my greater goods. Arthur Leywans POV, the silhouette of an enormous castle shrouded in darkness continued growing larger, but whether I was approaching the castle or the castle was moving towards me, I had no idea. As the silhouette grew closer, I was gradually able to make out the details of the castle, the fluttering house flag resting on the top of the highest tower, the splendid fountain carved with intricate features, the high gates with sharp spikes and barbed wire. Little by little, the shadows covering the castle receded, exposing more of the castle's exterior. I could see the image of a flaming phoenix on the house flag and crows gathering atop the gate. However, a horrendous feeling began creeping up my back the closer I drew. I arrived below the towering gates and locked eyes with a particularly grotesque crow. It regarded me for a few seconds, but then let out a caw and resumed its feast. What was it eating? I couldn't see from the bottom of the gate, but for some reason I felt a need to know what the ravens were eating. This unrelenting urge to find out. I began climbing up the gate, ignoring the spikes from the barbed wire digging into my hands. The higher I climbed, the more crows gathered atop the gate, joining in on the festivities. At some point, I became shrouded in crow feathers so much that I could only see black. I roared out for them to disappear, but no sound came out. Despite the inaudible shriek, the flock dispersed, revealing what they had been so eagerly consuming. It was the decapitated heads of Tesha and my family impaled on black spikes. There were chunks of flesh missing from their face. Without their eyelids, their milky eyes seemed to stare distantly as their lipless mouth hung open. As I reached for them to remove them from the spikes their heads were skewered on, all of their gaze suddenly focused on me, and they screamed at me, revealing the insects that had burrowed themselves inside of their mouths. All your fault. The sudden volume of their voices made me lose my grip on the gate, and I was sent falling down as their lifeless eyes continued to stare at me. I bolted up from the stone ground I had been lying on. Cold sweat had already drenched my clothes as I sat there heaving for breath. It was just a dream. I stared down at my hands to find out that they were trembling. As I tried to control my breathing, an unfamiliar voice startled me to my feet. I whipped my body towards the sound, only to be staring at a darkened figure in the corner of my cell. As she stepped out towards me, I was able to see who she was. "Hi there," the woman said coaxingly, except her mouth wasn't moving. Her voice had a soothing timbre that tickled my ear. It dawned on me that the woman who had just spoken was Alduin's remaining lance. I had caught a glimpse of her earlier today, except, just like before, she was covered in a cloak that hid her appearance. What surprised me more was the fact that despite how close she was to me, I wasn't able to sense her presence at all. It reminded me of when Virion released his second stage of his beast form, except it seemed as natural as breathing for her. "Do not talk." "I bring you a message from King Aralith," she whispered from underneath her cloak, leaning close to me as she handed me a piece of paper. I read through it as soon as the letter was in my hand. "Dear Arthur, while explanations and apologies for the recent events concerning the disaster at Xyrus Academy are in order, I fear the scale of this incident is much deeper and more sinister than what it appears to be on the surface. You do not have much time. Come a few hours, the council will deem you and Cynthia Goodsky as the perpetrators of the act of terrorism that had befallen on Xyrus. Director Goodsky will be sentenced to public execution, but you and your bond will only be imprisoned. I'm sorry I could not help you much in this matter. My voice simply cannot win against the unified front of the dwarves and humans. What I'm about to tell you next is something that was not meant for my ears. I have yet to find all of the missing pieces, but what I did hear between King Glader and Dawsid was that they are planning on delivering you to someone. I do not know who, but it seems to be the only reason why they're keeping you alive and intact. I have already sent my father, along with a few escorts, to take your family to a hidden location where they'll be safe from those who wish to do your family harm or use them against you. Think of it as a small compensation for all that you've done for Tesha. I hope this at least gives you some ease of heart. Even if my lance can free you from your cell, once you step outside, all of the other lances will be notified. My apologies, as this is all I can do for you for now. Stay strong and be firm. Alduin Arath. As soon as I folded the letter, it crumbled into ashes between my fingers. Looking back up, the female lance named Aya, that I had expected to see, was no longer there, disappearing as quietly as she had appeared. I had to admit that there was a heavy burden that had been lifted from my chest. The safety of my family had been a concern for me the entire time. Due to the information Pa.S. said on from Winsome, the council's behavior since our first meeting made me question the possibility of the Vritra playing a part in all of this. However, now that the council had decided on the public execution of Director Goodsky, I was almost certain that the Vritra were involved. I had originally suspected the Wykes house being involved by somehow tilting the odds against my favor for killing Lucas. They were a family of high wealth and influence after all. But the Wykes family has no reason for involving the director of Xyrus Academy. Even if Goodsky wasn't from an influential family, her name alone bears weight all over the continent. The Wykes family alone wouldn't be able to influence the council enough to make them do something so rash like condemning her to public execution. Even if pushing the blame on Goodsky would ease some of the burden the council would face from the public, her death wouldn't be worth it. Unless there was a third party involved calling the shots, either bribing or forcing the council. Letting out another deep breath as I sat down, thoughts of how I had refused to grow attached to anyone in my past life because I didn't want any weaknesses came to mind. Shaking my head to try and disperse the thoughts, I leaned my back against the cold wall, thinking and coming up with a plan. "Get up," a sharp baritone voice snapped. My eyes fluttered open at the abrupt bellow and clanging of the metal gate. Rolling to my stomach, I pushed myself up, stretching the aching bones in my body from sleeping on the hard stone ground. I expected to see Alfred since he was the one that had brought me to the cell, but instead, I had the unfortunate pleasure of waking up to Baron's happy face, and by happy, I meant a scowl of impatience laced with a hatred for my very existence basically written on his face. I don't blame him, since I had been the one to kill his younger brother, but I sensed, for some reason, that his death wasn't the only reason for his blatant animosity. The council is waiting, Baron spoke sharply, opening the gate. The lance grabbed my arm roughly in half, dragged me out of my cell after binding my arms and attaching the sealing artifact back on my chest. Good morning to you as well. I see you're not much of a morning person, I chuckled, trying to keep myself from falling as he continued jerking my arm. The lance said nothing in response, though his cold glare spoke volumes. As we made our way towards the exit, I noticed that the cell Director Goodsky had been held in was open. We arrived in front of a different room from yesterday. The large double doors that towered high enough to admit giants were closed shut, with MUF-led sounds coming from the other side. You don't know how much I'm looking forward to the trial, Baron said, his jaws tensing, while his grip on my arm became even tighter. Don't worry, I'll be sure to treat your family with the same sentiments you showed mine. The lance turned to me, his lips curling upwards in a smirk, just enough to reveal his sharp canine. Had I not received the letter earlier last night, I might have actually been worried, but knowing they were safely hidden, and that for now the council needed me alive and intact, his empty threats didn't mean much. Are you honestly trying to pick a fight with a 13-year-old? I shook my head, using my best expression of disappointment. A sharp tug lifted me from the ground, and suddenly, I was face to face with Baron. I don't think you understand what's about to happen to you right now. You're going to either end up dead or wishing you had died, while your pet is going to become a prized pet for one of the kings. You think this only affects you. I'll make sure your family, and anyone you even remotely cared about, faces a miserable death. He spat out as my legs dangled above the ground. Yes, the great Lance Baron is going to take vengeance for his lunatic younger brother, who chose to go to the dark side and kill innocent students, by tormenting the teenager who put him out of his misery and killing his family too. All hail Lance Baron. I tried acting surprised, but I suspected my monotonous voice gave it away. I could see his right hand ball up into a fist, but he just clicked his tongue in disgust, tossing me back onto the floor with enough force to send me rolling towards the tall double doors. Dusting myself off as best as I could with my arms tied in front of me, I remained seated, leaning my head back on the doors as I gave Baron a wink. Either Baron didn't see or he chose to ignore me, but as I was about to say something, I heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the doors. After simulating with Sylvia's dragon will, my entire body had been strengthened, including my senses and reflexes. It wasn't to the point where I would be able to last a few minutes against a lance without magic, but my hearing was strong enough to vaguely make out some familiar voices inside the protected room. Perpetrator of. Refusal to answer. It seemed like the council was about done with the sentencing for who I could safely assume to be Director Goodsky. Sentenced to public execution. The last statement rang particularly loud from Dawson's booming voice. After a moment of silence, the tall doors I was leaning against suddenly swung inward without a creak, causing me to tip backwards. Looking up from the floor, I spotted the same guard who had admitted Vare, Alfred, and I during the first council meeting, regarding us without any emotion. The council is ready, the guard said, shifting his gaze from me to Baron. Picking myself up, I was able to lock eyes with the former director of Xyrus Academy as she was escorted back out by two guards. Her gaze was firm, but her jaws were tensed in suppressed anger as she said me by. Keeping my expression deadpan and unreadable as I trudged towards the council, I studied each of their faces. Sitting down on the single chair, wordlessly, I waited for them to start. Baron appeared behind Blaine Glader, and as the double doors shut with a loud thud, the room was filled with an eerie silence. The Dwarf King was the first to speak, his eyes glued to the stack of papers he had begun shuffling through. Boy, let it be known that the council is merciful. Even though your heinous actions against a fellow schoolmate would normally result in at least the incapacitation of your monocore, we agreed that since your actions were for the sake of the greater good, your sentencing will instead be as followed. Arthur Lewin is to be stripped of his previous title as a mage, all and the benefits that come with. He is also to be imprisoned until further notice. Dawson spoke in a grandiose manner, as if he actually thought of himself as benevolent. There was a brief silence. I suspected the Dwarf King was waiting for me to shower him with gratitude and other forms of flattery before he spoke again. Is there anything you would like to say? He questioned. Just a few questions, Your Majesty. While my first punishment is apparent enough, what do you mean by imprisoned until further notice? I tilted my head. Upon the next few weeks, we'll be monitoring how the disaster at Xyrus Academy is faring with the victims and their families. As soon as we see that enough time has said and the memories of your actions have more or less dissipated from the public's minds, we will release you. Think of it as a sort of provisional detainment instead of imprisonment, Blaine explained, mustering up a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I see. Fair enough, I suppose. What of my bond? I asked. As soon as I was released from my cell this morning by Baron, I had tried communicating with Sylvie, only to be met by silence. The council is already being kind enough to let you live, yet you ask for more, Glondora snapped, banging her thick palm on the raised desk. Keeping your bond is another issue, Arthur. Part of the sentencing where you lose your rights as a mage means that you will no longer be able to keep your bond. Alduin had been the one to tell me this. Had it been anyone else, I would have reacted differently, but reading the subtle meanings in his intonations and words, I knew he was only trying to keep me from trouble. As our eyes stayed locked for a few more seconds, I forced a stiff nod. I understand, your majesties. Good. Baron, take him back to his cell, but keep him chained up. Blaine waved us away. I studied the expressions of everyone there one last time. While Blaine's face was more self-assured than yesterday's trial, his wife still looked pale with guilt. The dwarves were both haughtily arrogant, making me more certain that they were the ones most involved with the Vritra, while the Alduin and Muriel both wore stoic expressions as masks. I could tell Baron was furious, but he stayed silent throughout the trip back to my cell. I decided it was best not to antagonize him in his current state, so I remained mute as well. I had expected to be taken to the same cell I was in before, but I was instead brought down to a different holding place. With an actual bed and toilet, I would have mistaken it for a room if it weren't for the bars that kept me from escaping. After tossing me inside with a bit more strength than necessary, the lance left wordlessly. My arms were still chained together in front of me, while the artifact stayed embedded into my chest, limiting my abilities. I couldn't tell how many hours had said or whether it was night or day since there weren't any windows, but as I sat there patiently, the sound of soft footsteps approached. It seems you were expecting me, the voice sighed. My lips curled upwards as I gazed upon a strikingly familiar face. About DAMN time, winsome. DAWSIDGREYSUNDERS POV, heh. I pursed my lips, trying to contain the laughter building up inside me. Cheers, my love, for the madness that will soon be coming to an end. I held up my goblet as I leaned forward. Cheers. My wife smiled back, touching my glass with hers to make a hollow clink. Leaning back in the leather armchair, much too big for myself, I relished the dry taste of fermented fruits that cost me about as much as a small house. Admiring the extravagant rings on each of my fingers, sparkling against the candlelight, I couldn't help but smile widely. Just think, Glondora. After this, no longer will our people be stuck in holes at the bottom of this continent. With his new rule, we, along with our people, will be there to serve directly beneath him. Dwarves will no longer need to be tools that slave away, forging weapons for the humans. We will be the chosen race that will lead this underdeveloped continent into a new era alongside him, I sighed. Was he really that powerful, dear? You are the only one that has had direct communication with this being. What was he like? My wife leaned her head on her arm, getting comfortable. It was nothing like I'd ever imagined. I've had my share of time fighting mana beasts when I was younger. Unlike the old dwarves that stick to their traditions, I carried no pride in the weapons that I had built. What satisfaction was there in watching someone mindlessly swing the weapon you poured your blood and sweat into crafting? No, the only weapon I ever finished I had made for myself. Using my war axe, full cleave, I slayed hundreds of mana beasts of all claw, says. There were some that could send shivers straight down my spine with just a passing glance, while others could petrify even the strongest of mages with a glare. I took another sip from my glass. Yet, when he first made himself known to me, I couldn't breathe. My head felt like it was getting pounded by hammers, while my whole body stung as if each pore was being stabbed by tiny needles. I've lingered at the gates of death countless times, but nothing had ever made me so fearful. Looking down at my hands, I see that they were trembling. I told you this before, but I truly felt like I was facing a god. I had this overwhelming notion that he didn't need me in order to achieve his goals, yet he was giving me this chance. He chose us, my love. He chose us, I whispered. I believe you, my dear. And when he takes rule of this continent, what was it that he promised us again? My wife scooted next to me, cuddling against my arm as her large hands wrapped around my waist. He promised us everything we could ever hope for: vast wealth, magical capabilities that are beyond comprehension, more people to serve us, and best of all, an eternity to enjoy them all. Glondora, I can finally once again swing full cleave. No more will this crippled body of mine hinder me, I said, my voice growing louder the more excited I became. That's great, my dear. Truly, being in the council is hindering your full potential, my wife cooed, coaxing me as she rubbed my belly. I leaned further back, enjoying her touch. We three kings have a joke we say to one another. We joke around how the three kings of this generation all lack the talent and potential as mages, calling it the Dickathon's King's Complex. Screw them. Unlike the other two, I was once a great mage. Being an orange core mage by the time I was at my prime, I would have soared to greater heights if it wasn't for that Ned incident that left me in this pitiful state. What I never told my wife was that the incident happened because I had some fun with a peasant girl. I unconsciously licked my lips as I recalled that night. It would have been a lot more enjoyable if she wasn't screaming so loudly. I don't know how her husband found out, but he was crafty enough to get me alone, even using his own wife as bait. Of course, I ended up killing the both of them to hide my little secret, but not before he was able to land a wound on me that would forever cripple my monocore. Curse them. They should have just quietly accepted their fate. In fact, they should have seen it as an honor, I cursed. To have put me in such a pathetic state, even torturing and killing them wasn't enough. Dear, hush. The dwarves all respect you, and you know that, my wife scolded gently, snapping me out from my bitter memories. Respect. Bob bull tstsles. They all grudgingly obey me because of the 2 lances I have in my possession. I can feel it. Their eyes when they look at me, I know that they're thinking, why is such a weak dwarf leading us? He was just born lucky. He doesn't deserve the crown and lances. Then we can kill all those that had once looked down on you, simple as that, and you will do it with your own 2 fists. My wife moved her hand up, stroking my beard with her thick fingers as she looked up at me, her soothing smile accentuating her powerful square jaw. You forgot one thing though, of course. He also promised us fertility. We will finally be able to have sons and daughters of our own to carry on the Greysunder's blood. In fact, why not see if he has already blessed us with it? I put down my wine glass, and shifted my body to face my wife. As I looked deep into her dirt-brown eyes, I dug underneath her clothes to feel her warm, coarse skin. I could feel her shudder from my touch as I continued softly rubbing her back, slowly reaching lower and lower. As her eyes closed in pleasure, I used my other hand to untie her thin gown. When I slipped my hand underneath her top, she gasped in surprise from the chill of my fingers on her firm, exposed bosom. I slipped off her gown to reveal her defined shoulders, smiling at the mesmerizing sight. I never understood the tastes of human and elf men, all wanting thin women. A real woman has to have muscles like these. My wife inched closer impatiently as I took my sweet time undressing her, coaxing her as I spread her legs. Bang, the door to our room slammed open, only to show my guard, who had been stationed outside, looking wide-eyed at us. What is the meaning of this? I roared. How dare you barge in without? Like a wooden plank, the guard leaned forward and dropped to the ground without a word. Upon realizing that there was a hole through his back where his heart should have been, I immediately sprang up from our previous intimate posture. He was dead. My greetings, Greysunders. A cold hoa-rs voice filled my ears. As I took a step back, I could see my wife quickly redressing, fumbling as she herself got off the couch. How dare you barge into this room? Do you know who I am? I screamed, fear filling the very depth of my soul as I stared at the figure. I couldn't make out his features from the shadows of where he stood. That is of no importance. You two are the only infestations I need to take care of, he spoke evenly. Just as a light flashed towards us, a wall of molten lava intersected just in time to stop the intruder's attack. However, I could taste the blood that trickled down from the tip of my nose into my mouth from the glowing needle that was barely stopped in time by my lance's magic. Alfred, how could you let someone just barge into my room? Stumbling backwards, my firm rebuke to my lance ended up sounding much more like a frightened whimper. My apologies, your majesties. I do not know how he managed to get in, but I have notified Micah as well. The intruder will not be leaving, my lance stated. Even as he gave my wife and me a curt bow, his eyes never left the shadowed figure. Micah was the second lance under my command. While she wasn't as obedient as Alfred, her skills as a mage was enough to allow me to be lenient with her. Good. Take care of that intruder right now. I want him alive if possible. I pointed my finger at the figure, hoping my wife wasn't able to see that it was trembling fiercely. I seek only for the Greysunders' heads. Needless bloodshed is not my desire, the voice spoke coolly. I backed up against the wall involuntarily when he spoke. For some reason he left me feeling terrified. No, now with Alfred is here and Micah on her way, I should have nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, the thing I seek is your head, Alfred hissed, his limbs becoming engulfed in flames as he manifested mana into them. The bright flames emitted from my lance as he dashed towards the intruder revealed the latter's features, and knowing exactly who I was facing did not quell the fear inside me. Instead, it made me even more horrified. He was elderly, with long white hair tied tightly into a ponytail, flowing down like a stream of liquid pearl. Yet despite his age, he stood, poised, with his hands elegantly placed behind his straight back. Both of his eyes were closed, bringing further emphasis on a third, unblinking eye in his forehead that glowed a radiant purple. Magma Knights. As my lance casted his spell in a whisper, 5 soldiers made of magma were instantly conjured from beneath the intruder. However, as they reached for the elderly man, they crumbled into pieces with merely a faint blur of the intruder's arm. Alfred continued to conjure magma knights, but each time they arose, they were just as quickly diced into little pieces by a movement too fast for my eyes. Bestow onto me, Alfred chanted through gritted teeth. HELL's armor. My lance's body completely erupted into dark crimson flames as he approached the intruder. As the flames subsided, I could see the intricate armor made of magma that had covered Alfred. Glowing red runes intricately covered the armor, as a cape of billowing fire flowed down his back. Haha, this is what you get for being so arrogant. Die, I cheered manically. A crazed smile formed on my face as I watched my lance about to destroy the intruder that had left me in such a pathetic state. Alfred's first blow landed squarely on the intruder's face, even completely decimating the wall behind him with the shockwave. My fist clenched in excitement as I awaited to see the bloody mush that his face should have now become. However, as the dust cloud faded, I felt my mouth hang open from shock. The intruder's face was intact and unblemished, yet Alfred's armored arm was snapped in two, his fist reduced to a bloody pulp. I could see splinters of white coming out of his knuckles from where his bones snapped. I admire your skills for a lesser being. Your powers could prove useful for the future of this continent, but now you are only an irritant. As the intruder spoke, he manifested a thin, glowing blade from the tip of his finger. His next movement was so quick, it seemed as if he had teleported, but he was simply moving at such a monstrous speed that my eyes couldn't comprehend. The intruder blinked a few feet to where Alfred stood on guard, and the tip of his glowing saber gently touched the center of my lance's armored chest. Break, the HELL's hammer, ranked one of the highest fire attribute defensive spells, shattered into dust. Blood spewed out of Alfred's mouth as he was flung across the room and into the wall that I was backed up against. I could only stare blankly at the scene. A shiver ran down my back as I felt the intruder's unblinking eye on me. My throat was too dry to even swallow, let alone utter a word. As I looked at the trembling figure of my wife, an earth-shattering sound made me whip my head back. HELLO King and Queen, Micah is sorry that she's late. A familiar voice chirped from within the cloud of dust. Micah, your king was almost killed. Hurry up and dispose of that man. I spouted out, holding on to my wife. Micah was an anomaly amongst dwarves. She didn't have any of the usual traits that would make a dwarven lady attractive. She was short but thin, with pale creamy skin instead of the usual bronze skin that was so admired. Her features made her appear as if she was a feeble human child, her slightly pointed ears the only indication that she was really a dwarf. Despite her meager appearance, her abilities in gravity manipulation was monstrous. Wielding a giant mace more than triple her size, she was able to freely control the weight of anything within a certain radius. As the dust cloud dissipated, I could see that the intruder had completely dodged Micah's surprise attack. Another annoyance. The intruder's voice sounded a bit more put off this time, but that could have just been me. Before he could make his way towards me, the ground crumbled around him and my lance. Welcome to Micah's world. Don't die. My lance giggled as she easily swung her giant morning star. Excellent gravity manipulation. The intruder nodded as he approached my lance. I could tell Micah was caught off guard when her opponent so easily walked towards her, each of his steps creating a deep imprint as the floor tiles cracked from the increased gravity. Even with my life in danger, a nagging feeling of jealousy sprouted. This is what I desired power to fight like this to be at the apex of strength and magical capabilities. How can you move so easily? Your body weighs more than 4 tons, Micah hissed as she slowly retreated, maintaining a careful distance from him. Is that your limit? The man asked. My lance responded, not expecting a question in response. It seems it is. What limits? Micah has no limits. My lance yelled as she jumped up for her final attack. Imbuing more mana into her weapon, I could see slight ripples in the SPACE around it due to the distortion of gravity. Eat this. Her mace swung down with a force that I suspect could bring this entire castle to the ground, but the intruder simply lifted a single finger in response, effortlessly stopping the otherwise monstrous strike. A wave of hopelessness overcame me despite the magnitude of my lance's power. I knew she couldn't win. I scrambled to my feet. I can't die here. I need to escape. From the corner of my eye, I saw a flash of light as the intruder formed a glowing blade that pierced through Micah. From what I could see, there was no wound from where she was slashed, but it must have done something to her since she fell to the floor with the whites of her eyes visible, her mace crashing heavily onto the ground. That useless brat couldn't even provide me with enough time to escape. The intruder turned to face my wife and I with his thin, glowing blade. Glondora shrieked with her finger, pointed menacingly at the figure. Why, you don't know who you're messing with. My husband will soon be the new right hand of Agra of the Vritra, an almighty deity. Shut up, I hissed, striking her face before she could finish. Asura, there are no deities in this world, only Asuras, the man corrected as he slowly approached us. Please have mercy and spare me, O Great One. I could feel a growing warmth between my legs as I got on my knees and begged. Do you want to live? He asked as his single eye looked down at me. Why, yes, please. I'll do anything, I pleaded as I tried to wrap my head around the situation at hand. Who, in this continent, could possibly dispose of a white core mage so easily? I see that Agra failed to choose his PAWNS with proper caution, he continued, his voice filled with contempt. Please, I've never even met him. He only called out to me, threatening to kill my wife and my people had I not obeyed. I beg you. This was all against my will, I pleaded, prostrating myself on my hands and knees as my forehead touched the warm puddle of my own urine. Very well. Release the 2 lances that you have in your possession from the oath, he commanded, his voice even and cold. Our release, I stuttered. Yes, is that a problem? His single eye narrowed. No, of course not. I took off the artifact that I had always kept around my neck and imbued my mana signature into it. As I released the oath, blood dribbled down the corners of my mouth. I was instructed by my father to never undo the oath, that it could and should never be undone. However, my life was at stake here. As both Alfred and Micah glowed a faint red indicating that the artifact's bind has been released, I looked back at the intruder. There, I did it. Good. They were unfortunate to have such a poor master, but they will be useful pieces in the upcoming war, he responded, nodding as he looked at the 2 lances. And now please let me go. I hated how my voice sounded so weak and desperate. I'm sorry, did I say I'd let you go? As I looked up, there was a change in his expression. For the first time, a small smirk formed on face. I tried responding, but nothing came out. No words, no sound, no breath. Looking down, I could see the gaping hole in my throat, and all I could do was stare at him, my jaw slack. As my vision faded, I peeled my gaze from the intruder and glanced at my wife. She was staring back as she reached desperately for me, a hole in her chest while blood soaked her thin gown. Everything darkened. I could feel a cold hand grasping my soul, pulling me away from my body. Let the game of chess begin. The intruder's last words echoed from afar as my consciousness drifted into whichever level of HELL the hand decided to take me. Arthur Leywan's POV, there was an expression of ever so slight amiss, EMENT reaching the raised brow of Winsome's sharp eyes. The Usura, still donning a military-esque uniform paired with a trim, side-swept hairstyle to match, held out my bond. Sylvie, I exclaimed. I bolted up from my seat but was extra careful in picking her up out of Winsome's hand. Upon careful inspection, there were no visible wounds on her body, and by the rhythmic breathing, it seemed that she was simply asleep. Letting out a relieved sigh, I carefully placed my sleeping dragon on my head before regarding the Usura standing before me. I had known you were rash, but to think you would get yourself and Lady Sylvie caught so soon, and by the ones involved with the Vritra no less, he reprimanded. To be fair, I was saving the Academy from the Vritra. I half shrugged, as if that would validate my actions. You need to understand that you and Lady Sylvie's safety should take the most precedence as of now. Winsome, there were people inside that academy whose life I considered more important than my own. My face grew stern, reflecting the resolve in my voice. Winsome regarded me for a moment before speaking again. Was it for the elf princess? He asked as if he already knew the answer. It wasn't just for her, I defended, my voice coming out a lot more unconfident than I had wanted. No matter, the Usura sighed. What's done is done. Speaking of this, what I do not understand is why the perpetrator of the incident took your friend Elijah with him. I don't know either. I was at a loss as well, and no matter how many times I pondered about it inside my cell, I couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. I don't know, I repeated. But I need you to help us out of here, Winsome. I need to find out where they took Elijah and what? Save him, the Usura cut in, his deep-set eyes cold and penetrating. You can't even escape from this place, but you think you have the ability to save him. After letting out a deep breath, he lowered his voice and continued. Besides, I know roughly where the man named Draniv took your friend. Really? Where? I unknowingly grabbed onto his sleeve as I said this. After investigating the artifact left at Xyrus Academy, I suspect it was a teleportation device that Draniv had used to escape, along with your friend Elijah, as well as the device he had used to get here, I finished the sentence, a feeling of dread growing inside me. They took Elijah back to Alacria, didn't they? Most likely, he replied, his voice cold. I slumped back against the wall, staring at my feet as neither of us spoke for a while. Winsome, following my train of thought, I was going to suggest that I follow Elijah to Alacria in the hopes that he would still be alive so that I can save him. You would then probably going to respond by telling me that I shouldn't even dream of it since I'd get killed as soon as I stepped foot. I looked back at him, and a truly rare moment dawned on me where I had no answer. So what do I do? Well, I wouldn't say you'd die as soon as you stepped foot. The Usura smiled slightly, hints of empathy evident in his usually cold voice. But yes, it would be suicide. Luckily, the PAWN the Vritra clan had sent left before you arrived. Otherwise, they would be much more wary of you. As of now, they hold an interest in you enough for them to want you in their possession, alive. But if they find out that you actually have Lady Sylvia's innate will as well as her daughter, then I'm afraid even the Usuras will have a hard time keeping the two of you safe. What am I to do then? Just give up on my best friend, I countered. I calculated the possibility of receiving aid from the Elf King, and I also knew you'd help us escape. But even thus, there wouldn't be a safe place for us to stay. Considering that the council is working for the Vritra, I would either have to stay where my family is hiding, or burrow somewhere deep within the beast glades. Staying hidden with my family, I wouldn't be able to train without revealing my mana signature to the lances, endangering my family and Tesha's. If I choose to go to the Beast Glades, I most likely wouldn't survive long enough to get any reasonable training done. I thought of the echoes of the giant mana beasts that we said on our way here, and how even the lances were cautious enough not to brazenly mow through. You seem to have quite a good grasp on the situation at hand, the Usura acknowledged, giving me a terse nod. How much have you managed to connect the Vritra with the council? Enough to reasonably suspect that the ones most closely connected to the Vritra were the Graysunders. The humans seem to be favoring the opinion of the dwarves as well, but I have a hunch that they are reluctant, I thought aloud. Impressive, Winsome admitted. Sliding back his left sleeve, the Usura looked at his watch. Arthur, it is about time we... Who are you? A voice interrupted. Both Winsome and I turned our heads to see that it was Baron. It seems he has finished taking care of things. Winsome muttered softly to himself. How did you get in here? The lance's eyes narrowed as his glance flickered between the Usura next to me and the supposedly locked-up dragon on top of my head. Despite how rash Baron had acted with me, I realized that he was actually very cautious and level-headed under normal stance. He regarded Winsome with caution, not leaving any openings in his stance even when they were separated by a reinforced cage. I asked how you got in here. Baron growled, his eyes glued on the mysterious visitor. Are you with the other intruder? Yes, Winsome replied indifferently, taking a step toward the lance. Then an explanation is no longer necessary. Baron raised his fist like a loaded cannon as the gathered electricity crackled and popped around his arm. Flash ray. I frantically jumped out of the way, upon knowing what was coming. Winsome had forgot to remove the artifact strapped to my chest, disabling my mana flow. If I were to get hit with that spell, there wouldn't even be ashes left to bury. A condensed sphere of electricity shot out from the lance's fist, disintegrating the reinforced metal bars as if it were tissue. However, Winsome stayed glued to his position as the spell rapidly approached him. I braced myself for when the ball of lightning would collide with the Usura, but as Baron high-level magic reached Winsome, the Usura simply reached up and caught the spell as if were a rubber ball. I knew undoubtedly that Winsome would be able to handle the attack, but even I didn't expect it to be done so easily. Crushing the orb of condensed lightning in his palm, he turned to me, gesturing with a flick of his head. Looks like we have our way out. I let out a snort of laughter, but before we could say anything else, Baron had already reached Winsome. Child, there is no longer a reason for you to fight me, Winsome said coolly as he easily dodged the barrage of strikes and kicks imbued with lightning. Unlike me, Baron's lightning magic seemed to mostly consist of external spells. Thunder Lance. Baron activated a spell in the midst of his attacks, conjuring 5 spears made of lightning to stab down at Winsome. I had moved in the cell to avoid the brunt of their fight, but as I continued observing, it looked to me like Winsome was actually bored enough. With a simple flick of his arm that seemed slow in comparison to Baron's rapid succession of attacks, the lance's face was buried in the ground. The entire cell shook as a spiderweb of cracks split the reinforced floor, Baron's sunken head being the epicenter. From catching his spell to burying his face, Winsome was doing a fine job humiliating one of our continent's strongest mage. Heal, Winsome said impatiently as the lance struggled to free his head from the ground. Although Baron's face was scratched and a little bloody, he was otherwise unfazed. Baron, stand your ground. My ears perked at the familiar voice. It was Vare, the female lance that had encaged Sylvie, and was capable of going up against 2 lances herself. I don't understand. He's with the intruder, Baron spouted, turning to face his fellow lance. He is a deity, not someone you can be addressing so flippantly. Vare snapped back, her voice particularly cold. My apologies, O Great One. Our king humbly asks for your presence. Despite knowing what Winsome was, it still stunned me to see Vare actually bow to someone. In comparison, Baron had such a look of confusion that it was actually pretty amusing. Deity, the lance stuttered stupidly. Correct. And now that you know what I am, ignorance is no longer an excuse, Winsome answered, looking down harshly at Baron. By the way Baron's head slammed into the ground again, it looked like Winsome had done something to forcibly make him kneel, but it was a pleasant sight to see nonetheless. We were led back to the room where my trial had taken place, except this time I wasn't chained. Baron had very reluctantly broken my shackles and removed the artifact inhibiting my mana flow after the whole fiasco ended. A different guard from last time opened the door for us, revealing the people inside the room. Welcome. King Blaine was the first to speak, rising from his chair. His complexion, along with Queen Priscilla's, was almost sickly as they sat around an oval table that hadn't been there previously. Sitting adjacent to the human king and queen were Tesha's parents, Alduin and Merilith, along with their hooded lance that delivered the note to me the night before. Both the king and queen of the elves acknowledged me with an uncomfortable greeting, but otherwise stayed silent. Also sitting on the table was Director Cynthia, who wore a baffled expression to complement her disheveled appearance. When I locked eyes with the man sitting next to her, I unknowingly leaped back on guard. All of the hairs on my body stood on end as every fiber of my being begged for me to run away from the elderly man that had a single eye on his forehead. Arthur, it is okay, Winsome consoled. I found it odd that the Graysunders weren't present, but the rest of the people inside of the room, minus the one person I didn't know, rose up from their seat and gave a small, respectable bow to Winsome. Acknowledging their gestures, he motioned for me to take a seat with him at the table. As I sat down next to Winsome, I could feel the gears in my head turning, trying to make heads of the situation at hand. Here I was sitting next alongside the council and their lance's director Cynthia, who had been a prisoner sentenced to death, and a man, whose identity I had no clue about. There was a palpable tension in the room, enough to drive a normal person out of this room in sweat and fear. I had placed Sylvie on my lap during this time, so I was currently petting her when I heard someone rise from their seat. Unexpectedly, the one to get up was the man I had instinctively wanted to escape from. It seemed as if he had 3 eyes, yet 2 of them were closed. His white hair was tied in the back, reminding me of Virion when I had first met him. For those who do not know who I am, the purple eye on his forehead focused on me. I am Aldir. Winsome and I have been sent here to give you lesser beings a chance of survival in the imminent war with the Vritra. The Usra continued without pause. So just as we feared, there really will be a war. Alduin spoke aloud as if he was simply voicing his thoughts. I have done the first step of discarding the corrupted. My role here now is to oversee the remainder of what you lessers call the Council and instruct you on the necessary preparations to fight against the continent of Alacria. As soon as the word corrupted came out, both Blaine and Priscilla Glader froze, their complexion becoming paler. Why, Your Majesty, if I may say something. Blaine was the one to speak, and by the manner of his speech, it seemed that something must have happened to make the king appear so meek. You have clearly shown us your capabilities, enough for me to believe that you are not someone of this realm. The difference in our abilities are to the point where I am unsure of why you would need us. Can't you simply go to the continent of Alacria and defeat the Vritra? What did that other Usra mean by discarding the corrupted? I leaned towards Winsome, whispering in his ear. The Graysunders have been eliminated, and their lances are now under my control, Aldir answered in Winsome's stead. Everything made sense. It seemed like the Usra killed the ones working directly for the Vritra while leaving the Gladers with some sort of warning. That was why the human king and queen were such a nervous wreck. And as for your point, King Glader, yes, it would be simple enough to gather the Usras and personally fight against the Vritra. However, the Vritra clan, along with the 3 other clans that are under their command, were all former Usras that have broken our law. Even we can no longer calculate how much stronger they have truly become. Moreover, a battle of that magnitude will undoubtedly level the world. And that's me being conservative, Aldir continued as he faced the frightened king. King Glader responded with stunned silence as we all tried to imagine the magnitude of a battle that could sink continents. Aldir continued speaking. We Usras and the Vritra clan had agreed upon a treaty where no higher beings can directly attack one another or interfere with any lesser beings. Instead, hold on, doesn't the fact that you killed 2 lesser beings go against your words? I cut in. The Usra's glowing, purple eye narrowed as it peered into me, but after a brief moment Aldir's lips curled into a smirk. Dickathan had received no direct aid from us Usras, but is now up against a population governed directly by a Grona of the Vritra. Even with my actions, he wouldn't be rash enough to break the treaty for us simply evening out the playing field, Winsome answered in Aldir's stead. What of the black-horned demons that have been invading our land for years? One was even responsible for killing a lance. I countered. You're talking about the owner of this fragment. Director Goodsky was the one to answer, holding up the black fragment of the horned being that killed Aaliyah Triskin. Boy, I see it wasn't a lie when Winsome said you are not simple. The being responsible for killing the lance and the ones that have snuck into this continent are not Usras. Those monsters were once lesser beings such as yourself that have gone through countless experiments. Aldir spat, obviously disgusted. So there are monsters that are not Usras capable of destroying the strongest mages in our continent. Is it even possible for us to win? Muriel Alduin, Tesha's mother, spoke for the first time. Yes, but they are limited and Agrona's precious trump card in this war. Now that he knows of my presence, he will not dispatch them so recklessly as before. Aldir sat back down, his whole body turned toward me. Think of me as a general in this upcoming war. It is for the Usra's best interest that we are able to defend this continent. Now, Winsome, isn't there something you and the boy have to do? I will take care of the rest here. We require countless preparations before we could defend ourselves. Giving the 3-eyed Usra a nod, Winsome pulled me up, leading me and the sleeping Sylvie out of the room. Something we have to do, Winsome. Isn't it important that we partake IP8 in the discussion? Shouldn't we be there in the room as well? I asked as I followed the Usra. That is not your fight. Aldir knows what he is doing and will do his best to prepare you lessers for the imminent war. When that time comes, if you do not want to be useless, we need you stronger. Makes sense, so what are we going to do? first we're going to visit your family. You will need to say your goodbyes to them. The Usura's back was still facing me, making it unable to determine whether he was joking or not. Goodbyes? What goodbyes? Where will I be going? I pulled back the Usura's arm, surprised as he turned around so easily. I'm taking you and Lady Sylvie to the homeland of the Usuras. Your training will be held in Ephiatis. Am I allowed to know all of this? I questioned, removing a sharp branch out of my hair. We were currently hiking through a familiar part of Elshire Forest after Winsome had teleported us nearby. It took me only a few moments upon arrival to realize that I had been to this part of the forest before. With the Aralith family, we were headed towards Elder Rinia's hideout. You have been given permission to stay in Ephiatis, so you will figure it out sooner or later. While memorizing the information that I've told you isn't necessary, it is always beneficial for one to know the culture, mannerisms, and politics involved when in unfamiliar territory, especially if you have to interact with the important figures of said place. Winsome advised, not bothering to turn around as he continued pushing branches and vines out of his way. But I have a feeling that you already know the importance of that. Of course, I smirked. But knowledge without understanding is but a sword stuck in its sheath. Now, you've told me the what, Winsome, but you've yet to tell me the why. Very true, he admitted. Do not worry, we'll get to that soon enough. I went on. Okay, so there are 8 races of Usuras in Ephiatis. Each race consists of multiple clans, but only one clan within their respective race are led as one of the High 8, the Great 8, the Usura corrected immediately. What race was the Vritra clan? I tried to imagine multiple times in the past what sort of creature the Vritra clan might be, with their horns and gray complexion, but nothing came to mind. The true form of the Vritra clan is that of a fearsome serpentine Usura called the Basilisk. It will be good for you to take note of the races and clan names of the Great 8. What became of the Basilisk race after the Vritra clan and other Basilisk clans' betrayal? I pressed on, swatting a particularly annoying insect that had probably thought my ear would make a good resting spot. Excluding the fact that the Vritra clan was replaced by a lesser clan as part of the Great 8, some of the more radical races pushed to annihilate whatever remained of the Basilisk race. Fortunately, the ties between each race reach far back in history. Friends of the remaining Basilisk clans stood up for them. In the end, measures as drastic as a genocide were never taken. It would be foolish for a whole race to bear the crimes of a few, after all. I couldn't discern what Winsome was thinking as he told me all of this. The inflection and tone of his voice didn't match what he was saying, his words sounding almost sardonic. I see. I continued walking, looking at my dirty boots crunching on fallen leaves and broken branches. How were the Great 8 selected anyway? The clans of the Great 8 have almost never changed. For example, even though the dragon race has the fewest number of clans, the Indrath clan, the clan of my master and Lady Sylvia, has been the part of the Great 8 since the beginning of our history. However, even to this day, the strength of the great clans are grades above the rest of the others. This is about the closest thing to an answer I can give you. We continued to rally back and forth as we made our way towards Elder Rinia's hidden shelter, Winsome mostly quizzing me on the names I needed to know. I was able to process most of the information fairly quickly, but my sleep-deprived and starved state took a toll on my ability to retain information. Anyway, not to sound like a brat, but couldn't you have brought us any closer? If you teleported us from an airborne castle in the middle of the Beast Glades to Elshire Forest, I'm sure you could have teleported us a few miles closer. The home of the diviner elf that your family is currently taking refuge in is surrounded by a fairly large barrier that I did not wish to agitate. Teleporting through it might have caused a ripple in the barrier, which might give away the location of everyone inside. Ah, my apologies then. I'm a little on edge in my current state, I responded, scratching my head. We had just gone through the waterfall that hid the entrance to Elder Rinia's home when I spoke. So let me get this straight. Agrona, current head of the Vritra clan, led his race out of Ephiatis to Alacria, where he had been experimenting on the lesser races, and declared himself eternal ruler, a rather tasteless title to give to oneself, but in essence, yes, the Usura confirmed. Then this treaty that you guys talked about earlier, if the Vritra clan, along with the other clans of the Basilisk race, are Usuras, shouldn't they be forbidden to directly act in this upcoming war? I asked, trying to keep track of how many turns we took in this maze of a tunnel. Yes, but that was never the problem. Winsome stopped walking and turned back towards me. Arthur, didn't you ever once wonder why the Usura races didn't just kill the Vritra clan and the clans following them? There are 7 other races after all. Of course I have, but didn't you say something about the consequences that would affect the lesser races that were living in Alacria? I did, but what I had not informed you of was that the treaty was not our first course of action. After Agrona and his followers escaped, the great clans, excluding the Basilisk race, came together for the first time, regardless of factions, and formed an assembly of the leaders of each great clan. The leaders decided to send a small division with our elite Usuras to quickly dispose of Agrona and his followers. Winsome paused for a moment, and even with his stoic expression, it was obvious that he was deliberating on whether to express what was on his mind. The Usura eventually let out a small sigh and conjured a small barrier around us. Arthur, what I'm about to disclose to you must stay with you. This information is known only by a few members of the Indrath clan. I nodded, locking eyes with Winsome as I waited for him to continue. Everyone in Ephiodus believed that Lady Sylvia was somehow captured and held prisoner somewhere, but it was actually Lady Sylvia who voluntarily went with the elite division tasked with killing Agrona Vritra and the clans that followed him. What? I exclaimed, my voice coming out a lot louder than I had meant it to. How does that make sense? She went on a mission into enemy territory without knowing what to expect. That mission was basically suicidal. No way your master, Sylvia's father, would have let her go. Of course Lord Indrath didn't allow her to go, Winsome growled. What I'm saying is Lady Sylvia concealed herself and followed after the elite division. By the time they were aware of Lady Sylvia's presence, it was already too late to back out. There was a long pause before either of us spoke again. So what ended up happening to the Usuras sent by the leaders of Ephiodus? What none of the leaders had expected, Winsome's face contorted in disgust as his hands formed a fist. Agrona, that cunning snake, was waiting with an even larger army of basilisks and lesser races that had the same innate magical abilities as them. It took only a moment for me to realize what his words implied. The Vritra clan was interbreeding with the lesser races of Alacria, I whispered. The Usura only nodded in return before continuing. Apparently, Agrona and his followers had been interbreeding for quite some time, seeing that there were well over tens of thousands of the mutts waiting for our battalion. So the band of elite Usuras you guys sent were outnumbered, tremendously outnumbered, he stressed, and the element of surprise that we thought our warriors would have had was rendered moot. What befell them in the end? I murmured, more so wondering myself than expecting an answer. The Usura shook his head in response. Communication was lost soon after the battle started. While we are certain that their side took a considerable loss in numbers, we can only speculate that the brigade of our elite Usuras, the pride of their respective clans and races, were either killed or captured. I was silent as thoughts on how Sylvia managed to escape filled my mind. Winsome's next words snapped me out of my daze. Lord Indrath was furious after being told by Agrona himself that his only daughter had been killed in battle. If it had been up to him, my master would surely have waged war, ignoring the consequences. However, the rest of the great clans were against it and pushed for a treaty. Winsome turned around and resumed walking again. The treaty was eventually formed between the two sides, forbidding the Usuras to act directly because of the collateral damage it would cause if a full-scale war were to occur between the 7 Usura races of Ephiodus and the Vritra clan's army of basilisks and lesser, half-breed mutts. There was an obvious spite in his voice, but his expression had turned back to normal. As I began thinking again, I realized how much of a disadvantage Dicathan was in. This treaty had been in place since generations ago, and even though it prohibited Usuras and the half-breeds from directly partic, aiding in the battles, who knows how many of the so-called lesser races of Alacria had blood of Usuras mixed in with theirs. I wanted to ask why the other Usura races didn't do the same and interbreed with the lesser races, but if it took centuries for the mad genius Agrona to come up with a way to interbreed an Usura with a lesser race, then the other races probably haven't found a way how. I doubt that, even if they could, most would be against breeding with the lower races because of their own morals and pride. Wait, so the ancient 6 artifacts that you guys gave to the people of Dicathan? Yes. It was our way of giving the people of this continent a sword and a shield. We knew that the powers and knowledge contained within those artifacts would ignite a revolution for your people. We were right, but we only found out through recent events that it hadn't been nearly enough. It is Lord Indrath and the other great clans' leaders wish that, with our direct intervention, we can equip the mages of this continent with enough strength to defend this continent from Agrona. We fear that if Agrona gets access to the inhabitants of this continent, the Vritra clan will gain enough fighting power to overthrow Ephiodus. And this is where I come in. A stronger chess piece that the great clans can utilize to gain the upper hand in the upcoming war. I sneered, crossing my arms. Well, I would think of it more as us training you to defend your family and homeland, Winsome countered, his lips curling upward ever so slightly. Meh, I prefer the mutual benefit over questionable acts of altruism anyhow, I shrugged. I guess you still don't trust us completely, Winsome said, studying me with a curious eye before asking, on a side note, how do you plan on informing your family of our plans? Don't worry, Winsome. I thought a lot about how I should break it to my parents while I was in jail. I winked, walking past the Usura and toward the flickering fire light coming from the end of the tunnel. As we approached the end of the tunnel, I could see the shadows of a few people surrounding a fire. I couldn't help but smile at the sight of my large warrior of a father scrubbing dishes near the underground stream as Elder Rinia, my sister and my mother were concentrated on a simmering pot over the fire. Something smells delicious. Did you make enough for me? I yelled out, causing everyone to whip their heads in my direction. Each of them had a different reaction as they realized who it was that spoke. My father dropped the dented pan he was scrubbing. My mother and sister simultaneously bolted up from the makeshift chair that they were sitting on, while Elder Rinia simply gave me a meaningful smile as she continued peeling the potato in her hand. The only one that I didn't see was Tesha, but I wasn't sure if she was even here or not. In seconds, I was wrapped in the embrace of my family as my mother and father checked my body for any signs of injuries, while my sister's gaze went straight toward the sleeping Sylvie in my arms. "Is Sylvie okay?" she asked, concern laced in her voice as she held my bond in her arms. "Your brother just escaped from prison and you don't even ask if I'm okay," I croaked, pretending to be hurt. "You always seem to come back alive anyway," she shrugged, focusing her attention back to Sylvie. This caused a snort of laughter from my father as my mother did her best to chastise my sister while trying to hide her smile. I felt a sharp pang in my chest at my sister's callous words. Where was the sweet child that stuck to me like glue and shed tears whenever she couldn't see me? Is she already at the rebellious stage? It seemed that someone had already informed my family that I would be visiting them soon, and going by expressions, I would bet that it was Elder Rinia. My parents were interrogating me on the full details of what exactly happened, but stopped dead in their tracks all of a sudden. The soft footsteps that echoed through the tunnel stopped behind me, and I took no hesitation in introducing the person. "Everyone, this is the person that helped me through everything while I was imprisoned, and also my prospective master." I waited for some sort of reaction, but my parents and sister were still silent, frozen in place as their eyes were still glued to the figure behind me. Tone it down. I turned behind me to see Winsome look at me in confusion before his eyes widened a bit in understanding. "My apologies," he replied, and the air around us changed back to normal. I had gotten used to the pressure the Usura normally gave off, but to a normal mage it would be suffocating. My mother and sister fell on her knees while my father stumbled, barely keeping himself on his feet. Elder Rinia, who was a bit farther away, stood up and gave a deep bow toward Winsome. I'm not sure if she knew his identity, but she at least seemed to understand that the unknown person was not someone ordinary. "Welcome to my humble abode. Please make yourself comfortable." The elderly elf spoke in a well-mannered, respectful tone that I've never heard her use before. Winsome simply nodded in response, filling the tunnel with silence except for the crackling of the fire. The Usura actually let out a faint smile at this before speaking. "It seems your child has caused you many worries, and will continue to do so in the future," my mother finished as my father helped her and my sister back up. "But Arthur, what did you mean by prospective master?" "Alice, your son just came back from a long journey. There's plenty of time for this topic after he's gotten something inside his belly," Rinia scolded, ushering everyone back around the fire. Thankful for the chance to finally eat something, I sat down, impatiently blowing on the hot stew to cool it down. Winsome declined on eating but sat down with us as he idly looked at the fire. Once everyone had finished their meal, my father began informing us what had ensued on their side. Virion had apparently taken Tesha and Lilia somewhere else to properly mend their injuries. The Helstia family followed him to look after their daughter, which explained why only my family was here. Elder Rinia teased that I would be able to reunite with her in a few days, which caused everyone to crack a smile. Eventually, everyone had run out of things to chatter about idly, leaving the cave silent once again. I could tell my parents were now expecting my reply to their previous question. Turning my gaze over to Winsome, he stared back at me, expecting the same thing. Scratching my head in emotion that I felt had become a habit during awkward stances since coming to this world, I spoke up. "Elder Rinia, is it all right for me to speak to my parents in private?" Of course, the diviner gave me a warm smile. "What about me?" my sister chirped, still cradling my bond in her arms. "Sorry, Ellie." I shook my head as I headed inside the tent first. My parents came in after me, looking a bit confused. "Isn't your master going to join in?" my father asked, looking back outside before closing the flap. "There is something the two of you need to know first." The timbre of my voice and expression on my face silenced them from asking any more questions as they sat down in front of me. "Before we begin, there's something I've thought long and hard about telling you ever since coming to this world." There was a lingering silence following my words as my parents tried to process what I had just said. "Coming to this world? What do you mean, honey? You were born here." "I don't understand," my mother replied as she reached out to me. She held my hands tightly, as if she was afraid I would wisp away if she didn't. My father, on the other hand, stared at me silently, waiting for me to continue. Taking a deep breath, I squeezed my mother's hand and spoke with a comforting smile. "Of course I was born here, Mom. I'm yours and Dad's very own flesh and blood. Trust me, I remember better than anyone else when I was born," I chuckled, arousing another confused look from my parents. "I was transported, reborn. I'm not quite sure exactly what, but something happened and I was taken from my world and brought into this one." "Why, wait a minute, son. You're going to have to back up." "Art, what are you talking about? Another world? Or are you okay? Did your master tell you this? Where is this coming from?" My mother cut in as she scooted closer, examining my head, probably for signs of a concussion. No, Mom, my master doesn't know this. No one but you guys know any of this. I don't know the correct term for this phenomenon either. I've thought about this for a while, but my best guess is that it's something akin to a reincarnation, I explained. Arthur, did something happen to you after they took you away? Did they hurt you in some way? Come here, let me try and heal. Honey, the boy is fine. Arthur, go on, my father encouraged, but my mother persisted. No, Ray, our son is not fine. He's spouting nonsense about another world and reincarnation. Art, let me. Alice, let the boy speak. My father snapped in a voice I've never heard before, stunning both my mother and I, so I explained. I described the world that I came from, the role that I played there, and the relationships that I had with an excruciating amount of details to make sure that they knew I couldn't have made this up. Throughout it all, my parents stayed silent for the most part. My father would ask questions here and there, but his face remained expressionless. My mother, however, was obviously shaken up, her face pale. The trembling of her hands increased as my story progressed. I couldn't tell how much time had passed, but by the fact that I felt mild pangs of hunger in my stomach, it seemed like I had been talking for several hours. King Gray, my father mumbled, running his fingers through his hair as he leaned back in his chair. So the fighting, your talent in magic. Yeah, the Kai system in my old world worked similarly to certain aspects of mana in this world. I finished for him. And as for the fighting, you get the idea. Then ever since you were born, you were able to understand what we were saying. You remember everything, my father asked, letting out a deep sigh. I simply nodded in response. Hee. My mother chuckled. My father and I both turned our gaze to her. To our surprise, my mother started laughing. My father wrapped his arm around her, but she just glanced us delusionally. I get it. This is all a joke, right? Hee. Oh, my son. Art, you almost got us there, right, Ray? She said, smiling. However, neither of us responded, and her smile faded. Her eyes searched for any cues that would confirm her belief. When she couldn't, she grabbed my hand as she stared at me with a look of desperation. This is a joke, right? Arthur Lewin, tell me this is a joke. You can't really be. Some former king that died and was transported into the mind of my unborn child, right? Right, I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm not joking, I replied, unable to look her in the eyes. No, this isn't happening. Ray, don't tell me you believe all of this. Our son is sick, something must have happened to him while he was gone. No, something definitely happened. Ray, say something, say that our son is sick. My mother grabbed onto my father's arm, pulling on his sleeve as tears started rolling down her pale face. Honey, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, my father held my mother close to his chest. He looked up at me and motioned me to leave the two of them alone. I wanted to hug my mother, tell her that I was still her son, but I couldn't muster up the courage to do either. Opening the tent, I walked out without saying anything, leaving my parents alone. Elderinia, Winsome, and my sister all looked at me as I walked towards them, but the look on my face probably stopped them from asking anything. Even my pouting sister held her tongue as I sat down next to her and the slumbering Sylvie in front of the fire. Time said slowly, with my mind feeling like it was trying to swim through a particularly viscous syrup. Was telling them the right decision. What did they think of me now? Did they still think of me as their son, or would they inevitably grow distant? Noises blended together incoherently, and everything besides the fire that I was staring at grew out of focus. Yet my head immediately snapped back when the sound of the tent flap opening reached me. My father came out of the tent, suddenly looking a lot older than before. I had expected my mother to come out right after, but my father shook his head. Ellie, can you stay with your mother inside the tent? He asked, motioning for me to follow him. Here you go, feel better, you poop. My sister stuck her tongue out as she carefully handed me my bond. I couldn't help but feel a smile tug back on my lips as I watched her skip towards the tent. Placing Sylvie atop my head, I followed my father into the tunnel Winsome and I had arrived through. I concentrated on the sounds of our echoing footsteps until my father finally decided to speak. Your mother, she's sleeping right now, he announced with a sigh. Is she okay? I kept a few steps distance from my father, watching as he idly kicked a pebble as he walked. She was, in quite shock to say the least. So you guys believe me. Unless you've suddenly developed a fond taste for sick gags, you have no reason to lie to us about this. Besides, it all makes sense now, the early awakening, your brilliance as a fighter and a mage. It all makes sense, he replied. Are you okay? My eyes stayed glued to the pebble bouncing on the uneven ground. Of course I'm not. My father exclaimed, turning around. This isn't easy news to swallow, Arthur. All of the memories we had as a family in the past was that all a facade of how you thought the son we wanted would have been. How am I supposed to act around you now? You were once technically older than me, yet you're here as my 13-year-old son. He continued, looking at me desperately for answers. And your mother nursed you as an infant. She mothered a middle-aged man thinking he was her own son. I stood silent, unable to reply. Everything he said was true after all. My father's fists were clenched so tightly that blood was dripping between his fingers. His expression was ghastly, from the trembling frown on his face to his furrowed brows. His emotions were clearly visible on his face. Fear, anxiousness, frustration, and confusion. They were all there. I'm sorry, but are you really our son, Arthur? Or did you take over the unborn baby that would have been our son during your reincarnation, or whatever it is that happened to you? He blurted. His eyes widened immediately as he covered his mouth his hand. I didn't mean that, he stammered. Letting out a deep breath, he whispered, I'm sorry, Arthur. I'm just very confused right now. Like I said earlier, the truth is I really don't know. I don't know who or what brought me to this world and why it did. You're right, Reynolds. I could have killed the fetus inside. I don't know how this process that brought me here works, I stated coolly, swallowing back something particularly hard in my throat. He winced when I addressed him as Reynolds and was about to say something, but just closed his mouth. I didn't want to keep hiding this from you guys, but now I'm questioning whether I made the right choice, I murmured, letting out a dry laugh. This is what I wanted to tell you guys for so long, but never had the courage to. I wanted to say this before I left. Left, you're leaving, my father responded. Yeah, and I think that under the current stances, it'll be good to spend some time apart, I went on, a certain aloof edge filling my voice involuntarily. How long will you be gone? My father asked. At least a few years. That long, he replied as he stared down, no sign of him stopping me or forbidding me to go. Turning around, my chest was aching and my head was throbbing with an intensity I had never experienced before. Humans, no matter how powerful we could potentially be, we were still so fragile. I got back to the main cave to see Winsome and Rinia discussing something. Elder Rinia was holding onto something wrapped in a blanket, and I could have sworn that it moved, but I chose to ignore it. Winsome had just taken his hand off whatever was bundled inside the blanket and noticed me approaching. I see you've wrapped things up. Are you ready? Winsome's glittering eyes studied my expression carefully as he got up. Yeah, let's go. Wait, aren't you going to say goodbye to your family? Rinia chimed, setting down the blanket carefully on her seat. No need. I've already sorted out everything I needed to hear. I leave them in your care. I gave her a curt bow and was about to follow after Winsome when Rinia grabbed me. Her eyes glowed with a mysterious hue as I silently waited for her to speak when she suddenly placed her hands on my cheeks. Arthur, please, your expression is frightening. It is unbefitting of someone as kind-hearted as you. I can only begin to understand the gravity of the upcoming battles that lay ahead of you, but do not fall back to your old ways. You know best that the deeper you go into that pit, the harder it will be to climb back out, she said as her eyes faded back to normal. Slapping my cheeks gently, she turned me around and nudged me towards Winsome. Now go. I'll take care of things here, she said with a soft smile. Winsome retrieved a disc-like object far too large to fit in his pocket and dropped it on the ground. Then the Usra P.R.I.C. cut his finger and let a drop of his blood fall on the disc. Immediately it expanded and shot out a column of light that reached the ceiling. My mind was still on what Rinia had just said when I turned around to Winsome and asked, was there something wrong with my expression? Your expression reminded me of the Pantheon Usras of Ephiodus. They are a race of fine warriors that have learned to close off their emotions in order to fight with the most efficiency. A very useful technique indeed. Winsome nodded in approval. Now let us go. Are you sure you have tied your loose ends here? I need your full concentration once we're in Ephiodus. I glanced at the cave one last time before taking a deep breath. I'm ready. Hugging Sylvie tighter in my arms, I accepted Winsome's hand as we stepped into the column of golden light. REYNOLDS LEYWANS POV. I hated myself for what had happened. A part of me wished I had told Arthur that it was okay, that he was still family, but a bigger part of me, the part that I hated, wished he would have just never told us. I had known since early on in Arthur's life that he was different. He had always been much more composed and mature for his age, and even when he acted his age, it seemed, Rahia, R.S. ed. Since early on his actions always displayed a certain sense of foresight, there was always a reason he did something, a goal or plan of some kind. Maybe due to that, I was so caught up on his reason for telling us this. Wouldn't it have been better for everyone, even for himself, if he had kept it a secret? What was the reason? What was his goal? Why was it so hard for me to accept this? Was it because it went against my own pride? My own selfish pride that maybe, just maybe, I had sired and raised a genius that only came once in a millennium. The signs were always there. His strange behavior from an early age, his unexplainable prowess as a swordsman and talents as a mage. Again, did I subconsciously choose to ignore all of those signs so I can maintain my petty ego, deciding just to accept the fact that my own flesh and blood, my son, could be so bloody impressive? I couldn't help but laugh at myself at how difficult it was to say, son, such a simple term of endearment. It took me a while to drag my sorry feet back to the cave. Looking around, the only one I could see was Elder Rinia, who was cradling something by the fire. I glanced at the tent my wife and daughter was in, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to go inside. Instead, I sat down next to our benefactor. He left, you know. The aged elf's eyes remained glued to the bundle of blankets she was cradling in her arms as she spoke. I figured, I sighed, feeling like a child being scolded. I was afraid of the day when he would tell you. Why, you knew Elder Rinia. I peeled my eyes off of the fire and turned to the elf seated next to me. I see many things, but only for that boy do I have to grind my old head to try and piece together what is in store for him. She met my gaze, her eyes dim with weariness. Heh, he's hardly a boy, I scoffed, leaning forward as I got lost in the flames dancing in front of me. Bah, he's still a child to me, much like how you're still a child as well, Elder Rinia chortled back. Leaning back carefully in her seat, she continued, I always found it amusing. The preconceptions people have about age and intelligence, the older someone is, the more wisdom he or she should possess, and the more intelligent someone is, the more logical he or she should be. Pair those two traits up, and the intelligent senior should be some cold, calculating shrewd. Don't you agree? Noticing my puzzled expression, she revealed a soft smile and gently set down the bundle she was holding and leaned closer to me. Do you see me as a cold, calculating shrewd? The aged elf gave me a wink. No, of course not, but I don't get what this has to do with Arthur. I stammered back, caught off guard. Weren't you wishing Arthur would have just kept his mouth shut? That you would feel better ignorant of who the boy really is. I bet you were also wondering why the boy told you in the first place, right? Before I had the opportunity to reply, the aged elf poked me softly in the chest, right where my heart was. The heart remains the brain's biggest foe. Well, actually, for men, the brain's most formidable foe is probably. Elder Rinia's gaze dropped below my waist. When I realized where she was referring to, my immediate instinct was to cross my legs, but I soon found myself laughing alongside the old elf. Elder Rinia straightened up and continued. As I was saying, emotioned heart constantly clashes against things like validity, efficiency, utility, anything logical. That's what gets us hurt or even killed, yet we can't seem to help it. It makes us lesser as an individual, but greater as a group. So, Arthur was running more on emotion than logic when he told us this. Bah, how could I know what he's thinking? She shook her head. I do know this, though. I've known the boy since he was a mere toddler in this world, and he's come a long way since then. Much of that cold shell of his has slowly melted. Perhaps his, coming out, was a large step he had to take to break out of that shell he once found safety and comfort in. Elder Rinia got up and stretched painfully before handing me the bundle of sheets she had been cradling. Hold on to this for me so that I can prepare some food for your wife. I suspect she won't have much of an appetite, but she still needs to care for her body. Arthur's master only told me it was a gift for the Lewin family. There was a mysterious grin on her face causing me to be helplessly curious as to what it could be. After carefully peeling away the layer of blankets, I couldn't help but gape. It was a mana beast, an infant mana beast to be more precise. The small bear-like creature was dark brown except for two dark spots above its eyes that made the beast look like it was scowling and a tuft of white fur on its chest. Oh, so cute. Papa, what is it? Can I keep it? Ellie's sudden exclamation startled me, nearly making me drop the mana beast. Honey, you scared me. And I'm not sure if just then the mana beast woke up and locked eyes with my daughter. It's a good idea. My voice trailed off as both my daughter and the beast's eyes began glowing a faint gold. I sat still, witnessing what I could only assume to be the bonding process. I had yet to bond with a mana beast, but both Arthur and Ellie now have. I sighed to myself, bitterly acknowledging the fact that it would be better for my daughter to have a bond to protect her as the image of me riding atop a mighty bear mana beast into battle slowly crumbled. The glow subsided from both their eyes as a gold insignia imprinted itself onto my daughter's right collarbone. The bear-like mana beast stretched out its arms, as if wanting to be picked up by Ellie, and let out a soft whine. Hee hee, I'll name you Boo, my daughter giggled as she picked up the mana beast. Be Boo, I sputtered, imagining the ferocious mana beast it'll grow up to be being called something so cute. Yup, because the black spots make him look like he's always mad. So Boo, she declared, let's go help out Grandma Boo. My daughter skipped off just to stop and turn around. Oh right, Papa, Mama is awake. I immediately got out of my seat and made my way to the tent. Elder Rinia's tent was much larger inside than it appeared to be from the outside. Quietly stepping into our room that was separated by another flap, I smiled when I saw my wife sitting up. How are you feeling? I gently asked, taking a seat next to her. How long have I been sleeping for? She groaned, rubbing her temples. Only for a few hours. I put my arm around her and pulled her close so she could rest her head on my shoulder. Where's Arthur? Is he gone? Yeah. I held her tightly as she began trembling. Am I a terrible person, Ray? She sniffed. No, you're not. Why would you ask that? I called Arthur sick. I didn't take him seriously when he told us his secret. I didn't want to take it seriously. She looked up at me, the corner of her eyes filled with tears. That's normal. I wouldn't trust anyone who could easily accept what Arthur had told us, I consoled, gently running my fingers through her hair. Then am I a terrible person for doubting whether Arthur is our son? I wanted to tell her no, but how could I when I called myself terrible for thinking the exact same thing? The pain and hurt I've been feeling ever since learning the truth about Arthur was from the selfish desires and dreams I placed on the child I called my son. Alice was the one who actually birthed Arthur. She went through the stress, discomfort, and pain of pregnancy for 9 months before and during the agony of labor. She nursed him, fed him, took care of him when he was sick, and taught him the ways of this world. Now, everything she knew about the child turned out to be a lie. I bit my quivering lip, trying to keep silent. I needed to be the strong one. I needed to be the one that my wife could rely on. "I'm sorry," my wife suddenly whispered. Her head was still leaning against my shoulder, so I couldn't tell what sort of expression she had. "You did nothing to be sorry about, honey. We just need time to sort out our feelings." Arthur knew this, which was why he told us before he had to leave. "How long will he be gone for?" she asked. I might have been hearing wrong, but my wife's voice sounded somewhat brusque as she asked. "He said a few years," I replied, expecting Alice to be surprised. Instead, she gave me a slight nod as she muttered, "I see." "Alice, what's wrong?" I pulled my wife an arm's length away, trying to get a better look at her face. Her eyes were dull, almost lifeless, as she refused to make eye contact with me. "I wonder what our son would have been like if Arthur hadn't taken over," she mumbled, looking at the ground. Alice, please don't say that. Don't ask something like that," I said, my voice coming out in a sort of whimper. "Would he have been courageous and outgoing like you? Or maybe he would have been a bit more careful and shy like me," she continued, tears rolling down her cheeks. Honey, don't, just don't." Tears began rolling down my face despite doing all I could to steady my voice. Arthur is what? Our son." My wife met my eyes and I could see how desperate she was, how lost she was. "If you haven't noticed, Ray, not once have we referred to Arthur as our son since we started talking." I specifically remembered opening my mouth, trying to refute, but no argument came out, no sound, no words, only silence. I took a deep breath and wiped the tears off of my wife's face before speaking. "Just as it is for you, it's hard for me to confidently call Arthur our son. Hopefully that'll change the next time we see him, but Alice, it doesn't change the fact that we have considered him family for over 13 years now. We laughed, we fought, we celebrated, we shed tears together. Isn't that what brought us close? Not the blood running through us, not who we once were in the past, but what we went through together." Embracing my wife tightly, I continued talking. "Remember when Arthur sacrificed his life for you in the mountains on our way to Xyrus? He did that expecting to die that day. You know very well he wouldn't have done something like that if he didn't consider you important. So don't dwell on the what-ifs and let's try to accept what's happening around us." I could feel my wife trembling in my arms as she broke down and cried. I now remembered where I recognized that dull, lifeless look Alice had in her eyes. It was the same look she carried after we thought Arthur had died. It was her trying to escape reality. We sat there for a while in each other's arms until our tears ran dry and our sobs were reduced to soft whimpers. "Alice, you're not a horrible person. Believe me, I've thought worse than you, but it is going to take us time to wrap our heads around this." My voice trailed off as I held my wife's face and gazed deeply, studying every detail of the woman I loved. Stop staring. "I must look disgusting right now," she croaked, her voice hoarse from crying. "You're beautiful," I stated while staring at her puffy red eyes and runny nose. My wife softly closed her eyes and leaned forward. I pressed my lips gently against hers when Ellie's voice rang just outside the tent. "Mama, are you feeling better now? Let me show you, boo. Now come play with Grandma. Your parents are resting, yes, resting." Elder Rinia's voice rang just outside the tent as well. "Oh, okay, come on, boo, let's play with Grandma." Alice and I locked eyes in what felt like a long time and she finally smiled. "What is this, boo, that Ellie is talking about?" my wife asked, raising a brow. "I'll tell you later." Shooting her what I supposed to be a wink with my swollen eyes, I wiped another stray tear from her face and resumed where we had left off. Arthur Leywins POV. I wasn't sure what I was expecting out of a land inhabited by beings that were basically considered gods to us. For some reason, in my imagination, grand and fantastical lands were always constructed out of gold, diamonds, or some other precious material. In my old world, even the homes of the most influential figures were designed with the intention of practicality more than anything else. The most important figures were mostly warriors after all, and our tastes were rather simple. Things like furniture made from the hides of precious beasts were unnecessary and only sought after by the rich merchants and politicians whose sense of self-worth were directly proportional to their wealth. Thus, exiting from the golden column of light and stepping into the realm of Asuras could only leave me wide-eyed and breathless. My mood was sour and I was still wallowing in regret over the recent decision I had made, but one glance at the land Sylvia and Winsome had come from was all it took for me to temporarily forget about my troubles and future hardships I would have to endure. It felt as if I had been transported to a different planet, a planet where it wasn't the inhabitants that had constructed the buildings and manors, but one where the earth and land forged itself to be worthy enough to be resided in. The towering castle in front of us seemed to have been birthed from the earth itself, as there were neither signs nor indications that it had been shaped or molded. Sophisticated designs and runes made from what looked like precious minerals covered the walls of the castle that stood high enough to be seen from kilometers away. The trees bent and tangled together in arches to create a corridor that led to the entrance atop a bridge, shimmering in an array of translucent colors. Peeling my eyes off the castle itself took a great effort, the iridescent bridge was no easier, but I was finally able to at least collect myself enough to take in my surroundings. Winsome had transported us on top of a mountain cluttered with trees that reminded me of cherry blossoms. The familiar trees were in full bloom, with shimmering pink petals that seemed to dance as they floated down to the ground. The vibrant bridge that stretched out in front of us led to another mountain of which the castle seemed to have been carved from. Evidently, the mountain was pretty high up as the clouds covered everything underneath the bridge, with two mountain peaks that stuck out like two islands in an ocean of hazy white. Welcome to Ephiatis, or more specifically, the Indrath clan's castle. Winsome walked towards the castle, stepping on the bridge of precious minerals that any mortal king would wage wars for, before glancing back and beckoning me to follow. Taking a deep breath, I trailed behind the Usura, carefully placing my right foot on top of the incandescent surface of the bridge. The bridge was semi-translucent like stained glass. As I stepped on the structure, a deep feeling of fear washed over me, which was a surprise since I have never had a fear of heights. It might have been due to the fact that there were no supports holding up the bridge that easily spanned a couple hundred feet. Indrath clan, you mean we're at the home of Sylvia's family? I asked. I had decided to trust in the colorful bridge rather than imagine what would happen if it were to abruptly break. Walking alongside Winsome, we made our way towards the castle. Yes, Lord Indrath had commanded that I bring you and Lady Sylvie to him upon arrival, the Usura replied. I found it amusing seeing the usually cool and aloof Winsome smoothing out the creases on his robe anxiously. Any last tips before meeting this almighty Lord of Lords? Unfortunately, even I do not know what to expect. This situation is rather peculiar after all, he answered, tidying his hair. Letting out a sigh, I glanced down at Sylvie sleeping in my arms. I was beginning to grow worried by how much she slept, the only thing comforting me being her rhythmic breathing. The doors to the monstrous castle were just as proportionately terrifying. They were tall, not just to a 13-year-old boy, but tall enough to admit giants and, well, dragons. There aren't any guards or watchmen? I asked, looking around the open doors. Of course there are. They were watching us while we were crossing over the bridge. Now come, we shouldn't keep Lord Indrath waiting. As I stepped off the bridge and into the castle, the feeling of angst went away. Instead, I was drenched in cold sweat at the realization that it wasn't the height of the bridge that had scared me, but whoever, or whatever, had been watching me as we crossed it. The interior of the castle didn't disappoint, as it was just as magnificently crafted as the outside. Ceilings were unnecessarily high with arches that looked to have been carved out of the mountain. The walls themselves were adorned with intricate detailing, as if they told a story. Yet, considering how large the castle was, it was eerily quiet. This way, the Indrath clan is waiting for you. Winsome seemed to be on edge as he kept fixing some part of his attire while we walked. Wait, the entire clan is waiting for us. Yes, now please, let us hurry, the Usura sighed, as he went ahead of me into a particularly intimidating corridor. Again, shivers ran down my spine, but this time I was able to see the source. At the end of the corridor were two figures guarding the door. I wasn't able to make out much of their appearance as they were shrouded in darkness from the shadows cast by the corridor's lights. However, my instincts had already kicked in, desperately trying to convince me to run as far away as possible from these two shadowed figures. I was reminded of the time I was in front of the Elderwood Guardian. However, I had a feeling that in front of those guards, the S-Mana beast that I almost died to would only be cannon fodder. Winsome and I eventually approached them. Reaching the door, I was now able to discern the two guards' features. One was a female with an amiable expression on her face. She looked rather tomboyish with her green hair cut short to just underneath her ear, but the distinct curves noticeable below her light leather armor showed otherwise. The man next to her looked much fiercer, with sharp eyes and a scar that jaggedly cut crossed his cheek. The only visible weapon I noticed on either of them was a short dagger strapped to each of their waists. Elder Winsome, I see you finally brought the human boy, the female guard grinned. The male guard stared at Sylvie and looked up at me in a studying gaze. Is it appropriate for a human child to be carrying the princess? He asked disapprovingly. Let it be, Cygnus. They are bonded, Winsome dismissed. Now, are you guys going to let us in or not? The two guards looked at each other briefly before giving Winsome a brief nod. As the two of them faced the door, the aura they emitted increased significantly, enough for it to be nearly palpable. Only a few seconds had said, but beads of cold sweat rolled down my face as my breathing became shallow and jagged. The two guards each held onto one of the door handles and pulled it open. I could only imagine how heavy it was since the two guards were struggling to pry it apart. Finally, with a loud clack, the towering door slid open, revealing what I assumed to be the Great Hall. And staring right at me, seated on a blazing white throne, was a man who looked to be no older than 20. Winsome immediately stepped past me into the room and kneeled. My lord, the Usura addressed, bowing his head. Lord Indrath wasn't what I had expected him to be like in the least. He had a cool, almost mellow feel to him, sporting a silvery cream-colored hair that was neither long nor short. He would be considered an attractive man by any means, but he wasn't exceptionally stunning either. I couldn't really tell what his build was underneath his white robe, but he didn't look particularly robust. His eyes reminded me too much of Sylvia for my comfort, but while Sylvia's eyes were still see on it, his were hard. Lord Indrath's eyes were purple as well, but even from here I could see the colors change shades. Realizing that I had been staring for far too long, I followed suit and kneeled as well. While my head was down, though, I couldn't help but peek around the room. Standing to the side of the great hall were figures of all ages and sizes staring at me, some disdainful like the prior male guard, while others with simple curiosity. Each of the figures that were standing around Winsome and I emanated auras that would make even the most powerful mages in Dickathon faint and froth in the mouth, yet the man seated on the throne that burned in a shimmering white fire emitted none. Even after trying to consciously sense him, I couldn't even feel his presence. Even with the fact that I was able to see him, I had trouble believing he actually existed if my eyes weren't directly focused on him. Stand, his voice soft and silvery, yet sharp like a knife in a way that it was both gentle and imposing. Rising to our feet, we walked towards the throne, with Sylvie still in my arms. I could feel the eyes of everyone following me, judging my every movement. I was reminded of when I was still an orphan fetching groceries for our house at a nearby market. It felt much like how the adults looked at me then, the glares and blatant disgust as if I was some sort of disease that they needed to avoid. Seconds slowly ticked by as we waited for the man on the throne to speak, yet he only stared wordlessly at me, and Sylvie with an expression I couldn't interpret. My eyes hadn't left Lord Indrath as he had been studying me, so when I felt Sylvie in my arms suddenly disappear and reappear in his arms, my immediate reaction was a clumsy and baffled astonishment. "What the?" I spouted. I reflexively tried to reach out for my bond until Winsome placed his hand on my shoulder. "What, am I not allowed to hold my own granddaughter?" Lord Indrath retorted, holding Sylvie in one hand. Lifting her up so he was eye level, Lord Indrath turned her around while inspecting every angle of my sleeping bond. "I see you have done nothing to train her. Her mana levels are insultingly low, and by how she's in a hibernating state right now, it seemed that you had strained her." Lord Indrath's eyes narrowed and pierced through me, only my pride keeping me from taking a step back. "My apologies, my lord. I should have trained Lady Sylvie while I was in Dickathon. If it is to your liking, I can start her training now as well." To my surprise, Winsome had defended me, bowing once again in front of the creamy-haired man on the throne. "No need. I will personally look after Sylvie," Lord Indrath dismissed, shaking his head. With that, a wave of surprised gasps and soft murmurs filled the great hall as the other members of the Indrath clan whispered to one another excitedly. Placing a finger gently between Sylvie's eyes, Lord Indrath mouthed something inaudibly. His eyes glowed, and suddenly Sylvie jolted awake, her eyes glimmering in the same shade of purple as her grandfather's. "Caillou, Papa, where am I?" The nostalgic voice that I hadn't heard in days filled my head. Sylvie was obviously confused by the unfamiliar scene and by the fact that a man she had never seen was holding her so intimately. "We've come a bit far away, Sylv. How are you feeling?" I transmitted back, a smile forming on my face. "Sleepy, can I go back to sleep, Papa?" I could see Sylvie's eyes struggling to stay open as she blinked wearily before fully closing. Lord Indrath, Elder Winsome had already explained to me what is needed of me, but he has yet to fill me in on why exactly I was to be brought here. "If it is simply for training purposes, isn't some remote dungeon in Dickathon a suitable place?" I asked, impatiently waiting for him to hand me back my bond. "I have deemed you a necessary piece that will help us against Agrona and his army. I take it that you have already understood the mutual benefit in winning the approaching war." "Yes. Having said that, it will be the most beneficial to have several specialists to help Winsome in training you during your stay here. Think of it as an honor, since only the most talented of the younger generations would get the training that you will get. How will you know when the war will be approaching? How much time do we even have? There were way too many uncertainties for me to be able to comfortably train." "That is for me to worry about. Focus on your training and I will notify Winsome when it is time for you to go back to your homeland. That is all," Lord Indrath replied, signaling to Winsome to take me away. "Wait, what about Sylvie? She will stay with me until her training is over," he said matter-of-factly. "What? How long will that take? I won't be able to see her until then." Lord Indrath's brow twitched impatiently as he simply shooed us away with his hand. Before I could respond, Winsome squeezed my arm tightly, dragging me out of the great hall. After PASing the two guards, I angrily shook my hand out of Winsome's grasp. What was even the point of that meeting? I went in there to have Sylvie S.N.A.T.C. head away and be looked down on by all of the Indrath clan. That was humiliating. Letting out a sigh, Winsome replied, "The relationship between you and the Usuras is very peculiar and could only be summed up as, let's say, a grudging tolerance. The very fact that we have no choice but to rely on a lesser being is a wound on our pride. Do not worry, both you and Lady Sylvie will not be mistreated. Like Lord Indrath had mentioned, you are important to us. I'm pretty sure he said, necessary peace, I scoffed, stepping back onto the bridge we previously crossed. Winsome's lips curled into a faint smile. Come, there are some people I want you to meet. No, I said, left foot out at a 40-degree angle. Your center of gravity should be aligned with your right heel since that is your pivot foot. Do you understand, Stray? The instructor had just cracked his whip to get me in proper position as he went around the claw SS. Gritting my teeth, I silently obeyed, adjusting my left foot to comply with my instructor's flawed technique. If I hadn't, it would only mean a delay in whatever scraps of dinner we were given since we weren't to be fed until everyone had perfectly gone through the stances and forms from the day's lessons. Days at this inst. Tuition had consisted of 8-hour combat training, which I found somewhat flawed, then meditation to nurture our Kai centers for around 10 hours after. The remaining 6 hours were split amongst eating, washing, and sleeping. Students whose centers had developed enough to learn Kai techniques were separated from the rest of the group and placed into specialty class, says depending on their aptitudes. Those that were not able to awaken their Kai centers were to be relocated, of which I had later realized that it really meant to be disposed of. For me, I had followed the instructor's training regimen to the bone for the allotted 8 hours. During the time given for meditation, I would sleep for the remaining 2 hours after actually only meditating for the first 8, using the time we were given to sleep to unlearn all of the garbage that the instructors had regarded as martial art and train in my own techniques. The only useful information that the instructors had taught us were the vital spots in a human, the weak points. Their techniques were a brutish, senseless way of trying to inflict damage to those points without any regard to how the opponent might react. They taught in a way where, as long as one follows the proper steps, the user will reach their target and inflict pain on him or her. Like I said, senseless. I hid the fact that my Kai center had been cultivated enough to learn Kai techniques for as long as possible since I knew that once I advanced to the higher level claw, says, it would give me less time for me to train on my own. My one stroke of luck at that time, I admit, had been stumbling upon a Kai technique book for hiding the user's presence. I had engulfed the words in that book like it was fresh water in a barren desert. The technique manual was a low-grade one, but I had practiced the technique to such a degree that it provided me with the ability to sneak into the library where they held all of the Kai techniques. Now that I think back, I probably wasn't that tall in my previous life due to the fact that I had only slept for 8 to 10 hours a week because of how much time I had spent reading and practicing the techniques. I knew it would have been useless for me to try and learn all of the techniques, so I had narrowed it down and studied only the Kai arts that would most benefit me in the long run. I've realized that, while the library had been secured, it wasn't really heavily guarded, the reason being that, even if a student were to have trespass said inside, they wouldn't have been able to figure out on their own how to learn the techniques. Much like the manual I had stumbled upon for hiding the user's presence, the other Kai technique manuals had been filled with terms and jargon that no orphan child or teenager would have known. That means all I had to go off on to learn the techniques were the crudely drawn pictures that showed the necessary steps in learning and using the Kai art. It didn't strike me then, but reflecting back on it now, it would have been easy to discern that I was nothing short of being a prodigy. Just by studying the pictures of the man I'll name the man Joe, demonstrating the steps for the Kai art, I was able to grasp how the Kai was supposed to flow inside my body to properly execute the technique. The first Kai art I had learned after breaking into the library was a series of Kai-enhanced footwork techniques that I had practiced until the soles of my feet almost showed my bones. The technique looked like a tap dance sequence without proper Kai flow, but once I had managed to input the proper flow of Kai into the appropriate appendages at the appropriate time, I was able to evade, reposition, sneak behind, basically teleport within a limited range. I still remember using that Kai art, the technique I mastered and fine-tuned to make it even better, to defeat the same instructor that had whipped me so many times for no good reason. The look on his face when I had my wooden sword pressed against his sweating neck, I can still vividly recall. His wide, astonished eyes shaking as his mouth hung agape, trying to string together words to form a petty and convenient excuse that would allow him to save some face. Even as I was on the road to become king, the foot technique that I had mastered and made my own left me with nicknames like Untouchable, God Speed, Mirage, etc. However, when I had come to this world, there was little use for it once my mana core advanced enough. I was hardly within range to use the technique that I had once relied so heavily on, and it seemed so much simpler to just conjure a wall to block whatever projectile was hurled towards me. With mana being so abundant and all, I had never needed to regulate and control my mana output. Present. It's amusing how the human brain recalls moments of the past. All the memories that the person wishes to forget is somehow ingrained even deeper into the hippocampus. This seemingly ancient memory of my previous childhood times had been suddenly evoked, as if my life flashed before my eyes, just as a simple low sweep from my opponent's kick shattered both of my legs simultaneously. As I collapsed onto the ground, I failed to dodge another sharp jab that dislocated my right shoulder. I was all but defenseless as I shifted glances between the man who had overwhelmed me to such an enormous degree and my severed left arm that he had in his hand. Winsome had told me that the pain felt in this domain was greatly diminished. If that was truly the case, how much more agonizing would these wounds be if it actually happened to me? The one responsible for my current mortal injuries approached me with a mixed expression, giving me a terse nod as he snapped his fingers. "Nuff," he said as the world faded into black, and like that, I was awake again with all of my limbs attached and unbroken. I immediately crumpled to all fours and hurled the remainder of my last meal as I heaved for breath. My vomit immediately dissipated in the small sapphire pond I had been meditating in. I wasn't sure if I was wet because of the magical liquid that I was surrounded in or because of the profuse amount of sweat and grime that I had discharged from the stress. "No, let me continue," I managed to choke out in between gasps. "The human boy has admirable willpower. How much time has Pa S?" said Winsome. The same deep and controlled voice as the one that had broken most of the 206 bones in my body asked calmly. "About 5 minutes have Pa S said out here," Winsome said tersely. "So roughly an hour has Pa S said for us in there." The lean man with a shaved head remarked in a way that was neither disappointed nor proud, just matter-of-factly. I regarded the two Usura's conversation with a weary curiosity while wiping vomit off of my lips. Again, I demanded desperately, sitting back up in the meditative posture Winsome had taught me in the middle of this sacred pool. The shaved-headed Usura nodded approvingly and sat down facing me in the exact same position as I was in and traded glances with Winsome, signaling him to start. Once again, the glowing sapphire liquid rose up around us and enveloped the Usura in front of me and myself. I was soon engulfed in the familiar scorching sensation that had overwhelmed me the last few dozen times we did this, and again, my vision had darkened as I waited anxiously for myself and the Usura to reappear in the HELL, that is, the mental training facility where I had just been killed. My thoughts slowly trailed back a few hours before all of this, when we had just left the Indrath clan's castle. Upset would be a mild way of describing my state of mind, after Lord Indrath had decided that I wasn't fit to see or even communicate with my own bond during the period of our stay. He made it explicitly clear that my presence would hinder the progress of Sylvie's recovery and training. It was an odd feeling being separated so entirely from Sylvie. Usually, even when my bond was sleeping, I would still feel her presence. Suddenly having that yanked away again, just like that time in the Widow's Crypt dungeon, made me feel empty, almost as if a limb had been pulled off. "Come, there are some people I want you to meet." The Usura paused and then went on. "Well, just one person specifically I want you to meet for now." Even after crossing the bridge, Winsome did little to explain the location of our training grounds, keeping mostly silent as we scaled down the steep mountain. As we climbed down, the atmosphere drastically changed. Color was lost as we were surrounded by a dreary canvas of gray stones and rotten woods. The sea of clouds that seemed so far down was now just above us, and it seemed that the layer of haze was the border between heaven and what felt like purgatory. We must have intentionally trekked down the steepest side of the mountain, since we were vertically climbing down most of the time. Winsome had vaguely explained to me how the use of mana arts to venture down was forbidden, something to do with tradition and being worthy. Because of this tradition, the journey that would have taken us minutes elongated into hours. "We're here," Winsome announced evenly with no sign of fatigue inside this zone of increased pressure and low air density. He was staring intently at a dead root that jutted out of the crevice between two stones. "We're going to train here," I muttered in between breaths, staring at the insignificant root that Winsome seemed so fixated on. "Hold on to my hand," he replied, ignoring my question as he reached out towards me. As soon as I had a grip on his hand, the Usura yanked me towards him, swinging me towards where the root was stuck. Before I even had the time to yell out in surprise, however, the scene changed and I was in some sort of small cave, the same cave that I was in now. Winsome appeared behind me shortly after and took the lead, heading towards the glowing pool that I had been staring at. "It's good to see you again, Cordry," Winsome suddenly greeted to no one in particular. "It is nice seeing you as well, Elder Winsome. And you must be the human Arthur Lewin, correct?" Just then, a figure that I could swear was not there before was suddenly right in front of us. It was the same shaven and lean Usura that had sat down in front of me just now. This man was by no means distinguishable or remarkable in any way. He reminded me much of a monk, someone who had chosen to let go of the worldly ways, except he wasn't dressed in a robe but a light, tight-fitting tunic. The only unique feature he had was his 4 hazel eyes, but even that fact seemed to be somehow plain. Every one of his 4 eyes exuded a calm wisdom that differed from Lord Indrath's silently terrifying gaze. Yes, nice to meet you, I replied after quickly regaining my composure. Arthur, this is my close friend Cordry. He is of the Thyestes clan of the Pantheon Usura race just like Aldir, who you met back at the floating castle in Dicathan, Winsome introduced. He had taught me about the 8 Usura races and the affiliated great clans. The Pantheon race was the only race of Usura that was versed in what I coined as neutral-type mana art. The Basilisk race, the race that the Vritra clan was from, was the only race that was capable of decay-type mana art. The remaining 6 Usura races, including the Dragon race that Lord Indrath, Sylvia, and Winsome, are a part of whole distinct creation-type mana art. While the Dragon race are feared for the Etha mana art that is so unique and mysterious, it is still considered creation type. Of course, the Usura's terms for creation, neutral, and decay type mana arts differ for each race, but I just standardized it for my own sanity. There was no time for us to go over what the special qualities each race held, since that was when we had arrived to Eldorinia's home, but I had a feeling that I would be learning it later on. Has Lord Indrath truly granted you the Etha Orb? Cordry's even voice snapped me out of my train of thought as he looked anxiously at Winsome. Yes, it is right here. Winsome then took out a sphere-shaped object the size of his palm, revealing it to Cordry. Lord Indrath is truly investing much into this human, he sighed, admiring the orb. Winsome looked back to meet my eyes, giving me I told you so gaze before turning back. Arthur, come and sit here with us. I'll explain to you how your training will begin. Cordry motioned for me with his hand as he sat down. Winsome speculated that it would be best for your training to start with me instead of him because of a few reasons. First, your body and mana core are not nearly strong enough to handle the sort of training that even young Usuras are capable of. If resources were not readily available at our disposal, it would take you at least a few decades in order for you to physically absorb anything taught by us. The Usura named Cordry looked at the orb in Winsome's hand before continuing. Fortunately, we have the Etha Orb. What exactly is this Etha Orb? I knew he was expecting me to ask this. Arthur, you may not know this, but the Dragon race is regarded as the Usura race deemed closest to being GODS. Yes, actual GODS. The reason being is the fact that we hold the ability to manipulate Etha. Etha is a material that flows throughout the entire universe. As you know from receiving Lady Sylvia's will, Etha contains the power to manipulate even time and SBACE itself, as you recently experienced from Lord Indrath. Much of the possibilities of Etha remain incomprehensible to even the Indrath clan, but one artifact that has remained in our possession since the beginning of our clan history is the Etha Orb. The Etha Orb is a treasure that had allowed our clan to gain glimpses of the power that Etha holds, one being the ability to separate the body from the soul. Winsome regarded the orb with an almost reverence as he tenderly held on to it. The orb also has the power to manipulate time. With these two abilities that the Etha Orb holds, it will be possible to train you at a rate and efficiency that should be impossible otherwise. Because of the close relationship that the Thyestes clan and Indrath clan has, Lord Indrath had at one point gifted us with the temporary usage of this treasure, Cordry continued for Winsome. Remember me telling you that Lord Indrath has placed a significant amount of resources into making sure you will be ready for the upcoming battles. Along with the orb, Lord Indrath has allowed us to use his exclusive training grounds. The ether-rich liquid inside that pond will help accelerate your training and heal wounds that you will incur throughout this process. Cordry here is a talented and highly respected teacher in the Thyestes clan. He will be responsible for the first portion of the training. Winsome gave Cordry a stern nod as the two of them stood back up. So what exactly will we be doing for the first portion of the training? I asked, almost timidly. Winsome replied, his voice sounding almost devious. You will be fighting against Cordry in a soul state, and you will be dying, over and over again. Trust in your body, Arthur. As long as you are able, your body will be the only thing that will not fail you. As Cordry's words rang softly in my ears, a piercing pain had forced my eyes open as I looked down to see Cordry's hand jutted out of my chest, unbloodied. Damn it. As the word left my tongue, the all-too-familiar sensation of being sucked out of the soul realm once again overwhelmed me. As soon as I awoke back in the cave, my hands shot to my chest, prodding for a hole that wasn't there. I fell to my back in the shallow pool. How long this time, Winsome? 2 minutes, he replied. Arthur, the more you are forced out of the soul realm, the more time is wasted in your training. Even if an hour out here equates to about roughly 12 in there, it will not be enough if you're expelled every few minutes. Don't blame me. Blame your friend that is killing me once every those few minutes, I groaned. It was impossible to get used to the sensation of dying. Even if my physical body wasn't getting injured, the trauma-inducing stress on my mind would be enough to make even veteran fighters go insane. I'm not exactly sure what the two Usuras were thinking, putting a teen through this sort of nightmarish training. I am doing only what you are able to handle, Cordry responded, almost as if reading my mind. The child is resilient, though. It makes me curious why that is. Even young Usuras who don't die nearly as often as you do have a hard time coping with the stress. If I had to guess, it was probably due to the fact that my mental strength was a combination of 2 lives, but even with that, this training was beginning to take a toll on me. Winsome nodded in acknowledgement. Even I grew worried at first by the number of times Arthur had been expelled from the Soul Realm due to deaths. Well, time to get training again. Are you ready, Cordry? I gave my body one last stretch before sitting back up. Letting out an amused chuckle, he gave me a nod. I will always be ready, Greenhorn. Remember, Arthur, while you are training in the Soul Realm, your physical body will also be refining your mana core. The longer you are able to last in the Soul Realm, the faster your cultivation will go. Don't overexert yourself, it has only been a week into your training. We still have some leeway, but not if you take on more than you can handle, Winsome cautioned as he activated the Ether Orb. Cordry and I were, once again, in the same GRA-SSY field that expanded endlessly into the horizon. It's been 8 days since I had started this Torta training. Since 1 hour outside equates to 12 in here, that means a full 24 hours out there translates to 12 days in here. Even counting the time spent out in the physical realm eating, sleeping, and resting after dying too many times in the soul realm, I have spent over a few months in this GRA-SSY training with the even-tempered and patient monk, Cordry. I can tell you are well-versed in physical combat, Arthur, but you have become overly reliant on the usage of mana arts, or what you lesser races call magic. By my guess, you are much more accustomed to shorter battles and duels. Proper conservation and distribution of mana was never a priority, right? Cordry speculated. More or less, I'm only 13, remember. I countered innocently. Sure. The Usura shrugged, shooting me a look that told me he didn't buy it. You are only human, meaning you are bound by the limitations that follow. You are a long way from reaching white core stage, let alone the integration stage. Because of that, my job is to train your body. After all, the less mana you expend on protecting yourself, the more leeway you have in other areas of use. Now let us begin. I've wasted enough time with my rambling. Yes, sir, I answered, getting into a defensive stance. Cordry's figure vanished and reappeared arm's length in front of me. The first time I had come to the Soul Realm for training, I was killed in the first blow, unable to even react. Even when I wasn't killed, I jolted awake at the slightest blow because my soul wasn't used to taking on injuries. The second, third, fourth, all the way up to the 28th time, I had been thrown out of the Soul Realm in the first hit. But on the 29th time, I was able to dodge, just barely. Well, enough to persist until the second hit. Reciting and training in the Soul Realm was difficult, to say the least. Only after a few weeks of dying in the Soul Realm was I able to last long enough to actually call it training. Cordry followed up his left jab to my neck with a right elbow to my sternum. It was only when we fought that I was reminded of how terrifying Cordry was. His meek temperament disappeared, replaced by a cold, ruthless warrior capable of killing me over 100 times in the span of a few seconds. The Usura's limbs seemingly vanished due to the high speed in which they were moving. The only reason I was able to dodge was because Cordry's attack pattern was always the same. Of course, this was done on purpose. The Usura had explicitly told me the geography of his strikes, never once deviating from that since the beginning of our training. It was pathetic that I was barely able to dodge an attack that I already knew was coming, but that was the difference between us. Beads of sweat flew off my face and body as I was scantily able to keep up with Cordry's onslaught. Seconds melded together, increasingly slower to 4 minutes as my sense of time dulled. Desperation was evident as I progressively made more mistakes the longer we fought. I had yet to land a single blow on him since the beginning of the training. In the months I spent fighting Cordry, all my strikes had met with thin air. Good, you're keeping up longer than usual. Do not get sloppy, Arthur. Remain patient and bide for time if you do not see an opening, the Usura shouted as he simultaneously continued striking and easily dodging all of my feeble attempts to land a hit. I made a blunder at that moment. Cordry's sequence of attacks were strategically placed so that if I didn't dodge it by just a hair's breadth, I wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack. While I did dodge his spinning elbow, my movement had been too large. I was instantly met with a low sweep that I couldn't avoid due to leaning too far back to dodge his previous blow. I chose to give up my left foot in response, knowing I wouldn't be able to completely dodge the sweep. As expected, the crunching blow shattered my left ankle, but I continued dodging. Even in here, where I knew it wasn't real, I didn't want to die. Sloppy, but nice follow-up. Do not grow desperate and stay level-headed, he repeated, executing his next blow. Even with my broken ankle, I was able to somehow dodge more of Cordry's restrained attacks until he did something he hadn't done before. I was expecting a forward knee to my stomach like he had always done after a right strike, but instead, he shifted his body to perform a roundhouse kick. I wasn't able to dodge his left leg, but I was able to keep myself from dying instantly. Instead of his kick snapping my neck, it had connected squarely with my jaw. The world tumbled around me as I felt myself skipping like a flat rock on a lake's surface, before tumbling to a painful stop on a bed of particularly tall GRA-SSY. I wasn't able to talk due to the bottom half of my face being completely mutilated, and it took most of my mental capacity to suppress the excruciating pain, but that didn't stop me from good-naturedly extending a middle finger at my mentor. Responding with a smirk, he helped me up. "You managed to not get yourself killed," he said, seemingly impressed. "Rest until your soul state is healed." Even as he said this, I could already feel my body, or my soul state, recovering. The broken fragments of my bones fused together as torn muscle fibers, tendons, and ligaments reattached themselves. While people who haven't experienced such a sensation might think that the act of healing so fast would be comforting or soothing, it was actually just as painful, if not more, than the injury caused. I kept telling myself that experiencing agony like this will be useful later on, hoping it would get me through this torture every time we trained, but I was on the verge of breaking. It had barely been over a week, yet, because of the time distortion in this world, to me, months have said. My progress as a mage had always been unrivaled, so training here like this, where my biggest achievement in these past few months had been staying alive for longer than 5 minutes against someone purposely restraining himself, I couldn't help but become frustrated and impatient. "We should take a break from combat training for a while." Cordry's sudden statement took me by surprise. Seeing as he specialized in hand-to-hand combat, I wasn't sure what else he would be teaching me. "What do you mean? Am I not learning fast enough?" "No, it's not that. Actually, your ability to grasp and comprehend is frightening, coupled with your stubbornness. It is no wonder that your potential as a mage is beyond anyone else's. However, because of that stubbornness of yours, I'm afraid you are going to unwittingly break down if we keep going at the current pace," my trainer answered as he sat down. "Break? I thought the realm inside the ether orb wouldn't allow me to die. And besides, with the regeneration speed of my soul state, as long as you don't kill me instantly, I should be okay, right?" The four-eyed Usra lifted his gaze and regarded me sternly. "I'm not talking about damaging your body, Arthur. I'm talking about injuring you here," he said, tapping his head, "so hurting me psychologically." Perhaps it was the same stubbornness that Cordry had just talked about, or a layer of pride that had made me ignorant of this possibility, but I couldn't bring myself to agree with him. "Arthur, you are constantly experiencing death while training here with me on a daily basis. More so than that, death has no longer become the endpoint, but the precursor for a level of pain that even Usras can find daunting." Cordry got up from the ground as he explained. "Even if it won't damage your body, that kind of trauma will start to get in the way of producing the sort of fighter I am trying to train you to become. When we're talking about this level of pain, too much of it in your body will instinctively try to save itself, regardless of whether you want it to or not. Just enough pain, and it will be your most reliable sword and shield." I thought about my trainer's words for a moment and understood where he was coming from. However, I thought of myself as an exception, having lived through 2 lives. Call it arrogant, but I felt like I could take it. "Honestly, Cordry, I'm fine, we don't end." I didn't even have time to consciously process what had happened. One moment we were talking, the next moment, an overwhelming sense of dread crashed down on me like a tsunami. The next thing I knew, I was several meters away from the Usra with Dragon's Ballad, my sword, held tightly in my grasp. My eyes focused back on Cordry, only to see the Usra with a flower in his hand. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Just as I let my guard down, Cordry's figure flickered and vanished, and without even a trace of presence or intent, a searing pain made me look down. My mentor's hand had, once again, pierced straight through my chest. As I tried to pull myself away from him, I fell down. The Usra withdrew his hand and kneeled down to be level with me. Giving me a gentle smile, he continued, "Even the gods may not know what sort of life you had truly led, but it is because of your past experiences that this could happen. You trust too deeply in your instinct, Arthur, and while it is a useful tool, it should not be relied on wholeheartedly. Small steps, Arthur. You have much to be taught, but much to unlearn as well." As he ruffled my hair, I thought again of the time I was in the Inst. I tuitioned during my past life as an orphan, the times I had to teach myself from little useful information and tools I could gather. I realized that, for the first time in both lives, I have finally gained an actual mentor. A mentor wise and powerful enough that I can, even with my unique past and monstrous potential, be a student hungry to learn. "Do you understand, Arthur?" Cordry asked as he got up and extended his hand. "You bet." I accepted his hand and pulled myself back to my feet. My body still trembled, but whether it was from the lethal wound in my chest, the excitement of my future prospects, or the anticipation from being under skilled mentors, I had a feeling it was a mixture of all three. He was a monster, a true predator. That was the only thing that came to mind when he released the shackles he put on himself for my safety when he released that petrifying pressure. The paralyzing fear slowly spread through my body like a snake's deadly venom. I clenched my sweaty hands, tightening the hold on my sword. The soft blades of Grass rippled, swaying leisurely because of my trembling feet. The muscles in my legs continuously twitched, fighting the impulse to whirl around and sprint away. Salty blood filled my mouth as I bit down on my bottom lip. Holding my blade up, I approached the thickening aura emitting from my teacher. A burning fire in the form of sweat stung my azure eyes, but I dared not to blink. Slowly, painfully, my brain sent signals, picking up my feet and moving them in a cautious but steady gait as I walked into the manifestation of fear itself. "I'm coming, Arthur. Prepare yourself." The voice rang clearly within the cloud of menacing air. I forced my tightened jaw to relax and let out a barbaric roar despite already lacking the air to breathe, dispelling some of the chilling fear gripping my insides. "Damen at all." The teal blade in my hands dulled as I drew near Cordry, as if even my sword was afraid. But I kept walking, each step feeling as if I was trying to wade across a pool of undried cement. Finally, within range of my blade, I cleaved down, hoping to end this in one strike. Of course, it didn't. Cordry parried Dawn's ballad like it was a foam stick, creating an arc with his blade as well. Just as my sword was about to hit the ground, I used the momentum to spin myself, whirling my blade back around at Cordry's knees. Another failed attempt. Cordry's short sword easily blocked mine, stopping it just short of his leg. Knocking Dawn's ballad away, my teacher threw a swift kick at my face. I could hear the sharp whistle of air as I dodged in time to bring my sword back up to an upward swipe. Cordry turned his face to the side so my blade whizzed harmlessly by his ear. "Your movements are getting better, even with my aura's suppression," my instructor commended. I knew he was just complimenting me, but seeing him have the leisure to talk while dodging came off as annoyingly smug. It was becoming harder to breathe as I realized I was almost at my limit. One more desperate lunge toward Cordry was all I could manage before Dawn's ballad fell to the ground, my hands unable to hold on to it any longer. I fell to my knees, my legs giving out soon after, and I was left choking for air inside the confines of this HEL-lish aura. Not bad. As Cordry's voice reached my ears, the pressure disappeared. Without the suffocating aura affecting me, my body desperately sucked in air. Over a month had Pa-s said in the outside world, which meant about a year has Pa-s said in here. A year of continuous, torturous training with Cordry's short lectures being the only breaks I had. Over the course of the month that had actually Pa-s said, I have had no contact with Sylvie. The number of times I have been dying and forced out of the soul realm have drastically reduced. The liquid that surrounded my body and Cordry's put us into a mock comatose state, even supplying us with the nutrients needed to stay healthy. The last time we had left the soul realm was about 4 months in here, which translated to a little short of 2 weeks outside. Cordry had kept me busy, but even then I couldn't help but long for my family and friends. There were so many matters that I felt like I had put off, continuously filling me with regret upon recollection. Elijah had been taken away to who knows where, and I wasn't even sure if he was still alive. I also don't know whether Tesha had awoken, moreover, had left my family on such bad terms. I knew that training right now was the best thing to do, but it ate away at me whenever I thought about it. Didn't help that, during the year I was in here for, the only thing I had to show for it was being able to endure Cordry's killing intent, or King's force as he called it, long enough to have a short exchange before plopping to the ground like a dead fish. How long did I last? I breathed out, finally able to form words as I rolled onto my back. "You're improving," he replied, dodging my question. I sat up, turning around to face him as I continued to catch my breath. "Not long enough, right? Don't dwell on the seconds. We are not seeking a specific duration, understand," he said sternly, more a statement than a question. Now again, but this time no weapons. Again, I let out a sigh, picking up my trusted blade and sheathing it. Cordry tossed his own sword onto the grass before explaining, "I know you prefer sword fighting, and I have to say that your blade, Dawn's Ballad, is a fine partner to have, but as a mage, hand-to-hand combat continues to be the most versatile and adaptive form of fighting. If you have the patience to learn, that is. Once I have drawn out the maximum potential of your human body, my role as your teacher will be complete. For the sake of the coming war, I will mold your bones, develop your muscles, and train your mind to its limits so that you will be the knight that protects your continent and your loved ones," Cordry continued, putting some distance between us. "It is obvious that you have had training in melee combat, much more than a normal child. However, like I have said before, your fighting style is more suited for dueling against a single opponent." I nodded in agreement. In my previous life, a majority of my fights were in the form of duels since that was the custom there. Wars were rarely held, and even if they were, kings were not to directly partake in them. After all, our lives were too valuable to risk. Since Usras are not allowed to partake in this war, their descendants, the mixed bloods, will be their strongest forces. Your primary duty in this upcoming war will be to take care of those mutts that the Vritra clan will send as generals or as special teams. You are incredibly strong, Arthur, but so are they, and do not think that they'll line up and take turns fighting you. Expect to be put in a situation where you will be surrounded by enemies with Usra blood coursing through them, Cordry affirmed as he calmly circled around me with his hands behind his back. Of course, unlike now, you will not have the restriction of mana usage placed on you, so you would be free to wreak havoc. However, you will also have to take into account that there might be ally soldiers or even civilians nearby. What will you do then? When it comes down to it, physical combat, laced with proper and precise mana usage, will be the most efficient and dependable way of disposing enemies, especially if they are on a much higher caliber than the mages you are familiar with. I understand. I got into an offensive stance with my leading hand relaxed and my right hand curled into a fist by my jawline. The first lesson I had taught you was how to stay alive. More specifically, you were to get a grasp of fighting at higher speeds while trying to dodge a set routine of attacks. While I won't tell you how much I have restricted myself when fighting you, I would say that your agility has improved to a level that I deem adequate. Your lesson, after that, was fighting under conditions of substantial pressure. Combat under the effects of my king's force, or killing intent as you call it, has strengthened your tolerance a considerable amount these past few months. There is room for improvement in both areas, but for now it is time for the third segment. Cordry's voice trailed off as he came to stop in front of me. Your field of vision is too narrow, too focused. Cordry's voice resounded in my ears as if he was right behind me as I watched the figure of Cordry I had been concentrating on wisp away. Realizing that it had been an afterimage, I whipped my head back, but I was too late. A clean blow to my back sent me tumbling forward, causing me to take in a mouthful of gross. It was at nonsensical times like these that I couldn't help but admire how realistic the soul realm was. The chunks of gross and dirt in my mouth tasted exactly like how I had imagined they would. I stood back up, groaning as I stretched my back. I thought we weren't allowed to use mana, I said, spitting out the gross in my mouth. I didn't use mana. Remember, my physiology is fundamentally different from yours. I will restrain myself, but it is inevitable that I will be naturally faster, quicker, and stronger than you. Now come, he instructed, beckoning me with his hand. I immediately propelled myself towards my instructor, putting professional short-distance sprinters to shame as I got within range to attack. I could definitely feel that the mechanics of my body had improved while training with Cordry. My rear foot rotated as I spun my hips to create as much momentum as possible into my strike. Unleashing my right fist, I could feel all of my muscles, tendons, ligaments, and bones working in harmony, like a well-oiled machine. Without even relying on mana, I was able to generate enough power in my punch to surprise Cordry. As he dodged my blow in the last second, I could see a Cordry's lips curl up slightly as he unexpectedly ducked underneath my right arm. Never had I been thrown so swiftly, so helplessly, and so painfully as that moment. As I coughed from having the wind knocked out of me, Cordry held his hand against my neck as if it were the edge of a sword. Squeezing my own ribs in fear that it would crumble apart if I didn't, I heard my mentor's voice. I have to say, that was a very nice punch, Arthur. How much strength do you suppose you used releasing a strike of that power? Do you think you can do that for 2 days, 3 days straight? Can you do that for hours on end without pause and little sustenance in your body to give you that energy? Cordry kneeled down to assess the damage on my body. How much energy do you think I spent tossing you? I have to say, because of how powerful your strike was, the less energy I had to expend. Gritting my teeth to bear the pain, I sprung back up to my feet and took a stance. Energetic today, aren't we? Good, he replied, beckoning me once more. Heeding his gesture, I approached and took a posture as if I would launch the same punch as I had done just before. Instead, I used the punch as a feint and jumped up, launching my right knee to his jaw. Again, Cordry's movements were different from before. I had been used to exchanging strikes with the Usura, but this time, Cordry used his left hand to gently shift the direction of my launched knee, pushing himself to my right side simultaneously. In a quick, fluid motion, my mentor grabbed the collar of my shirt behind my head and executed a drop throw, propelling me to the ground head first. The world turned black for a moment, and my ears rang fiercely when I woke up. Carefully, I stretched and massaged my neck, surprised that it hadn't snapped cleanly in half from the force of his toss. Maybe it was because of the blow to my head, but I suddenly recalled this type of combat art. Yes, it was similar to Aikido. It was an ancient form of combat that was lost due to a decline in traditional martial arts after contemporary forms of combat became more widely used. After becoming a king in my previous world, I had access to numerous archives pertaining to martial arts and the art of dueling. I had glanced briefly through a book on the art of throws, but took little interest in it besides the concept of capitalizing on the momentum of one's opponent. Of course, I made much use of that knowledge, but did little to learn the art of throwing. It seemed too inefficient at the time. We had talked about proper conservation and distribution of mana when in prolonged battles, correct? Well, it goes without saying that it should be the same for your body as well. No matter how much mana you have flowing within you, it cannot act as a battery to power up your body. Mana, just like a sword, is a tool to control and utilize. Your body is the centerpiece that brings the tools together to create a true warrior. Now, you are healed, yes. Come, Cordry commanded. Wordlessly, I got back to my feet and dashed once more towards my mentor. Your body holds the capabilities of being all kinds of weapons, Cordry explained, getting into an offensive stance. For example, your fist can become a hammer or bludgeon, powerful enough to destroy walls, he said, throwing a simple punch. Dodging his first strike, I lowered my center of gravity and released a punch towards his solar plexus. In a smooth, liquid motion, Cordry pivoted himself, wrapping his own arm around the arm I had just attacked with and redirecting my fist with the flick of his wrist. It can also become a whip that locks and deflects the opponent's attack. Your hands can be blades, your legs axes, all depending on the user, Cordry said as he whirled around and placed his palm on my back. And it can also be a cannon, capable of blasting your foes to pieces. Defend yourself with mana, Arthur. I will allow it, he instructed. I wrapped my body tightly in a coat of mana, focusing more on the area where Cordry's palm was placed. The deafening blast of the sound barrier being broken almost distracted me from the pain that spread throughout my body as I hurled through the air like a bullet. It was impossible to tell how many bones I had broken, how many organs had collapsed as my vision darkened, and I felt my body being sucked out of the soul realm. When I opened my eyes, I was in the familiar cave again, drenched in the mysterious liquid as well as my own sweat and probably my tears. A wave of nausea then hit me as if Cordry had actually just punched a hole through my sternum as I buckled forward and heaved out whatever was in my stomach. I moaned, trying to collect myself. Cordry was still in front of me, giving me an expression of what I guessed was sympathy, but shifted his gaze behind me. Ah, you're here, he said, standing up. Turning around, my vision said the sight of Winsome and focused on the figure of someone I didn't recognize. A boy, standing over 5 feet tall, looked to be about 7 at most, took a step toward us and bowed respectfully in my direction. His head was also shaven like Cordry's, but he only had 2 nut-brown eyes. He was skinny but not sickly so, with a nice toned body that didn't match his childish face. I'm sorry for my lateness, master, the boy said, lifting his head before tilting it as he regarded me. I could see his eyes giving me the once-over, and when he locked eyes with me once more, shot me a look of haughty derision. It seemed beneath me to get angry at a kid who was younger than my sister, so I just raised a brow and turned back to face Cordry. Who's the kid? I asked Yuna, assumingly. Arthur, I'd like you to meet Tassai, your new training partner. Training partner, the kid echoed before I had the chance to respond. Master, I thought you told me to come here so that I could get a chance to finally receive some individual training. Tassai, you will also be training as you spar with Arthur here. Now come here so we can begin. Cordry gestured toward the obviously dissatisfied child. Master, what benefit will come from training with this lesser being? He grumbled, shooting an annoyed look at me. I thought of it as odd, hearing a child haughtily complain using diction and syntax that didn't suit his babyish appearance or undeveloped, tenor voice. Arthur, Cordry stressed, has been receiving special training from me. Sparring with him will help with your development. You also have the rare honor of training using the Ether Orb, yet you dare complain. And no, I would never defy your instructions, master. This pupil only finds it beneath master to waste your time training a mere human when the Thyestes clan has many pupils awaiting your mentorship. The child named Tassai clarified, lowering himself to another bow. I didn't want to stoop down to his level and be offended by the child, but I had to admit he had a rather special knack for PISing people off. Letting out a defeated sigh, Cordry continued, Tassai, you are one of my most talented pupils, but it is your arrogance that will hinder you. Winsome, will you be okay keeping up the Ether Orb with an additional person? Cordry turned to Winsome, who was seated on the other side of the pool holding the orb. 3 people won't be a problem. The Usura nodded in response, shaking his head as well at the child in front of him. Keeping my immature thoughts to myself, I returned to my meditating position inside the pool. The child jumped in as well, ignoring me as he sat down, so the 3 of us formed a triangle. Once again, we were inside the same GROSSY setting as we had been since the beginning. Arthur, while the Pantheon race all differ in their utilization of what you call force-type mana, Tassai here has been training in the special arts of the Thyestes clan. Like I showed you a few times recently, one of the components of our combat art lies in swift, precise strikes, coupled with throws that take advantage of momentum and center of gravity. By relying on our senses to perceive where the opponent is distributing their weight and momentum, we match our attacks to properly take advantage of their strengths. By doing this, we use little effort to dispel their attacks and conserve our strength for when we attack, my mentor explained. Tassai had his arms crossed beside Cordry, not taking his eyes filled with contempt off of me. When learning this, even our own disciples are forbidden to use mana until they can properly display the basics of our techniques. I am not saying this to boast, but our clan's fame came from the deadliness of our combat art. When looking at a master, you will see that our form of fighting is both fierce and fluid, like a deadly cyclone. I have only shown you a glimpse of this, Arthur, but I want you to train by fighting against Tassai, Cordry continued as he turned his attention over to the child. Tassai, you are to use your full strength to fight against Arthur. Do not worry about fatal injuries or death here. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the blatantly delighted smirk on Tassai's face as he was told this. However, his smug expression immediately disappeared by what his master said next. Arthur, you are not to use any mana. I will not be applying any pressure on you as of now, but expect it to come later on. You are also not allowed to attack him at all, but simply block and deflect. The only form of offensive maneuvers you are allowed to make are throws. Master, this doesn't make any sense. Tassai stuttered, shocked. Shouldn't you be placing restrictions on me instead of the human? By doing this, do you mean to say that, without these handicaps, he would be able to defeat me? Tassai, I am growing tired of your pitiful whining. Are you doubting me? Cordry's eyes grew sharp as he spoke. There was no mercy shown in his expression, immediately shutting Tassai's mouth as he frantically shook his head. I never had the chance to indulge in this feeling, this satisfying sense of victory over a COCKY kid when his parent unexpectedly sides with me. Now begin. KORDRIS POV, simply saying that I was surprised would be a lying no. The more accurate word would be astonished. I had a feeling that it might end up this way, but not this soon. Arthur Lewin, what a truly mysterious individual. Tassai, while only 7 years of age, displayed an unusual amount of talent from the beginning. He had covered the basics of our combat art in a quarter of the time it took for the rest of his claw. His mana distribution was still rough, but improving at a rate that even the clan elders couldn't help but admire. He was to be the next generation's star. Yet even with all of the restrictions placed, Arthur was still holding on. It was more than that now. Arthur was slowly beginning to keep up. In the span of only a few days inside the Soul Realm, Arthur had begun to match Tassai. He who had not even learned the true combat art of the Thyestes clan was absorbing knowledge like a starving beast and making it his own. Despite the speed and power of Tassai's attacks, Arthur was able to persist against him. Through each punch, kick, slash, and throw that Arthur faced, his steps, his shifts, his movements, they were all becoming faster and sharper, as if his body was instinctively shaving away unnecessary movement. His improvement was at a speed that could be easily discernible even to one not trained in combat. How is this possible? What sort of past did he experience? How many people had he fought in order to develop this aberrant level of perception? In my years as both a warrior and mentor, I had never come across a feeling like this before. I have trained hundreds in the art of combat, from young to old. I've nurtured pupils that had later become leading figures in the Thyestes clan, but even then, training this boy Arthur had introduced me to a sensation that I've never felt before. Constantly, as I taught him, I had noticed the feeling of excitement, awe, and pride welling up emotions that I did not even feel towards myself. It was similar to that of unearthing an unknown, yet obviously precious gem. Arthur was still dull and rough, but with each buff, he shone brighter and brighter. There was no telling what the final product would look like, but it was this longing to find out that made it so exhilarating, yet regrettable. Was he going to have the chance to develop to his full potential, or will he run out of time first? Had he been born in Usura, he would be a prominent member amongst even the highest echelons of power. However, the GODS have placed him to be merely a PAWN utilized until no longer needed. Such a pity. Arthur Leywn's POV, this arrogant brat. If it weren't for these restrictions, I would have painted the Gra-SS with your blood and tears. These past few days had been filled with nothing but frustration and resentment at myself for the fact that I was unable to do anything against him. Tassai, obviously annoyed by his master regarding him so lowly, coupled with the innate condescension he had over my race, led to me being tossed around like a rag doll and eating too many strikes for my temper to contain. While his attacks weren't on the level of Cordry's in terms of fluidity and compact precision, due to his attacks and movements being reinforced with mana, they were at a level faster than I was used to. I almost lost my life on the first strike, but was able to dodge only from the fact that his body gave away his next attack. With the amount of experience that I had with fighting and dueling from my past life and this one, I was able to somewhat anticipate what the opponent would do next based on his posture and movement. This skill worked less depending on how capable of a fighter the opponent was, but Tassai, while well-versed in his clan's form of martial art, was still lacking in fighting experience. Unlike fighting with Cordry, who had no openings or flaws in any of his micromovements, Tassai was basically telephoning his next move. Dodging, however, was a whole different problem. While his attacks had openings, they were still at a level above anyone that I have faced. If it wasn't for the amount of experience I had over the kid, I would have been thrown out of the Soul Realm already. The power and sheer speed of the onslaught could make any S-Claw-S adventurer curl up in utter subjection. The force of his strikes caused the air around him to whistle, and every time I parried his blows, my arms would throb in pain. Clicking my tongue, I ignored the pain and persisted. It wasn't enough to just be fast. I needed to be faster than him. In order to do that, I needed to lessen my movement. The only way I could dodge successfully without using mana was to cut down my maneuvers to the bare necessities. If I couldn't do that, I would soon be overwhelmed. You should go back to your kind instead of wasting my master's time, Tasai cursed as he unleashed another barrage of strikes. Much like myself, he seemed to want to hit me squarely instead of merely tossing me to the ground. I didn't have the same luxury to respond, so I just gritted my teeth and focused even harder, faster. My mother and father had told me how weak lesser beings were. It looks like it's true. I don't understand why we Usuras were given the awful job of looking after you guys, he growled as he turned, releasing an upwards knee jab. I felt a sharp pain in my ear as I was barely able to dodge the full brunt of the attack with a simple turn of the neck. Faster. I couldn't tell how much time had said I was used to sparring for hours with Cordry, but this seemed much longer. As Tasai continued his relentless assault, my body soon became a canvas of cuts and bruises. Not enough, faster. The Usura child was obviously growing frustrated as he began trying to go for throws as well. I could see his hand extend out in a claw, hoping to grip at a weak point. By now, however, I was beginning to grow accustomed to his movements, so dodging became easier. His strikes that once said by me in a blur were becoming apparent. If it weren't for the Vritra clan and their disgusting half-breeds, my master wouldn't have to be stuck here teaching you, hoping a dog could learn something meant for Usuras. The brat spat venomously as he grew more annoyed. Even faster. Sweat began stinging my eyes, impeding my vision. Blades of Gross flew around us as our steps and movement lifted chunks of dirt into the air. Faster, da-a-minute. My body was beginning to protest as my mind grew dull. It was beginning to make sharper movements due to the fatigue in my body. Each time I dodged, my body jolted in pain. What was I supposed to do? I wasn't used to fighting for this long, and dodging attacks of this caliber was wearing me down at an even greater pace than usual. If I lowered my speed, then I would bear the full brunt of Tasai's childish rage, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could continue to hold out. My mind whirled trying to think of an answer. Think Arthur. What had Cordry stressed this whole time? Conservation and proper distribution of mana and energy. Tasai's form of fighting wasn't as concise as Cordry's, but since he was reinforcing his body with mana, he wasn't tiring as easily as I was. Fluidity. Yeah, fluid. Arthur, you dumba SS, Cordry had given you the answer. Be fluid but stay fierce. Like a cyclone. Even with a clear idea in my head, it was horrifying trying to implement it when one mistake could easily be the death of you. Even in the soul realm, it was still scary. Tasai was also showing signs of wear as his once smug face became lined with a tensed exasperation. His bombardment never slowed, however, as he continued his storm of strikes and grabs. Don't just dodge, do more. Look for an opening in his attacks, follow his movements, and go along with it, not against it. Another cut appeared on my cheek from Tasai's strike as I failed to execute the movement I had thought of in my head properly. Not fast enough, Arthur. His kick from the side landed squarely on my rib, spinning me off balance. I bit down on my lip to keep myself from buckling in pain. I knew that a few ribs were broken, which meant that an organ or two were probably punctured. Faster. Don't go against his movement. Conserve energy. Be fluid. Taking advantage of the fact that he had finally landed a solid hit, Tasai immediately followed up with a right straight, his fist reinforced with a purple aura. Say good night, Tasai's snide voice rang. My brain screamed for my body to duck, to cover my vitals to avoid this. HIT. But if I merely dodged, it would be impossible to avoid his next attack. I ignored my instincts, using the momentum from Tasai's last kick, whirled my body counterclockwise as his fist headed towards me. At the same time, I raised my right hand, timing it so that it would meet with his. If I failed in grasping the right timing or speed of this maneuver by a millisecond, my head would probably get blown off, but I buried those thoughts and focused. Time seemed to slow as my right hand grasped his right wrist. I immediately lowered my center of gravity and slung his arm over my shoulder as I maintained the spin of my body. I could feel the force of his punch as Tasai was hopelessly lifted from his feet. Using the power of his own blow, I redirected his attack and propelled him to the ground. What I didn't expect was my throw to produce a crater the size of a house. There in the middle of the devastation was Tasai, sprawled out and gurgling blood, with the whites of his eyes showing. I collapsed to my knees trying to catch a breath, as I realized that the broken ribs had punctured one of my lungs. While I normally don't condone bullying someone younger than myself, looking down at the sorry state of the brat, I let out a satisfied grin. Good night. He overextended his punch. Don't dodge, Arthur, duck under and move in. Her kick is too high, she's off balance, exploit that. The left hook was thrown prematurely. Lean your head back an inch. That strike is slow enough, I need to grab that. Parry it, grab a hold of the palm and twist. Watch out for the low sweep, but don't jump. There's a follow-up attack that would be waiting for you if you do. Move in towards the kick where it won't have much power. An attack is coming from behind. Don't waste time to look back, use his shadow instead. Kick incoming towards the face and another aimed at the ribs. Their attacks are becoming more coordinated. I need to lower my body to dodge the kick aimed at my head and block the one aimed at my ribs. Use the force of the kick to get pushed away from the current disadvantageous position. Time, Cordry's voice thundered, bringing all of us to a freeze. Damn, so close. We could have had him if you had given us one more minute, Master. Of the four of them, only Tassai didn't say anything, only clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction before turning away. Enough, it is 4 against 1 and you guys still dare to complain after being unable to land a single, solid hit on Arthur. I should have you lot retrained from the basics, the four-eyed Usura rebuked. Turning his attention to me, he shot me an acknowledging smile. How do you feel, Arthur? Returning his smile, I replied, shaking off the stinging pain in my wrist from blocking the last attack. Never better. These 3 years, I had done nothing besides honing my body, my reflexes, and my acuity for combat. My 14th birthday had recently passed, and it was glaringly obvious just how much stronger I had become, to the point where my past combat abilities seemed about as coordinated as a toddler first learning to walk. Cordry had also helped refine my mana to aid in combat, but hadn't taught me anything new. Whether it was because of physiological differences between humans and Usuras, or just the fact that he didn't want to, or wasn't allowed to PASS on the Thyestes clan mana arts to a non-clan member, I chose not to ask. I merely trusted Cordry and absorbed whatever he did teach instead. To this day, I wasn't sure what exactly the Thyestes clan mana arts was and what it was able to do, but that didn't matter. Just the fact that I had progressed to this level of physical combat was something I was thankful for. As the soul realm that we had been training in grew dark, I opened my eyes to the familiar sight of the cave I had been in, physically, for the past year. After about the first year inside the soul realm, sparring with just Tassai was proving to have a limit, so Cordry brought over more training partners to the point where I was fighting on par with Tassai and 3 other young children of the Pantheon Usura race. Of course, the 4 of them weren't constantly inside the soul realm like I had been. Because of that unfairness, as they constantly pointed out, I had been able to catch up to them eventually. The 4 of them, including Tassai, kept a distance from me outside of training, often showing their displeasure at the thought of helping a lesser race train. It didn't help that I had become stronger than them. Of course, this was considering the fact that they weren't allowed to use their abilities to the fullest. Cordry had made it explicitly clear that we were to use mana only for strengthening our bodies. Anything outside of that would be considered foul play. It was a treat for me as well, the shaved-headed Usura replied. Giving my body a thorough stretch, I turned to face Winsome. When is the next portion of our training? I asked as I mentally searched for signs of Sylvie. This past year, I wasn't able to sense, let alone communicate with my bond. It had become accustomed to search for her every time I was thrown out of the soul realm, but each attempt proved fruitless. We will start the next portion of training soon. Winsome had the same discerning gaze as Cordry, which confused me. I raised a brow, shifting my gaze back and forth between the 2 Usuras. Is everything okay? Nothing's wrong, Cordry replied as he tilted his head, studying me like a piece of abstract art. It's just that you have not changed, Winsome finished. My heart began thumping louder at his words. What hasn't changed? My initial thought turned to my mana core, but that wasn't it. My mana core had advanced recently from out of the early light yellow and into the latter levels of the light yellow, meaning I had progressed past more than a full stage, starting from the solid yellow stage that I had previously been at before starting my training here. Winsome had also come into the soul realm to watch the progress of my training every now and then, so he should be well aware of the level I'm currently at. Arthur, while training under the Ether Orb can be tremendously beneficial, it is strictly forbidden to be used on children or even young adults. You can guess why, right? The time difference between the 2 realms can cause a psychological displacement on a person not yet fully developed mentally, Winsome explained. I was actually firmly against the use of the Ether Orb for that reason, Cordry confessed. Even Lord Indrath was somewhat reluctant to have you train using the Ether Orb, in fear of the consequences. However, because of the deficit of time before the war, there was no choice. It took me by surprise when I heard that Lord Indrath would care for my well-being. That wasn't the impression I had received when I had met him, which is why I'm somewhat astonished at the fact that there is no change in you, Arthur. Your speech, your demeanor, your mentality, they are no different from what they have been before the training began, Winsome began. Essentially, 4 years have said since you have entered, but neither during the times you have been brought back out nor now have you displayed any changes a normal child should have had. I mulled over this for a moment. It made sense now why Cordry hadn't let Tassai and the other Thyestes clan children stay in the soul realm. The only reason why I wasn't affected by this phenomena was because I already had the mentality of an adult since my birth into this world. Winsome, you said yourself that I felt different from other children. I'd been pretty ahead of my age, mentally, for pretty much my whole life, to the point where I grew accustomed to purposely conforming to the people of my age to socially adapt, I answered at last. After saying our goodbyes, Cordry and his 4 pupils left first, leaving only Winsome and I inside the unnaturally quiet training cave. As I sat down on the cold floor of the cave, idly stretching my body while peeking every now and then at Winsome, I couldn't help but try to guess what the Usra was thinking as he regarded me so closely. Trying to break the palpably thick silence, I asked Winsome something that had been desperately on my mind. So, have you heard any news of Sylvie? Is she doing okay? Lady Sylvie will be fine. No one would dare mistreat the direct kin of Lord Indrath besides Lord Indrath himself, he answered casually, despite the fact that the last bit of his statement sent a pang of worry down my stomach. Choosing not to dwell on this topic any longer, I simply nodded and continued stretching my body. Because I wasn't physically using my body within the soul realm, it had grown stiff. Muscle mass hadn't dwindled due to the mysterious liquid I had been submerged in, but I had noticed that my hair had grown much longer than I was used to. I still didn't know the full capabilities of the ether orb, but the chance to train under these conditions would most likely never come again, so I had to make the most of it. Here, I just received this from a messenger of Lord Indrath. It seems like Aldir wrote of the events happening in your continent currently. I thought you might be interested. Winsome spoke evenly as he handed me a few pieces of parchment filled to the edges with immaculate writing. It was the first time receiving any sort of information from Dickathan. 4 months had said since I started my training, and the more time flew by, the more concerned I became of the well-being of everyone. Had the war started yet? What were they doing to prepare themselves for the upcoming battles? What measures were they taking to protect themselves? Questions like these and many more filled my head, often distracting me during training, until I was smacked back to attention by the 4 pupils or Cordry himself. What Cordry said before leaving had sent shivers down my spine in sudden realization. The continent of Alacria was sure to be more advanced in mana manipulation than Dickathan was. Even with the help of Usuras now teaching a handful of capable mages on how to better utilize their mana, it wouldn't be enough if the enemy's armies were truly as strong as I was imagining them to be. In that sense, I often thought of my training with Cordry to be an inefficient use of time. Of course, what I had learned would make me a great combatant in any battlefield, but considering my capabilities, I wondered sometimes if it would be better for me to hone my long-range mana utilization. Of course, conjuring wasn't my specialty, but with my quad elemental disposition and the amount of raw mana I possessed, compared to other mages, I felt like it would be better for me to learn long-range mana arts that were capable of leveling fields instead of learning to destroy enemies around me one at a time. But thinking back to my past as a commanding leader, it wasn't the number of soldiers that posed the biggest threats. No, the ones that presented the most trouble were either leading them or the few elite fighters capable of penetrating through our forces. I couldn't worry about every single insignificant fish, I would just have to trust in our army to handle them. Putting aside my concerns, I eagerly plucked the paper from his hands and inhaled the words written on the wrinkled paper. It seemed that it was made known to the higher-ups that Goodsky was formerly a spy sent directly by the Vritra clan on behalf of Alacria. A large portion of the written report was actually on Goodsky's intel on the political structure of Alacria, which surprised me since she was the one who told me of the powerful binding that kept her from even having the intentions of revealing information. I put aside my suspicions for now and focused back on the report. Because of the tangible presence of Usuras in Alacria, much of the hierarchy had become centered around the purity in one's blood. Basically, the closer someone was to that of the Usura lineage, the higher status one would hold in that continent. It seemed rather simple and shallow at first, but was Dickathan or any other world different? Of course, the purity in lineage wasn't as apparent in our continent, but it was rather easy to see the distinction between those of blood and ordinary people. I was willing to bet that the higher the purity of their Usura blood, the stronger their ability as a mage would be. As a few generations PASS, it was easy to predict that there would be a clear division in Claw S based on this fact alone. It went on to say that she herself possessed very limited knowledge besides the general hierarchy of the elite figures that Agrona himself took care into raising and assembling. One part caught my eye, so the information that Cynthia Goodsky provided us, these so-called 4 sides am I to assume that these will be my targets, I asked without taking my eye off of the report. Aldir noted further down that, of the potential obstacles, these so-called sides and their respective retainers under their commands were of the highest priority. Ultimately, yes, but read on. What the Alacrian spy, Cynthia Goodsky, mentioned next is troubling, to say the least. I did as I was told, and surely enough, the paragraph of the report made me curse underneath my breath. Based on the purity in color, density and concentration of lingering mana within the horn fragment retrieved from the site where former Lance, Aaliyah Triskin, was killed, Goodsky has asserted that it belonged to a prime blood of the retainer level of one of the 4 sides, I read aloud. I assumed that the prime blood was someone with mixed usura, more specifically basilisk, blood. My mind shifted towards the night I saw the remains of Aaliyah. I still remembered the last words we had exchanged after she gave me the very fragment Goodsky had mentioned. This meant that there was a retainer for each of the 4 scythes, 4 retainers that were capable of easily dispatching a lance, and 4 more who were at a level even above them. Reading on, there was little else that was of significant importance. There were mentions of armored ships being built from a coalition between the humans and dwarves, as well as towering fortresses being built around harbored cities. Aldir also wrote the recounts he had received of sightings of someone who was perhaps from Alacria, but other than the fact that there was a clear tension throughout the continent, little else had happened. I could only begin to imagine the scale of this upcoming war. This wasn't a war between the struggles of 2 rival countries. This would be 2 enormous continents sending millions of soldiers to fight for their land. After letting out a deep breath, I gathered the pieces of parchment and stacked them neatly before handing them back to Winsome. There was a mixture of emotions brewing inside me. News of Dickathan had definitely put my mind at ease. The newly acquired knowledge pertaining to the power of our enemies, on the other hand, sent a cold chill down my spine. However, despite this, I was excited and determined. I finally had a goal, a solid number of enemies to work with. It would be hard to get all of them, but I wasn't fighting random drones or ambiguous opponents that I knew nothing about. I now had an objective, and I had my targets. Winsome, let's start the next portion of training, I asserted, standing up and straightening my back. Peering down from the edge of the cliff we were currently standing on, I couldn't help but grow anxious. The forest looked like one giant bush that spilled over the visible horizon, with the cluttered trees blocking any view of what laid below. Large birds and other fearsome winged species hovered over the dense collection of green, diving in and retrieving their meal every so often. What scared me more than them, however, were the occasional roars that echoed in the distance. I could only imagine how large they must be if they were able to shake or even bring down trees that blocked their paths as they traversed through the thick wilderness. This is where you will be training, Winsome announced, his gaze still fixed on the forest. Of course it is, I sighed, making sure that the sack slung over my shoulder was fastened tight. Shall we? After replying with a quick nod, the 2 of us jumped off the cliff, spreading mana through our body while trying to keep balance against the harsh winds that blew around us. Right as we were about to plunge into the scores of trees, I willed an updraft beneath my feet to decrease the speed of my fall. As Winsome and I landed deftly into the massive realm of woodland, the atmosphere changed drastically. The ground beneath my feet was soggy, like walking on foam, and as I placed my weight down, the damp earth relented, hugging my boots and gently releasing them with each step I took. My nose was bombarded with scents from the abundant foliage, mixed in with the underlying damp smell of moss, dirt, and decay from fallen lumber. You have given me everything except for the items in your bag, correct? The Usura confirmed, holding his palm out in case I missed something. Everything I own is in that dimension ring, which isn't much. Anything else you wish to take from me? My clothes, a kidney or lung perhaps, I quipped, looking around at my surroundings. Amusing, the Usura replied flatly, taking out a book from his cloak. Now, since you were so adamant on the fact that you have complete mastery over your internal mana control. I simply said it wasn't necessary to waste time training that explicitly, I countered. Anyway, I will consider your level sufficient upon retrieving me these 3 things. He pointed at the open book. Pelt of a raptor squirrel, the beast core of a silver panther, and the claws of a titan bear. I read the list aloud, absorbing the black and white drawings of each of the mana beasts. And these items will prove, somehow, that I am ready to learn more about the will Sylvia had left me with. I handed the book back to him. In a way, of course, on the condition that you not use any external mana arts whatsoever. Ah, and you are to wear this at all times, Winsome added, handing me a bell roughly the size of my fist. I really do have to question your idea of training. I sighed again as I held up the silver bell, triggering a series of vibrant rings way too loud for a single bell to make. Let me know when you've collected all of the things on the list by breaking the bell. He turned around, preparing to leave, but stopped. Oh, and I recommend getting the items in that order. Just like that, he was gone, leaving me alone in this forest with nothing but a bell, some blankets, and a leather pouch filled with fresh water. I had no idea what exactly Winsome was trying to accomplish by having me hunt for these items, but if that was what it took to speed up the training process, then that was reason enough. Let's see. First on the list is the pelt of a raptor squirrel, I mumbled quietly to myself. It seemed easy enough aside from the fact that I had to capture one in a fairly good condition. I pondered over the 3 items that Winsome requested. If this was some form of a test to measure my internal mana manipulation, that meant that these mana beasts possessed skills, which require me to have a certain level of mastery over them. The fact that it was some type of squirrel most likely meant that it was near the bottom of the food chain. If that was the case, then in order to protect itself, it probably had some sort of defense mechanism, like most preys, to avoid getting eaten. According to the picture, the raptor squirrel looked like any other squirrel, except with more prominent hind limbs, thin tails, and beady eyes. Observing my surroundings, I had yet to see any sort of wildlife. Concentrating mana into my eyes, I enhanced and increased the range of my vision. Nothing. I was constantly on the lookout for any indication of fauna while making my way towards the other end of the forest. Several hours had passed, but still no signs. This damn bell. I yelled louder than I had meant to. As if constantly mocking me, the bell rang at the slightest movement I made, deterring any creatures from coming near me. As the sky darkened, so did my mood. All that I had to show for the passing of time was my frustration at the lack of progress. Deciding to call it a night, I made camp out of the hollow trunk of a fallen tree. To my irritation, sounds of small animals, hidden in the veil of darkness, came out around my campsite as soon as I laid down. As I tried to get back up, the tinkle of the bell reverberated loudly through the otherwise silent night, causing the creatures to scurry away swiftly. I'll start fresh tomorrow, I decided with a sigh, burrowing back inside my blanket as a chill breeze flowed through the log I was nestled in, and through my clothes, shriveling me up. A ray of light somehow made it past the layer of leaves and branches and onto my face, rousing me from my slumber. I stayed hidden inside the log, though, keeping completely still so as to not agitate the bell. However, after a few hours, it was obvious that the bell wasn't the only reason the raptor squirrels were keeping clear of me. The mana beasts that were at the bottom of the food chain had probably developed extremely acute senses that made up for its lack of vision to avoid predators, which was why, even when I was nearly asleep and completely frozen, they still kept their distance. For now, hiding my presence was my best bet at hopefully luring the raptor squirrels out. How to catch them, I would have to figure that out after. After a brief search, I found a decently situated shrub close to a clearing that was thick enough to hide inside. Making myself as comfortable as possible within the stiff branches and prickly leaves, I waited. Rescinding all of the mana I had constantly circulating around my body, I stayed motionless and observed. Because of the assimilation with Sylvia's will, my body was a lot sturdier than most humans, but I still felt a bit vulnerable leaving my body unprotected in these unfamiliar grounds. Minutes soon bled into hours as I waited. It wasn't enough to retract your mana. I realized that it was absolutely necessary to clear your mind and intent when dealing with preys. I could feel my breathing soften, almost disappearing as I exhaled in accordance with the occasional breeze that flowed by. Finally, the fruits of my labor showed as a tiny snout popped out from one of the other bushes, curiously sniffing around for signs of danger. Soon, a few raptor squirrels scuttled about with their three tails constantly twirling around like antennas, desperately trying to find some food before predators caught wind of their presence. I knew it was impossible to catch the first item on my list today, so I used this opportunity to test some things out. I started by emitting just a bit of mana. The raptor squirrels responded immediately by raising their hind legs to elevate their tails. They had obviously sensed the minute fluctuation of mana and were a lot more tense, some even scurrying away. As I kept testing their limits, I learned three things. The first was that leaking even a bit of purified mana didn't necessarily drive them away, but alarmed them to a degree where it would be impossible to try and catch one. Exerting too much purified mana would undoubtedly lead them to immediately flee. The second interesting thing I learned was that internalizing mana inside my body did not trigger their alarm signal, but too much concentration and focus did cause my intent to bleed out, causing them to scatter. The last thing I learned, and perhaps the most useful, was that external mana flow did not startle or even prompt them to take notice. I learned this as I sat, hidden, meditating. When I was absorbing the surrounding mana, there were no signs of agitation from the raptor squirrels. It was only when I began actively purifying and condensing the mana that they began to notice something was wrong. The testing took the whole day since I had to change locations every time I made them flee, but with these three observations, I finally had something to work with. I wonder if Sylvie is doing okay with her training, I thought as I wrapped my blanket around me back inside the hollow log I decided to use as a makeshift tent. The same worries that I always carried ran through my mind as soon as I had some time to think. How was my family? How was Tesha? How was Elijah? Was he even alive? If so, would I ever get the chance to save him? It seemed like I had been lost in my own thoughts through the whole night, but at one point, my eyes snapped open to the soft glow of the morning sun. After packing my scarce belongings, I filled my pouch with a puddle of morning dew that had formed from nearby leaves and made my way to a clearing. Today's goal wouldn't be observing or even catching a raptor squirrel. I wanted to test a little idea that I had based on the three observations yesterday. As I stood in the center of a small clearing surrounded by plants, with mushrooms I had picked up along the way that raptor squirrels ate, I put my theory into action. Because my physiology was that of an augmenter, the mana channels, responsible for effectively spreading purified mana from my core throughout the rest of my body, were much more prominent than my mana veins, which were used to absorb unpurified atmospheric mana into the body. However, for this technique, I had to balance the output of purified mana from my mana core through my mana channels and the input of atmospheric mana through my mana veins. With a perfect balance, I should be able to utilize mana without anyone, or anything, being able to sense that I was. That is in theory, of course. My mana veins were naturally much more underdeveloped compared to my mana channels, so I started by matching the output of mana to the amount that I was able to input. The feeling was somewhat similar to when I first learned mana rotation from Sylvia, but much harder. The longer I practiced, the more evident it became that it wasn't as easy as I imagined it to be. A certain finesse was needed to accurately come to a point of equilibrium between the two opposing actions. Despite doing it while standing still, attempting this while moving would be a whole other mountain. My perception of time had gotten lost somewhere in the middle of my practice, but to my surprise, when I opened my eyes for the umpteenth time, there were finally raptor squirrels eating from the pile of food that I had picked up. However, my delight was brief, because as soon as my concentration slipped, they were immediately aware of the mana fluctuation that I had been trying to camouflage. Yes, I pumped my fist. This was good progress. One of the downsides was that my mana supply ran out fast. I would be able to practice this for only a few minutes at a time, before I had to stop and resupply my mana core. Even the fact that I was almost at silver core stage didn't help because of the excess mana being thrown away at improper utilization of this impromptu technique. The next morning, I kept to my routine and practiced in the middle of the same clearing. It wasn't until the fourth day that I felt like I had enough control to try moving while keeping up this technique. By the end of the week, I was able to slowly move around, but because of the bell tied to my waist, even when they couldn't sense mana, they fled. But I already thought of this. If all it took was hiding my presence, I wouldn't have needed to find a way to utilize this technique. I needed to master this technique in order to use mana in bursts, pouncing on the raptor squirrels before they could react to the sound of my bell. Drawing a line in the soft dirt and positioning myself in front of a designated tree as my target, I practiced. I stopped right when my bell rang. My goal was to reach the tree by the time the bell chimed, so for this I needed to utilize enough mana to instantaneously move at a speed fast enough to not shake the bell, all the while balancing the input and output flow of atmospheric mana and my purified mana in order to camouflage my presence from the raptor squirrel's tail. Again. I turned and walked back to the starting point after hearing the bell. Again, I repeated to myself. As I continued, I realized that I was essentially aiming for something similar to the technique Cordry had once used when he was sparring with me, controlling mana flow and power while manipulating your own presence to either hide or emit it, throwing off your opponent's senses. Erasing your presence by using the barely traceable atmospheric mana to mask the output of your own mana and instantly gaining speed to reach your opponent. Was this the skill that Winsome had been trying to test? Again, I would try, and again I would fail to reach my goal. But with each attempt, the distance between the tree and I shortened before the bell jingled. It was just one step, but so much concentration and precision went into getting it even partly right. However, this single, instantaneous step, coupled with the form of combat that I had been taught by Cordry as well as the sword art that I had developed myself, could undoubtedly become an important trump card. I remembered how disoriented and helpless I had been when Cordry had used this skill, erasing his presence as he attacked, while the next instant, he would emit his presence only to shift positions and throw me off. Although the Usura wasn't using his mana in the same way as what I'm attempting to do, his innate power could be easily comparable to that of someone in the silver core stage. Almost I encouraged myself, positioning myself for another attempt. I wasn't sure how many hours had passed since the dense cluster of trees covered most of the sky, but I sunk down against the tree. Days passed by as I continued practicing until, I laughed meekly in victory as I stared at the depressed, dirt trail that I had made from the days of mastering this skill. While the rest of the ground was littered with leaves and broken twigs, only the thin trail I had been constantly dashing back and forth on was paved clear. I tried getting up, but my legs trembled in protest, too worn out to carry my weight. Still, I felt good for the first time in a while since coming to this godforsaken forest. I'll wipe out those stupid raptor squirrels to extinction, I declared triumphantly. WNDSOM's POV, what is the boy planning? I thought to myself, keeping a fair enough distance from him. I had left him unattended for 2 weeks, thinking it would be plenty of time for him to have caught a raptor squirrel. From the fact that I wouldn't have been able to find him in this forest without the help of the bell I had given him, it was obvious that he had mastered erasing his presence. Despite this, Arthur had yet to catch a single squirrel. The raptor squirrels were swift and highly perceptive. Since their eyes were bad, they relied on their acute nose to sniff for food and their tails to sense any sort of mana fluctuation or even movement in the area. If their tails detected a high concentration of mana or even a minute change in mana levels in the area, it would be difficult for even an Usra to catch one. However, beyond that, the raptor squirrels were rather simple-minded. After erasing his presence, if the boy were to stay absolutely still with some bait in his hands, it would be easy for him to catch one. Yet, the boy had laid out food in front of him instead. Well, he learned the necessary skill that I wanted him to learn. I shrugged, but for some reason my gaze was still glued to the boy, as if waiting for something astonishing to happen. The boy stood unmoving as he continued to wait patiently for a raptor squirrel to draw near. In the blink of an eye, the boy had suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the raptor squirrel with his hands stretched out. My voice trailed off in awe. Right when the boy was about to grab a hold of the raptor squirrel, however, the bell I had given him rang and the raptor squirrel darted away just outside of Arthur's grasp. Gah, the boy yelled, obviously frustrated as he kicked the pile of food he had gathered to lure in the raptor squirrel. There was no way he could move at that speed without using mana, but I couldn't sense it. That means he wasn't simply just erasing his presence by withdrawing his mana and hiding his intent. He had been effectively using his own mana while covering it with the pure mana surrounding him. Mirage Walk, it was a rather crude shadow of it, but Arthur had definitely just succeeded in the first step of Mirage Walk. It was a movement technique, to put it simply, but it was also much more than that. Mirage Walk was the essence of what made the Thyestes clan reign over all of the other clans within the Pantheon race. For a mere human boy to be able to grasp the fundamentals for a mana art that even took me years to grasp. And this was with Cordry secretly teaching me despite his clan's strict secrecy regarding their mana arts. For him to be able to get this far just by watching Cordry. Arthur Leywan's POV. Finally, I whispered, too quiet for the Silver Panther to hear. There it was, cautiously sniffing around as it approached the raptor squirrels I had killed and placed carefully to lure it out, my ever-so-elusive target. My eyes locked onto the large gray cat that I had named Claude because it had 4 long gashes across its back. Claude and I had gotten close during the time spent trying to hunt for silver panthers. This particular oversized cat was by far the most cunning of the silver panthers that I had come across, and the most arrogant, which was why I had decided that Claude would be my target. I focused back on the cat just a few meters away from me as Claude stopped and looked around, ready to escape at a moment's notice. I patiently waited for him to draw near, making sure to keep any traces of my presence hidden. Coalescing the raw mana around me with the purified mana inside my body, I prepared my attack. As I gathered mana in my legs and right arm, I lowered myself carefully into an ideal position since he couldn't see me anyway, making sure I didn't set off the bell. The muscles in my calves and thighs twitched in anticipation at the thought of finally being able to catch that elusive cat. Right when Claude bent down to continue its lunch, I propelled myself forward and struck at a speed that would have shocked my old self. The distance I near instantly cleared from my initial position to where I now was in front of Claude measured out to be roughly 6 meters, but somehow Claude had already disappeared before my attack could connect. My augmented fist sunk deep into the soft dirt floor, the silver panther nowhere in sight. Damn it, again. I cursed, impatiently prying my buried hand from underneath the ground. Where did I go wrong? How could it react so fast? I thought as I looked back at where I was initially positioned. The location was close enough for me to cover instantaneously. I was well hidden inside the bushes, and I had even gone through lengths to mask any smell from my body that might set it off. It was all supposed to be perfect. My execution of the technique I had been training in was near perfect. I kneeled down, inspecting the pawprints of Claude and my own footprints. I was missing something, but what? I could see where I landed after using burst relative to where Claude had been positioned, but something about the markings on the ground didn't add up. Settling down against a nearby tree, I closed my eyes, replaying the scene in my mind to see if I could figure out where I went wrong. Winsome wouldn't have made me acquire a Silver Panther Beast Core unless it proved to teach me something different than hunting raptor squirrels, I said aloud. In terms of speed, the raptor squirrel was definitely faster than a silver panther, so why couldn't I kill one? Arriving at no satisfying conclusion, I decided to make my way back. Looking at the remains of the raptor squirrels Claude had been feasting on, I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Not only was I unable to capture Claude, but there were also barely any scraps left of the raptor squirrels for me to eat. After packing what was left of the mangled squirrel, I wiped the dirt and blood off me at a nearby stream. Seeing as I only had one set of clothes, I tried to make sure it stayed clean, but through the weeks of hiking and training in these woods, my wardrobe had become tattered. Arthur, you're not easy to look at, I said derisively to my reflection in the stream. My hair was disheveled and much longer now, my bangs reaching all the way to my chin. The bags underneath my eyes had turned purplish from lack of sleep. All in all, little remained of my former hygienic self, replacing it with some unintelligent-looking brute. It was hard for me to believe that more than a month had passed since the last time I had any actual interaction with someone other than the animals I had caught. Winsome had visited me the night I had finally been able to capture a raptor squirrel. He hadn't said much with his permanently disinterested expression, except that the technique, or rather, the preface of it that I had self-taught was called Mirage Walk. He had disappeared soon after, leaving me by my lonesome to eat the lean meat of a raptor squirrel's hind leg. The next morning, I had set out in search of the next prey on my list, a silver panther. However, it had become fairly obvious during the weeks that I had spent inside the forest, training to catch more raptor squirrels, that there were no signs of larger mana beasts at all, thus leading me to venture out further into the woods despite the dangers that might have followed. It wasn't until about 3 weeks of trekking deeper into the forest that I had begun seeing different species of mana beasts, larger ones as well. I would have cleared more ground in those 3 weeks had I not been using the journey itself as a form of training, burst or burst step. That was what I had decided to name the first sequence of Mirage Walk. Winsome had only mentioned that what I had done to catch the raptor squirrel was only a mere introductory step of the actual essence of Mirage Walk, but he had refused to divulge any more information than that. However, seeing that the technique I used had certain steps or levels to reach full mastery, I had decided to name this first tier burst step. I had traversed through the forest, using the abundance of trees as a natural obstacle course to practice, hoping to gain some insight to improve the skill. Going through with this training had made me realize how much concentration, coordination, reflexes, control, and agility one needed to utilize the full potential of Mirage Walk properly. I had succeeded in capturing a raptor squirrel with burst step only because I had made the necessary preparations to be able to. It had been a flat clearing with no obstructions to get in my way. The distance was short, and within view, it had no time even to react. However, trying to travel through the lush greenery, congested with trees and uneven ground, to get a foothold using only Mirage Walk had made me feel as though I was an infant again, except this time with my feet tied together. It was terribly frustrating, tripping over the slightest misstep. Even the faintest miscalculation in trajectory resulted in a not-so-elegant tumble and a face full of mud. Slowly and painstakingly, I made my way deeper into the woods. It had been over a week since I first arrived at this particular domain. The mana in this area was much denser than where I had been before, which was probably one of the reasons why it was so appealing to higher-level mana beasts. And here I was, still with nothing to show for besides the number of tears in my shirt and holes in the soles of my boots. As I finished washing myself, I inspected the leftover meat I had brought back. This isn't enough, I sighed, looking up at the sky. Dusk had spread a thin veil of darkness over the forest, but it was still light enough to hunt. I laid out some mushrooms I had picked along the way and waited, crouching underneath a large root 8 meters away. With my level of mastery, I could clear almost 10 meters in an instant using burst step without triggering the bell. As I waited, keeping my presence hidden, I observed carefully for any signs of movement. There was faint sound of rustling, but it came from above me, somewhere up in the trees. Glancing up, the last glint of sunlight reflected off the eyes of the predator. It was some sort of large, black bird. As the forest completely darkened, the bird and I waited, hoping for any signs of our next meal. Finally, I locked onto the figure of a lone raptor squirrel. Before the squirrel drew close enough to be in range for me to kill, the black bird had already decided to take action. I barely glimpsed the faint shadow of the bird diving down, no noise made whatsoever. It wasn't unnaturally fast like the raptor squirrel or silver panther, but at night, it was near impossible to see this predatory bird. As the black blur drew closer to the unsuspecting prey, something unexpected happened. The bird, nearly invisible to the naked eye, spread its wings and let out a loud crow. The squirrel immediately jumped, but the crow seemed to have been expecting that because, instead of swooping down where the squirrel had been, it stretched out its talons to where it leaped away. That whole scene looked as if the squirrel simply leaped into the claws of the bird, wanting to be its next meal. I had lost my meal to the bird, but I gained something much more valuable instead. Hee. Hoping to be able to put my plan into action, I waited again. As I predicted, the bird had finished its meal and was waiting patiently in a different tree. The bird's wingspan alone was about larger than mine, so I knew that one squirrel wouldn't be enough. About half an hour passed when another raptor squirrel finally emerged. As its 3 antenna-like tails surveyed for danger, it cautiously approached the small pile of mushrooms. On cue, I saw the swift blur of black out of the corner of my eyes. Not yet. It happened again. Right when the black bird swooped down and stretched out its talons, the raptor squirrel appeared as if it jumped right into the bird's grasp. Now, using burst step, I cleared the 8 meters between us, and before the black bird had even the chance to react, I reached for its neck. The bird let out a surprised crow as it flapped desperately to escape my hand. To my surprise, however, the greedy bird never let go of its meal even as I snapped its neck. Yes, I couldn't seem to wipe the smile off my face as I made my way back to my camp with my 2 trophies. I was happy that I would have something tastier to eat than the tough and lean squirrel meat, but I was even more satisfied with the fact that I had figured out how Claude and the rest of his brethren had been escaping from me every single time. It didn't take long for me to get back to my camp, which was just a hollow log I had covered with branches and leaves to protect me from the rain. Eagerly plucking the feathers off of the bird so that its fat-coated skin would still be intact, I grilled it over the fire I had made alongside with the skinned raptor squirrel. Chewing on the tender meat of the bird's thigh, I started thinking. I had uncovered 2 things as I saw the black bird capturing the raptor squirrel. First, the bird was stealthy and swift, but its speed couldn't compare to that of a raptor squirrel. It was able to because it knew that when it made itself known, the squirrel would try to flee in a particular direction. The second thing I had deduced was the significance of my involvement in this. As a third-party spectator, I was able to see the bird beforehand, and I immediately knew what its motives were even before it had attacked, something the squirrel had no way of knowing. But this still doesn't explain how I can catch Claude, I muttered to myself, ripping out another bite of grilled fowl. Based on all of my failed attempts, I knew by now that Claude and the rest of his kind had some hyper-cute intuition that allowed him to react near instantly at the sight of my movement. I also knew that, unlike the bird and squirrel that I was feasting on, Claude was smart. There had been several occasions where he would get close enough to me that I knew he was mocking me, but as soon as I got in a stance, he fled even before I could execute burst step. He was smart to a level where he knew he could evade me but not fight me face to face. Finishing the last of my meal, I walked over to the side of my camp where I had cleared some space for me to train. I stood at the edge of the open space and imagined Claude to be lurking at the other end. How am I supposed to catch a cat that reacts as soon as I try to approach it? Approach, that was it. It was just like the black bird. The bird had tricked the squirrel by intentionally exposing itself, using it as a feint to get the squirrel into the air where it couldn't change direction. Even when Cordry and Usura had used burst step, it was still essentially a single step. Corresponding muscles were still used to propel himself towards me. Even though the essence of Mirage Walk was to conceal fluctuation of mana to throw off the opponent completely, I still had to move the muscles that were responsible for making that one, incredibly fast step. But what if I could get rid of that? What if I could almost entirely void the motion needed for me to make that step, appearing as if I had truly teleported from even a standstill position? If I could do that, I could, in theory, feint Claude. But how do I come up with a way to make burst step into something that would bypass the need to control the muscles mechanically? I'd imagine if I were any other mage or mana manipulator in this world, I would have thought of it as impossible, but I had one crucial advantage: knowledge from my past life. Due to my mediocre Kai Center, I had studied in depth about the human body, namely the working mechanics of what went into essentially putting the human body into movement. It was through this knowledge that I had been able to fully utilize the little Kai I had inside me to become a king. Shutting my eyes, I used the entirety of my concentration as I spread mana throughout every crevice, no matter how micro, of the inside of my body. When I opened my eyes, the sun was already high up in the sky. Sweat and grime covered my body as I slowly stretched my stiff body that had been standing still for hours, but I was happy, ecstatic. Not only had I reached a breakthrough to get me at the very peak of the light yellow stage, but I had also figured it out. I got it, I grinned. The quadriceps located at the front of the thighs, they were responsible for pushing the thigh and leg forward. The hamstrings were the quadriceps opposing muscles, responsible for bending the leg and moving it backward. The glutes were crucial to complete the backward movement of the step. The abdominal muscles would contract during each forward step. The calf muscles, albeit smaller, were actually among the most heavily used muscles that propelled the body forward as the foot pushed off the ground. These were just the primary muscles. The secondary muscles that also needed to be taken into account were the stabilizing muscles located around the pelvis. These series of muscles formed a crown around the pelvis, which included the internal and external abductors. I think they were called the lower abdominal muscles, and the spinal muscles located in the back, the tibialis. Something, the thin strip of muscle that helped you flex the ankle in order to move the foot towards the knee, was also used to make sure the foot wouldn't flatten, creating a greater chance of scraping against the ground or an object. The body had an intricate muscular system that worked in pairs, each responsible for half of a complete movement. The biceps flexed when the arm curled towards the shoulder, while the triceps triggered when the arm straightened out. The mechanisms inside the body were even more complex when putting the body into motion, such as walking, running, or jumping. This knowledge hadn't been all that useful until now because of my rather exceptional physique in mana. However, in the case where I needed to further evolve the first sequence of Mirage Walk, I would need to utilize all of this knowledge and a step above that, eventually putting it into application. Damn. I lifted my arms to catch myself as I toppled forward onto the pile of leaves I had fashioned into a bed. Noticing that the sun had already set, I went back to my camp and retrieved a few strips of squirrel meat that I had smoked prior so that I didn't have to keep hunting. I really wish I could use the ether orb for this, I muttered, looking down at the charred, tasteless meat in my hand. I had made significant progress since I first put on hiatus my hunt for Claude and devoted all of my time and energy into training this past week, splitting the days into practicing burst step and refining my mana core. The remaining 2 or 3 hours were used for sleep. However, the more I practiced, the more I hungered to master this movement technique. With the tweak I had made using my previous knowledge of human anatomy, Mirage Walk would become even more refined, theoretically. Not only would it be instant and versatile, but it would also be as deadly as it was elegant. The basics of burst step that I had first succeeded in executing looked almost like a wide leap, granted that it was still incredibly fast. This was because, although mana couldn't be sensed under the effects of Mirage Walk, there was still a stance and a series of motions that needed to be made in order for the human body to be able to take that step. Cordry, even as an Usura, using burst step in his human form, also couldn't ignore the mechanisms of his body despite his superior physique. What I was working my way towards was consciously and deliberately manipulating mana, channeling it into specific muscles at a certain progression, with precise timing to artificially trigger a sequence in my body that mimicked the use of muscles without actually having the need to maneuver. If I could get the timing and output of mana controlled perfectly, I would be capable of something even Cordry couldn't execute Mirage Walk in, but not limited to, an orthostatic or standing position. Even thinking about it was confusing, I relented. Finishing my dinner, I headed back to the clearing I had crudely optimized in the last week. Standing about 5 meters away from the bed of leaves that was made to soften my fall, I concentrated. Willing mana to manipulate my muscles was a lot like using your thoughts to make a dummy move. Most of the movements that people do were automatically done. I didn't have to think of what muscles I needed to use to breathe. However, since I would be using a mediating factor, mana, in order to generate an action from my body, it was like learning to move all over again. I spat out the mouthful of leaves and wiped my tongue with my sleeve. Getting back up, I returned to my initial position and concentrated again, disregarding the increasing aches in my legs. I had somewhat succeeded in propelling myself using the bare minimum amount of movement, but coming to a proper stop was another, huge obstacle that I was having trouble overcoming. Just like how a toddler couldn't control how far or high he jumped, using mana to manipulate the inner workings of my body had made it hopelessly difficult for me to control. However, at least the initial step and the very foundation of Mirage Walk, where I manipulated atmospheric mana to conceal the fluctuations of mana in my body, had become much easier for me. I still needed to balance the capacity of my mana veins to my mana channels for me to better control this, but I didn't have time for that now. After I had properly hidden my presence, I imagined the muscular system in my body. Recalling all the muscles responsible for using burst step, I tried once again. Interrelated parts of the body required for movement lit up on the imaginary figure of myself in my head to better conceptualize the specific order that I had willed the mana to trigger. I could feel the corresponding muscles pulse as mana coursed through in the sequence I had commanded. With just the slight shift of my left leg and the aid of mana, the landscape around me blurred as I executed burst step from a standing upright position. Despite the mana I had willed to reinforce my legs from the stress, a sharp pain coursed through my lower body. Whoa, I yelped as I tumbled forward onto the pile of leaves once again. I had failed again in coming to a full stop. Even if mana could help me with the initial burst of speed, it was much harder to stop in the exact position and location that I had wanted to. Letting out a defeated sigh, I continued practicing. As the sun sank and a crescent moon shifted into view, I laid there in the bed of leaves staring vacantly at the night sky. Raising my hand, I pinched at where the moon appeared to be with my fingers. The moon looked so small from here. How small did I appear to be to the moon? I focused on the left arm that I had lifted, staring at the feather Sylvia had given me to cover the orb with and the dragon wool she had imparted to me. This and Sylvie were all I had left of the Usura that had saved me, taken care of me, and protected me as a child. Would training like this really allow me to hear from her again, eventually? Reminiscing my time with her had made long for everyone else. Despite how poorly we had parted, I missed my family. Enough, Arthur. I slapped my cheeks and sat up from the pile of leaves. There were only so many hours in a day, and I couldn't afford to waste more out here in this godforsaken forest. Taking a deep breath, I began cultivating my mana core. It had been a slow process once I got to the light yellow stage. I was chipping away at a mountain with only a spoon in my hand, but there was definite progress. I got lost in the ever-cumbersome process of absorbing, purifying, and refining when the familiar chirps of morning birds snapped me out of my meditation. I was covered in sweat and grime as my body expelled the impurities in my mana core, making me not only filthy but hungry as well. Looking at the remains of smoked meat I had left, I would have to hunt today. After gnawing through the remainder of my charred squirrel, I packed my water pouch and departed. Keeping my mind placid and my presence hidden with Mirage Walk, I slowly trekked deeper into the dense forest. It had been harder for me to find wildlife near camp, so every time I hunted, I needed to go a bit deeper. By the time I noticed, however, I realized that the forest had gotten much quieter. Birds chirped in the nearby distance, but there were no signs of raptor squirrels or other mana beasts in the vicinity. I muttered, surveying the area. Releasing the use of Mirage Walk, I concentrated mana into my ears. I wasn't able to hear anything at first, but after a few minutes I caught on to a faint noise. It sounded like a growl. I couldn't tell how far away it was, but the sound was familiar. There was a silver panther nearby. I got a little closer, making sure to hide my presence again. I enhanced my hearing once again, but this time I was able to make out more noise. I could hear the faint gurgling sound of running water, and a bit past that to the northeast. What I also noticed was that it wasn't just one silver panther. There were two panthers in the same vicinity. That's odd, I noted. My understanding of the silver panthers, from what I'd seen so far, was that they were territorial amongst each other and hunted by themselves. Perhaps they were fighting over territory. That would certainly explain the lack of prey in the vicinity. Implementing Mirage Walk again, I hastily made my way towards the ensuing battle. I couldn't help but grin at my luck. My speculation had been correct. As I stealthily approached the sound of the silver panthers, I spotted their distinct silver coat near a small clearing of trees alongside a cliff. It was impossible to tell how deep down the fall was from here, but just from the fact that there was a good 200 yards from here to the other end of the chasm, and I couldn't see the ground, meant that if those silver panthers fell off, it wouldn't be easy for me to retrieve their bodies. Hiding behind a nearby tree, I observed. It was easy to figure out that they were clearly hostile to one another, but what caught me by surprise was that one of the silver panther was clawed. The distinct scars on his back made him easily distinguishable. His opponent, on the other hand, was unfamiliar to me. He was clearly larger, but by the fresh wounds on its face and side, it seemed like Claude had the upper hand. As the two mana beasts slowly circled each other, they let out a low gnarl, baring their sharp teeth. The opponent was the first to make a move. The larger cat pounced with its claws held high as it let out a fierce snarl. Claude reacted instantly, dodging the swipe and countering with his teeth. I became captivated by their fight. Since silver panthers had innately accelerated reflexes and intuition, their exchanges were a relentless flurry of continuous dodging and countering, neither of them incurring any deep wounds. However, for every gash that the larger panther had made, Claude had given him 3 in return. As their battle continued, I didn't know why, but my heart began pounding restlessly. I was anxious about something, afraid. I had been so caught up in their duel that I didn't realize how deadly quiet the forest had become, almost mute. There were no sound of birds chirping or mana beasts moving. There wasn't much as a rustling sound coming from the trees, as if even the wind was afraid of something. Claude seemed to have noticed as well, because he began behaving very cautiously. His fur was standing on end, his tail sticking straight up as he constantly sniffed for something. The larger cat, unaware of the disturbance, took advantage of the opening and pounced at Claude. Dodging his opponent, Claude instead turned and started running away. I didn't get it. There was something going on, but I couldn't sense any other presence from here. Why did Claude run away like that when he was winning? Putting aside my wariness, I took action against the larger silver panther that remained. He was injured, and his escape routes were limited because of the cliff. Spotting me, the larger cat began growling, lowering itself into a posture to flee. It knew instinctively that in its state it had no chance against me. The air around us grew heavier as it became harder to breathe, but I maintained my stance. Now, the moment I lifted my foot up, the silver panther leaped to the side. "Got you," I smirked. Ignoring my protesting legs, I executed burst step from my standing position, using the fake step as a feint to get him to move. My surroundings blurred, my eyes focused only on the movement of the wounded mana beast. I had succeeded in cutting him off, but the distance I had cleared was insufficient by just over a meter. As I lost my balance, I desperately grabbed onto the panther's neck with my arms and held on tightly. Gah. My body jerked unnaturally from the abrupt change in direction, and I was hanging onto the silver panther with all of my strength. "You're mine," I hissed between my teeth as I used mana to strengthen my hold on him. My only hope was to choke him. The panther I was riding on let out a vicious snarl as it whipped its head, trying to throw me off, but I endured. Its sharp claws tore at my clothes, ripping fresh wounds on my sides and legs before it buckled feebly from lack of air. Just when I thought the panther was about to relent, it suddenly jerked. As if possessed, it used the last of its strength to throw itself backward. By the time I realized what it had done, the ground underneath us was gone as we plummeted down the steep gorge. Hurtling down, I was reminded of a very similar scene from when I was just a toddler, thrown off the edge of the mountain in order to save my mother. 1,000 scenarios ran through my head as I struggled to decide on the best option to take. The silver panther that had dragged me down to hell was out cold from my choke and was helplessly falling beneath me. Uttering a string of curses, I slowly balanced myself on top of the unconscious mana beast and exerted mana into my legs. The scene around me was a constant blur from the speed that we were dropping. Winsome would understand. I convinced myself aloud as I propelled myself off the panther. With the push, I had slowed down but not nearly enough, and there was no place to grab onto on the edge of the cliff. Another scene flashed into my head. It was the time when I had fallen down the hole in the dungeon, Widow's Crypt. Was falling down deep chasms going to be some sort of reoccurring theme in my life? A surge of wind gathered into my palms as I stared straight down at the approaching ground, concentrating on coalescing my mana into the spell. Now, Typhon's Howl. Releasing the spell gathered my palms, the blast of wind surged toward the ground, a deafening screech echoing throughout the steep ravine. Gritting through the pain in my arms as they held the brunt of the strain from the recoil, I continued exerting mana into the spell. I could feel the force of the spell negating my fall as I came to a slow hover. Suspending Typhon's Howl, I dropped down the remaining few meters onto the ground in the center of the blast radius. A thick cloud of dust had arisen from where my spell had collided with the dirt floor, impeding my vision. Masking my mouth and nose from the debris in the air, I began making my way out of the dust cloud when an earth-shattering roar resounded. After the thunderous howl had subsided, the ground shook once again at the sound of heavy footsteps approaching me. The force of each resonating stomped through me off balance. Immediately, I dashed toward the edge of the gorge, praying to whatever divine being that ruled this realm that the cause of such devastating sounds were from an earthquake.